an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live in studio with the Hump Day edition
Hump Day
of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, and the entire crew has made it in. Hopefully along with you, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt and Peyton Russell, 3 for 3, showing up in person to work this week. RJ, you wanted to start off with a message?
A ferocious message to the city of Grapevine. Now listen, this is it's kind of home for me, right? It's home. That's where first place when I ported, when I immigrated, I ported here. This is where I landed, and it's a tier 2 city. Dallas and Fort Worth are your tier 1 DFW cities, and then Grapevine, Arlington, Plano, Frisco. Now your tier 2.
Rockwall.
Shut up.
Oh.
And then you move further down. Mayor Tate, it's been like 6 decades of your mayoralship. I think it's time you get some salt trucks. That's embarrassing.
Oh,
what happened?
So the city you immigrated to, it had some issues with ice?
It did. That was embarrassing. What's going on there? The overpass. I know the city has decided we're going to make just nothing but causeways. And at 114, coming in, just leaving South Lake. Everything was fine in South Lake. Everything was fine. I ought to put that in a tier 2 city, too. I got to think about this one. But, Roanoke, not very good. The side streets are terrible. You get into Grapevine, though, and that was a mess. The bridge, right over 26, terrible around the north side of the airport. Very embarrassing, very disappointed in William D. Tate. I'm going to primary you. I'm going to primary you this year. I will run for mayor. I don't even live in Grapevine anymore. I will run for mayor of that city. They need help. They need work. That was disgraceful. You get a 635 and it's okay. The interstates are okay. Anything that's got an interstate around it is fine. But what was going on 112, 114, right before you merge with 121, that needs work.
So how long did it take for you to get from your home to the interstate? When did you leave?
Left at 5, got to the interstate around the interstate was 635. That took about 30 minutes. Now I'm about 15 miles away, 12, whatever. Once you get on the highway, probably about 12. But there was some kind of a slowdown accident right there at 114 and basically at 26, and something happened. So I was in the left lane. I had to really pull a jerk move. Squeeze between vehicles. Cars are slipping all over the place. And I finally get to the right lane, and I get on the access road. But it was bad. It was bad.
And you took the truck.
Yeah, I don't have the car anymore. Luca's got the car.
Yeah.
And the truck's rear wheel. It's 4-wheel drive. By the way, 4H. 4H, which you got to put it in, kids. It's 4-wheel drive. But the other one was front-wheel drive. I think the front-wheel drive car's better.
Bobby,
I think the Maxima works better in the snow.
Bobby, you made the decision early yesterday that you were driving in.
Mm-hmm. I had driven around a little bit yesterday afternoon. I knew it was going to freeze over some more. So I knew it wasn't going to be exactly the way it was represented to me last night. But I was like, this is clear enough that we should be good to go. And I was fine. I did have a little bit of a slide in Grapevine, too. It was right over by Grapevine Mills, right there at $24.99. That wasn't good. But the only other time that I felt like, okay, jackass, get off my ass while I was driving was like when I turned in on Merritt. And there was this giant-ass Dodge Ram truck that was on my ass.
It was just a Ram truck?
Whatever the hell it is. Was on my ass through the stop signs. I'm trying to safely ride as the 2 lanes become one, essentially, with the wear pattern. I'm trying to ride in one. This jackass is trying to get around me, it feels like, just trying to get right up on, and then I go, oh, that's RJ Choppy behind me. That's who's on my ass here as I turn onto Merritt. And then as I'm turning in, I was like, I swear, if this dude is turning in and this is Choppy and he's been trying to get around me to get 20 feet ahead to turn in,
trying to get around you,
I'm gonna be pissed.
I was not trying to get around it, by the way.
Did you know it was Bobby?
I did, yeah, I did. The Grapevine Police Department has reached out on the Franklin Injured Attorneys fan text and says, don't take 114 East. Highway is shut down. And that's what I was in. I was lucky I got around that and exited.
Shut it down?
They shut it down. 2 18-wheelers crashed.
I'm just getting a news alert that 30 was partially closed after icy conditions. And Peyton Russell,
We had to get here to turn the Comrexes in, though. That was the big thing.
That's why I'm in.
the units that we were using to broadcast from home. I know they're not using mine for the Super Bowl. I mean,
They can't use yours. That's the one they sent me on the road with in Philly and everything.
why
this
did I
year.
get the crappy one?
I think it was just the first one they handed out. They were just handing out boxes.
Man, I would have been better off using my generator.
Was it Ross that gave it to you? Maybe he's trying to get you back for some tough times when he was
Oh yeah,
going in.
you called him out for stenographing telephone calls instead of putting them on the air.
That's right. Well, Peyton, your scouting report, basically proved true where you said the side roads were rough, and then when you get to the highway, it's pretty much okay. But what I hate is 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock rolling around. I feel nothing but stress and tension in my house because I got my mother-in-law, I got my wife telling me, there's no reason to go ahead and drive in. And then I'm like, no, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go in. Of course, you get the undercover pressure from the bosses, I feel. I won't speak for anybody else, but I feel like, okay, you guys, took the leeway of Tuesday off, but you better be back in on Wednesday. And then Peyton sends an update that he basically ends up in somebody else's yard driving home when it should have been better conditions than at 4 a.m.
Dude, I felt like I was in the scene of Tokyo Drift. You got in my neighborhood. It's all downhill when you enter the neighborhood to get to my house. When I've said the last couple of days, when I leave, I got to go uphill, and so I was going downhill. And you got to take a left at the street. If you go
That would
right,
have been Richardson if you were in Tokyo.
if you go right, there's a house there. If you go straight, there's a house there. So the car turned left. I was going to my house, and if the neighbor 4 or 5 houses down from me is listening right now, I apologize for the tire marks because I went up over the curb into their front lawn.
Wow.
And then
Into the lawn?
I was about halfway out, like
Yeah.
the 2 rear tires were out and the 2 front tires were in the lawn. I don't know how I got over the curb. I guess because it was just ice, so it was basically a ramp. Because my Camaro's not going off-road like that. It would have stopped and the bumper would have flown off, but I was surprised I got any traction. I thought I was going to have to walk of shame up to the front door and have to say, hey, I'm sorry, but I'm going to park here for the night.
You're a garage. You park in the garage. You park in the driveway.
Garage.
So I slipped this morning. It was slick. Did you
You
slip?
parked outside?
Yeah, we don't have room in the garage is storage.
Yeah, hoarders.
Yeah.
How long did it take you to do the automatic car start?
I started it up about 10 minutes
You
early.
weren't worried about the fine?
That's illegal. It's illegal.
I know.
Fine, the $500 fine?
I was worried, but
Did you have, was the windshield all iced over at first?
honestly, I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't go out there, but I had to have because the whole truck had a layer of frost on it, other than the main windshield.
Well, I had gotten over, Peyton's stunt devil attempt, and I was like, all right, I'm still going to go ahead. And then you got to undo all the equipment and pack it up, and then, okay, if it's bad, I can't get out of the driveway, I got to reconnect everything. And then I get settled down. Okay, I'm going to drive in. And then they cancel schools, which... We're at a breaking point in my house. Like, I'm going to have to go home and let my wife get out of the house with Ollie, like, somewhere for a good half hour, 45 minutes. Because when DISD first announced that they were reopening, I was like, ha, yes, we are good to go. And then they changed their minds, and the Bill Belichick deflate in my house after that happened. And then Bobby texted that Louisville had closed. That sucked. And then here comes old RJ Choppy with frozen fog.
Frozen fog,
Whatever that is.
Whatever that is, I never heard of it. I saw it on the news last night. It's freezing fog, and I'm like, what is that?
My father-in-law called me with this. He goes, are you watching the news? He's like, watch the frozen fog. I'm like, what? What do you mean?
What is that?
What are you talking about?
What is that going to do?
Well, fog is liquid, so as it's in the air and it starts to rest, it can create slick spots.
I never
Where was
heard-
that, Brunoff?
Yeah, Dan.
Where was that in your forecast?
Never heard of frozen fog. I still don't even understand what it is.
Yeah.
I just found out the fog is liquid.
I definitely could tell that Choppy was the one angling for.
Oh, yeah.
Let's stand
Every year.
strong. Let's stand strong. Let's stand together. Let's stay home tomorrow. Let's make a statement. Let's
not a
do
statement.
this.
It's not a statement.
Oh,
Sarah was
no,
mad.
but it was
Sarah's
like-
mad. Sarah's like your wife. There's no. So she's like, why are you going in? There's no reason to go in. Tell them you're not going in. And I'm like, I can't. Like, one for all.
Yeah.
If one person goes in, we all have to go in. Like,
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for one thing to happen to any of us so I can sue.
Oh yeah.
Well, not any of us.
Non-verbal pressure.
Not any of us. I'm waiting for Like, was somebody else on one of the other shows to have something really bad happen? So then we can be like, look, you could have done this stuff. So I don't necessarily want it to happen to me.
Because I think G-Bag, they were the first ones to cross the picket line.
They were all there yesterday.
Oh, they were all in?
Yep.
Sounded it.
You listened?
I was in the car for about 10 minutes.
Just to see if they were in studio.
I know he doesn't listen to Fan After Dark after reading the fan
I'm sorry, I don't listen to anything at 9:40 at night, okay?
What happened with that?
So we sent we made sure we booked for later today Shereen Williams to talk about why the Hall of Fame is stupid and then that they kept Bill Belichick out. And so you were like, hey, send it to the group text. So I did, because that's what we do. We're process followers. G-Bag is not. So I said, Shereen Williams.
I know you were going to tweet it, so I asked for you to text
I said, Shereen Williams at 8 o'clock. Well, you tweet the show, the lineup. And I said, Shereen
I know
Williams.
you're going to tweet anything, so I appreciate you texting.
I said, Shereen Williams, 8 a.m., Zach. And then Zach said, we got her at 4 because he's doing the bit. Mm-hmm. But then Fred came up and said, Haiku's 9:40. And he's just teasing their segment that they have coming up.
Oh, that was Fred?
Yeah, that was Fred who texted that. You don't have his number saved, clearly. Even though you've hosted a show with him, I don't know how y'all communicated. So he said, Haiku's 9:40. And I said, love haikus. And then Chop was like, haikus? Like the poems? It's like, yeah, it's a segment. Keep up, Chop. And then Blake and Fred seemed very offended that Chop was not a fatty.
And you were invited. They invited you to the cookout.
They did invite me to the cookout. Listen, I appreciate that, and the reason I was invited is because it's like one of those things where you ignore the girl as she gets more attracted to you.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've said this for years. If it happens after 7 p.m., it doesn't happen.
They invited him to cookout because they know if things get too rowdy, he will call the police and shut the party down. Is why.
I'm Italian. I don't call it.
You just narked on all the grapevine.
I slipped 3 or 4 times. I did feel, I did have the advantage in the Jeep with the tires. So hopefully it's better going home. But then the vicious cycle happens where it melts. 25 degrees. Melts 30 degrees with the refreeze.
I did drive the Explorer this morning because I wanted more contact to the road with the weight of the vehicle, and that is all-wheel drive. And so I was like, all right, we're going to take this. But I did get when I got the one slip over by Grapevine Mills, I was like, yeah, I don't feel totally comfortable with this now.
877-881-1053 is the way to let us know what we need to update in terms of the traffic, in terms of the closures, in terms of the weather, and let us know if you are finally out of the house going back to work today or if your bosses did not pressure you. 877-881-1053. More ice.
Completely to Harley. Shot. To score! They did it again! Thomas Harley from the point scores with 67 seconds to go, and Dallas takes the 4-3 lead.
You can tell it's a road game with the silence in St. Louis. ESPN with the call. Stars have now won 3 out of their last 4 with their second straight win over the Blues. On Friday night when these teams played at the AAC, Robo scored off a Stars face-off win for the game winner with 1 minute left. Fast forward to last night, Thomas Harley off a clean face-off win shoots the puck through traffic for the game winner with 1:07 to play.
Man, and that was, we were talking, in my Stars group chat, we were talking about Duchesne really needing to get going over the last couple of days, and he has. In his last 2 games, he's gotten going a little bit because he went on a stretch there where he only had 1 goal in about 3 weeks. And getting him going is huge for this team. F the Blues, man. Hate the Blues. They did my buddy wrong. So I'm down.
The trainer?
The trainer. They did him wrong. I'm down on the Blues.
Just all the other 6 teams that employed him?
Hey, he's now the lead trainer for USA Boxing, baby.
What?
He's going to Bangkok.
Wow.
We had to have
Where's
a talk.
he traveling?
We had to have a talk about that.
Oh.
What's going on? What about, Thailand and everything? We're having a talk there. But, yeah, he's going. He's USA Boxing now.
Matt Duchesne had 2 goals. He scored 3 goals in the last 2 games. Harley had a goal and an assist, so the win ends a 3-game away losing streak. Stars back in action tomorrow night in Vegas, then on Saturday night in Utah. Spits and suds for all your additional hockey.
68% deserve to win against the Bluesers. So they deserve to win this one. It's fortunate they got that goal at the end.
The story that took over the sports world and really has united everyone in a time of need. Did Bill Belichick deserve to be kept out of the Pro Football Hall of Fame? And what the heck? If we know about Belichick, Do we know about Witten and Woody as well? Next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy.
Protecting your home has never been this easy.
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3. The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
The breaking news that stunned the sports, not football, the sports world. Here on Sean and RJ, along with the 6 a.m. Club. Thanks for being at TOLO. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. As yesterday, the news trickled out from our buddy Don Van Natta, ESPN, that Bill Belichick was rejected from the Pro Football Hall of Fame in attempt number 1. Belichick asking his buddies, according to these quotes, 6 Super Bowls is not good enough? What happened? You have politic accusations. You have Barry Bonds cheating and disliked accusations. But the funniest and number one story of all.
Oh, I think I know where you're going with this, and if it's not, I'm interested to hear what it is.
It's Bill Polian.
Oh, okay, not what I thought.
What did you think? The girlfriend?
No. Just go on.
Bill Polian, and this is aside from how I would actually vote, but I think it is kind of funny that Bill got Belichicked because he is the pettiest, most vengeful individual there is. And here's Bill Polian, who was the architect in Indianapolis, supposedly recruiting the rest of the voters to punish Bill for a year for the multiple cheating accusations. And then, when called by reporters saying, I voted for him, this is categorically false. I'm offended by these accusations. But then another reporter got a hold of him, and Polian couldn't remember. I'm 80% sure I did vote for it. It was him and like another player. So Bill Polian sitting there and not remembering, I'm doing that in Stephen Jones quotes, whether he supported Belichick or not after the Don Van Natta piece said that he led the charge against.
Was Polian also not the GM in Buffalo during the Norwood miss?
Yeah.
He was.
That's another Super Bowl that Bill cost him. This is do not leave Tony Grossi and the Cleveland contingent out of this. They hate Bill from his time there. So I think we have 3. I think we got Polian, Grossi, and Mary Kay. Is she a Hall of Fame
Mary
voter?
Kay votes.
I'm putting them all on that list. It is odd that we look at cheating so differently in the sports.
Yes.
It's
incredible.
When I first saw that he didn't get in, I was like, are you kidding me?
Me too.
I was like, they're really.
I think our brain waves work the exact. Scary to say, but I think they worked the exact same last night through the ups and downs of
Yes, because my first thought was, oh my God, they chose Tom. That was my first thought. I was like, holy cow.
Or Robert.
I'm
not throwing away the possibility that
Bob poisoned it.
Maybe, like they were going in at the same time.
Right.
Who knows? Like Robert Kraft is tight with Goodell. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out as a possibility that Robert was like, I want to go in before him, or I don't want to go in at the same time.
So I was just like, oh my God, they chose Tom or whatever happened. And then it was like, oh yeah, Deflategate and Spygate.
Yeah.
Wow.
Same thing with me.
And it's like, in baseball, we don't even have proof that Barry Bonds did anything, but it's good enough. It's good enough for the voters. We don't, it's like Roger Clemens. No, Debbie Clemens got those packages. Peyton Manning went to Germany to get stem cell. We don't care about that. We care
Antonio
about
Gates. We didn't care.
We didn't care. We didn't care about Antonio Gates. But when a guy has 8 Super Bowl rings, which mind you, Bill Belichick has more Super Bowl rings than Pro Bowler Shedeur Sanders had touchdown passes this year, and he's not in.
Did Ira ever text you back?
Ira did not.
Ira never texted you back. I think that might be a candidate. Remember, he covers Tampa Bay. Tom Brady would have soiled the waters potentially for Ira Kaufman.
Bucks beat writer who was also a Hall of Fame voter. Instead, we'll have Shereen Williams on at 8.
Yeah, I'm looking at the list of voters, and we're trying to find Gary Myers, of course, is one of the voters. Is there any bitterness?
We could have had John McClain. John said he voted for Bill. Shereen voted for Bill.
Calvin Watkins is a voter apparently. We got to find out what Calvin's vote was. Rich Cimini from ESPN, he's a Jets. Is he still bitter about the Jets job? Who knows?
You should go and follow Marcus Mosher because he kind of put together a chart.
Marcus Mosher is a jackass who lies and makes things out, and he's just a gross person who has zero character that I would never follow or listen to, and I hope that he fades into the obscurity that he as a human being represents.
He started charting the voters of who could or could not be responsible. We know Peter King is outraged. He was dropping F-bombs all over the place.
Oh, there's so many potential. Dungy,
how many are there?
50. Dungy's still upset about losing so many games to Bill during the playoff run. James Lofton was on those Bills teams that Scott Norwood kicked. Maybe him too.
Bobby, is it totally ridiculous? You can understand a little bit, or you can agree with a 1-year punishment.
No, it's well. First off, 1-year punishment isn't even like. I hate the whole first ballot thing of just like, well, there's levels to this, so we're not gonna put you in now, Michael Irvin. We're not gonna put you in now, Terrell Owens. We're not gonna put you in now, Bill Belichick. I hate that, but. No, if it's a punishment, that's silly. You're just very publicly showing how petty you are. But that would be, if it's that, fine, he'll eventually get in. But this just feels like they're angry at him. It feels like there's a contingent that still is upset with him and doesn't like him and is just being petty. And I don't like him. I don't like Bill Belichick. And I think that there's ample evidence that he probably stretched the rules generously. But no, you got to put him in. He has a case of being like the Michael Jordan of coaches. Yeah, you can't just not put him in.
So I think I kind of ended up where Choppy did when I factored in the cheating that we conveniently forget about all the time in football. I can understand. I can understand saying, no, there has to be some type of punishment for that. Now, if this is about likability, and if this is about Bill being a jackass and a jerk to everyone, that's so wrong and so messed up. You should completely take that out of it. Same thing for Barry Bonds.
Yep.
If that's because Barry was a meanie to you know, with your little notepad while he was in his lazy boy chair in the Giants clubhouse, get over yourself. If it's about Spygate and Deflategate and Spygate 2, when everybody except for the massholes were outraged, then I'm okay with it. I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with it too. Like how long?
A year.
Is it just a year? So then it's like you don't really care. You know, it's like, to me, it's like if you're going to put him in, I don't mind the waiting. I don't mind the waiting. But like if you're putting him in for cheating, really clamp down on cheating. Make him wait a long time. You know, like otherwise it's just like, we kind of care, but we don't care.
We also have the revisionist history is so, look, baseball seam heads, a lot of times old and crotchety. I do at least appreciate that they don't forget. These football fans.
Oh, they're bottom line. So bottom line.
My gosh, I'm sitting here arguing with my friends right now as we start the show, and I'm like, you have no memory. Like, everyone may as well just cheat in football. That's the message that I'm getting today. You may as well just cheat because we're going to forget and really not care about it. Like, definitely use steroids. And Bill Belichick and Mike Florio and Dave Portnoy, they would all sit here and try to cross-examine and say, all right, tell me what he did wrong.
What he gained out of it.
Let's go through Spygate 1, Spygate 2, and Deflategate. Spygate 1 was coming from... What?
We totally forget about Spygate 1.
Yeah.
Which is the Rams game, the first Super Bowl.
No, I think it's actually the Jets with Mangini.
Well, see, that to me is these...
Spygate 2 is the Rams. And then Deflategate. I had to go and recheck everything yesterday. I'm pretty sure I have the order
Because
correct.
I think, wouldn't the Rams game been the 2001 Super Bowl? Where he got, like, the practice footage or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Now, he was never... technically found. They brought in the video coordinator and said, you have 8 videotapes. I had to brush up on this yesterday. And they never technically got him for filming the Rams practice. But Mangini blew a lot of this up. That's why Bill hates his guts for spying on the Jets sidelines. If you think, Bobby, do you think that Jim Harbaugh cheated for that Michigan title?
No. Not enough to matter.
Wow.
Maybe not for the title year, but the year before for sure.
With Connor Stallions is what I'm saying.
Yes. At some point, they cheated in that time frame.
I think they all do it. I think on that front, so to me, it's a little bit like the steroids in baseball, where it's like it's kind of leveled a little bit. They're cheating, but they all are.
And
also a stupid rule.
And you can have that take, or you can have my take of, I care like who gets caught. You got caught doing it, so I have to punish you. We're all speeding out there, but when you get pulled over, you're not like, that car passed me.
Well, no one should be speeding right now. It's very dangerous, slick roads.
You know. Like the other side of this is that and this I would totally side with the voters on. If it wasn't for him being a jerk, and if it wasn't for him cheating, it was for him losing to Eli Manning twice and having them have to have a conversation that Eli's in the Hall of Fame.
Gosh, that really is the worst, because if he just handles business and beats him, nobody's even talking about Eli.
Nobody.
That's wild that we allow 2 effing games to determine that Eli might be in.
People are outraged, though. Pat Mahomes, insane. Don't even understand how this could be possible. J.J. Watt, I cannot be reading this right. I think Aikman tweeted, it's a really sad day for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. LeBron couldn't understand, and nobody was more incensed and going nuts than Jimmy Johnson, who is Bill's fishing buddy, calling out the voters, saying, show your faces, show yourselves, you bunch of cowards.
See, and these are all players and coaches, and they don't, it's just the culture of football. They don't care about the cheating. It is a zero-sum bottom line game, and it's wild.
Jimmy is still tweeting. He tweeted 7 minutes ago, and he tweeted 1 minute ago. He's going off.
Somebody tweet an AI video at him. Be like, Bill actually got in, Jimmy. And they'll be like, oh, okay.
So, look, from an entertainment standpoint, I think it's kind of funny that he got screwed over by Bill Polian, because Bill does whatever he can to go out of his way to screw people. And I would think there's a 5% chance that Bill pulls a TO and doesn't show up when he gets it.
Yeah.
I think it might be higher than 5%.
He's going to have Jordan do a balloon display at their home, and he can they can observe it there. But yeah, no, he's so petty. The fact that he won't let Patriots scouts in at North Carolina, goes, well, I'm not welcome there, so they're not welcome here. I absolutely could see him going, well, I wasn't welcome before, so I don't want to go now. Nobody's allowed at my party.
And he shouldn't go. I mean, he'll be in the middle of training camp.
People are now calling for the votes to be made public. The great John McClain in Houston said, whoever voted against him is making the rest of us look bad. I'd be fine with having my vote public.
We got to ask Shireen on this. Are they still Zoom?
I don't know.
Are they in a room now?
I don't know. So,
I think they're in a room.
Did Shireen know? This, to me, is getting ruined, like draft picks being tipped.
Yeah.
I wanted to be in fantasy land and wait for the big guy to knock on the door. I wanted to wait for that moment. Well, at the Super Bowl last year, I found out that Darren Woodson did not get in, and he sat down with us. Like 2 years ago when we had Woody on, or 3 years ago, whatever it was, I was under the impression Woody was sitting down with us, and he's doing the pitch, and I hope, and the anticipation, he already knew. So I was waiting for at least like the night before NFL Honors, or however they do it with the unveiling and walk everyone on stage. Well, now it's sitting here, January 27th, yesterday, and they know at that point. So that's starting to suck for me.
The phony knock, the performative knock on the door, and then I'm so happy you knocked on my door. I didn't know this was coming.
Yeah.
Which it always was kind of odd to think there was somebody just sitting in their hotel room going like, are they not knocking? Am I free to go home now?
Yeah. So this is like 99-1 people outraged.
What do you think it was? Do you think it was 11 people didn't vote for him, or do you think it was more like 25 and people know they're not going to get called out and they're like, well, I don't know.
How many no's do they need?
They need 10. They need 11 no's.
They need 11
So you need 40 of the 50 to vote yes.
Hey, my guess is
that for all the players too?
I don't know. I know specifically on this one it was.
My guess is he wasn't liked, and they used the Spygate and the Deflategate as their excuse to factor in their personal feelings towards him. That's my guess.
He is going to have, though, this is for a 73-year-old man, he is going to have some real big-time pity-loving. Oh, baby.
Oh, you mean from Jordan?
Oh yeah, there's no when you're in a long-term relationship, the pity booty, that is the best. I think that's next to hate.
That's in a loving relationship, maybe. I think in hers, she's like, I was kind of hanging around waiting for your Hall of Fame credentials. If you're not going to get those, I'm going to go jump on Charlie Weiss or Romeo Crennel.
So everyone is feeling bad for Belichick. Everyone had to feel great for Mike McCarthy yesterday. Right? Right, Bobby? That's next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But you had to feel great if you stopped by.
Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Tried to have Bobby Belt live stream his reaction to the Mike McCarthy press conference yesterday, but as usual, Bobby ignoring me.
I was asleep for 4 hours.
Dang.
I'm tired.
From what? You've been sitting at home.
Exactly. This can't work. I don't understand. I know Chop wants to be work from home all the time. The being able to get up during the break and then just walk around the house and have little mini checkouts every 15 minutes of like, oh, I'm at home, like and then having to go back to like, oh crap, because I get up and I walk around like during every break. Then having to go back and be like, oh yeah, I'm not at home, I need to be back on the air. Then it causes too much back and forth, and I was not sleeping well. Kept thinking I was going to oversleep over the last couple days. So
this is why people needed to get out during COVID. Like,
oh yeah,
you need some type. I told my in-laws, I said, Friday or Saturday you have to be here. I told my wife, I'll go solo, but I need to get up out of here because I'm reaching a breaking point, and it's probably less tiring even getting up earlier to drive here because your senses are activated.
You're moving around. Yeah, you're activating those brain waves. It's like the left-handed toothbrush, man. It's activating those brain waves. But yeah, I was like, I get cabin fever very, very easy. So I walks, just getting out, doing anything I can to get out of the house.
Yeah, hey, Pay, you've been walking the dog every single night, right? We were relying on you for the weather check.
No walking the dog. They have the doggy door. They go out back. No walking the dog.
What were the videos from the street you were texting last night, or pictures?
Oh, that was just me because I can't pull up in the driveway. I tried to pull up. I got down Sunday night when I parked out front. I can't make it up. I get like 2 tires up there, and then I slide back down. So I've been having to park out front, and so that was I think I was getting dinner or something. So I was sending what my street looked like because no one drives on my street. It's just been me. It's all slush there right now.
I wish people would take their dogs for walks in our new apartment building. As yesterday we're walking around and moving between apartment complexes, and when I get on the elevator for the new complex, there is a bunch of dog crap on the elevator floor.
Ew.
Where someone clearly their dog couldn't hold it anymore going downstairs, and then they just left it. We're like, nope, not picking that up, so we had to call the complex to come clean it up.
Did we all hold hands and feel good over Mike McCarthy's opening press conference as the new head coach of the Steelers?
All right, here we go. Thank you, Art. I think I thought at least be able to get started. Oftentimes coaches and players, you put on new team colors, and it takes a minute to feel comfortable in those new colors. But to be blessed beyond any measure, one day to put on the colors you wore since you brought home. I apologize. Brett, I told you not to sit my family down here in front. This is so unfair. I understand and embrace the responsibility, the privilege, and the weight that comes with this stewardship. This city, this franchise, this fan base means the world to me. Because Pittsburgh's my world, and it's just awesome to be back here.
Pretty dramatic there, Mike. You rehearsed that one in the mirror?
So nice.
All right, here we go.
There we go. Had to leave that in there. He tried to be happy, get away from the emotions.
Yeah.
At the very beginning.
What a feel-good moment.
It is. Just know you'll be able to breathe in factory smoke on your drive to work every morning again. What a dork.
He dropped the Mercy Hospital.
Yeah, I mean, you drop in the lines, and then he talks at the end.
I think he said I wanted the parade to start. He gave the address. I'm assuming that's his dad's bar.
No, it's his old house, which I was told I think it's abandoned now. Like nobody lives. It's 1137 Greenfield Avenue. It's where he grew up.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is I don't think you could not feel happy for him.
Well,
in that moment. Now Bobby's different.
Yeah.
Bobby doesn't really count.
He's dead.
No. It's nice that he gets to go back and have his boyhood dream, and it's sweet until he goes 8 and 9, and they're not a very good football team.
Is this the greatest coaching resume of teams that anyone's ever had?
Probably.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're arguably
You got
the three
Bulls,
most.
Lakers for Phil.
And Knicks, right? He was.
And Knicks.
Yeah, but the Knicks suck.
Yeah, but they were the Knicks.
Let's see.
Who else?
Torrey was Dodgers, Yankees.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
But he also was like Mets and Braves.
No one ever coached Lakers, Celtics.
I don't think so, no.
That probably top.
Riley was Knicks, Lakers.
Yeah, but Heat doesn't count.
He doesn't count
in that category.
Yeah, this might be it.
Right?
It's a tough one. I'm trying to think of hockey. Anybody coach the Red Wings and the Canadians?
Where's Rima? Has Rima been here the past 2 days after calling us all weather soft?
Oh, he's been up here, but he's off and going. He took a flight this morning, I think, or taking a flight. He's going somewhere again.
Hey, that's showing.
Oh,
that's backing up his mouth right there.
Scotty
He's like,
Bowman.
Not only am I going to skate around here, I'm going to fly out. I'm going to fly out in this weather, being from Detroit. Scotty Bowman, coach.
He coached a lot of other teams, but he had Montreal and Detroit.
McCarthy said he will call the offensive plays, and he would love Aaron Rodgers to come back. And again, what did I tell you? I thought his selling point was Will Howard.
Yeah.
And he brought up Will Howard again, the late round pick from Ohio State. The Rodgers thing, I quoted him with the single quotes. Because Bob, I'm not taking that as like 100% truth. I think that was the nice PR answer, and he said he has spoken with Aaron, and he's basically like, why would you not want him back? I think he had to pay his public respect. I didn't think that Mike should have stuck around here, that he would ever get them to the Super Bowl. So I had that doubt there. But Mike McCarthy is not football dumb enough to think that he should have Aaron Rodgers as his quarterback. That'd be football suicide.
Although, I mean, I don't know. Don't rule out anything with Mike in terms of being football dumb enough. But he would. I would say that. Yeah, I thought that was more just a public, polite signaling that. Yeah, of course, would love him. Me and Aaron have a great relationship. Yeah. That whole thing. The reality is he's prepping for Will Howard. That's what he's prepping for. By the way,
or an acquisition.
It gets hard to top Dan Devine too. Dan Devine coached Notre Dame and he coached Green Bay. So you're coaching the Packers and the Fighting Irish back to back. That's pretty strong.
Yeah. So like, do you have a USC?
I mean, nothing tops. That's really hard to top though. Three franchises, like the three franchises in a row you coach are the Packers, the Cowboys, and the Steelers. That's the history of the NFL in a large part.
The Buffalo Bills elevate Joe Brady to head coach, and Choppy, you had sent us the day before that Josh Allen needed to demand a trade. Do you still think he does?
Well, I mean, kinda. It's still a mess.
Bobby would say that Josh caused it.
He might have.
It's his Dwight Powell moment. This is Luka keeping Dwight Powell on the roster.
You know, like,
give me Joe Brady. Keep me Brandon Beane. Like, he wants all the trash comfortability around him.
Maybe this is a good, like, Joe Brady was one of those, he was a hot commodity a couple years ago, for some reason ever got a job. You know, it's like he had that great run at LSU, then he goes to Carolina and just derails his career. But, you know, when I wrote that was after Phillip Rivers took his name out. A high school football coach said no. That is a dumpster fire of an organization that is being kept afloat by Josh Allen. Like, I would run from that. But if you're Joe Brady, it's like, all right, how many first-time head coaches get to coach a prime time, an in their prime quarterback that's elite? Not very many. Most first-time head coaches are getting 3-13 or 3-14 NFL jobs. You know, most first-time head coaches are not walking into a great situation. Minter is, right, at Baltimore.
You assume, yeah.
You assume. Brady is. But, you know, when Jimmy Johnson became a first-time head coach here, he was not walking into a great situation at all.
Man, this is, you better be right, Brandon Beane and Josh Allen, that the problem was your head coach. Because that's what you're signaling here, is you're signaling that we're doing everything right. We just had a bad coach. And the solution to this is somebody who was already in-house. That's an extreme gamble to me. And if you go up and start blowing things up and make all these aggressive acquisitions, well, then that also shows that you lied to Terry Pagula and said, really, the issue is just the head coach. Everything else is fine here. We don't need anything else.
That's why I think Choppy is a great future segment of redos. It goes back to a Florio was texted by a current NFL head coach that we've never had a dumber group of owners in the NFL. And I was asking, do all these teams have a plan? Do all these teams know the next guy? Or is it no, we just know we need to cut bait with no backup? So I think we have evidence number one of that right now in Buffalo.
By the way, the fan text points out that his last job, McCarthy, talking about his run, his last job before he got the head coaching gigs was he was the offensive coordinator in San Francisco. So he went 49ers, Packers, Cowboys, Steelers as his jobs in a row.
And he met the Steelers general manager in New Orleans as they were working together. All right, we have Jim Leonard. Remember him? Mm-hmm. Felt like the number one seed that everybody wanted as Cowboys defensive coordinator here in DFW. Well, Jim Leonard is expected to be a leading candidate to become the next defensive coordinator in Buffalo for Joe Brady. And speaking of Denver, Sean Payton fired the OC. Yesterday, people were freaking out over that. Also, while saying Bo Nix had an ankle injury that was destined for a fracture. It was a matter of when, not if.
Did you see the rumor that he did it in the locker room in the celebration? I saw that rumor and I was like, it doesn't make any sense because you could see him like walking.
Saw him hurt before.
Yeah, he was on the field, literally having one leg up, doing the interview with Tracy Wolfson.
Yeah, Tracy Wolfson had mentioned she said something like on the second to last play he hurt his ankle. Yeah. Like she said that before anything had come out.
And Sean said, who came up with that? So I know to blacklist
Marcus Mosher.
I didn't.
Sean bumped him on the sideline and Bo was like, whoa, chill. So Jim Leonard possibly in Buffalo. And then the Jets reached out to Gruden after their cleaning house after year one under Aaron Glenn to be a member of the offensive staff. Gruden was not interested. I think Dave Portnoy kind of tweeted that it was an insulting type of opportunity. It's not like it was going to be the offensive coordinator or anything. And Gruden said no as they fired their OC yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that Gruden there felt like there was a building like case for Gruden should get another shot. Like last year, it felt like there was kind of like that sentiment starting to build there, and that's cool. Like nobody has given him any sort of an opportunity yet to even be a coordinator. So yeah, I wonder if that is not even coordinator. Just been, well, you want to come on here and be a consultant? You want to help me out and just throw your name on something?
Cover your ears if you love the association, because RJ Choppy is picking off some all-time greats. That's next, and then a pretty interesting Tony Romo interview in the commercial-free Expressway at 7:20, all on the way with the 6 a.m. Club here on Sean and RJ, back in studio on The Fan. But Frankel and Frankel, their phones have been absolutely blowing up because of all the incidents.
Broadcasting Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a TOLO. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We'll update you a little bit here on the Super Bowl because that is happening in San Francisco. The Seahawks, just as a reminder, entered the current season with plus 6,000 odds to win it. The Patriots were even bigger long shots while sitting at 80-1. And RJ, you've been talking about this quarterback class, and you keep saying, is this the greatest high school quarterback class ever? You've been kind of going back through time, and Sam Darnold ends up being the first of the 2018 5 first-rounders to reach the big game.
That quarterback class that you go back to, I'm going to have to go pull this thing up, but you had unbelievable quarterbacks. You had Joe Burrow.
The 2018 class had Josh Allen, Lamar, Baker.
Pretty good.
And they also had Josh Rosen.
Yeah. And they had a lot of guys in that thing. And, Darnold, now Burrow obviously made a Super Bowl, but here's Darnold going to it. What a class this was. And now you're looking at one of the better high school recruiting classes that we've seen. Lamar, all these guys in this that have all made the league. You've got like 7 guys in this class that made the NFL. Just out of that high school recruiting class at the quarterback position.
And I was wondering, though, when you were going on and on about it, I was like, we don't have other classes like this that have like produced similar numbers. Is this some crazy high amount compared to, high school senior years of studs that go out to major college programs?
It's that became basically either MVPs or Super Bowl chip to have that many. To have 5 guys in that have either won an MVP or made a Super Bowl at one position, at the quarterback position, that seems like a pretty high number to me.
Bobby, Will McClay was speaking at the Senior Bowl. Nick Harris and others, Tommy Yarish, and I think Kyle Yeoman's been doing great work from DallasCowboys.com. And Will was talking about their new DC.
Yeah, he couldn't say enough glowing things about him. This was, first off, Will talking about what they discovered about Christian Parker during the process.
Number one, everybody you talk to, nobody said anything negative about him. That was number one. Then when we got the chance to meet and talk to him, it's wise beyond his years, number one. But the way that he puts things together, the way he talks about the defense, his awareness to the front and the back end, we're excited to work with him because and the staff that he's going to put together, because I think there's some exciting things that we can do, and he's going to put us up front on the defensive side.
Which that's something that we had heard from Pettin and some of these others that you hear them talk about him, is like the way that he sees everything and the way that he understands it all plays together and the way that it all connects is really impressive. And Will was asked about, hey, so what are your thoughts, your first impressions of Parker and sort of the offseason outlook here with Christian Parker?
Yeah, we've had general conversations to begin with, but he wants good players and he wants smart players, which every coach does. We'll get down to the nitty gritty once they get the rest of the staff together. But we talked about our roster. He has a vision for the guys that we have, so it's off to a good start right now. I just having the opportunity to improve your team with 2 first-round picks, I think is going to be huge. We'll look at the talent here and depending upon where it goes, but having the opportunity and the flexibility with that is good as we try and rebuild the team and add stuff to it.
The defensive class is obviously pretty strong this year. What do you have to say about the defensive class overall?
Again, we're just getting into it and knowing them. I think there is some strength in this draft. Is it top level, mid level? We'll still decide that, but there is some talent, and there's guys that we want to add to the team. And with the first couple of first round picks, you don't ever want to say it's got to be a defensive guy. We're going to make our board for the best player available, but there'll be some options there, I'm sure.
That's nice to have that sentiment, and I know they genuinely do have the sentiment of best player available, but it's also got to fit somewhat. If the best player available is a quarterback, they're not taking a quarterback. If the best player available is a receiver, I don't think they're taking a receiver. They need to get better on defense fast.
This clip blew up from the Gag Nation. Brian brought us, of course, the only man except for Peyton Russell, the two manliest men in DFW, daring to drive the Metroplex roads every single day during Dalaska. He spoke with his gang of 7, and here's what they had to say about Christian Parker.
He says Coach Parker is very smart. He's a very high football IQ. He grinds on film. Outstanding teacher, strong on fundamentals first, then techniques, everyday improvements is what he strives for. He builds relationship with players and gains trust for him for the buy-in. Firm but fair, big on holding a player accountable. We talked about that, Dawson. Mm-hmm. Keep it simple so you play fast.
There we go.
Goal is to find the key that unlocks what motivates a player to get him to be the player, a productive player, reach full potential. Not all players are the same. And the big thing he says his mentor is Vic Fangio. So that's what he described Coach Parker as, that type of a coach.
Sounds like what you want.
Another guy just texted me, and we kind of similar to what we all just talked about, but here's something different. He says he finds out what a player does best and works the scheme around the player's strengths. That was something this other guy said.
So there you go. Brian brought us in his gang of 7 on the Cowboys' new DC.
It's all very positive, and that's what you want. That's what they started out the process looking for. And Will talked about it a little bit yesterday. Again, you can say, oh, this is all just, this is propaganda or whatever else, but Will kept underlining, Shoddy did a really great job during this process. Shoddy did really good to kind of, get this together and had a clear vision of what he wanted. Shoddy. Will was talking yesterday as if this was Brian Schottenheimer the whole way. And that's something that there's enough.
That's obvious.
It should be. But there's still enough chatter out there. People just go like, well, I mean, ultimately he's a puppet, or ultimately this is what it is. They are giving them the freedom to, all right, figure it out. If this doesn't go well, you're sinking on your own because these are your decisions.
Mike McCarthy and the Steelers plan to interview Cowboys tight ends coach Lunda Wells for their offensive coordinator opening. Wells worked under McCarthy for 5 years here, and as I was watching Big Mike's presser yesterday, I was wondering to myself, who is he going to assemble for this staff? Have you seen or heard any names?
I mean, obviously, just the Lunda Wells one. He typically is going to try. I would imagine what he'll try to do is he'll talk to, I would guess, Scott Tolzien. That's a guy that he was really close with. You've got Jim Haslett's son, Chase, who's been the tight ends coach in New Orleans. He's somebody who I'd imagine get a look. He's pretty consistent with grabbing people that he's worked with from the last year or two or the last stop. So I would imagine Tolzien would get a look. Scott McCurley, maybe.
Who was the Steelers DC?
It's gosh, who the hell is it? But you look at Scott McCurley as a guy that he has taken with him everywhere he goes as a linebackers coach, and I don't know if McCurley was anywhere in the NFL last year.
Terrell Austin.
So, Terrell Austin, of course. You've got. I would think he would call Philbin potentially and call Rob Davis and some of the guys that kind of got pushed out on his Dallas staff before he wanted to walk away from them.
Stephen Jones did tell the media they have already opened discussions with George Pickett. No.
Oh, baby.
Javonte. Javonte Williams about an extension, and Nick Sorensen will be retained despite a rough year on special teams.
Okay, let's make sure that's not just a friend, like Shoddy. Let's make sure we're holding people accountable, because that very easily could be argued as you're just keeping a friend on staff. I don't know. We'll see if it improves. He sounded like there were things he wanted to do, but the special teams was not good enough last year. And so, I mean, you can hold them to account just as easy, and it's like, okay, you weren't friends with Matt Eberflus and you are with Nick Sorensen because you've been at other stops with him. That bears watching to make sure that that's not just a favor being done to somebody that he's worked with in the past.
Cover your NBA ears, because RJ Choppy is on one. Actually, two.
First off, this goes directed at Allen Iverson. Now, Andrew Bogut posted on social media, a current/former NBA player did a tour of Australia and treated people poorly and didn't fulfill appointments and obligations. In other news, the sky is blue. Then he retweeted a Reddit discussion about this guy's account of Allen Iverson at a children's hospital for kids who are very, very sick. And Bogut says, absolute S-human, no excuses for this. If anyone knows the family, please reach out. And
one of the parents basically said AI was miserable. His people set this up, but he did not want to really do it. He did not come out and do all the things that were promised to all these poor children. He eventually took a photo with hands in his pockets. I still haven't seen any of these photos, but basically the kids all left really disappointed, according to this one parent.
Right, and saying like Iverson, they chalked it up to he was having a bad day. That's what some of the things.
Security guard said that.
But like that's sad. Like
I believe it.
What?
I believe it. I've heard enough stories about. I think Allen is one of these guys that gets the benefit, and I don't know, like. I've heard stories about Michael Jordan behind the scenes, and no one's ever really going to make that stick to him because he's MJ, and Allen Iverson was the face of New School taking over. I've seen plenty of documentaries where AI, he's really real. Yeah. And he seems positive, and he's doing this Reebok thing with Shaq, but I've also heard others. So I could see Allen Iverson being like, no, the cameras aren't on. I'm not going to do this.
And look, I mean, Allen Iverson is he is an all-time great. Also, he is the answer to the question, who ruined the NBA? Who's the most overrated player of all time?
Whoa!
He's the answer to a lot of questions.
Overrated.
And also, who is the biggest heartless jerk in NBA history, apparently, after this story.
Why is Allen Iverson overrated?
Because he wasn't a good basketball player. Like, he just wasn't good. He was a chucker. He was the guy that you hated to see on your team at the pickup game. His 4 scoring titles were 4 of the 10 least efficient scoring titles in NBA history. He was below average in the true shooting percentage on all 4 of them. All 4. He had the least efficient. He had the 4th least efficient. He took 3,300 three-pointers in his career. He shot 31%. You should have been never taking a three-pointer again, ever. Was it bad spacing? No, it wasn't bad spacing. I mean, yes, it was. But Steph Curry and Dame Lillard and all these guys, LeBron, they're all in the bottom 25% of spacing in their careers, and they seem to do okay.
Oh, man.
But here's little man Allen Iverson that everybody found was cool because he did a nice little press conference where we all hate practice, and he talked about practice, but he ruined the NBA because he brought hero ball to the NBA, and that ended the 90s basketball, which was great and terrible at the same time, and it brought this brand of basketball in, which is awful. I don't know. So, yeah, Allen Iverson, overrated.
I hate that I have to agree with Chop on an NBA take. AI is overrated. Now, he's a great player, and he was one of the most skilled players of all time. He was not. Like, I mean, in an era where today it's not unusual sometimes to see players who shoot 41% because they chuck up a bunch of threes and stuff like that. From his 26 to 29 season, he was averaging 30 points a game while shooting a flat 40%. A 40% shooter in 2002 was bad.
Put them in order: Iverson, Melo, Westbrook.
Westbrook.
No. I think Westbrook's the best of the 3.
Westbrook, AI, Melo. Probably. 6 assists.
I'll go
to
Iverson, Westbrook, Melo.
From that 02 to 05 stretch.
He played with bums.
6 assists to 4.5 turnovers.
He played with bums. This man was fearless, driving to the hole. I can't let this continue. But you want to attack another point guard?
Who am I attacking?
Are we calling AI a point guard?
I teased it.
I don't know, but you didn't say what it was.
Derrick Rose.
Oh, God. I forgot about him.
The man has no knees, and now you're going after him.
They retired Derrick Rose's number. I really can't think of a worse organization than the Chicago Bulls. And we're going to start retiring jerseys numbers of guys whose careers are derailed by injuries. We're retiring everybody. But nobody likes the truth, but the truth is he had 3 good years. And one of them was great.
Won the MVP.
Yep. And we're retired. It's like the Raiders retiring Bo Jackson's number and putting him in the ring.
How many MVP winners aren't retired by their organization though?
I don't know. It's a good question. But I mean, you had 3 years. Well, what are we doing? We had 3 good years, and then you're going to retire the number.
Did he win Rookie of the Year too?
Yeah, Rookie of the Year and MVP. He won MVP his third
his career
season.
died because of injuries. Like, cool. Like you were awesome for 3 years. Does it not matter? The longevity that you played 3 years at.
He was 7 years in Chicago.
Right, but
his lowest scoring total was 16 points a game.
16's terrible.
I think you just sit back and you let the years go by because I've never heard this Iverson thing in 15 years. And
Iverson was considered a bit of a chucker, even during his main career.
And he's taught his son to play like him. no D.
Yeah, that's true.
And chuck it up. You're making Julian Choppy copy the style that you want to crap on.
No. Well, yes, but no.
877-881-1053 in order to let RJ Choppy, forget the text line, at RJ Choppy for his basketball takes. All right, what does Tony Romo think of these Dallas Cowboys? The criticism over his broadcasting and just loving ball. Just like Bobby Belt. Commercial free in the expressway. We'll chop it up as well. Hump Day edition right here on The Fan.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics. We're going to get you healthy. We're going to keep you healthy, boys and girls. You've been dealing with joint pain, knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles, wherever
Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are commercial free, and Choppy and Bobby are getting nominated for Worst Take Friday at 9 a.m.
Yep, we're already getting the fan text saying, "Oh, you guys are nominated for Worst Take for this awful take on AI," which the reality is he was a 40% shooter. Look, if you guys want Josh Green as your hero from early 2000s basketball, go right ahead.
And listen, I'll die on the hill that a 3-time All-Star shouldn't have his number retired.
And Josh Green plays better defense. I shouldn't slight Josh Green like that.
Man. No adjustment for being 5'10", and that could be generous.
No, like I said, he has probably more talent per square inch in his NBA body than anybody else in the history of the league because he was ridiculous with the basketball. But he did have some awful shot selection at times.
Yeah. And he played with bombs. He was like the John Elway.
And do not talk about Matt Geiger that way.
Of the NBA. 877-881-1053. Commercial free. We'll chop it up at 7:40, and then I cannot wait for Shireen Williams at 8 o'clock, Pro Football Talk, and Pro Football Hall of Fame voter to explain how Bill Belichick was kept out of the Hall yesterday in round number 1 for him. People more worked up over Belichick or AI and Derrick Rose takes this morning?
Derrick Rose takes did not get a whole bunch of worked up.
Okay.
People generally were okay with that. Somebody else said on there, who was it? They said that we should, you might as well go put Greg Oden as a retired number as well. No, definitely worked up about AI, definitely worked up about Belichick, those two.
Okay. Tony Romo hopped on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. And Bobby, since you love Romo the most, what a day as Tony Romo and Mike McCarthy in the headlines for old Bobby. Do you want to hear, we'll do the Wheel of Tony, how he thinks the Micah trade will work out for the Cowboys and how quick they can get back to contention, on dealing with broadcast criticism, or just flat out loving ball?
Oh, my gosh. I love a good ball discussion. But since he is a prognosticator, and since he does see the future, apparently, let's see what he has for the Cowboys in store post-Micah.
Listen to this answer. Tell me who it sounds like almost word for word, and remember who one of Tony's children is named after.
I can see how this is going to be a win-win for Green Bay and Dallas. I mean, if you weren't good enough to win the Super Bowl last year and you're about to sign Micah, then all of a sudden now you're telling me, okay, I'm going to pay 3 guys in the top 2 or 3 in the league at their position. Dak, CD, you got Micah, and then all of a sudden you got another receiver coming in now that you're going to have to pay. It's like, really be able to build this roster out fully. It's like, you know, they have lost, given up a lot of running yards in the playoffs in years past. I mean, sometimes that's a little too short to think of just that for a reason to trade. But I could see getting 4 or 5 guys, and that could actually equal, you know, something there with Mike. I mean, you've got now 2 big guys in the middle. It's a lot improvement. They've got another first rounder coming this year. They've got another one. I mean, I just feel like they could end up getting 3 or 4 guys if you get the right coach in there, and I think they've got a good one this year. I think he's got a pretty good system, and they really like him. But this team can turn around in a hurry. I mean, this is not a long one. This can be real fast. I mean, now you got Harbaugh in the division too, so it's going to be tougher. But I see Dallas 1 or 2 players away with a scheme on defense of making a run in the playoffs.
Who did that sound like when talking about the Micah deal?
Sound like somebody who named their son after the last name of the owner.
See, yeah, you said name their kid after him, and I was like, well, Rivers is one of his kids. Does this sound like Rivers Cuomo and a Weezer song? But it doesn't. But it does sound very much like Jerry Jones. Exactly like him. Boy, if I can get 5 players, we can get that. You got to get it.
And only talk about the Micah deal from here on out in terms of that.
Yeah.
All right, only talk about the return like Herschel Walker brought. Stop talking about all the other stuff, as Jerry instructed us to do in the Cowboys end-of-season press conference.
Yeah, this is 1 to 2 players away. Feels generous. It feels a little generous because we were talking when we looked at it.
You're the one wanting to draft win now window players yesterday.
No doubt. But that's
take
2.
That's
you know
2.
How
embarrassing.
I want to draft 2 and sign 5. I want 7 win now players.
It was so embarrassing for me when the fan account, and they did a good job of it. I'm not knocking them, for them to put out, do the Cowboys have to draft for their Super Bowl window right now, and I couldn't hit retweet. Now Bobby never hits retweet on the show podcast.
That's not true. I retweeted all 5 of them this morning,
so he didn't have to worry about it. But I had to rewrite. Like I'm not signing. I can't tweet out a Cowboys Super Bowl window topic.
Hold on. I need to know how far from this you think they are. How far away they are. So if you get. How good does like we talked about last season, how good does their defense have to be with that offense to be a contender to you?
Well,
top 15?
Yeah, you can be. I think you can be top 15, but then I'm going to need Dak to be healthy again.
Yeah, now that's right? Just an unknown.
Yeah, that's an unknown.
It's a big unknown.
All I'm saying, it can happen, but I can't phrase it as their window. Their window. Like just saying like their Super Bowl window, maybe Dak window. If we would have changed it to Dak and Jerry window, that's different. I think title or championship was in the tweet headline, and that was embarrassing.
They're trying to create a title window out of their Dak window, is what they're trying to do.
Yes.
And they view that as, if we can be the 15th best defense, we'll be there.
Yeah.
Like the 15th best defense in the regular season will get you 11, 12, 13 wins with this offense. You get to the playoffs, you are facing top-tier quarterbacks generally, especially in the NFC.
Not this year, of course.
Not this year, but in the AFC not this year for sure. In the NFC, I mean, chances are you're still going to have whatever you think of Caleb, Jordan Love, you're going to have Purdy, Stafford, Darnold, Goff, Hurts, whatever, right? You're going to have Jaden. I mean, those are guys that if you put them up against a 15th ranked defense, they will pick you apart. That's where that top 15 kind of comes into play.
Well, if you can stop the run. Hey, Jerry is right about that. I've been crying about it for years, and Tony, of course, echoing what Jerry tells him. But if you can not get run over and generate some turnovers, like I think it was the Saints defense generated some turnovers in that postseason.
They were
run.
like the second. They had like the second most turnovers or something.
To me, if you can not get run over, dominate the line of scrimmage, and catch some breaks with turnovers, you can make it through a postseason.
Green
run.
Bay, when they won the Super Bowl, they were opportunistic with their turnovers.
Long way away though. I mean, it's laughable when we're sitting here talking about needing 7 or 8 new starters.
Yeah, it is.
And you're going to pay Pickens. And you're going to pay, Javonte and Clowney. It's not like you're not re-signing any of your own. And you need these 7 or 8, half of them to hit.
Yeah.
And that's including rookies.
And I feel pretty good about the line. Pretty good about the defensive line.
The middle of it.
I mean, and
I feel good about.
And one old man.
I feel good about Ezraku continuing to grow. And so Ezraku and Clowney, I feel okay. I think that's not good enough.
Yeah.
But I feel okay about, all right, the starting line of, if you add to that, I can see feeling okay about the edge rushers heading into next year if they do a couple things.
But if you run into a team with a good offensive line, and they really kind of stop the D line, I mean, this secondary is 5 players. They're 4 or 5 players away,
and no linebackers.
So like you're going to get picked apart.
So that's Tony Romo on the Cowboys' future and how the trade could work out. How about dealing with all the criticism of him in the broadcasting booth?
Well, I think it goes with territory. Like, people are like, what about the criticism here? I was like, well, I mean, do you you guys go through this all the time too? It's like, you're doing you, and you got to be yourself and everything, and you're trying the best. It's not like you're never not trying your hardest to go be great at something. But then you look at it, and it's like, I mean, your whole crew, the noise is the noise. It's part of being in this job. And to me, it's like it's up, it's down. But at the end of the day, I mean, you don't really listen to things unless, to me, it's like all the fans come up to me and say how much they love us and everything. And it's like, that's what I feel. As far as looking at stuff online, it's just part of the process. But I don't think it really changes things. It's like everyone likes you. I mean, they're watching you. So there has to be something there. But we're also commenting on their teams that are winning and losing. It's like, I don't like someone when he's not fully rooting for my team. So there's a balancing try. I root for both teams. I root for guys who love the sport, who care so deeply, and they want to win. It's like, I want them to care as much as I did. And those are the guys you kind of like root for a little bit. And sometimes it comes across a certain way, but I love it. It's a great job.
2 things there. Number one, and I think part of this gets in Jerry Jones' head when Tony goes, well, the fans come up to me and they say they love it, and it's like, yeah, for all these tough guys on social media who insult us over Jerry questions, you'd be the first one peeing down your leg and asking for Jerry's autograph if you saw him in person. Jerry Jones doesn't get cussed out when he's walking around the Metroplex or he's walking in front of a crowd of people. So on one hand, Jerry hears the radio criticism and the media. On the other hand, when he's walking around the rest of us, he's getting his rear end kissed.
We don't even get that. There are people in the fan checks who will bark at us, and then they see us out at the firehouse or whatever, and then they're just like, oh, I love listening every morning. It exists on every level with everybody.
Yeah. And then the second thing, and there was, I think there's a Mike McCarthy that runs a media website. We follow each other. I think of
Front Office Sports.
Front Office Sports. He had written like this defense of Tony, and I'm not going to pile on Tony here. I've done it enough. I don't think he's been bad in the last 2 games that he's called. But he's certainly not as good as even Tom Brady right now. That was a quick.
Except for one aspect of Brady. Did you see Jimmy Traina's? You know Jimmy Traina, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He killed him the other day for not bringing up the going for 2 down 31-26 at all.
Okay.
Which, I mean, that's nitpicky.
Yeah.
But I do think that, Tony's end of game stuff with the clock still is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty next level.
But this media website was like, well, look at the numbers. And then Tony, 50 million, even referencing that people are tuning in for some reason, possibly because of you or who's calling the game, is the dumbest, stupidest argument that you can make for these NFL games. That's why paying these guys, sorry Aikman, sorry Joe Buck, who I love, paying these guys tons of money is a stupid waste because we're going to watch no matter who's calling it. It does not matter. No one is watching for Tony Romo. I enjoy that Jim Nantz is doing some play-by-play. We're all going to watch the games that have nothing to do with the broadcasters, and that goes for Monday Night Football as well.
Yeah, that's why the Peacock is introducing the whole STEM audio that we talked about, where they're like, you can take the announcers out of this if you want and just listen to the crowd noise. It's because there are people who don't even want to hear it. There are people who just want the aesthetic or want the
I
sound.
want the announcers personally.
I do too. Yeah, I would be okay with a little more let the moment breathe than the announcers sometimes give it. I want a happy medium.
Front Office Sports did report Romo is not in danger of losing his CBS job, but CBS is seething over what they see as a slanted media narrative against Tony. There's boiling frustration inside CBS over what they see as a slanted media narrative. It's much ado about nothing, says one source.
Boy, that's poor self-scouting. To just immediately shut it down. I'm not saying it's accurate or it's not over the top, but to immediately shut it down as like this media narrative, this liberal media that's coming at us, this slanted media, to jump to that instead of just going, well, hold on, is Tony doing everything he's supposed to, or there may be some times where Tony comes out a little flat? Let's look at it that way instead of just jumping to, oh my gosh, we're the victims of this slanderous attack, because there are plenty of people, consumers, viewers, who view it as he's not doing a good enough job.
Tony Romo hopefully teaching Bobby Belt and Choppy some John Elway era knowledge as he's just talking about being an absolute lover of ball.
Yeah, I love analyzing. I mean, I love learning. Part of the reason I talk to, you talk about when you study the players and the coaches throughout the week, but a lot of the time I'm asking questions I'll never use on air because I'm like, all right, why are you in 4-eye here? And I've learned so much stuff. It's like you knew coverages and all the stuff in football when I played, but now I literally understand so much deeper level, the read technique in a corner and how to teach the hand placement for the D tackle and, the kick step, the C, the A, B clamp. It's like there's a ton of stuff, but I just feel like I love studying and I love learning. And part of that was the mechanics of the throwing motion. I love trying to perfect that. I mean, I went a decade without ever missing a day of throwing because I felt like I had to catch up. I was so behind as a youngster. And I eventually remember when I figured out, I was like, ooh, I think I'm starting to, and then it was like, bam, now I can make the ball go wherever I wanted. And it was like, the game got easier. And I feel like you study other guys. Tom Brady had the best spiral. And it's like, the ball it's almost not spinning. It just stays. And it's so pure and it looked effortless. And I remember just being like, wow. And then Aaron Rodgers threw a ball one time at the Pro Bowl, and I'm sitting there, and I was the start of the year, he comes in, and it was 09 or 10, and he gets up there, and I'm like, okay, this is like Steve Smith show, really fast. He's going to run down the field, and there's a rhythm to boom, boom, and you throw it, and all of a sudden, he waits, and I'm like, he's going to be 20 yards short on this dude. And then he goes, boom, and he launched his ball, and I swear, it goes up, and when it's supposed to apex and come down, it just kept going and going and going. The ball went like 80 yards in the air, and I remember just looking over, and I was like, yeah, I can't do that.
Wow.
Look, he's a ball lover, but if he's an Elway endorser, as you were just talking about, then he's not a ball knower. Yeah. You can love ball and not know ball, Sean, and that's what that is. I do think it's interesting. I don't know that people always understand that aspect of it. Of like he's talking about, I knew quarterback play. I didn't know everybody else. Like I didn't know about defensive line technique. I didn't know about corner stuff. Like I think a lot of people think, well, if these high level processors, they all know the game really well. Jason Kelsey on his podcast one time was talking about something to do with reading coverages, and he goes, I don't know anything about that. I just block you. Trav, you'll have to answer. Because he's like, I just don't know how you guys do that. And because they're so focused on their jobs. That's why I think people are impressed by Sean Lee or Javonte Williams, or how they're talking now about Christian Parker, about how they understand everything. It's not just what they do on their own job. They understand everything relating to what's going on the football field.
And then finally, Choppy, this one is for you, Tony Romo with Pat McAfee. Pat, this is me giving you and your show audio credit for the interview, since you didn't know how to identify it last time.
Shan ripped off our video.
Yeah. And then cursed me out without me there to Choppy at a casino.
In the casino.
Yeah.
Tell Shan to go blank himself.
Pat McAfee, he's got a Bill Polian type memory right there.
Boy, he does. Yes, he does.
Pat McAfee realizing yesterday that Tony was not Italian.
Hey, grazie, Tony. Grazie.
Oh,
grazie.
Oh, yeah.
You're not Italian, Tony?
Oh, great story for you. I am a rookie in the National Football League, and you'll find out here in 20 seconds, hopefully not 1 minute. But Bill Parcells is our head coach. And Tony, the late Tony Sperano, who's a great coach, was an offensive line coach, and he's Italian. So is Parcells. And they're saying to Parcells, like, Tony, you got to get your paisan. He's off. He's terrible, all these things. And I'm sitting there like, I don't think he knows I'm not Italian.
Tony Romo is not Italian? Hold on. I am flustered here. So you are not. I've been calling you a paisan every time I talk about you. I'm 100% so sorry.
I actually let Parcells do it too. I wanted to make the team. So I was like, hey, let's go with it. I'm not Italian, all you need me to be. So and then Sperano comes through one day. He's like, you know, he's not Italian, right? And I was like, shh, what are we doing? We're all the same team here, I thought. Yeah. You pretend. Yeah. So I'm a mutt. I got a little bit of everything in me.
Okay, well, muchos gracias, mi amigo, and thank you, and merci beaucoup, and grazie, okay?
So that was Romo on with McAfee yesterday. He had a monster show. He had Montana. He had Mike McDaniel as well. Mike McDaniel, man, he needed to get out of Miami or stop being a head coach, because he was back to his old interview self.
He was so much happier at his press conference the other day. When he walked out, he goes, I'm not normally an open statement guy, but fired up to be here, and y'all shoot from the hip. Let's go.
I know.
Miami just must be. How brutal does that organization have to be for you to be that unhappy on South Beach?
God, I know. It's 8. I mean, the whole country is in sub-freezing temperatures with snow, except for, like, Miami.
Yeah.
And he's miserable.
We are back in studio, Hump Day edition. Commercial-free expressway. Shireen Williams on why Belichick was left out of the Hall of Fame, but it's time for this.
Ow.
Pew, pew, pew. Pew.
No.
RJ Choppy.
Here we go. Chop it up, 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 chop it up. Come on, choppy.
So much to get to, don't even know where to start. But we'll start with my favorite topic, not Gen Z, travel. If you are a Southwest Airlines passenger, it is official.
Yeah.
No more. Yesterday was day one of their new seating policy. Those little rows, the ABC, they took the posts out at Love Field. They're gone. They're gone.
Where you stand and
Where you stand.
Okay.
So now
boarding day 1 through 3.
And this started yesterday. That was day one of their new policy where you can groups 1 and they're going to have 8 groups now, just like every other airline. Groups 1 and 2 will be those who purchased extra legroom or preferred seats, and their high dollar, high money travelers that have the status. Then you're going to have 3 and 4. And then if you're just a regular person who doesn't sign up for anything and you don't pay extra, your group 6, 7, and 8, your bag's 0% chance of getting on the plane.
Right.
You're going to be stuck in a middle seat in the back of the plane. You're completely screwed. People are hating it.
You know, I did not mind the way that when it was finding your number and standing there, because
I like it better than the other airlines. That's how I came up doing it.
Because you know there's going to be cheaters that go up.
Yeah.
My wife is always a big fight. I'm like, all right, let's go. Like, let's get at the end of the section before. She's like, no, wait for us to be called. Like, wait for us to tell me we go. We're going to get in trouble. And that's why I like traveling with Choppy. Choppy just goes.
I just go. And another thing that's pissing people off, but Southwest used to have a policy where if you were an overweight passenger, a plus-sized passenger.
He's not overweight.
Who's that?
Oh, gee, that was Rowdy.
Oh, God.
I don't know if I like that one.
If you had that and you needed a second seat, they would reimburse
Speaking
you.
of big guys.
Now, no more reimbursement. No more reimbursement. You got to buy 2 seats.
Dawson's like, no, for real. How many seats did you need? Like, no, all jokes aside.
No, all jokes aside. How fat are you?
How fat are you?
So, yeah, if you're one
How
of the
many
big...
snacks? How many
dramatic there,
how many
Nick.
Dots pretzels did you get?
Oh, stop it. Boy.
You're on your
He
game,
needs
baby.
He needs to grow that beard back. He needs to grow that beard back. It's a much better look. But, yeah, so if you're a big guy, big girl, you got to buy 2 seats now, and they are not reimbursing. And this is hacking people off, but it's just like a regular airline now. And, of course, they're charging for bags as well. But this all started yesterday. Yesterday, no more of those little rows, those signs at Love Field or any other
I spent
place.
way too much time yesterday. I was thankful for it. You sent me down a rabbit hole, not just being bored, locked in the house. But I'm not going to name the company because they don't advertise and they haven't done anything for us yet. But Choppy goes, hey, you hate flying. There's a $3,000 a year service, and you can take as many private planes as you want with up to 8 people. And I was like, no way. Like, that's amazing. 2 trips a year, and you paid for it. If you're traveling with 4, 6, or even up to 8, I did do my research and homework.
No good?
No good. They give you, it's only 1 day notice.
Oh.
So you got to pick up and be, you got to just have no kids, no responsibility, no plan. 1 day notice, and it doesn't deal with the flight back. Because it's really random.
Yeah. They contacted me yesterday. They texted me, hey, want to call? I was like, sure, I'll have a call with you.
Yeah. They called me, and they're like, we need to put you on hold. We're actually busy. And I was like, don't call me back.
We got to put you on hold. We're booking flights 20 hours in advance right now.
I did not know that.
What'd you say?
I said, is that what they're doing? They're booking flights 20 hours in advance, and that's why they couldn't take your call?
Yeah, I'm like, okay, what about 2 weeks? I can do 2 weeks, but no, it's just 1 day ahead. But $3,000 up to 8, the plane is yours.
Yeah. It's a great value.
Yeah.
If you can make it work.
There's a flight to Aspen this morning.
Look at that. Yeah. Aspen, where the beer flows like wine.
I want to go.
You got to go. I would love to go to Aspen. I think I have been to Aspen. It is chopping it up here, Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. We have never been closer. And Sean may have talked about this yesterday during Crosstalk about, your future and, what's going to happen when Judgment Day hits.
Yeah.
The doomsday clock is inside of 90 seconds. We are at it. We have never been closer to midnight. 85 seconds is the doomsday clock. Now, I have no idea what the doomsday clock actually is. I had to go look at this up, and apparently it is a scientific kind of equation, risk factors from nuclear weapons to climate change, disruptive technologies, unrest, civil unrest, and we have
So
never...
this is not in the Bible?
No, this is not in the Bible.
All right.
This is not in the Bible. This is in science, which I think hates the Bible. And I think vice versa. Same thing. So the doomsday clock at 85 seconds.
Now, we don't want it to get to what, 100? Midnight?
Yeah, you don't want, it's
so 85, 100 is midnight?
No, 85 seconds. So, like, it used to be at like 5 minutes. So now it's at 85 seconds.
Okay,
so
and
it's
85
down.
and 85 seconds to the end is how long?
80, it's fake.
I know.
Yeah.
I know it's fake. What is the 85 second equivalent? Like, how many years? Like, is a year a second? Is it a decade?
I don't think. I think what it's trying to say is that we are this close to catastrophe.
Right. I know what it's saying.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out what the measurement of 85 seconds is. It's obviously not 85 seconds.
Yeah, like how close is that? Is that like we're 90% of the way to catastrophe?
I would say it's like we're at DEFCON, 1.5.
And I don't even know what the worst is.
1.5. 1 is the worst. DEFCON 1.5 feels real
2?
close.
DEFCON 2? We're at DEFCON 2 then?
I don't know. See, that's the problem with this clock. What is 90 seconds? I have no idea. It just doesn't sound right.
I don't even know. But that's it, the doomsday clock. All right, let's get into a much better topic, much happier topic. How is your nighttime stiffness?
What do you mean?
Like Blue Chew?
Elaborate. Does it work?
Like my back? Like, is it?
All right, okay, so testosterone in men is at its highest in the morning, it's lowest at night?
Yeah, is that why we wake up the way we do?
Yeah, so at night, do you have problems, capabilities?
This is after 9 p.m. It's
pretty
a
tough.
no-go. Yeah, I just go to sleep at that point.
Yeah.
This is not a brag. I've never had that happen.
Well, really?
No.
So that
no
is
matter how much whiskey has been in me, never happened.
According to science, that is a great indicator of long-term health and longevity because of the way your body works, your blood flow, your cardiovascular. If you have trouble getting jiggy with it at night because old Mr. Tallywhacker doesn't want to do a whole lot of whacking, you have problems living longer in life. It's a 70% chance that you will die early if you have early onset ED. So if in your young age you have these problems, 30, 40, 50, where you just cannot get anything going in the evening hours, you have a much higher risk of cardiovascular disease.
Well, sounds like Mike Vrabel, as he sat down a while ago with Bussin' with the Boys, and they asked him what he would give up for a ring.
Would you cut your off for a Super Bowl?
Whoa!
Been married 20 years. Yeah, probably.
You've got 3.
As a player. I guess I'll be married for 20 years one day.
Would you, if you came home,
need it.
If you came home holding a bag of ice, and Jen was like, "Oh, honey, what'd you do?"
I thought you already got fixed.
I made the ultimate sacrifice. I had to cut my off, honey. We're gonna win a Super Bowl. She'd be like, all right. Or would she be upset?
She'd probably be on board. She would be like, "Do you want me to do it? Do you want to do it now?"
So there it is. Vrabel saying after 20 years, not necessary.
Is there anything you would do that for?
No.
Money, maybe.
You become a eunuch for money? How much?
The lottery. It'd have to be the lottery.
Like the $1 billion one?
Oh, yeah. Maybe more.
I would think more. Like, what's the point in having all that money?
Well, to not work.
I don't believe Vrabel. I don't believe him.
Well,
especially if he already has Super Bowl.
You can replace it with that money.
You and I are
replace
thinking the same thing, but I don't believe it.
I do and I don't.
I believe one half of what he's saying.
Chopping it up here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Let's go to Colorado. The Colorado Avalanche announcer. Now, Denver is a very transient community. So are we. We have a lot of people who moved here.
Big trans community, yeah.
From other cities. Did you drop your team when you moved from another city? This Colorado Avalanche announcer, when they are getting beat 7-3 in a game, which, by the way, sore loser. The Avs barely lose in regulation this year. Barely lose. And this Avs announcer was not happy with the Flyer fans in attendance.
You hear that? That's a bunch of people who have chosen to leave a city on purpose for a lot of reasons. But they continue their fandom. This is Denver, Colorado. This isn't Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. You left for a reason. Leave your allegiance there, too. 1:55 to go in the third period. Want to be a Flyers fan? Stay in Philadelphia.
So he's assuming that there weren't people who traveled that they moved there.
He's assuming they moved there. They didn't travel there for the game.
Yeah.
That's probably a fair assumption.
Look, I stopped being a Maryland/Washington fan when I moved away a long time ago. Also, the ownership sucked the fandom out of me, and I have job purposes.
Yeah,
if I didn't work on the home of the Cowboys, I don't think I'd be a Cowboys supporter. I definitely would not be loving the Commanders as much as I used to, or the Redskins. But man, I liked what you said about the rule of fandom.
First of all, it's very difficult to maintain your fanship. No, I do. It's very difficult to maintain your fandom when you move. It is it's harder. That's easier nowadays than it was in 1995 because you could just go and you could just follow it online. But the rule of sports fan is there are no rules. You keep your team or you quit your team. I don't care what you do. Sports are for joy, but
I don't want my kid to be the Seattle Seahawks, Golden State Warrior fan, Kansas City Chief fan either.
Right.
I don't want that. You know what I mean? You do have to. You should ride out the rough times as well.
Yeah. No, I'm 100% down on that. This is just super petty, bitter Colorado announcer who just can't stand losing. They've not had to deal with losing enough to process it.
But the reason that you keep your team is because you never move out of a city because of the sports team. That's never happened.
Yeah.
You move out of it for money, job,
If
politics,
that's the case,
whatever.
a lot of people would have left Dallas.
How did the unthinkable happen? And did Shireen Williams vote for Bill Belichick to be in or out of the Hall of Fame? The Pro Football Hall of Fame voter, Cowboys insider, the great Shireen Williams joins us next on Sean and RJ.
HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour with a very special guest after this news broke last night that set off the sports world. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt back in studio for the Hump Day edition. And Bill Belichick is not a first-time Pro Football Hall of Famer. One of the voters, we see her at the Combine, ProFootballTalk.com, the great Shireen Williams, Cowboys insider as well, on the D&M Leasing Hotline. How many times have you left your house in the last 3 days?
I did go to the gym yesterday afternoon, but that's been about it. Walked a couple days. That's it. I'm ready to get out. Got to go with cabin fever here.
Yes. When did you know Bill Belichick did not get in?
Same time everybody else did. I stunned. I was as stunned as anybody else. We used to know the results because you had a yes or no vote. And now it's not yes or no. Now you take the 3 seniors that contributed to the coach. You vote for 3 of those 5. And we don't know the results. That's it. Leave it at that. You know the 5 finalists. That's it. So normally we find out they sign NDAs, and they're not supposed to reveal. So this had to have come from somebody in Belichick's camp because the only people that knew were the Hall of Fame and Bill Belichick's camp. So somebody in Bill Belichick's camp leaked this to ESPN, which is how they got the story. But that's when we found out. Normally it comes out at NFL Honors next week, which is when we'll find out those going in. And, I was as surprised, as shocked, as flabbergasted, whatever word you want to use, as everybody else was. So no sign that this was coming.
So you know the fate right now of Witten, Eli, and Woody?
I do not. No, we don't vote up or down. You just know... you just vote for, in this case, you vote for 5 of 7. So I do know the 7 finalists, but I don't know who made it. I have no idea. I assume it's going to be a small class like it was last year, just because they have to get 80%. We don't vote yes or no, so they have to get 80% of the vote, 50 voters. So it all goes back to 2020, if you remember, when Deion Sanders started saying, there's too many Hall of Famers. It's too big. The classes are too big. So they met with some Hall of Famers, I think Deion was one of them, and they said there's too many Hall of Famers. We want to reduce down the classes. Well, this is an unintended consequence of that because they've reduced them down. Last year there were 4 Hall of Famers. This year I would expect that there would be 4 Hall of Famers again. The process has made it nearly impossible for guys who aren't no-brainers to go in, frankly. So I think this is an unintended consequence, and I think the rules will change back after this, after the outrage that we've had, to where we're going to have more Hall of Famers go in future years. We'll see. We'll have a meeting after this to kind of talk about everything. But we don't make the rules. I want to make that clear. The Hall of Fame makes these rules, and they made these rules to make it harder to go into the Hall of Fame. They never expected that Bill Belichick wouldn't be a first-ballot Hall of Famer.
So, Shireen, were you on the call with the discussion of the pros and cons for Bill?
Correct. Yes.
What were the?
It was an 8-hour call. So it was a long call to remember every single thing that was said about every single candidate. I couldn't tell you, but I think the Bill Polian thing and the story was overblown. There was nothing like that. Let me just say, I can't discuss what was discussed. There was no indication in that meeting that Bill Belichick was not going to make the Hall of Fame. I will say it like that.
Wow. So it's not like, and I know you can't comment on certain things, it's not like you have like the top 2 or 3 arguments made against him by the people who made them. That wasn't present to you.
No. And 11 people did not speak out against Bill Belichick. Were there concerns about Spygate? Okay, yeah. But there was no indication that there were going to be 11 votes against Bill. I thought he was a shoo-in. I thought it was a done deal. Who are going to be the other 1 or 2 or maybe none that get in from the other 4? Now I'm curious who actually got in, who got these votes. And I'll say this. You're not necessarily voting against Bill Belichick. And there may have been people, and too many people, who said, hey, Bill Belichick's going to make it. He's a shoo-in, so I'm going to vote for the 3 seniors candidates, or I'm going to vote for Kraft and 2 other seniors candidates to make sure that we get more than the one we got in last year. There was 1 out of the 5 that got in last year. So there may have been some of that. I don't know. There may have been some people who said players are more important than coaches or owners, even Bill Belichick. So I'm going to vote for the 3 seniors. And if you remember, this goes back to Bill Parcells. Coaches used to be lumped in with the modern era players, so that it was really hard for coaches to get in, because it's hard to vote for, let's say, if Bill Belichick had been in with the player. It's hard to vote for Bill Belichick over Drew Brees or Fitzgerald or, in my opinion, Jason Witten. It's hard to vote for a coach in that instance. So Parcells didn't make it first ballot. Parcells, I believe, was third ballot, at least second ballot, but I think he was third ballot that he went in. So some people may have said players are way more important than coaches or contributors, even Bill Belichick. So I'm going to vote. My 3 votes are going to the 3 players. I don't know. Again, what was said in there gives me no indication of why people voted the way they voted. I have no idea why. And I'm going to be really curious, out of those 4, who goes in. Who did people vote for that they didn't vote for Bill Belichick? Because Bill Belichick was on my ballot. He was the first one I clicked when I clicked my 3, and then picked 2 others out of those 4. So it's strange to me. It's brutal. It's a bad look for the Hall of Fame. It's a bad look for the voters. In my opinion, it's just a bad look. It shouldn't have happened.
Shireen Williams, Hall of Fame voter, Mother Football, joining us here, 105.3 The Fan. Okay, so you said that it could have come from Bill's camp. Does that mean, so obviously Bill would have known, does that mean that Woody and Witten, they already know their fate?
Yeah, everybody finds out before the announcement. They call them and let them know. But again, they sign NDAs. They're not supposed to announce. They're not supposed to release. They're not supposed to leak. And rarely do we have a leak. Last year was Eli Manning. We had a leak before, I think it was the day of, actually the morning of, when the announcement that one leaked out. But you don't have very many leaks out of this. Most of them play the game and don't announce them. You know, they want to save it for the guys who did make it. It's their time. You know, they don't want to spoil it with, okay, I didn't make it, so you can start figuring out who did make it. They want to wait and let people be surprised at those who did make it. And that's, you know, maybe this blows over in a week. I don't know. But I feel really bad for the guys who made it, that this is going to kind of, frankly, overshadow what them getting in. Drew Brees, you know, Fitzgerald, whoever else gets in, you know, whether it's Witten, Woody, whoever, to me, this kind of overshadows, kind of like Eli did last year, overshadows those who did get in. I think it's more about who didn't get in than who did get in.
Shireen, how do you personally view, and how did you hear anyone else discuss the cheating allegations with Spygate and Deflategate? Why is that not enough to punish him for a year and let it be known, hey, you can't get away with this?
Well, and that's, to me, that's the big question. Was that the reason that he didn't get in? I'm on the committee. I have no idea if that was the reason. Again, I have no idea. And I think we need to hear from the people who didn't vote for him as to why they didn't vote for him. So we know. Because I'm glad, I used to be on the coaches committee where you select the coach that's going to be the finalist, right? And so I'm glad I'm not on that committee anymore. They have a hard decision to make. You've had 3 coaches 3 years in a row, one under the old system, who are not voted in. Buddy Parker, Mike Holmgren, and now Bill Belichick were not voted in. So who are you going to bring back? Are you going to bring back Bill Belichick as your finalist for the class of 2027? Or are you going to move, say he had his chance, so we're now going to move on. We're going to move on to Mike Shanahan, Mike Holmgren, give him another chance, Tom Coughlin, whoever it might be. Are you going to do that? And if you do bring him back, then does he go in the class of 2027? maybe people decided, some people decided. Again, this is a minority of people I would think that we're talking about because there are 50 voters. You could have gotten 39 votes and not gotten in. So I'm thinking it's a minority of voters. It's got to be at least 11. But are they going to come back in 2027 and not vote for him again? Or was it a one-year thing where they said, well, we're going to punish him for Spygate, but when he comes back on the ballot, they're going to assume that he's coming back. We will vote for him in 2027. I don't know. But if he gets voted down again in 2027, if the same rules apply that applied this year, then I think the Hall has a huge problem.
Shereen Williams, D&M Leasing Hotline here on The Fan. How did you view Spygate and Deflategate?
You know, you look at his record after that. He won 3 Super Bowls. It's fantastic. I mean, Armando Salguero used to be of the Miami Herald and is now with Outkick, presented him, and he addressed it. And that was one way he addressed it. And he wrote about it yesterday. It's really good if you guys haven't read it, of what he addressed and how he addressed it. And I thought he did a great job of addressing it and how good Belichick was after Spygate. So I said, I'm voting for Bill Belichick. Baseball has a similar problem, obviously, with the Barry Bonds and how to determine whether to vote for those guys or not. But in my case, I thought Bill Belichick is one of the greatest coaches in NFL history and deserves to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I mean, if Bill Belichick in the first ballot Hall of Famer, is anyone a first ballot Hall of Famer, even with Spygate? I don't think he had anything to do with the Deflategate, but even with Spygate, doesn't he deserve to be a first ballot Hall of Famer?
No.
I thought so, in my opinion.
No, not to me. And there's two of them.
All right, well, here's the question. Would you vote for him? He's paid his 1 year. He's not going in first ballot. Would you vote for him next year?
Yes.
That's the question.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you of the mind of you either are or you're not, or are you okay with second, third, fourth Drew Pearson, so on?
Yeah, no, I think once a Hall of Famer, always a Hall of Famer, and I think they would all tell you that. As long as Drew Pearson had to wait, and as mad as he was when he didn't get in the Centennial class. And I presented him that time, by the way. But as mad as he was, I think he will tell you I don't know that it was worth the wait, but it means the same now as if he had been in first ballot when he was first eligible to go in, or any of those other times that he thought he was going in and didn't go in. It all means the same. But Dion has talked about that upper echelon of Hall of Famers. Maybe that's something that the Hall of Fame should consider, like just making an upper echelon and have the Hall of Famers vote for who goes in that upper echelon rather than it being a first ballot thing, because we have put in some first ballot guys who just, frankly, in my opinion, shouldn't have gone in on the first ballot. But maybe you make that upper echelon thing. But I don't to me, it matters on Bill Belichick because I think he's one of the greatest coaches in NFL history. But maybe he paid a price for Spygate, but when he goes to the Hall of Fame, he's still going to be a Hall of Famer. It's still going to mean as much to him, I think, as if he had gone in this year.
Shereen, how much does it potentially factor in? I know you said you don't know everybody's reasons or things like that, but how much do you think it could factor in that people are just going, no, this is about stacking credit, so I'm not going to put Belichick in before I vote for Brady for those teams, or I'm not going to put Belichick in when Kraft is the option, and I think Kraft deserves more. How much could it just be about stacking credit and wanting to put people in based on that?
That's an interesting question. I think we'll know more next week when we find out if Kraft went in. To me, if Kraft went in, that's going to look really bad that you put Kraft in and you didn't put Belichick in. But I think we find some of that out next week. But maybe that's the case. I don't know. I do think we need accountability. I do think we need to hear from the voters, in my opinion, who didn't vote, and I know some of them don't want to do that, but who didn't vote against Belichick, just to know why they didn't, just to explain why they didn't. Was it Spygate? Was it just they picked 3 other candidates? You had people who presented, Ken Anderson, and they're going to vote for Ken Anderson, but you've still got 2 other votes. on there. But I just don't know. I don't know the reasons, and I don't know that we'll ever know the reasons. I don't think we're going to have 11 people come out and say, I didn't vote for Bill Belichick, and here's the reason why. I would almost guarantee we're not going to have that. But we do have kind of a post-vote meeting where we kind of discuss what went on, and we as a committee have long said we don't like the rules as they are, as they've been the last 2 years. Nobody likes these rules. And the Hall of Fame wants to keep it quiet so they can do the door knock thing where they send the Hall of Famer to say, hey, you made the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Drew Brees, or whoever it is. They want that to continue. That's been a good tradition for them, and they don't want people to know, and they don't want us to release it. And so by us not knowing, we can't release it. We're not responsible for the leaks, and the only people that can leak it are those who either made it or didn't make it, those who are up for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And they sign an NDA not to release the information, but obviously it got out in Belichick's camp. But I do think, Bobby, back to your point, I think we'll know a lot more next week if Robert Kraft made the Hall of Fame.
Tremendous insight, Shireen. Thank you so much for the time, and hopefully we see you again soon.
Thank you, guys.
Shireen Williams, ProFootballTalk.com Hall of Fame voter on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Let's react to that, and are the Dallas Stars starting to get it going next on The Fan. But
the Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Here in the second, Jason Robertson. Hintz, score! Robertson to Hintz, 3-0 Dallas.
That was the call on ESPN. We'll get to the Dallas Stars warming up. Weather joke? No, it wasn't even a joke. It's Sean and RJ and Bobby Ballot back in studio. Happy Hump Day.
Hump Day.
On DFW Sports Station, still seeing a lot of highways closed, partially closed. Deborah Ferguson, our sister station, NBC5, says it is the worst commute day of the week. So be careful still. My wife, kids dying to get out of the house, so I'll be going home and then back to a store afterwards to look for some Legos.
I drove the Explorer here because I was like, all right, I want better contact with the road surface. And then Kristen texted me a screenshot. Apparently, I'm being charged to park here right now with the Explorer.
What?
Yeah, I'm being charged to park. It was like, your rate has started. Just pay for your ticket. And Kristen sent me the screenshot. She's like, what's going on? I was like, I don't know.
You got to check in, remember?
I've checked in. I know, and I've checked the Explorer in. I gave them both cars, and they were on the list. Yeah. And yet I'm still being charged to park right now.
Good luck getting that payment.
By the company?
By at least the building. Building management is charging me, I guess.
Absolutely not. I work here. I'm not paying to park here. I work here. What are you going to do?
Well, I mean, it's never been a problem before, but she got this little update.
Take it out of your check.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They'll garnish my wages. So, but that's the yeah. Apparently, it cost to drive here today.
Well, you probably didn't fill it out correctly.
Yeah, I got to negotiate that. I'm going to have to negotiate that in the next contract. Don't pay it, charge me to park.
877-881-1053. Let us know what's going on out there and what we need to relay on the airwaves. Shireen Williams just joined us, ProFootballTalk.com. Cowboys insider and Hall of Fame voter, to talk about Bill Belichick being kept out for round one. She had no indication. So what this is telling me is that people did not speak up and let it be known during their 8-hour call. That's pretty cowardly.
Yeah.
The one thing I guess that kind of proves it, but I was going to disagree with Shireen with people not wanting to have their vote out there. Media people are whores. And they love any type of attention. So it surprises me.
Yeah, but they don't want their day ruined on Twitter.
Well, I'm being proven wrong right now because I would have thought last night or this morning someone would have come out. Like if it was Mac Engel, and I love the Mac attack, he would have written a column on it.
Yeah.
He would have had his ballot.
He posted his baseball ballot.
Right. So I'm surprised that more whores are not coming out of the woodwork.
Oh yeah,
I
love when they come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, it was me.
Yeah,
I did it. But
I think what she said is probably happened. I think the reality is, because she said, you vote for 3 people, and that some people thought Bill was a shoo-in, so I'm not going to vote for him because he's going to have enough. I think that's exactly what happened. That happens in baseball all the time.
So it's not really voting against him.
Right.
It's like he's getting in, so let me show my love here.
So in the baseball ballot, you've got 10. You could check 10 boxes, right? And then a lot of people will say, like, let's say a guy like Ken Griffey Jr. is a no doubt Hall of Famer, but he was not on 100% of the ballots. Because some people are like, look, I know Ken's getting in.
Yeah.
The percentage doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote for this guy.
This is such and such his final time.
It's the final time on the ballot. They need X amount of votes to stay on the ballot for the next year or whatever.
Yeah.
I think that totally plays. That's a real possibility what happened.
Yeah. And I was surprised to hear that Parcells was like third ballot.
Yeah, I tried to look last night on which head coaches were first ballot. And I was like, all right, so how many coaches that are not close to Bill with the accolades are first ballot Hall of Fame? I couldn't find anything.
I also disagree with Shireen. Now, she speaks to these guys way more than I do. Getting in 18 on your 18th time is not the same as your first. I'm sorry. There's no way that I could feel, if I was Drew Pearson, the exact same honor and accolade. And there's no way that Bill Parcells, as petty as he is and vengeful as he is, he's not going to view second time the same as first. I don't think. I wouldn't. I personally wouldn't.
I wonder if Parcells would have been delayed because people were like, he might be going back at some point. Like the dude constantly leaves and then comes back. Nobody wants to put him out there. Joe Gibbs was first ballot. So that was one that I was trying to think of. Like, I was trying to think, all right, who would have been qualified that would have similarly been thought of? And he was first ballot that I looked up. But look, I think a lot of this just comes down to pettiness. The fact that they don't publicly vote, though, and share who they're, like, even within their group, the fact that they're not within their group saying, I'm voting for these three, and you don't get a sense of who's voting, that seems odd to me. Like, I would think you'd want to keep a running tally throughout the
They don't want people outed. Right. They sign NDAs.
But within their own group, even of their own
There's 50 of them.
Yeah, they each sign an NDA. Make them all sign an NDA instead of Ira Kaufman derailing them.
It leads to mischief. The Hall could just say, oh, yeah, this is what happened.
She made the argument, and it's pre-Bonds and post-Bill to me. It's the same thing. Well, Bill won titles after the Spygate stuff. Okay, well, Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer before the steroids stuff. It comes down to what category you're in. It's one of two. He was still great, but he cheated, and I know that they were a Hall of Famer before or after what they did, or they cheated. That's the category I'm in. I know it's a little more old school. Me and the voters are crotchety, sitting on our rocking chair. I don't care that Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer without it. He obviously blatantly went overboard. Punished. Now, do I think Barry should be kept out forever? That's kind of where I am now. Yeah. I'm like, okay, put him in. The punishment is a year or some years of not going in. Same thing for Bill. I still probably, because, again, football gets forgotten way more than it's a sports hypocrisy that I don't know can be topped the way people just don't care about football cheating, but they do in baseball. And many people don't. Like, a lot of our Tolos are like, put all the steroid guys in. And that's one of two categories as well. You either say, like Bobby, everyone was doing it, they just got caught, I'm not going to punish those who got caught. Or you're like me, and I say, you got caught, that's your fault. I can't just presume everyone else was guilty. So These are the different four categories to be in. I probably still would have voted Bill in, but I'm okay with him being out first year. Second year, I'm putting him in.
Does that hurt that bad, though, to say you're out a year? Like, I mean, it's publicly humiliating.
Right.
There's that. But it's honestly probably stirred up more positive sentiment towards Bill than he's had recently.
But he's such a historian. There's no way this doesn't sting.
It stinks.
There's no way. And not getting the all-time victories, that's going to sting him, too, because he's obsessed with it.
I wonder if the new form of punishment, and this is really dark, but I wonder if the new form of punishment is like what baseball did to Rose, where it's like, as soon as you die, then we'll put you back.
Yeah.
Not necessarily with Bill, but I wonder if they look at it and they just go like, we're not going to elect you while you're alive, regardless of it. You could be 40 years old, and if we think you're Bonds isn't going anywhere anytime soon. But I wonder if they look and go like, Barry, you'll get in when you're gone.
I just think it's so forgotten and lost. He cheated multiple times.
Yep.
He went out of his way to cheat. He tried to cheat. I don't know why you're making a face.
Because I've never seen the name of their segment as Jeffinitely or Jeffinitely Not for Jeff Saturday, and I thought Choppy named that segment.
I like it.
He tried to cheat a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And then he tried to cheat the Jets. And then, don't tell me, I remember when we were covering Deflategate, everyone said, don't insult my intelligence by acting like Bill doesn't know everything that's happening. You think that young punk in the locker room went rogue and just carried out Tom Brady's orders of taking the air out of the balls? BS. Get out of here. Ernie Adams is an all-time sneaky loophole finder.
Oh, yeah.
Find out and figure out who Ernie Adams is. And yeah, I do believe a lot of other people do it, but to me it's so different from Harbaugh.
Right.
I think Harbaugh cheated at Michigan. I hope he's punished for it somehow, some way, someday. He's not coaching college football ever again. And he got caught with Connor Stallions. Belichick, same thing.
I wish there was a happy medium, though, between the baseball and the football. Just find a happy medium. Football, apparently, they just don't care. They don't care about the cheating.
Well, they care unless this is attitude.
Right, this is attitude or...
Which he should not be punished for attitude.
I agree. Or just trying to keep other guys on the ballot, thinking Bill's going to get enough votes. But Antonio Gates is in. And Von Miller's going to get in. Right? Von's going to get in, I would assume.
Oh, yeah.
And he had a PED allegation. There's plenty of guys with PEDs in football. They just don't care. They don't care. It's a bottom line zero sum. And I agree with Bill. I mean, look, Bill covered 70% of his games as a Patriots guy. You made a lot of money. off of Bill Belichick as a gambler. If you blindly bet the Patriots this tenure, you won 70% of the games. You covered them. That's huge. But yeah, for him not to be in the Hall of Fame after it's crazy. It is crazy. But when you throw the cheating allegations in
3 times,
which I forgot about, I know you forgot about initially. Yeah, I have no problem with them leaving him out.
For how long?
I don't know. Maybe 1 year per allegation.
Oh. Okay. All right.
So 3 years?
I'm fine with next year. He is the greatest coach. He is the greatest coach of all time.
He has more Super Bowl rings than Pro Bowler Shedeur Sanders had touchdowns.
It's like Barry Bonds is the greatest baseball player I've ever seen. Now, I was probably, I was harsher on Barry to where I wasn't like, all right, put him in the next year. But you want to put Barry Bonds in now? I've kind of backed off that because the punishment is the embarrassment and the delay to me.
What if the punishment is, because 1 year, I don't know how much 1 year or 2 years is it. What if the punishment is just we're passing you to the seniors committee? You're not getting on our watch. You have to go 25 years. Like I'm
not dead.
And that's where I wonder if they just look at it and go, seniors committee can put you in if they decide that you earned it enough, but you're too close for us to remember it.
I think it is enough of a statement, Bob, to say the greatest coach in the history of our sport is not a first-time ballot. That stings. It would sting me.
Yeah, but I mean, did it sting ultimately? It stung him. He was upset by it, but did it ultimately really do any damage to T.O.? Did they teach him a lesson?
Well, he was so angry he didn't go.
Right, he's angry about it because he's just like, screw y'all.
Right.
But ultimately,
no one ever says he's a second ballot.
Yeah, if he was still out, that would hurt. People would still be talking about that. I wonder if he voted him in. Old Sal Pal up there on TV right now. He's one of the voters.
Ooh.
I could see, I feel like everything I know about Sal Paolantonio and the way I've heard him talk about things, I could see him being one who would have said, no, you're going to wait.
All right, the Dallas Stars have now won 3 of their last 4. You heard the highlight coming back. Second straight win over the Blues, this time in St. Louis, 4-3. Spits and Suds with the total recap. Matt Duchene had 2 goals. He scored 3 goals in the last 2. Harley had a goal and an assist, and Robo had 2 assists for the good guys. The win ends a 3-game road losing streak. Back in action tomorrow night in Vegas, then Saturday in Utah.
Man, it's all about scoring, too, because in that 10 out of 12 stretch they had where they lost, they averaged about 1.7 goals per, and now they're in the 4s. So, we're averaging about 4 goals per game in this 3 of 4 stretch. Duchene getting back at it over the last 2 games is huge. I mean, you add another score to it. He really had a slump during that 12-game stretch. I think he only had 1 goal in there. So getting him going, big, beating the Blues. I mean, it's a bit of a rivalry these two teams have had over the years. Even though St. Louis stinks this year, they're not a competitive team. But the Stars really got to get, because they're in this position now where if in the first round that were to end today, they would not have home ice against Minnesota. You don't want to. You want to be able to have the home ice. Obviously, you're not going to have it against Colorado in the second round. They're still clear of Utah. They're still pretty clear.
All right, is George Pickens' holdout inevitable? That's next in Below the Bell on the home of the Cowboys after this.
After we get even Gilchrist Stone Store. It's Gilchrist Automotive hooking you up in that brand new.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Are the Cowboys headed for trouble with George Pickens? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. Before we get into that and other NFL predictions for this offseason, I was looking up on the screen earlier, and they were talking about the loaded quarterback class of 2024 or 24, which was Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, that whole class. And they were talking about it on ESPN. It was Dominique Foxworth and Jeff Saturday, and they were doing a redraft. And they were saying, how would we redraft these quarterbacks now? And everybody agreed. Number 1 was Drake May. Number 4.
I could dispute that.
Interesting. Number 1 was Drake May. Number 4 was Bo Nix. 5 was Penix. 6 was J.J. McCarthy. They all agreed with that. They had flipped 2 and 3. Dominique Foxworth said 2 is Jaden Daniels, 3 is Caleb Williams. Jeff Saturday said 2 is Caleb Williams, 3 is Jaden Daniels. You sound like, I'm interested to know who would you dispute as number 1 potentially? Caleb?
Yeah, Caleb or Drake. Like Drake May again.
I think Caleb has a higher ceiling. Not even close.
But as they played now, you would say Drake is better, right? Clearly?
It's not clear to me.
Not clear.
Oh.
Drake May, I saw this. I can't believe this. The stats. I knew the Patriots played a dog butt schedule, but they played 11 teams who fired their coaches. Now, obviously, they played the Bills twice. Right. They, but 11 of their games this year were against teams that eventually fired their head coach this season.
I mean, look, Drake has been better so far. There's no argument against it. He's going to finish 1 or 2 in MVP, and
he should, rightfully so.
Yeah, and he should. But Caleb's ascension this year with Ben Johnson, coupled with Drake in the postseason, has me thinking about 1 and 2.
You wouldn't dispute though that New England probably doesn't go 14-3 with Caleb.
Never would I dispute that.
So
with Caleb?
Yeah, like if Caleb is there, I don't think New England's 14-3.
I don't think so either.
And I don't think Caleb's like in MVP discussion. I think right now he's played better. Caleb could still tap into something bigger. Yeah. Caleb has more. I don't know that Drake is making the touchdown throw against the Rams in the playoffs. Like he is a freak. He's a freak.
4th and 8.
But I think it's hilarious that Dominique Foxworth would still put Jaden Daniels up there with now all the questions being introduced about Jaden Daniels.
He must have the same agent as Jaden, just like everyone else on that set. That's the way they form their opinions,
sad,
apparently.
That's sad. Who's
being represented by who. But, yeah, Jaden over Caleb, that's dumb. I'll have to apologize for it if in 2 or 3 years Jaden is better. He can't even stay healthy.
Right. And, he went to the conference finals last year. They pulled one of the bigger upsets that we'll see. You've beaten a 15-win team by doubles, by 2 scores.
Yeah.
That's a great win. It's a wonderful win.
The NFL used to have the old quarterback competition back when it was good. Pro Bowl. With Jim Kelly and Marino and the moving dartboard, kind of how they try to trick it up now. Caleb Williams will go out there and smoke everybody else.
Yeah.
Smoke them. Now, is that going to translate to everything on the field? Caleb is going to lose you more games. That's why they wouldn't go 14-3, in my opinion. But, yeah, I definitely Caleb over Jaden, and I'm thinking about Caleb over Drake.
Woo, bold. I like it.
That's not bold.
I like
you think it's bold?
That you might be willing to take the guy over who very well could be the MVP of the league. I think that's a bold take.
Okay.
I don't hate it. I think it's bold. ESPN. Jeremy Fowler spoke with various NFL executives. I had missed this at the end of last week. He had talked to execs about their various predictions for the offseason, and he's got his bold outline here just from talking to some people. Number 1 on his list, and we'll get to this. This includes George Pickens here, but number 1 on this list is something that we've talked about and something that's hit the rumor mill, as Jeremy Fowler notes, which is the Ravens trading Lamar Jackson to the Raiders. That there's personnel people now who think that could happen. An NFL personnel evaluator said it just seems like there's been some consternation there with Lamar and the Ravens. Boy, if you're an NFL NFL evaluator circles, just figure out who you think uses the word consternation.
Yeah.
And I think you can start narrowing down who it is told this to.
I'm always
Jeremy
worried
Fowler.
about myself, giving up myself with
a tell with a word.
Yeah,
You use.
I'm like, of the three of us, like, what word would give us away? Bobby, ringing the bell for what?
Yeah, I would say
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Like, it's interesting. They'd be like, oh, Bobby
That's
talked.
bell.
Yeah.
Choppy.
Me, it's just it's also
the Ravens trading Lamar Jackson.
It's also, what was my opinion on this again?
I forgot.
I forgot.
What are you quoted as I forgot?
What is our segment we're talking about
I
here?
could be in there for stuttering. No, I would interrupt the word they were trying to write, and then it would cut off into another word.
Mike McCarthy would be, it's just like anything. If you saw it's just like anything, you know exactly where that's coming from. But the Ravens trading Lamar Jackson does say there appears to be some consternation there. It said it does feel like a Mark Davis move to just say, throw everything at it. Let's go get Lamar Jackson. Number 2 on the predictions from NFL execs. One NFL personnel evaluator says, watch the Eagles trade for A.J. Brown this offseason, or watch the Bills trade for A.J. Brown this offseason. Says the Bills have to upgrade at wide receiver. Their best is Khalil Shakir. Nice player, but he's not a top guy. Brown's an immediate upgrade, and he's still young, and the Eagles can build the passing game around Devontae Smith and a high draft pick. Boy, if they go and trade for A.J. Brown and then try to sell everybody on really it was Sean McDermott's fault, then that'll be hilarious to me. The Falcons will roll with Kirk Cousins as their quarterback. If that's what the Falcons do, that Michael Penix pick becomes just a disaster.
Yeah,
Either way, they lose.
Yeah, the contract's a disaster or the draft pick's a disaster. Either way, it was a screw up.
Because I mean, they lost. If they stick with Penix, they did lose the greatest benefit of the quarterback, and that's the rookie contract. I mean, the amount of teams that make the Super Bowl with the quarterback on a rookie deal now is crazy.
Well, they lost 1 year of it, right? Did Penix start year 2?
For like half of it or whatever, and then it was back to Kirk. Malik Willis to the Dolphins or the Browns. Another quarterback move. They say either Geno, Tua, or Kyler to the Jets. One of those three starting for the Jets next year.
Can't have Tua in the AFC East. His arm in those conditions in Buffalo, the Meadowlands with that wind, and then New England. I mean, he needs to be in the NFC South. AFC South.
Have we seen a Kyler or Lamar type mobile quarterback play for one of these winter teams? I'm trying to remember if they've ever had one, because I think that could work. The idea of it just gives a dimension to your offense that you don't necessarily have in some of those snowy games. Flutie, yeah, man, if we got to go back that far.
Yeah.
And then even still, Wade Phillips benched him for Rob Johnson and rightfully got fired for it. The Colts win the AFC South next year is another prediction. And then the George Pickens one. It says the George Pickens situation in Dallas gets sticky. The Cowboys are expected to franchise tag Pickens, which would pay him around $28 million next season, but Pickens will want a long-term deal above that number. And if Dallas doesn't give him that, some around the league wonder whether he stays away from the team for a large portion of the offseason or even training camp. A veteran AFC coach said, I just don't see him coming off the season he had welcoming the franchise tag. If tag, both sides would have until July 15th to reach a deal. Pickens can choose not to sign the tag as a leverage method, which I would definitely see him holding out from OTAs and stuff.
Yeah.
That I don't think he's showing up for. Training camp, that obviously becomes a bigger question. And if he holds out from training camp, I mean, you only have till July 15th. That's before training camp. That just says you're not showing up, period. Because you can't get a deal done if you've been franchise tagged and then nothing is agreed to. That's the deadline. So that doesn't seem to be very productive to me. But if he holds out for training camp, you've got bigger issues and you're talking about a trade at that point.
Clarence Hill had asked right after Christmas, if you had to choose between paying Pickens or acquiring Crosby, what would you do?
I would.
Like, could I swap? Like, so in theory, it could be I swap Pickens for Crosby almost, and then no other capital sacrifice.
Yeah, because you're giving up a 1 at least.
Then yeah, I mean, I would take Max Crosby on this team over George Pickens.
Woo!
I love
you're
Pickens,
including the 1 that you would have to give up.
That's what I'm saying. Is it ultimately a swap because you've got the franchise tag?
Let's make it. You get a third back for George.
And you got to trade a 1.
And you got to trade a 1 and change for Max.
Well, no, not then. No. But if you're telling me...
Although, all right, let's make it the Raiders trade for Lamar, and they want Pickens as well. So you work out a deal.
Yeah, just if you tell me it's Crosby for Pickens, or you tell me it's Crosby for Pickens and like a 5th or something, yeah, I'm doing it. I think Crosby, like if you're Pickens is great, but if you're telling me I can go find another receiver to pair with Flournoy and Lamb and then get Crosby on this team without having to give up like a top tier pick, yeah, I'm doing it.
I don't know. I don't think this is a top 4 offense without George. And I don't think you're going to make the postseason. Max Crosby doesn't turn you from the 28th ranked defense to the 15th.
But what about Crosby?
You think Micah does, don't you?
Yeah, maybe. No, not last year. Not with that crap.
What about
they could have had prime Lawrence Taylor out there? They'd still be cheeks.
But you're going to have some money to spend and 2 draft picks in the first.
Theoretically, yeah. I mean, you're paying a lot of money. That's a lot of money in the defensive line, too.
Well,
you'd have 3 $20 million tackles and then a $40 million edge.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to go get Max Crosby. You can go get Nick Herbig. Now, Nick Herbig from the Pittsburgh Steelers, we've already worked out one trade for a Steelers player, a disgruntled Steelers player. Why not potentially another? Now, this is from our friend John Owning, or I should say G-Vec's friend John Owning.
Yeah, band guest PFF. John Owning.
No, we love John. John texted me the other day. He was like, hey, thanks for referencing my Christian Parker stuff on the area the other day. Appreciated it. But he has been all over Nick Herbig, who was a situational pass rusher for the Steelers last year. 3rd season just finished up, and he's been saying, man, I would love it if Dallas would go out there and trade for him. Well, it became enough of a question and enough of chatter that Braden Fajoko, who used to be with the Pittsburgh Steelers and is now with the Chargers, quote tweeted John, and now acting as his PR representative, said, I just spoke with Nick. He doesn't care about the trade smoke. He's ready to just be viewed and treated as a full-time starter, whether it's in Pittsburgh or elsewhere. Pittsburgh needs to decide what they want to do with that edge room. Nick Herbig is a starter. No more pitch counts. Wow. So this is a former teammate essentially acting as what seems like Nick Herbig's agent to request either I'm starting or you trade me out of here. John is thrilled with this because John is like, man, if we can create enough discontent that he actually does go on the block, you can trade for him. As a part-time edge rusher last year, Nick Herbig, 7.5 sacks, 13 tackles for loss, 18 quarterback hits, also had 3 passes defended and 3 forced fumbles.
Below the belt, every day at this time on the home of the Cowboys as we are back in studio, and that means it's time to reminisce. The biggest snow and ice lessons from Alaska. What did you learn? And what do we still need to know? Final hour, Sean and RJ next.
After we get...
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We have all finally joined Peyton Russell in studio here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt. We have Aiden getting it and Pepe as usual.
Adam is not fist pumping, though. Black Adam is choosing not to fist pump.
Why do you have to identify him by skin color?
Black Adam, he's not. He's White Adam. Black Adam is the nickname for him given to him by Fred Davis, the one that caused all that fighting between Reitma and Fred a couple weeks back.
And why the nickname?
Because it's the Marvel character or whatever, Black Adam.
Oh. Thought I was invited to the picnic.
I know Reitma isn't invited to the picnic if Fred's deciding.
Red Zone at 9:20 this morning. How did Mike McCarthy pull it off? But since we are all in here, it gave Bobby Belt some time to reminisce about Alaska, Snow-NATO, and the winter lessons learned.
Yeah, I was trying to think, and you always want to learn during your time away, during your periods of reflection, and I learned a few things. Number one, I learned I'm obsessed with these. Dots pretzels.
Oh, they're great.
Holy cow. I saw them were just stocking up on like shelf-stable stuff, or relatively stable. I guess they could expire at some point, but we were trying to collect stuff that like, okay, this will get us through the storm. Stuff we can easy snack on if power goes out. So I was like, all right, I'll get some of these Dots pretzels. I made a trip in the ice again yesterday to go get more because they were so good. These are incredible. I don't know what they are. The regular seasoned ones, the cinnamon sugar ones, they taste like the old the 90s Taco Bell cinnamon twists. They taste like classic and throwback. Very, very good. We had some up here. I didn't even know that until I just went in there. Honey mustard, also fantastic.
Yeah, so the honey mustard, what is the other flavor?
So they've got cinnamon sugar, regular seasoned, honey mustard, and then Peyton loves their Parmesan ones.
That's the only one I've ever had. Someone had it, and I just started eating them like it was nothing.
I'm addicted. I don't know what's in these things.
Yeah, the honey mustard. I'm a honey mustard fan. They're phenomenal.
They're fantastic. Love
what did you snack on the most? Because I know you snacked while being stuck. Would you gorge on?
You know, we had
bourbon.
What's that?
Bourbon.
Fruit. No, it's fruit. Fruit a lot.
That's lame.
Pineapple, strawberries, oranges. Had some cucumbers.
Oh, shut
had
up.
some
All right,
chicken. We had a couple of wraps.
What was
though.
your go-to snack?
You didn't eat any candy, any.
No, we don't keep it. Sarah don't allow it.
Sugar.
No, we don't have any candy in the house. God, kids hate me. We have protein bars. But
I'm almost done with the ice cream that Bobby brought us all. I'm almost done with that.
I forgot mine here.
I still have mine here. I got the pumpkin pie one in there. I just forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm going to take that home.
Oh, it's 3 pounds.
Okay, anyway, what did you snack on?
Man, I'm just like, our meals are so sad. It's scraps.
Kristen
it's
was like full like meals. She made like full meals those 2 days.
Yeah, like Amanda will go to the fridge and she's like, all right, I'll eat this for lunch. It's like the kids' quarter leftovers thrown into one little container from the night before. I'm trying to snack Sun Chips.
Oh, you should have gotten the Sriracha Doritos.
Yeah.
What bag? What bag? The blue bag? The yellow?
I think it's the orange bag, but I like the green one. I think the most.
Yeah,
I think that's
French
the French onion.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever eaten this one. Sun Chips are fantastic snacking food, but they're also a little light, so I don't think you realize how many you eat.
And I finally had that cookie that friend that you have that I hate always sends you, a professional troll.
Oh, the crumbles.
Yeah, that cookie crumble, and I was like, why are these so expensive? Well, because they're massive. And I, like 3 weeks later, I still had them like broken down into quarters, and they're just still sitting around.
Yeah, I mean, they're good.
Check out the calorie count on those bad boys.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Please shut up.
Oh, no.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't want to hear this.
Okay, so when we were looking at stuff on the shelf, I was like, all right, let me just get easy things. I went and looked at a can of chunky soup. I was like, oh, yeah, I'll just get some soup. I turned that around.
Sodium
Do you know
galore.
the amount of sodium in those cans?
Crazy.
2,500 milligrams of sodium.
Seems high.
Holy cow.
You know what we had last night? You would like this. Maybe you don't. Do you like corn?
Yeah.
Oh, I love corn.
Have you ever heard of corn ribs? I've never heard of this.
What, is it shaved off?
Yeah, they shave it into quarters, and you kind of eat it like a rib. It's crazy. I've never seen anything like it. But it's literally a quarter of the corn on the cob.
Actual
seasoned?
It is. No, it's not seasoned. We had to
Put your own
season
seasoning.
it. But it gets super crunchy put in the air fryer.
Okay.
Number 2, and I kind of referenced this earlier, never broadcast from home regularly. I would get up in the middle of the breaks and I'd go out there and I'd start talking to Kristen, and then I'd look and I'd be like, I have to go back on the air. Like I'm completely flipping my mindset in and out, going from the closet, coming out of the closet, going back in the closet, just alternating back and forth, and then going out there and talking to Kristen or Laura wanting to talk to me, or hey Dad, look at this, and then I'd realize, oh crap, I got to go back on the air, and then I would I'd have to get myself centered again. Didn't love that. And then third, the comfiest place to sleep might be a beanbag. So because we were over at the old apartment and we've moved over most of our crap, all we had over there was a mattress, like an air mattress, this king-size air mattress that the girls were sharing. Then there was the couch that we're going to get rid of, and then we had this massive beanbag. And that beanbag is about as comfortable as it gets.
See, I can't sleep on my back.
So
I have to be on the side.
But I can shift in it. This is a massive beanbag. It's huge.
Yeah.
And then there's another one that the girls had that you put that one down as kind of like a recliner, like leg to kind of put your feet out. It's really good, and it shapes to you. It's like having memory foam. I'm a fan. I could sleep in a beanbag full time, I think.
Yeah, my lesson, I haven't had a beanbag for a long time. Always had them as kids. I feel like a jumbo one would be fun for the kids.
Yeah, this thing is like, it's significant. It's big. It's like a $60 beanbag.
Well,
wow. I didn't buy it. Somebody gave it to me.
My coffee intake was much lower at home, and I think being stuck inside did make you more tired versus like your senses going off of leaving the house. You know, like Amanda, I think, views me coming here to work as escaping.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still coming here to work, but you're not in the same thing every single day.
Isn't it the warm house, too? Like some of the heat. I feel like a heater kicking on during the day. I can't sleep in a hot house at night, but during the day, a warm house makes me sleepy. It's like I just start like dozing off and just like, oh, this is like just kind of lulling me to sleep a little bit.
I definitely felt more tired. It's the lack. It's like you said, it's a lack of activity. Just getting up and moving makes you awake.
Well, speaking of sleeping, one of you guys had sent Steven Adams, maybe the most manliest man in the NBA, sleeping on the floor.
Sleeping on the floor. He's made $184 million in the NBA. He was on a podcast, did kind of a house tour, and it's a bed. I'm sorry, it's a mattress in the corner. I don't even think there's a box spring on this thing. It's in the corner, and he is just the most minimalistic human you've ever seen. And I just like, I'm thinking to myself, like, you cannot, first of all, you have to be single to be this way. You can't have a lady in your life, even a lady that comes over and have your apartment or house look like this. It's one of the most minimalist things I've ever seen. Like, you got to, the poorest thing, like, what is the poorest thing you do? Because this is a poor looking thing. Credit to him for having $184 million, but this is like, he looks like he's living in squalor.
Is there audio of it?
Yeah, I got the house tour audio.
One of you guys sent this. Was this a cut that we had ready to play?
I never found any cuts. I found
I didn't because it was too visual.
Okay, my bad, Peyton. I had you searching for it.
Yeah, it was too visual, so I didn't bother sending it. But it's just, it literally is a mattress on the floor.
I've done this before. I've done the when I first moved in, I didn't bother getting a bed frame. I was like, no, I'm not doing this because to me there didn't seem to be a need. But then as soon as you start going out and doing things, it's like I need to have this just for the upkeep and the visual.
Probably my phone. Like, my family's disgusted that I won't switch to the new cell phone. They think it's lazy, and I'm like, no. It might be partial laziness, but there's nothing wrong with this. I use things until they die out. I have a shop vac.
Is it broken? It looks broken.
This right here's a little scratch.
No, I thought you had a crack.
This is a crack.
It's amazing you have a case for it.
I did have a case, but that was becoming jagged, and I took that case off. But, dude, I've switched to newer technology, and I haven't liked it as much, and I'm sure there's glitches and gimmicks with that as well.
Yeah, but there's so many cool things on every generation of a new phone that you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't even realize this.
Like what? I'm not like that.
Nice cameras.
Yeah.
Don't you want a nicer camera, like to be able to just take better videos and stuff? Because that's the biggest. You're basically paying for an upgraded camera every time you get an upgrade.
Has it not slowed up on you at all?
No, it's been good. I'm like, why would I?
When did you get it?
I don't know. I don't even know how to figure out.
Because I feel like they
They
double the storage space. It feels like every new generation of a phone. I would just figure you'd start running out of room.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're not pushing me out. I think I have like the 99-cent.
Oh God,
what is it?
The iPhone 11.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, what are they on?
17? I have the 17 right now.
That's pretty old. So yeah, that's not poor though. That just strikes me as like just dug in.
Yeah, dinosaur.
It's dinosaur more than anything.
Right. I'm stunned that you kept it that long. I think for me, it's
If you've been to the Sean Mahal, you'd see there's nothing poor about Sean.
I don't.
Thanks, Dad.
I mow my own lawn. I won't pay somebody to mow the lawn for me.
That's not cheap. I mean, that's not poor.
All right, how about this?
Leftovers for me, probably.
The garage is full of stuff
Yeah.
that we're trying to sell. My dad says it's stupid to sell things. He says always give them away and then lie about it on your taxes.
Oh.
Right? Lie about what you gave away, give it a tax write-off.
To me, it's driving on bald tires. I will drive on bald tires. And I have to be...
That's lazy.
I don't want to spend the money.
Yeah.
I don't want to spend the money to, like, whenever I
would do the same thing except with, like, kids. Actually, the way I keep my temperature in the house, maybe you would think, like, the amount of maneuvering. I'm on my alarm.com app adjusting temperatures as much as I am texting you guys throughout the day.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Like, when I go to bed...
Just riding the gain.
I'm riding it. When I go to bed, I'm lowering it in the living room. And then I'll make it warm for the rest of the family. And then the minute my kids aren't upstairs, I'm lowering it. And the minute my wife is up, I'm lowering it in the bedroom. And then back and forth to try to. To me, it's a game. It's a weather price game.
Is that like gas with your car though? Like, do you end up maybe spending more energy doing all the back and forth?
That's what they say. Like, in order to get it up so much. My dad laughed at me, like made fun of me for the generator thing. He's like, invest in a real generator. Like, you're terrible as a handyman. You still have to do a lot of work with the one that you got. And in my mind, I'm like, no, I spent $2,000 versus $13,000. Like, I'm sitting here looking. I'm looking at that Zach Martin commercial. His new O-line, and I'm texting my guy Joe, like, should I do this? Should I do this? He's like, bro, it doesn't snow enough here.
So your bedroom is on a different thermostat than the rest of your house?
Yes.
And then upstairs. So upstairs is on one, downstairs on another, and your bedroom's on a third.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Damn.
Yeah.
3 thermostats. Like I said, ain't nothing poor about it.
We have 2, and I wish we had one for the bedroom because the bedroom gets so much hotter than the rest of the house. So I need a third one.
The fan text is blown away that you have an iPhone 11. They don't know how that's possible.
My wife is disgusted. She's trying to now say I'm going to harm the kids by the phone. She's like, they're going to grab it and cut themselves. And when they cut themselves on this right here, then I'm going to blame you, and I'm blah, 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 and just one ear and out the other. Look, so it's like old construction.
I think once you get a new phone, though,
is that true?
It's what I mean. It's also ignorance is bliss. As soon as you start messing with a new phone, you're going to be like, oh, there's all this stuff I didn't have, but you're happy without knowing.
The problem is, we're all on a family plan. I got the free upgrade probably 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So that phone is just sitting. I have the new phone.
Yeah, you could probably turn that new phone in and get a full rebate for 17.
You had. It's the old phone now. It was a new phone that never got used. Now it is an old phone.
Yeah, now it's an old phone. She thinks it's because I don't want to go to the store and deal with all that. But Bobby told me I can just bring it, hold it over, and it'll transfer. So
switch.
I use Bobby as my out of. It's not laziness. I can just get like this. I can just hover it.
The only thing I had to do, because I got a new phone a couple months ago. The only thing I had to do is sign into a few apps.
Yeah.
That's it. But
you got to re-sign in, but it'll transfer everything.
It'll transfer everything else.
Snow lessons from the Snownado and Alaska here on 105.3 The Fan. How did Mike McCarthy make you cry yesterday and pull it off? His secret weapon next on the Red Zone.
Jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
The Red Zone, your football fix every day, 9:20 here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. Is Tom Brady going to be punished by the Hall of Fame next? We'll ask Kevin Hagelin, the number one Brady hater in the building at 9:40. Have you seen them? Are they going to do the show from home today?
They are here. They are here.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I was waiting to see.
So they managed to sneak themselves in here. I did ask them how traffic was. They were like, meh. I think it was okay. But I'm hoping I don't think it's supposed to get above freezing before we're out of here. So we're going to have to be sliding on that again.
Yep. Okay, so Brian Daboll takes the Titans OC job. Now, I love Ross Tucker, but what he did yesterday while on with us, justifying the Eagles' OC vacancy, that was a joke.
Oh, he spun more than Bobby's tires.
Yeah, I could not stop laughing. That was a joke. They didn't want to hire them. No, it's just they could have gotten any of the 15 that they've talked to. It's not the Eagles, it's them. And they're all withdrawing. It's not because they don't want the job. It's because they realize they're not going to get the job. They wanted to hire Brian Daboll, according to Diana Rossini, and Daboll prefers Cam Ward and being irrelevant.
I'll tell you this. Now, maybe Daboll views it as I'm a co-head coach with Saleh because it's like he's the defense, I'm the offense.
Both New York failures.
Yeah, both New York failures.
And then maybe that's it. He saw how much Saleh got pushed around with the Jets, and he's like, he'll be out of here soon. I will be the next coach.
Maybe that's it. I cannot. That is such an indictment on Jalen Hurts. Honestly, it's an indictment on the fans. I hope the fans of Philly, and they won't, they're going to wear this as a badge of honor.
Yeah, you're not tough enough.
I hope they take this as a realization that nobody wants to coach your football team, and it's not because of the quarterback, and it's not because of Nick Sirianni. It's because of you morons who think that your lunch pail carrying ways and attitude is the way to go. Like players and coaches don't want to deal with that.
Or Jordan Schultz is pushing the narrative for Daboll that he was in love with Cam Ward. That the Giants, they made this offer to try to trade up to 1, Bobby, offering the number 3 pick, a 2025 first-rounder, and multiple day 2 selections. The Titans declined.
That, in retrospect, should get Joe Shane fired as well, then. If that's how the Giants were really trying to go after Cam Ward and spend that much capital to go get him.
Cam Ward, he'll be good.
He was fine. I don't know that I'd spend that much to move up a couple spots and get him, but this is, look, Daboll, I wonder how much of it is like kind of we're talking about here, the idea of he just did New York, and he's like, do I want to go to Philly now?
Right.
And do I want to deal with everything that clearly comes with being the coordinator in Philly and getting my house egged? And yeah, no thanks. Let me go to Nashville where they don't even know the name of their team in a lot of instances.
Joe Brady.
Volunteers.
Joe Brady gets the Bills job. He's promoted and takes over for Sean McDermott, and Jim Leonard expected to be a leading candidate to be the DC for Joe Brady, according to insiders. But the number one coaching story yesterday had us all feeling the warm vibes, except for Roberto. Mike McCarthy gets his dream job.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Art. I think I thought at least be able to get started.
Spit it out.
You know, oftentimes coaches and players, you put on new team colors, and it takes a minute to feel comfortable in those new colors. But to be blessed beyond any measure, one day to put on the colors you wore since you brought home.
Oh, God.
Bobby.
Brett, I told you not to sit my family down here in front. This is so unfair. I understand and embrace the responsibility, the privilege, and the weight that comes with this stewardship. This city, this franchise, this fan base means the world to me. Because Pittsburgh's my world, and it's just awesome to be back here.
Good for Mike.
Yeah.
Whose world is Pittsburgh? Whose world is Pittsburgh?
All right, here we go.
You don't believe it with him?
What happened to this organization? This mean Joe Green, Jack Lambert with 3 teeth, and now we cry when Mike Tomlin, Mr. 9 and 8, goes, guys, I think I'm going to get into broadcast. Dear God, no. And then Mike McCarthy goes, I just can't wait to breathe in the smokestacks every morning from the factories on my way in and get iron poisoning.
And have that sandwich with French fries on it, like the only cuisine they're known for.
Right.
Was it Permanente Brothers?
Sounds right.
Something like that.
That sounds right.
No, this is
Minio's Pizza or whatever it is.
What
It's
is
nice.
Pittsburgh like?
We stayed at the airport. We weren't allowed to leave the airport. Like, the hotel was in the airport. You could not really get out. You could try, but you'd have to like go through all the airport like tolls and stuff to come back. So it's like, I'm not doing this. When we drove around, it's a gritty aesthetic. Like, you get down there and it's very much
like Buffalo.
I've been told Buffalo, Pittsburgh, and Milwaukee in the summer are really cool. They're fun. There's a lot of breweries and crap like that.
Sure, it's nice. It's cool that he gets to go have his dream team. Like, this is where he always wanted to go. Fine, awesome. Just let's not pretend like it's going to go anywhere. It's not.
He understands. He did not understand what it was to. I should say what it was to be the Cowboys coach. I don't think he understood, and Bobby has brought this up, he didn't understand like all that goes into it, the circus that this is. I think he definitely understands it with Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh is going to be more like Green Bay than Dallas was. And so he'll have that benefit of it because, he never adjusted.
How did he pull it off? Well, a little-known secret that Bobby knew about years ago, did an interview with The Athletic.
Laura Oakman. Everybody know who she is? Those of you at home know her as just she
was a
Fox sideline reporter. Well, 5 years ago, Laura Oakman was an NFL sideline reporter for Fox, a veteran journalist attending production meetings and covering games. And by the way, this right here, attending production meetings and then jumping into what she did. This does show you the closeness that production meetings can get you, Tom Brady, and the sort of access that it can get you to people. Then one day in late 2020, she came up with an idea that changed her life. It happened during a conversation with Dan Quinn. He had just been fired as the head coach of the Falcons after 5 seasons and an infamous collapse in the Super Bowl. They had met in the months after he was hired in 2015 and built an easy rapport, or after he was hired in 2015, built an easy rapport. Quinn picked her brain about ideas on communication and human connection. Oakman offered tips on messaging and dealing with the media. In the days after Quinn was fired, he called Oakman to check in. Quinn had already decamped to Hawaii and mapped out a plan to diagnose what went wrong. He was going to call a list of players and coaches to document his mistakes. Oakman listened for a moment, then she spoke up. She said, "Can I do it in a different way with what you missed as a person?" she asked. Oakman had spent nearly 2 decades asking questions of NFL coaches and GMs. She knew many of them personally. What if they curated a list of people to call and Oakman interviewed them about Quinn? The answers would be anonymous, the feedback unfiltered. Oakman wondered if she could discover things that Quinn never would on his own. And Quinn said, "All of us have blind spots." The result was a 25-page document that Oakman delivered in 2021 and Quinn memorized as he became the defensive coordinator of the Cowboys and eventually the head coach of the Commanders. And this is something that she started to do with several people. And it talks about how she says that, like this is a changed from 25-page documents to 50-page documents. And this blind spot, trying to help people find their blind spots and where they can get better. It's become a little cottage industry. She says for years, she shared little about her blind spot work. She was still working for Fox. She was sheepish about selling her idea to coaches, which requires a flat fee for each project. Most of her new clients came by word of mouth or through past relationships. Yeah, I'd be quiet about this too if I was supposed to be objectively covering football games. I would not talk about how I'm basically Mike McCarthy's guardian angel who is literally following every single member of Dallas media and making sure they hear about it. You guys wonder how Mike McCarthy hears things? Mike McCarthy did not have Twitter. Laura Oakman was in his ear about everything all the time. Anytime. And I told you guys this when I first joined the show. I remember we were at your house and we were talking about stuff and you were like, yes, we were at your estate. We're at the Sean Mahal and we were talking about things and I said, he doesn't like me. I'm telling you now. And you went, he's not going to know. I said, not only does he know what I say about him, he knows what you say about him. He knows what Choppy says about him regardless because Laura Oakman is telling him all of this. And then, I don't want to say who, we ran into this trying to book somebody for an interview, remember? And Laura Oakman was like running media for this person, another media member. Yeah. And we couldn't get it approved without Laura Oakman telling us yes. And
Kyle
she wouldn't.
Yeomans.
Yeah, Kyle. We wanted Kyle. But this is Laura Oakman is one of the NFL puppet masters out there that nobody knows about.
What a racket I'm so jealous.
It's a great racket.
This is like
man.
Rick Scott.
Oh, don't even bring Rick Scott up.
I blocked her ass on Twitter.
Rick Scott was a radio consultant that all these stations gave money to and hired to cut. His job was to come in town
for 3 days,
listen to the radio, take notes, and give the feedback to these stations. I don't even know what he charged. I don't want to know what he charged. Laura Oakman comes up with this racket to call around the league, ask these people questions about her clients, write them down, spin it as a fancy PowerPoint, and God knows how much she's making off of it.
Who knows?
I'm jealous.
Yeah.
She thought of it first.
It's a racket for her. It's unethical. I have no problem with the coaches wanting to do it.
Unethical if she's a reporter.
If she's a reporter.
Or just disclose that you're doing it.
Yeah.
Disclose that you've done this, but no, 100%. When Mike would come on here in a moody mood with us and was not one day, that's why there was
that overall good.
I know, but that one, for instance, that one day where we had the whole play of the highlight thing, where I told you guys I was like, he's not going to give me answers to questions today. It's because, and in my head I was thinking, what did I say that Laura saw this week that Laura was upset with? Gave it to Mike. And now Mike doesn't want to talk to me this week. Okay,
Bobby's
fine.
got a conscience.
Bobby's got a conscience. It's like, all right, fine. And Mike knew what I thought. Like, and I didn't, it wasn't like I would run from him. He knew. And I knew he knew that. I knew he didn't like me.
She's basically coaching you for your interview. Mm-hmm. Yesterday we did a mock interview.
Yeah.
And, it's a good thing for the coaches to say, hey, I can't admit my faults. We all have blind spots. And find out what the rest of the league thinks about it.
I got no problem with Dan Quinn doing that, Mike doing that. I think it's smart. You want to know.
Yeah.
A lot of us know. I mean, really, nobody can self-evaluate the way other people can evaluate you. It's very difficult. You got to put your ego aside, and that's tough to do. So I've got no issue with it. I'm.
Let me give the feedback.
Okay.
Not on you, but. For many first-time head coaches, the biggest blind spot is their staff. They often have to make hires quickly through suggestions from coaching mentors and agents. Oakman knew the personalities of so many coaches throughout the league. She realized there was little consideration of fit. There's not much intention with the staff. Other blind spots can feel universal to any profession. An executive coach who worked with CEOs and college coaches started researching blind spots, and here's what he found. If you're too committed to your own system, the answer will always be to do the same thing better. If you're too strong, they won't be. If you're too positive, you won't see the train coming. If you're too internal, they won't know what you want. Coaches, they believed, from The Athletic in this study, came away overly focused on new ideas but never mastered anything. Be simpler. Coaches become so consumed with their players, they forget to work on themselves. They forget how to bring their best.
To make that your job. Not an NFL sideline reporter anymore. Make that your job.
It is.
I know, but I'm saying make that your commitment and don't just sheepishly hide from everybody, both the viewers and the coaches, what exactly it is you're doing.
Dan Quinn was trying to do too much. He wanted to be a leader who was helpful and involved, always ready to take on new responsibilities. It wasn't until he sat down with Oakman that he saw what others were seeing. He said, I felt like I was working harder than I ever had with less results. So I needed to make sure as the head coach I was nailing the biggest things that need the most attention all the time.
Man, I think that is right there where you have those coaches trying to do too much. It becomes very difficult to be a coach, play caller, and culture guy all at the same time.
Luckily, Laura can do all of it for you.
You know what I mean? Like, if you're focused on
I can't wait to reach out. I waited a little bit. Now I'm going to reach out to the person I was supposed to go get her permission on. And, I can't wait for the brush back. Wait.
Could you imagine, you're trying to build a culture, you're trying to coach your football team, and you're trying to come up with a game plan. I don't know that you could do all that. And if you can, you're basically Sean McVay, and you're just like this unique unicorn.
We should try to set up our own. We should try to revive the Rick Scott, be our own radio consulting firm.
We could do it.
Yeah.
And then we could get elected to the Senate and governor like he did.
I don't think it's the same guy.
Oh, different guy? Damn.
Is Tom Brady the next to pay the Belichick price? Crosstalk with everyone back in studio. It's the KNC Masterpiece. Did Bobby just break equipment?
No, almost did.
Almost did. Crosstalk with KNC. Tim, come in here and check after this.
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Everybody officially back in studio for Crosstalk. It's the KNC Masterpiece. Did you make up your mind, no matter what, last night or when you woke up, you were coming in studio, or did you see if we were at home to remain part of the team?
No, I did not today because I felt like If Alec made it yesterday, then I need to pick up my game and be here today.
Well, who was in for Alec before yesterday?
Jet. I don't know where Jet lives.
Somebody named Jet.
Grand Prairie.
Yeah. Jet Nelson.
Jet Nelson, yeah.
Right, yeah, coach.
J-E-T-T, Jet.
So you felt like you needed to match Alec.
Yeah, because
it would make you look bad.
He lives far away, so if he could make it, I was like, ooh, I need to be there.
And you got out of the...
I told him yesterday I was going to be in here. I was like, I felt like once I got to Park, that's a street in my neighborhood, Sean. Once I got to that area, I was like, that's clear enough. It's going to be clear enough once everything melts. Now, this morning,
East
on my
Park or
drive-in,
West
it
Park?
had west, I guess, west of 75. On my drive-in, as I was at a light, I was looking in my rear view, and I saw this Jeep rolling up behind me, and I was like, you're going too fast. You're going too fast. Uh-oh. And I moved over, and he slid right through the intersection. And I was like, yeah. And I saw him fishtailing, and I was like, this isn't going to be good. So I was like, I got to move out of his way, mostly because of the concern for my truck.
Peyton ended up in his neighbor's yard. He slid right over the curb into the yard.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I was going downhill, not even that fast, and I took a left turn, and my car did not go left. It went straight.
Peyton did not bring us in on Tuesday, the fact that he was here on Monday. So Alec brings you all in. Broadus definitely, I don't think, brings in G-Bag.
No.
So I don't know whose lead they follow. Maybe it's Eric's.
Broadus can't even keep G-Bag doing the show for the full 5 hours.
That's true. That's true. Last night I did notice Fred was in studio and Blake was on the Zoom. And so Blake did not make the drive in.
What's the fastest you went, be honest, and how many cars did you pass? Did you ever get in the left lane to pass?
55, did not pass anybody.
What?
Oh, wow.
76 is the fastest I went.
I was gonna say
that
like
was
50.
I was in a spot where I could see it was clear.
Yeah.
I could see it was clear. Other than that, I was keeping it more tame.
I got up to 55, and then I said what Sammy Hagar says, which is what?
I can't drive 55.
I can't drive 55. So I backed off from there. No, I was going about 50,
John
55.
sang that song.
I know what that was for. Yeah.
Remember that, Peyton? You gotta find that audio.
We're gonna get you. Go ahead,
I was
Corey.
cruising about 70.
Yeah.
70 in the middle lane, and I wouldn't get to the left because it still had ice patches on it, but the middle area was clear. But there's only two people. You're either going 70 something
or 30
or 5. Yeah, you're just in the wrong lane. Everybody's trying to, and they're like, come on. So you have to go around them, and I hate that part.
Oh, you disagree?
I went like 45. Uh-oh, I got the Alec bat signal. Something has happened.
My favorite part
Two people have sent. The Browns they have a head coach.
Oh, good for them.
Let's see how long it takes to guess it. Don't look.
Juzinski.
No and no.
It is Bill Belichick.
No.
Offense or defense?
I'm not going to tell you.
You want to tell us offense or
McDermott.
defense?
Offense.
Okay, see, that doesn't narrow
Brian
it down.
Daboll.
No.
Oh, hold on. He's telling us see how long it takes because it's somebody we're not thinking of.
Shieldhouse.
It's a name, not necessarily been up for
Ron Rivera,
head coach. Yeah. Didn't he interview in Arizona?
Yeah, I saw that.
They're going to freak out in Cleveland over this. All right, I'll give you a clue. It was a coordinator in the North.
Greg Roman?
Nope.
Todd Monken?
Todd Monken.
Oh, my God.
Really?
The Browns are going to Browns. Holy crap.
Wow.
You fired Kevin Stefanski. You fired Kevin Stefanski to get the Todd Monken. Oh, congrats! You know what? I'd like to shout out the Haslam family, right? Go Vols! I'm happy. You could get him on the cheap, more money for the football team here in Knoxville.
So Harbaugh doesn't.
Foot on the brake foot and one on the gas here.
This takes precedent over Monken.
Here we go.
That was Sean. Too much traffic. I can't pass. No. So I tried my best. Illegal move. A big black and white come and crush my groove again.
Here we go.
Go on and ride me up for 125. Post my face, wanted dead or alive. Take my license and all that jive. I can't drive 55. Oh, yeah.
Why isn't this the return for every
number 24?
That almost sounds like you.
I can see that.
We did that for
make your
Brian
request.
Purdy. The GM here, it was probably during contract time while I did it, so maybe you should sing a song now, Bobby. Maybe
How
you
did
should
he
come
react to that?
Go on and sing for me.
I signed. Had a hole in my wall in the bathroom, but I signed.
Boy, JP Finley nails the Todd Monken hire, by the way, from NBC Sports Washington. And our sister station, he says, feels very Zornian in Cleveland. This does feel like a Jim Zorn hire.
Oh, this might be worse.
This is pretty bad. This is pretty
might
bad.
be worse. But those Brown fans, man, they're so nice. They'll get excited. They'll be sold out.
Derek Holland will do an AI video with 2 cigarettes now.
That's right.
So the Ravens steal the Browns from Cleveland and then go, you want the offensive coordinator we fired to coach your team? Here you go. You can have Todd.
So Harbaugh doesn't have his OC now. Because he was supposed to go to New York. Who was outraged by Belichick not getting in?
Outrage isn't the line, but I don't understand what the real credentials are. Like, what are
Don't
what are
cheat. How about that?
I don't care about that. I never have.
So you want the baseball players all in?
Yeah, I've said that many times. If you have to put a red light over their bust, whatever it is, but you have to signify what happened in the game. This dude has the credentials that says he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, no matter what. He has the credentials. As a matter of fact, I do love the line of, like, he should go in. Was it Siciliano? He was like, he should go in just on his scandals alone, like being able to pull those off in the playoffs and Super Bowl. So yes, I think he should be in because the credentials, everything he accomplished on the field says he should be in.
I already know what he's going to say. This is the man who broke up with somebody because their registration expired. He 100% thinks Belichick
I told you it's more complicated than that. So, do you think it'd be a funny bit, though, if the voting came out and he was a unanimous selection and, like, they just got this entire story wrong?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be funny.
I do think that'd be
Especially
funny.
if it was just somebody pranking Belichick. And it's like, it's an NDA. He can't say anything.
What's your reaction to it?
Yeah, it's pretty stupid. And does Tom Brady get this same treatment? Because he's a giant cheater then, too.
That's the question.
On the football field, too.
I mean, look, if this was the reason that he was punished.
What other reason would it be?
I think
He's a jerk.
Okay, fine.
I'm not justifying it. I'm just giving you the reasons. Choppy and I don't have a major problem with him being kept out if it's because of cheating. On the first time. On the first time.
You do think, because we talk about this with baseball a lot. I don't understand when you're like, oh, you couldn't get in on I don't know what happened either. You couldn't get in on the 6th ballot, but you got in on the 8th ballot.
Right.
But you do think there is a discernible difference between a first ballot Hall of Famer and a regular Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Okay, I could see that.
And Belichick, without trying to cheat multiple times, is a first ballot Hall of Famer.
But he's the Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah, but he cheated multiple times.
Doesn't matter.
Well, it doesn't matter to you. It matters to me. It matters to the team he was trying to spy on to win the Super Bowl or the Jets.
But there would reach a point where you'd be like, you've punished him enough, right?
Yeah, and to me, this will be enough.
So this is the punishment.
Yeah,
You're
this is the
all right,
punishment.
you can go in next year. That's fine.
I think it's embarrassing enough. I think it hurts him enough.
Embarrassing.
I think it will hurt him enough.
They managed to make him sympathetic, though. Like, I wonder if, in essence, this almost is great for it because it makes him a sympathetic figure.
Right. People are outraged at the voters. People are furious at the Hall of Fame.
Shireen brought it up. I think it's a valid point. Like, there's a situation where, because you have, of the 5 people, you have 3 that you could vote for. How many people decided not to vote for him because they were going to vote for somebody else to keep them on the ballot?
Because Shireen said they will
That's
debate
possible.
it. They debate it in the room or whatever, or over the Zoom, but then they don't vote. They don't know what each other voted.
Yeah.
They don't
no
vote
one no one on the call made the arguments against him while they were doing it. So someone cowardly got off the call and voted against him, and they didn't voice it.
11 somebody.
Yeah.
11. And Bill Polian says he can't remember what he did.
Which is weird, because before that, yesterday, he was like, I categorically deny this happened.
I'm not surprised Bill Polian is forgetting things, though, because that seems like something that happens a lot with him at his age.
How do you judge Tom?
Feels like he would have voted for Belichick, though.
Look, I would have put Bill in. The way football is that they don't care about cheating. But if you're going to take this stance with Bill, and this is the reason you took the stance, then you have to do the same with Tom.
I don't think so. I think with Bill, it's 3 and Tom 1.
Oh.
Now, I do think Tom, I know Deflategate.
So benefited from all of them.
But he benefited from all of them.
And
but
I
he
also
didn't.
disagree with the idea that he
Tom
only
won
knew
without
about
Bill,
one of
too.
them.
But Bill choreographed them, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't care what. Don't tell me Bill Belichick didn't know that Tom wanted the footballs deflated and that they were being deflated. Don't tell me that. That's insulting.
Every quarterback has
But Tom didn't set up the spying. You know what I mean? He
He
benefited.
could have learned it at Michigan.
But I think he probably did coordinate Deflategate. But I'm looking at his 3 versus 1. I think Tom will get in first ballot.
Tom comes from the 2 cheatingest programs in football at college and the NFL.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It doesn't support.
Does the cheating Spygate? Does what Jimmy said, where he goes, "We all did it." Does that matter at all, or not? Because Bill got caught.
I just want the Jimmy podcast to come out. I want to hear him. He's on fire right now on Twitter.
He is going crazy. Man, he is. His fishing buddy. He's defending. No, you got caught. It doesn't change my opinion. Like, we all speed. I don't go 76 like Choppy on the ice, but you got caught. The officer doesn't say, okay, yeah, that person passed you. I'm going to let you off.
Do you feel like you need to hear from one or all or whoever of the voters who didn't vote for him?
No. I know why they did it. It was a mixture of being butthurt over his personality and the cheating and getting some revenge on him. You know, which you should not judge it by his personality whatsoever.
Yeah.
That is so
You
thin-skinned.
see that in other Hall of Fames, like David Ortiz getting in the Hall of Fame, but not Barry Bonds.
Right. That's Jared Sandler's point to us this morning. I don't know whether I was supposed to say that, but I did. All right. Everybody is back. We're back tomorrow. Stay safe. Stay warm. It's the KNC Masterpiece. Next on The Fan. Congrats, Browns fans.
Now on camera.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous, often imitated, never duplicated Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck are we doing today? 877-881-1053 or the Twitch or the YouTube. How is everybody in Radio Land doing as well today?
Are you at home by the warm glow of a radio today? Or are you out on these roads, on these streets, taking care of business? Alec, I had a moment this morning in the gym because I decided I was going to get up early, head into the gym, because my gym's shut around the neighborhood still. So they're like, hey, if your kids aren't going to school, we aren't either. And I was like, all right. But I had a moment where I was in the gym, somebody else comes into the gym. And I'm like, oh, crap, I don't like this. What if he needs the equipment I need? You know, that's always stressful. I think everybody understands that. He didn't, but he got done before me and went into the bathroom to shower. Now, I walk in and I look around whenever I got done, and he goes, hey, let me get this out of your way. And then he said, by the way, I'm sorry for leaving my underwear on the counter the other day.
Oh, my goodness.
And I was like, what? And he goes,
heard your segment.
He goes, Tolo. And I was like, oh, so we got a Tolo in the building, dude. It was awesome. Nice. It was kind of a cool moment. And he apologized. So that was awesome.
That is nice. Is that how you would have handled that situation, Alec? Or would you come in there and be like, hey, bro, I heard you talking about me on the radio. Not cool.
I don't know how I would handle that. It depends on the context, because you were talking about some streaky underwear. I would have been a little bit emasculated in that situation.
I did take some shots there at that, and that may have been an exaggeration. That part at least. But that kind of made my day. That kind of got me going. So Kevin, I'm doing great right now, man.
Okay.
Already got the lift in for the day. Excited about this weekend, and we're heading to Super Bowl week tomorrow.
You got your
not tomorrow.
I was like, oh, crap. I need to make some changes and cancel some appointments.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. Next week, indeed, heading to the Super Bowl from the 817. Taking deliveries. I need Kevin to make it snow more. Oh, I'll work on that?
How do you make it snow? Is that when you walk in with a bunch of cocaine and just throw it up in the air? And
that's right.
Oh, or break a bunch of snow globes? There have to be a lot of them, though. From the 469. What up, Kevin and Corey? From the 858. I'm a little nervous today, boys. I have to drive to Tyler in this sketchy, slushy mush. That's hard to say. Make me laugh.
Okay. I had to do that many, many years ago, driving from Dallas to Tyler in stuff just like this. Like exactly like this. I can't remember. I just graduated college, so it was like the 10, 11 area. And I was looking to get a job in TV in Tyler. I was like, I might have to go out there and do my job. And so I took that 2-hour drive. And it was fine. I just took my time, made my way, and eventually I got there. So you're going to be just fine. We'll do our best to make you laugh today.
Okay. All right. You know what? I like that. There you go. That's the spirit. We'll see what we can do. And you know what? Because so many people have requested us to make them laugh, I've come up with more titles for Super Bowl prop bets.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Name the first title you said.
BDS Sam.
Oh, my God.
And that's a prop bet for Sam Darnold. BDS Sam.
Oh, no, I heard you. But yesterday was...
Do you need more?
Was it Booty Call?
Yes!
And then...
Big Game Hunter. 50 Shades of May.
That was actually pretty good.
Alec, admit it. BDS Sam. Pretty clever.
But the kids are out of school today, man.
Well...
Oh, that is true.
That, you know...
Yeah, you always forget about the kids.
That is a fair point.
Here you have kids, and you always forget about the kids.
Okay.
Well, I guess because one of your kids is practically an adult, and he's not, like, is he out of school today? I don't know.
That's actually, I don't think I know the answer to that
And the other
either.
one has daycare schedule. So, like, that's a little bit different than that.
So you probably won't like the other one.
You have another child?
No. Yeah, you'll like that child if there's one. No, one of my other titles for my prop bets was 2 teams, 1 cup.
Oh my gosh.
because that one's
Cooper Cup.
That one's for Cooper Cup.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
But it could have been worse, right?
I guess.
Oh,
Yeah, because somebody texted in one yesterday about that, and they were like, "You think he ever walks up to a couple girls and is like, hey?"
Yeah. So I would argue.
And for anybody out there that is like, "What are they talking about?" Don't worry about it. If you don't know, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
All right?
And
Listen
if
to
you
me.
do worry about it, that's your own fault.
Yes. Do not worry about it.
That is the grossest thing. Oh.
From 443, good morning, fellas. The roads are good in Tyler from Pixley.
Oh, okay, great.
Nice to hear it from that right there.
For the 682, I don't even remember this. Need to be careful on the road. I don't have insurance because Kevin said it's dumb. It's that one
True.
And the cousin hooking up with one that I don't remember saying anything like that whatsoever.
Sometimes it's not about what you remember. It's about what the Tolos remember. And that's the most important thing. That's what creates the show.
That's true. They remember a lot, and sometimes I feel really dumb for not remembering the things. All right. Do you want to get into sports? I'll leave the titled prop bets at that for now.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Because it seems like you guys thought those were too adult.
We're just concerned for you, dude.
Egregious.
We're concerned for you. That's it.
Why? Why are you concerned for me? I'm fine.
Just your future in this business is like what we're concerned about.
It's too late.
Okay.
For me there. Like this is
So you're trying. You're like, I struck it big already. Here we go. Yeah, I get it.
All right. So to sports we go.
Let's do it.
All right, couple of things. Let's talk about football real quick, and then we're going to talk about the Dallas Stars. I was inspired by some audio I heard in the break from Bobby, so we're going to talk about the Dallas Stars. But first, the Cleveland Browns hiring Todd Monken, the former Ravens offensive coordinator, as their head coach. What do we all think about this home run?
He put together the offense that did put Lamar Jackson into the MVP conversation and essentially got him an MVP again. Lamar Jackson was the best thrower he'd been. When he got to Baltimore, their offense was 4 and 6 yards and points when he got there. Year 2, his offense was 1 and 3 in yards and points. Now this year it was 16 and 11. Previously in Tampa, he had very good offenses there too. So this is it's a guy who's a little bit older, 59 years old. That's fine. That's a good age for a head coach.
Yeah.
I think it's actually a pretty decent run here to go ahead and add that. Now, Cleveland, they're always going to hire somebody that's just like, yeah, sure, I'll take the job. It doesn't feel like because nobody really wants to take that job because it's a mess there. But I think this is going to be good. I think it'll be good for Shedeur Sanders, especially or Dylan Gabriel.
Does it have to be good for Shedeur Sanders? He's already a Pro Bowler.
That's true, with more interceptions than TDs. So
that's true.
So what does Pro Bowl even mean at this point? I think he'll push that running game to be good again, and we'll see how things do with the passing game at some point.
Okay. All right. Now, in other sports news, let's go ahead and start with cut number 1, because for a good chunk of the night, it looked like it was going to be a lovely evening for the Dallas Stars.
Here in the second, Jason Robertson. Hintz, score! Robertson to Hintz, 3-0 Dallas.
And then the third period happened.
What happened?
I will point out before that goal, within the span of 40 seconds, Matt Duchene scored back-to-back goals, 1 power play and 1 5-on-5, because by scoring the power play goal, they thus got the guy out of the box. But back-to-back goals in 40 seconds. It's looking good. But then the Blues score not once, not twice, but thrice, and they tie the game up. And then, seemingly, almost exactly the same way they won the last game against the Blues, go ahead and cue up cut number 2 and Thomas Harley.
Cleanly to Harley. Shot. To score! They did it again! Thomas Harley from the point scores with 67 seconds to go, and Dallas takes
Now, on Friday, it was Jason Robertson who scored with 1 minute left to go to break a tie and give the Stars a 1-goal lead. Last night, it was Harley who scored with 1:07 left to break a tie and give the Stars the 1-goal lead and eventually win. And this is a St. Louis team that is not good. So it felt key to get this win. The Stars have now won 3 of their last 4. I think you can make a really strong argument. They look like the better team in all 4 of those games. We talked about the Columbus game last week and how it felt like you were the better team, even though you didn't get the win. So at least that is 6 of 8 points. And even if it's against a crap team, you need the 2 points. You need the win. Last night felt really important, especially if you would have given up a 3 freaking goal lead in the third period.
Yeah, let's work on these third periods just a little bit if we can. Try and tighten things up just scotch, just a scotch, just tighten up just a little bit because this I think this Stars team is chock full of talent. I think we all agree with that. There's nothing that leads us to believe that that's not the case. I think that obviously having a more physical presence on the ice at some point will help out a little bit. I wonder if that's an investment that the team is looking to make down the road here, or because Bischel, return could change that. That could be the case. That'll help with these third periods when everybody's like, all right, now we can kind of cruise through this and just let our guy do his thing. But this thing, getting the points, getting the wins out of these last 4, the 3 out of these last 4 is a nice thing because it kind of gets you back on track, restabilizes. You got to do it against bad teams, and then whenever you can kind of get into your cruise later in the season, it'll be nice to get some against good teams too.
I think Gulletson was spot on after the game. He goes, this just goes to show you what happens when you drop a degree. It doesn't matter who you're playing or where they are in the standings. And so a not too subtle call out of his team for no, I saw what you were doing. And then you guys eased up on it. Yeah. And this is why it almost happened. And then big picture, I think this kind of speaks to what you were talking about. Once again, we go back to the head coach. We do some good structural things, but we need to get better at some hard things.
Yeah. And I always tell my kids, when they're good at something and they're like, oh, I'm good at this. And then I'm like, but you're bad at this. And I don't punch them and say that. I just hey,
that's probably
my suggestion to them is, hey, Tiger Woods, the things that he couldn't do well, he practiced harder at. And so that's what you're talking about right there is the things that you're not really good at and that have traditionally kept you from being the best team on that year. You got to practice. You got to figure out a way to practice at it. You don't even have to be good at it. You just have to be capable of doing it. And that's what the Stars have got to be consistently capable of.
Now, the Stars break their 3-game road losing streak, so that is another positive. They will continue the road trip throughout the weekend. Thursday night at Vegas, Saturday at Utah, and then this unrelated to hockey altogether from the 817. There seems to be a lot more energy at the beginning of the show when y'all sing Sammy Hagar songs. So please repeat that for tomorrow. Would you guys like to offer other Sammy Hagar songs for Sean to sing in crosstalk to keep up the energy?
Okay, so Bobby's eating, is it yogurt? I thought it was cereal.
Goodness,
and I was like, how did he eat cereal already? He just got done with the show. But he's in there eating yogurt right now.
And he's eating it disgustingly on purpose. Because he's letting it hang out of his mouth.
Pumpkin pie ice cream
stuff.
Sounds fantastic. How are you supposed to eat stuff like that, Kevin?
By putting it,
it's messy, all right?
You just eat it. You don't he's not like Noah. When Noah has food fall out of his mouth, I was like, well, I guess that happens even as a 3-year-old. Bobby did that on purpose to try to mess with us.
He was trying to be seductive.
Oh my gosh. That is amazing. He ever gets to eat cereal then. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you've had a few days to think about it, so let's hear some bold predictions for the Super Bowl. Next right here on The Fan.
Injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Shaheed at his own 5, across the 10, 15, 20. Cut straight upfield, has a gap, across the 40, midfield 50. Try to trip him, don't get him. Flag is down. Shaheed to the end zone. Holy catfish! Open the game with a 95-yard touchdown Seahawks.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You've had a few days to think about it, so let's hear some bold predictions for the Super Bowl. 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. But first, it's already been a busy morning. We go back to the Alec, I'll get it together. Alec news desk for news.
We do. This is from Shams Charania on the Twitter X platform, whatever you want to call it. Two-time MVP Giannis Antetokounmpo is ready for a new home at the February 5th NBA trade deadline or in the offseason, as several rival teams make aggressive offers to the Milwaukee Bucks for him, and the franchise is starting to listen to those offers.
Do you think the source on that is Giannis?
Yes.
Oh, it's probably Giannis's people. Maybe one of his brothers.
Okay.
They're trying to get another Disney movie.
That's right.
He's wanted out for like 3 years, right?
It does kind of feel like that.
He's just he kept telling us, I'm not going to ask.
Right.
Because I don't want to look bad. And now he's like, screw this. I'm out of here, dude. I want out. There's no way the Mavs can acquire him, correct?
No.
What would it cost?
Couldn't fathom. Well, I mean, I guess you could make the salaries match, but I don't think you have anything that the Bucks want outside of trading Cooper Flagg.
Well, Cooper Flagg's the second best rookie this year to Con Kneppel.
Is not.
You look at the NBA.com rookie ladder right now.
Look at the betting odds.
Con Kneppel's 1, Cooper Flagg's 2.
Con Kneppel's had a great season.
Just not Cooper Flagg.
Yes.
They're very close numbers. Very close numbers. I don't want Giannis.
Yeah.
This team, it's going to be exciting for somebody. Wherever he lands is kind of fascinating. What team does he go to a defensive laden team? Does he go to a team that's full of offense and he's just like, look, I can be part of this thing? Does he get sent to a place that just has the picks? How does this deal work out for everybody? And how does he get to a place where he wants to win championships?
Sure.
That's all he wants.
Sure.
He's good enough. He's like, I'm a good enough player to win championships. That's where I want to go. So this is interesting news. I think it's the beginning of something that might be really nice.
Does
for the league.
Him going to the Knicks
would be awesome for Jalen Brunson.
Would it be awesome if he went to the Spurs?
Yeah. Listen, to be able to see that, that would be like watching the Dodgers. It'd be like, look at how many great players they have on that roster right now. Now, it's not like the same Dodgers. This is a young roster.
Right.
Then you add something like that to it. But you'd be watching a team that is chock full of length and athleticism and talent.
Man, it feels like they would have the most length ever.
Yeah. So, now
Shut up.
As a Mavs fan, obviously, no, that would be terrible. It would be awful to see. But it would be, as a general NBA fan, it would be pretty cool to insert him on that team.
Well, we will keep an eye out on that. Now, in terms of bold predictions for the Super Bowl, we will take some of these from the fan text. We will also go to CBS Sports and give out our own opinions from the 641. This is pretty damn bold. Sam Darnold throws for 450 yards and 5 touchdowns. Woo!
450 yards and 5 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Against the Patriots defense.
Yes.
Okay.
Bold prediction. Seattle will run the ball from the 1 yard line this time.
On their own 1 yard line, or
to score a touchdown?
No, they won't.
Instead of passing,
they'll throw it
because of
Sam Darnold and Jackson Smith and Jigba. Why would you go away from that? It's the best thing you have on that team.
You know what? That's an interesting point. So I'm going to stop on that for just 1 second. You're right, and I know what happened before. should have no bearing on this time because you're playing an opponent that is the same in name, has a different quarterback, different most of their team, different head coach. You have a completely different team, different quarterback, different running back, different everything. But still,
like the owner and the GM are pretty much the only thing that are the same.
But still, I'm at the 1 yard line with a chance to score. I'm thinking we should give the ball to Kenneth Walker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, you absolutely should. 4 straight times. I don't care what you do. 4 straight times. Punch it in. I don't try to get tricky when I get into the 5 yard line area.
Yeah.
I'm like, let's go ahead. I need 1 yard. I pay these offensive linemen. I know they pay their defense the same, but I pay these offensive linemen to do this job, to get me 1 yard and to block for the quarterback. So I would definitely do that.
All right, bold prediction. Drake May will become the most sacked quarterback in a single NFL postseason. What do you think the current record is for most times a quarterback has been sacked in a single postseason?
13.
Oh, man. Really wish you would have said 20.
12.
I thought you were going to say 20. Joe Burrow in 2022 was sacked 19 times. Drake May has been sacked 5 times in every one of his playoff games this season. That puts him at 15. You get 5 again, you set the record. Do you believe Drake May, I guess it's probably not a record you want, will become the most sacked quarterback in a singular postseason?
Yep, I do. I think he's going to go for it. He's going to be like, you know what?
I don't know if
I want all the records
go for it, right?
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, who else is thinking about it? Are the Seahawks? That's something that you need to do. Send that message to the Seahawks. Look, if you do this, you can make him the best worst, if you will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That
actually kind of makes sense.
Gotta make a prediction.
Okay.
Kenneth Walker gets 84 of the toughest yards you've ever seen in your life, and a touchdown.
All right.
On the 1 yard line to win the game.
84 for the game.
84 for the game, not 84 yards like on one run. He's going to have 84 of the toughest yards. Dude, for him to get 84 yards in the Super Bowl against a team that's going to be, their adrenaline's going to be high, their linebackers play really fast, the offensive line's been able to do some really good work for Seattle. They really have. But this is one of those games where you just don't see something like that happen whenever you have this kind of talent on their defensive side. I think they're going to be very well prepared to hit him, and 84 is going to be something where you go, man, that was really good stuff right there.
To go along with that, do you believe that Kayshon Boutte will have the longest play of the game?
Well, I did say the 40-yarder yesterday. I think that was something that we sat on. So, yeah, for that Boutte right there, I think he will.
Now, Alec, I'm going to go to you on this one because
and again, Jackson Smith and Jigba has some really good downfield stuff too.
I think his over-under yardage for the game is like 92.5.
But the long play, though, like that was the one because he had the big play downfield against the Rams.
Okay, but I'm saying if he gets like a 40-yard pass and he doesn't get above 92.5 yards for the game, something has gone horribly wrong in the Seattle game plan. Alec, I can't remember if this was on air or off, so I want to pitch it to you. Bold prediction, Rashid Shaheed will play a pivotal role in this game.
Pivotal? Yes, he will. I think that special teams could end up being something that decides this game in one way or another, and I think that he is just incredibly dynamic. He is incredible to watch because he's consistent. He is what the voters for the All-Pro team thought Kevontae Turpin was this year.
Yeah, that is a fair point. All right. Do you believe Sam Darnold will have a first-half turnover?
I do.
Okay.
I do because I think there's going to be a moment in the second quarter.
Ooh, okay, second quarter. I like the specificity of that. Now, Sam Darnold had the most turnovers in the NFL this season. He had an NFL high 20 turnovers this season. CBS Sports predicts that Sam Darnold has an early turnover, but bounces back to win the Super Bowl with Jackson Smith and Jigba getting MVP honors. I feel like we talked about that yesterday. I think that is a great value play that's out in the world if you want to take it.
I love value plays.
Absolutely.
How much, Kevin, like if you reasonably, Would you take about a $50 to $100 and just make a bunch of different plays?
Oh, yeah.
For something like this?
Yeah, and look, I understand if you don't want to lose your money or maybe you don't have the money to lose.
For sure,
absolutely.
yes.
I'm in a space, luckily enough, thank you to all of you fine people, to say if I wanted to bet $50 to $100 on just different fun plays for the Super Bowl, I could do that, and if I lost, I'd be like, oh well, I still had a good time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure, absolutely, man. That's really specifically for the real degenerates, you know. All these, hey, look, I already made my big plays,
Okay.
and now how do I make some more fun happen?
Hey, you put $50 down on JSN to win Super Bowl MVP. That could bring you back like $300 from the 817. They predict that the Seahawks are going to destroy the Patriots after the Patriots had the easiest path ever to the Super Bowl, and they're afraid it's going to be a boring Super Bowl. You know, before I got into this business, like all three of us have always loved sports. That used to be my low bar, is I was like, I just don't want the Super Bowl to be boring. Before I really learned to like fit and break narratives, which teams and players I needed to root for, I was just like, I hope the game is entertaining if the Cowboys weren't involved.
Somebody did throw out, Kevin, and I know we discussed this already, but that Kenneth Walker chance to run it from the one, but Christian Gonzalez picks Sam Darnold off. If that was the case, would that still be the reverse Russell Wilson career for Sam Darnold, where Russell Wilson started out amazing and then continually got terrible, and then Sam Darnold started out terrible, but then worked his way to being potentially amazing, and it would be just kind of a reverse trajectory of their careers. But the interception is just another play that gets him the win for a Super Bowl, and then everybody's like, we have to say that Sam Darnold's the best.
Now, you don't have to, but I do feel like he's already shut a lot of people up who are like, you're the trashiest of the trash quarterbacks. You have to at least begrudgingly say if you made the Super Bowl, all right. Like, I'm not even asking for anything beyond that. I'm just asking for, okay.
I'll wait.
You're all right.
I'll wait.
Okay, so let's say
any team can get to the Super Bowl.
Except for us. So let's say the Seattle Seahawks win the Super Bowl, and it's at least in part because of Sam Darnold. Like, it's not 15-12 or whatever. Then are you going to be willing that all field goals? Then are you going to be willing to be like, yeah, all right, he's okay.
He's all right.
That's all I'm asking for.
Sure. We'll see when we get there, dude.
All right, Alec, will you make that same agreement? If the Seattle Seahawks win the Super Bowl on at least partially the strength of Sam Darnold, will you be willing to concede, he's okay?
Okay, yeah.
That's all I'm asking
I can
for.
do okay.
All right.
If you ask for anything more than that, you're doing a lot. You're doing way too much.
Yeah. No, that's
if
all
he
I'm
doesn't,
asking for.
If he doesn't, none of that happens.
Man, I hate the idea that this team is going to lose 15-12, and y'all going to be like, look at this bum ass. Couldn't even get a touchdown. And yeah, I could see that. All right. So, by the way, going back around to when we were talking about the potential to sack Drake May, this is going to be something I think that could help define this game. So Seattle has the 6th highest pressure rate this season.
Yeah.
But
they're good.
And they finished tied for 7th in sacks. However, in 2 postseason games, they only have 3 sacks. So just keep an eye out on this. The pressure rate that Seattle can consistently get on Drake May, and how often does that alter the play or end the play? Because if Drake May is able to handle the pressure to any degree, then that would be a huge win for the Patriots. But if Seattle can finish some of these plays, either by driving his ass into the ground or getting a throwaway time and time again, I feel like that will be a huge pivot. But yeah, despite all this pressure, they've only managed 3 sacks through 2 games. So will the pressure game be enough in and of itself to throw off May and the Patriots, or are they going to need some finishes to make sure that May doesn't carve them up?
Oh, I think that's absolutely what they're going to need. I think they're going to need some of those that just end it. In the series altogether in order to continue this. Now, that being said, it was a weird game against Denver, and we've pointed out many times that thing wasn't that snow wasn't affecting them until late in that game. So that defense was able, the New England defense was able to keep them in the game also while he was getting sacked. So I'm kind of curious about how this thing's going to look with two really good defenses on the field.
Man, I like this. Make it interesting. Did I do that? Oh, I don't know what I pushed. Make it interesting and have them admit he's a top 10 quarterback if he wins.
In the league?
Yeah, in
this
the
year?
league.
That's fine.
Oh, yes! We're the KNC masterpiece right here.
Of all time?
No. What?
That's a different discussion.
Man, he could throw for 12 touchdowns in that Super Bowl, and I don't think anyone would say he's a top 10 quarterback of all time.
I don't know. That would be pretty interesting right there.
Yeah, would it? And why? Like, my question would be, what's the score in that game? That, like, it has to be like 84-60 to keep him out there and throwing the ball.
I don't know, dude. If I'm getting in the Super Bowl, I want to run the score up.
Okay.
I want to be the one with the most point differential ever.
Do you know what the highest point differential that ever is?
Not the Cowboys.
That's right.
It's the Niners.
Not the Cowboys. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
47.
It's time for Baseball Nuggets Close. How many division winners will repeat in 2026? Next on The Fan.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Correa drives one to left field, and he caught this one all the way back and gone. Carlos Correa hits his second home run in an Astros uniform in 25, and the Astros lead this one 5-1.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got some baseball talk coming up, but first, I have scoregami and basketball notes for you. Which would you like to start with?
Scoregami.
All right, so somebody asked, can you actually bet on scoregami in the Super Bowl? Indeed, you can. Approximately 49-1 on your money to predict scoregami in the Super Bowl.
Why is that important, though, Kevin?
I would say don't do it because there's been 3 scoregamis in the history of the Super Bowl. All of them have involved the Denver Broncos, which at first feels weird. But if you think about it, you go back to that Seattle Super Bowl, the safety Super Bowl. They lost 43-8, scoregami. In Super Bowl 24, the most one-sided ass-kicking in the history of the Super Bowl, they lost 55-10. And then Super Bowl 21 against Washington, they lost 39-20. So all 3 of those were scoregamis, but the only 3 scoregamis were involving the Broncos, and they didn't make it.
So wait till the Broncos get to the Super Bowl.
And you think they're going to lose?
Do you think
you need them to lose too?
Do you think the odds would be that high?
I still think they would. Okay. Because I feel like scoregami just usually gets thrown out as like a novelty bet, and it's probably almost like a standing 50-1, 49-1, something like that. That's just my guess. And then on the basketball front, you guys already brought up that Giannis wants a trade. So Brett Siegel is reporting, he's from Clutch Points.
I thought he was from Freaks and Geeks.
That is Jason Siegel. That's a good show. All right. He's saying that the Warriors' big plan at the deadline could be to acquire Andrew Wiggins and then flip Jimmy Butler for Anthony Davis or Giannis. Real quick, I don't quite know how that would work.
Hold on, revisit that one more time.
All right. That they want to acquire Andrew Wiggins.
All right.
And then flip Jimmy Butler for Anthony Davis or Giannis. I don't see how that deal happens without a lot more to get Giannis, especially because Jimmy Butler's hurt. And then here's the issue.
I think didn't Milwaukee want a young core and a bunch of draft picks?
I would assume
so
that doesn't work. And then if you want to trade Hurt for Hurt with Butler and Anthony Davis, I don't see as much of the appeal for the Mavericks because Jimmy Butler's still under contract another year at like $57 million. So maybe you throw in some other assets that makes it work, but otherwise, I don't know if I see the appeal of taking one hurt player for another when our hurt player has a higher ceiling.
Yeah, exactly. No, don't worry about that. It's not happening, guys.
Yeah. All right. Now, let's go to baseball nuggets. And let's start with Carlos Correa and Jose Altuve. Do they care enough about their country?
Once a bunch of chumps, always a bunch of chumps.
Well, they are not going to play in the World Baseball Classic. Should we wildly speculate it's because they don't care enough about their country? Or is it because pesky insurance got in the way?
I think it's because they don't care enough about the game of baseball.
I like that.
I think the game of baseball should punish them for that.
Yeah, well, I mean, Altuve and Correa have both already proven that they don't care about the sanctity of the game of baseball. But they're not going to play in this year's World Baseball Classic because they were unable to get insurance on their contracts, reports The Athletic. Without insurance, the 2 players would risk forfeiting their salaries for any regular season games missed as a result of an injury suffered during the tournament. All right, so on the surface, that makes sense. And so essentially both players are saying like, hey, I don't care $50 million worth or whatever the exact number is for playing in the World Baseball Classic. But also every other player either figured it out or they don't care?
I guess so. Like that's
past injury history, I'm sure plays into it and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what keeps them from it, and if every other player out there has insurance, or maybe their contracts obviously probably aren't as big as the Correa-Altuve contracts, and that's why it's too much of a risk.
Yeah, Paul Skeens makes like $700,000. He's like, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll go out there and throw. And he probably got his insured very easily too, because they're like $700,000, bro. We'll pay that off with Altuve's. But those agents definitely are involved in this conversation too. Agents, accountants, they're like, look, you can't do it. We can't risk it because it's my cut too. Like again. Have we ever found out, does the agent... I'm texting Derek. Oh, crap, I don't know if I can text him. I think he worked his own, didn't he?
Oh.
So I'll have to ask somebody and say, hey, when do they get their cut? Is it throughout as you're getting your paychecks? Or is it, hey, I wrote a big fat check to them immediately and it was taken care of and then the agent never talked to me again after that?
That is a good...
I'll ask.
Question. Now, let's go from that to, well, this might sting just a little bit. The all underrated team. The all underrated team for Major League Baseball is out. It doesn't include any Texas Rangers. It does include Merrill Kelly, but again, he's not on the Rangers anymore. So the closest we had to an underrated player was a player that is not on our team anymore.
We're going to get there, man.
Okay.
We're going to be just fine.
All right. I like that.
Who would you say is an underrated player right now?
Yeah.
Evan Carter's overrated
Wyatt
at this point.
Would be my best shot.
Wyatt's rated appropriately, I think. Jake Berger is rated appropriately.
Yes.
Jock Peterson's maybe Jack Leiter's a little underrated. Is he? Or is he rated appropriately right now?
Yeah, he's probably still rated appropriately. If I said he is underrated, that would probably be homerism. So
what about Rocker?
Yeah, yes, he's definitely not
Mackenzie Gore.
I think he's kind of overrated.
Crap. Higgy.
No. The answer is nobody. Sorry. All right. Let's go from that to... Sorry, I don't have anybody that's underrated for the Rangers.
I don't know if I like that one.
877-881-1053. Tell me.
I would love to hear this.
If you can come up with one, I'd really appreciate it.
And yes, thank you very much from the 956. That loss by the Broncos of 39-20, that was to the Giants. It was the next year that they lost even worse to Washington, 42-10. So,
do they even belong?
Yes. They kept, I mean, that used to be the thing on John Elway. It's like, hey, good for you to making it to the Super Bowl and getting destroyed. Like, in those 3 Super Bowls, he got outscored 136-40. Damn.
Was it he?
I mean, it was the team, but
at
you
that
know
time,
how sports works.
For some reason, it just feels like the AFC was it didn't exist.
Yes, because they lost every single year to the 49ers of the NFC East. I know there were other teams sprinkled in there, but that's realistically how it fell. Keep an eye out on Eugenio Suarez, still out there. He has been mentioned with the Mariners, the Pirates, and the Reds as potential free agent destinations.
Okay. Kevin, a couple names coming in. Josh Smith?
No.
Have you given up on him being underrated?
No, yes. I've given up on Josh Smith being underrated just because the fall off of a cliff that he had in the last 2 seasons, in the back half of the season, trying to be a full-time player. Mm-hmm. So I feel like he is now properly rated.
I'm hopeful, Kevin, that if he is consistently starting second base and he's your second baseman this year, if that's the case, that he makes it through. Like, he's like, I know what I'm supposed to do.
That would be
I'm in the
huge.
same spot all season. I'm making it through this year, and I'm gonna perform the same way. I'm hopeful for that. Somebody said Latz. I like Latz a lot. I would say underrated for Latz. I'll give him that.
The thing about Latz,
I just need more from him.
And we're going to talk about this before we head out to spring training. The thing about Latz is it kind of depends on what the Rangers actually end up doing with him. Because do you think he's underrated if he slides back into into the bullpen after all because of his versatility, or do they go ahead and push him through as a starter, which word is that's what they're doing? Then does he become appropriately rated until we see more from him in a longer season?
And that's a really good question, really good conversation that I'll save for later.
Okay,
I was listening.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. Sorry we didn't get to the division winners who will repeat, but the good news is it's only January. I bet we will figure out a time to knock that out. Coming up next, our NFL draft focus continues with a breakdown of wide receivers Casey Concepcion and Amar Cooper. Next, right here on The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we continue our NFL draft breakdown, and today we're going with a couple of wide receivers. KC Concepcion from Texas A&M and Omar Cooper are on the list today. Who are we starting with? Can we start with cut number 9 so I can go ahead and show my all of the way bias?
To throw again into the end zone. Touch pass, touchdown. KC Concepcion, second of the night.
This is one of those where you kind of watch two guys that might be the same and have some similar qualities to them. One's ranked higher, the other one ranked lower. And that makes sense. You can figure out why by just kind of watching and observing a little bit, but they're very similar type receivers. Concepcion would be the highlight that you just played there, Kevin. Now, you watched him at Texas A&M. You got to see a lot of what he does. 5'11", 190-ish. Like he's not big. So here's the deal. Here's why I wanted to discuss receiver, because a lot of people might be like, we're not drafting a receiver with one of our top picks. That's fine. Here's the big question you have to ask yourself. Do you want to acquire another pick? Because you probably could get 2 picks for George Pickens in some way, shape, or form. I think that's a possibility. If you're able to get a first and second, wow, that would be amazing. All right?
You would do that, right?
Yes. But here's the kind of question. Neither one of these receivers is a George Pickens build.
Sure.
I don't think either one of these receivers is a burner that can get the deep ball and high point the way that George Pickens does. That is a real threat. George Pickens is a real, legitimate, game difference maker. And he can do it with the deep ball, and then his slant route is very difficult to guard, I guess, unless people figured it out. But George Pickens is a great talent that you like having. We did see the receiver the Cowboys liked and coveted last year was not Golden. It was Tetairoa McMillan. I don't know. I sounded like Gronk on that one. It was Tetairoa McMillan, who he was top 14 at least in receiving yards this year, and had a very productive season this year. There are a couple of other specifically outside receivers in the draft that are ranked ahead of these two guys that we might look at down the road that you go, okay, maybe that would be a good option there. Both of these guys I would kind of put in the nobody really thought Amon-Ra St. Brown was going to be the stud that he is, and he's turned into the stud that he is. So, this is the kind of build that you're getting out of these guys. Smaller, compact, strong guys with lots of speed, but not burners down the field. They can be possession for small guys, though.
See, that is an interesting thought. I think Concepcion can be a burner down the field, but I understand the size concern.
It's different when it comes to what George Pickens does.
I don't think anybody just about can do what George Pickens does.
I think in the slot, Concepcion and Cooper both can create lots of space for themselves in the slot. I think on the outside, you kind of have to have this more physical build that allows you to go up. That's just my feel on those types of receivers.
Now, what I want to know to go along with all of this, how much do you care, or is it a factor at all, what they could potentially bring to the return game?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and that depends on what you think of Kevontae Turpin at this point, too. Because this would have essentially, this upcoming season, you're trying to replace the production of Pickens and Turpin in my mind in both of these.
Because this year, Concepcion was breathtaking on the punt return.
Yes.
But again, I don't know how much teams factor that in general. And then if you're talking specifically about the Cowboys, I understand that you might have, or you've already got somebody.
And you say breathtaking, and that's because, Alec, I think the biggest thing out of him, because he's a top 3 to 6 wide receiver in this draft right now. St. Brown is his comp. The return ability, his vision in traffic, that's the thing that, for me, This is what I saw with CeeDee Lamb at OU, was vision in traffic. Now, obviously, the way CeeDee Lamb's career's gone, he hasn't quite done the things that I thought he was going to do in traffic like that. But bubble screens, things like that, whenever he has traffic, this dude, he will find a way. My big note on him is do not let him find a seam on a slant route.
Yes.
Do not.
Which again, kind of Pickens-esque.
Yes. Well, no, Pickens was more, I guess he did have a couple of those plays. I'm looking more like Debo.
No, I get you.
Whenever Debo was playing for the Niners, he would be doing this crossing route, and you'd just be like, crap. Once the ball got in his hands, he put it into another gear, and he took off. Was that something you noticed with that, Alec?
Yeah, 100%. And comp-wise, whenever I think about, he's got this twitch whenever he's running his routes, right? He needs a good 15 yards to get to his top speed. He's not the burner off the line, per se, but his suddenness and his twitch whenever he does decide to cut in, out, back for any route is so wickedly fast because of his footwork being so well. It makes me think of like prime Doug Baldwin for Seattle, or even Antonio Brown, in the way where it's like, it's not going to be the 4.3 speed off the line or anything like that. What it is like Corey said, if he sees north and south, he has a lane, that quick twitch to pivot that foot and cut up field is going to make you pay because you're not stopping him after that.
Yeah, and he's uses so many head fakes and things to get you off your coverage.
And I think that's what has made him so good at punt returning as well, because while you might be warming up the speed while you're getting through traffic, once you see that seam, as you guys said, that's when he's able to accelerate to top speed and nobody's going to catch him.
I have that he's really good at a really good safety blanket on crossing routes in the red zone too, like back of the end zone type stuff. I feel comfortable there. He does frequently climb the ladder because his quarterback had no accuracy.
Hey, you shut up.
So he'd have to go up to get a lot of different things.
That varied on a game-by-game basis.
On curls and dig routes, he comes back strong to the football. Very good release in the slot, which we just talked about. Almost everything he catches is hands. He doesn't body catch. He's not a body catcher. So, like, he's already got that productivity where he's like, I have to catch the ball with my hands. And then he knows how to sit down in coverage, which, like, that's something for a lot of young receivers. They are like, I'm supposed to run this route. They don't understand the coverage. The IQ of this player, he sees what's in front of him. And then the story of him going to A&M, and he'd already made his mind up when he caught balls from your quarterback that he was like, this is who I'm going to play with.
Yeah.
He'd already made his mind up. He does have the smaller frame, smaller than I like for this specifically, and he's not the best blocking wide receiver out there.
That is fair.
So those are a couple of things that I'm just kind of like, I'm not quite sure that's what I want out of this receiver. But everybody was saying, hey, look, everyone was worried about Devontae Smith and his size. He goes up and gets every 50-50 ball. I'm not saying he can't get a 50-50 ball because, again, he did climb the ladder a lot. It's just I know what I have in Pickens already.
Is the size concern height more than weight? Because obviously,
probably so.
I can't change.
Probably because. Again, if you're going up against taller cornerbacks, too, because cornerbacks have gotten bigger for some reason, too. If you're going up against those bigger cornerbacks in the NFL and you're trying to do that down the sideline, it's a little bit different when you're trying to push your shoulder up against theirs and, just shake a cornerback off of you. So that's kind of where I am with that. Did you have anything else, Alec, on Concepcion that you wanted to really point out?
The thing that I just keep pointing at is the point of the break is so unique, especially for his size, and we're talking about him not being a speedy guy. I know I just talked about this, but I really want to put in perspective how incredible his burst gets multiplied by the creation of route leverage, I guess. He knows how to be physical right off the break and right off the snap, to where I kind of liken it to if you've ever played Mario Kart. If you drift around a turn, you get that multiplier, and then as soon as you let go of it, you speed up a little bit. Yeah. That's how he is whenever he's creating that point break to gain separation. he gets faster as the route develops. That doesn't happen a lot for guys coming out of college. And that's why I like him as a third down guy, is because if you have good protection, which I think your offensive line in Dallas is going to be pretty good next year. I think it's going to be A-OK, especially in third down situations. You have a tight end blocking out of the slot. You let him take all the time he needs to get separation over the middle, and he will make defenses regret it. So I just think he's got one of the more unique skill sets off the break in this draft.
Yeah, whoever gets him is going to love him.
Yes,
like absolutely, they're gonna be big fans of what he is as a player and his strong hands and his ability there. Day 2 pick, Omar Cooper.
You know what's interesting, before you even dive into the skill sets of these two players, I have to admit I was kind of surprised to see the lack of a huge discrepancy between the size of these two, because just watching them on the field, I was like, okay, Omar Cooper's got a good bit of size. He looks bigger. Yeah, but he is bigger, but not slightly. Not as much as I thought just watching them.
Yeah, it weighs about 10 pounds more and is 1 inch taller. It's not that big of a difference. It's just that he looks a little thicker, and Omar Cooper, that is, looks a little bit thicker and plays a little bigger. I don't know how to explain it. The comp pick for him is Romeo Doubs, who, if you watched him against the Cowboys this year, you're like, he might be the best player to ever receive a football in the history of football. But he's likely a day 2 pick, maybe late in day 2 at the moment. I don't know if Indiana changes him. A lot of people, somebody texted in, they were like, hey, look at the quarterback discrepancy there. I get that.
Sure.
This is another dude that can play multiple roles on your offense, a guy I trust on short third down situations to get those out routes to the sideline, especially when I need to get clock at halftime or at the end of the game. I'm going to go to this guy over and over. I thought, watching him, I was like, he seems like a pretty good route runner. And then the more I looked at the tree, I was like, okay, there's things in the route tree that he still needs to add to his game. So it's not a complete branch of everything right there so far. Really good hands at every level, short passes, intermediate routes, deep routes, really good hands there. Outstanding balance after contact. Watching this dude kind of get bounced around, he's just like, I'm still going. And you're like, what the hell's happening here right now? Completely different from Concepcion in that Concepcion's not letting you touch him.
Yes.
He's like, no, I'm gone. I'm out of here. Even though he does have the power to continue moving everything. A really good awareness regarding where defenders are on the field. So if he catches the ball, he's very comfortable knowing that dude's 2 yards off of me. I still have this kind of space to kick it in. He ranks top 10 in forced missed tackles. And then he's a willing blocker and physical, but he needs better technique. And then he was, I had another note there that I didn't get to. But one of the notes that I saw was effort and focus has been an issue regarding each repetition. And wasn't that the thing that people were frustrated about when it came to Pickens at times this year? And they started questioning that. So that was kind of what I saw with him was, I love everything about the player. I need to know more about this. Why are coaches saying stuff like this about you?
There's some interesting things about this guy, because you mentioned Debo when we were talking about Casey Concepcion. I feel like that's a decent comp here, Debo Samuel, because what I wrote down was, as the play is developing, wide receiver. When he gets the ball in his hands, running back.
Yeah.
He is aggressive with the ball in his hands. And then one thing, his football IQ. If we're going to talk about, if he's fully clocked in sometimes mentally, he is smart. He is incredibly smart. If he sees zone coverage, he, in a good way, will abandon the game plan, and he'll say, where is a pocket that I can sit and let my quarterback know that there is nobody within 7 to 8 yards of me. He is incredibly smart. And you talked about the body control. He can high point. He can do things sideline to sideline in compact areas, tight coverage. He can really do a lot. And I do like, he's got kind of like a Julio Jones aspect to him when he runs longer routes, where he will change the pace on you. He will be slow off the line sometimes to try to get you off a jab.
Yeah.
Or if you miss the jab, he takes off running as fast as he can. But he might start his 7-step slant a little bit slow, and then as soon as he breaks, he's at full gear. He loves to kind of deceive you with his speed. He might not be the fastest guy on the field, but he'll remind you that this is intentional. I'm slowing down at this point to try to get you uneasy, to try to get you uncomfortable. You flip those hips, and I'm gone.
Yeah.
I'm 10, 15 yards down the field before you can blink.
I know you said, go ahead.
No, I really like him. I really like him a lot, and I like the program that he just came from. Obviously, a championship-winning program and a coach that instills the certain mentality that they need to play at this level. So there's a lot of quality things about this receiver. If you're able to get him day 2 late there, you'd be very happy.
Okay, now you brought up different concerns, obviously for different reasons. Ignore the mock drafts. I just want to know, Corey and Alec, which receiver do you like better?
Oh, probably Concepcion. He's the higher talent. Like, I think he's got the next level place to go. Cooper might have gotten to where he is, and that might be it. Like, he's going to be a very good one. I think Concepcion has a little more to get out of that body.
Concepcion, he's going to be the more talented player, like Corey said, but I think depending on where he gets drafted, Cooper is going to be the better value. I think that Concepcion might get drafted really, really high by a better team, maybe in the middle. Maybe a little bit too high just because of need. You know, we joke around here, best player available at position of need.
Yeah.
You know, I think a team might do that and they would be happy with him, but I think Cooper might slide a little bit and whoever gets him will be like, oh, we got a first round talent in a couple of years here.
All right. I like it. Another excellent draft breakdown. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. And as always, you can hit up Corey and Alec either on the Fantex social media, other players you would like to get their breakdowns of. Coming up next, though, we're going to switch gears because it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus sports cards are inevitable. Next on the Fan. You by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. At some point, perhaps in Gridiron, we need to talk about Fernando Mendoza with LinkedIn and Jimmy Johnson just going ham on everybody. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah.
Almonds.
Oh, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, sports cards are inevitable.
Damn right. That's why we'll be at the Dallas Card Show every Friday throughout the year.
I love the sound of that. But some people aren't going to love the sound of ticket prices that are shooting up in college basketball because of this. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But we will start by visiting the National Day calendar. Today, gentlemen, is Data Privacy Day.
Oh, man. Feels like we failed across the board.
Yeah, I think a lot of different people have failed at that for sure. So, hey, if you're feeling festive, go reset a password. Why not? It's also Global Community Engagement Day.
I'm sorry. Can we take a step back?
Yes.
Sorry to the global community who's all getting engaged today.
That's hot.
Is it just the fact that we're like, I'm never going to remember that prevents us from really being where we should be? Because, like, I know the computer wants my password to be F2 division side XY, and I'm like, it's not. It's just not. Is it just that we don't remember it that prevents us from probably having secure as passwords as we should?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Because, knowing somebody that works in cybersecurity that has watched me log into my Netflix account before, they're like, you gotta be kidding me. And I'm like, what? And they're like, that's the best you could come up with? And I'm like, yeah, it's like 16 characters long. It's got some, fancy characters in there as well. It's got caps. It's got lowercase. Like, it's got everything, right? And they're like, that is awful. I'm like, oh, well, that's like my password for everything. So they're like, yeah, you might want to reconsider. I was like, okay, well, you work in cybersecurity. I don't. I'm gonna take your word for it.
Is it a bad idea to keep an Excel spreadsheet of all of your passwords?
Yeah, because I feel like if you're going to keep a spreadsheet, it needs to be written on a piece of paper that's like tucked into your mattress or something. Because can't they just find that spreadsheet?
Mattress is the first place I'm looking, Kevin. First place.
Man.
I'm walking into somebody's house, going directly to their rooms, flipping mattresses.
So, and I knew he would, because Alec, I don't know if I told you this a couple weeks ago, maybe it was last week, I had a dream that Corey kept $80,000 of cash and some valuable records underneath his mattress. And I told him I didn't think he should do that. And he said, under the mattress is the best place to keep the records flat. That's what he told me in my dream. And I was like, oh.
He came in that morning and he was like, you keep stuff under your mattress? And I was like, no.
I needed to know.
I swear, I do the same thing. If I have a dream about something involving somebody in my life, I have to ask them if that's a real thing.
Yeah, I told him one time at the newspaper, I was like, hey, I just want to let you know I'm going to be pissed at you today because I had a dream where you hooked up with my ex.
That's not fair. That's
and
not
he's
fair.
like, it didn't happen. And I was like, I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, I had a dream a couple weeks ago over the weekend that something at work happened and our own Jacob Ray hated my guts after that. So I was like, do I have to text him now and be like, are we good? And then I'm like, oh, that was a dream. I don't think that actually, yeah. And it was over the dumbest thing, too. It was like a file didn't get saved the right way or something. He's like, I will never speak to that man again. I was like, well, I'm out of a friend and a coworker I can count on when I need a day off.
I get it.
Let's see. It is also Library Shelfie Day. That's a real thing.
Did you say shelfie?
Yes. It's where you put your phone up on a library shelf and you take a picture.
Yeah.
Can't say I've done that.
I'm out on this one.
I am too.
This data doesn't need to exist.
It really doesn't. There's a lot that don't. I'm not an advocate for all of them. I just have to announce
I like
them.
most days. I like most days.
You might like this one.
right.
National Blueberry Pancake Day.
Love blueberries and pancakes. Love merging them together, pouring syrup and butter all over them. Now, I got a question. When you guys do waffles, y'all do Eggo waffles or do y'all make waffles?
Both.
Yeah.
But we do Eggos for the little one because he demands it.
All right. So father-in-law he loves making waffles at the holiday time. And he's good at it, so I'm all right with it. They will bring out butter that you can get off the stick, or they will melt butter so that you can just pour it on with your syrup.
Oh, neat.
And I'm like, is that too much? Or is that do you guys okay with, have y'all ever done that?
No, I want to now. I like it.
You just gave me an idea.
Yeah, because it's already got the little compartments for your butter.
Okay.
You just got to pour it in there.
It's just such a good vessel, man. This day, I do not want to read because of a certain person in this room, but I'm going to read it anyway. It's National Kazoo Day.
Oh, do you have the national anthem ready to go?
It doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I
took it off the internet.
How often did we play that on air? Because there's like a week where I played the Kazoo national anthem and we stood up and like saluted. But I think that might have been off air.
Yeah, and I turned my back to you every single time you did that.
Alec doesn't like America.
No, that's the one time I will be unpatriotic, except for the one time that I said that. The one time over a weekend, I think I was hosting with CA, and I said that the Army-Navy game is bad football. And I got obliterated on the fan text. And I prefaced it, I said, I have family that have served in both branches, and I absolutely adore the tradition.
Look at you pulling out the I have a black friend excuse.
Wow.
You're like, I know people who are in the military. That's what you did.
I'm just saying that I appreciate the heritage, and I think the tradition itself is awesome.
Sure.
And I watch it every year.
And we hang out every weekend, and I got what you're saying.
All right. I feel like after Taco Bueno and Flower Mound,
That's
you
what,
should know.
That's what he was doing.
I think after Taco Bueno and Flower Mound, that argument's invalid, Kevin.
Well, would you like to expand on that?
military friends.
I don't know what you mean, Alec. Would you like to expand on that?
No, because there's more to it. But we're going to focus in on...
I do know what that means, actually.
I'm going to focus in on today being National Lego Day.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
That sounds good.
Yes.
I love Legos.
To avoid controversy. So, the question of the day, 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. Or, if you want some time to ponder on it, I tweet out the question of the day before the show every morning at Alec on the radio. What is something that you will always enjoy no matter how old you get? 877-881-1053, because Legos is definitely something that I'm going to enjoy forever, because I just generally enjoy building stuff.
Yes.
Like, I'm the person that, like, I'm excited to move because I just want to go to IKEA to get more stuff to build. Like, I haven't built stuff like furniture and real important things in life in a while. So I'm like, I just want to build something useful that I'm actually going to interact with every day and be like, ha, I did that. Good job, me.
I promise I'm not trying to skip ahead, but I do think it's Legos and opening and collecting cards. Like, I just find it so fun, even when it's just like a retail box that I know is probably not going to have a bunch of hits. Like, I genuinely get excited when I was opening regular Topps basketball and got a regular Cooper Flag rookie. I was like, yes!
Is it because you're hoping to get a card, or you're just excited to see what cards are in there? Like, are you excited each time you open, like, slide one across? You're like, what could the next one be?
Yeah, exactly. And it's what could the next one be? But I think it's also a product of, you know, like, the hobby has gotten just so high money that I like, man, this is a few bucks, this is a few bucks, and this has been fun. And if Con Kneppel takes off, I'm going to have this card. And, like, I just think it's fun.
So I don't do a lot of, and I know you do, I don't, like, if I'm going to watch a show, I don't go read about it first.
Right.
I don't go see anybody's thoughts on it before I see it.
Can I tell you, I only do that for on the fence shows.
Okay.
And then I'm like,
Yeah, I don't because you don't want to waste your time.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you do anyway.
No, I wait. But see, that's a freedom thing.
my time.
I waste my time the way I see fit, not the way Master and Commander
do
told me.
you do the same thing with cards then, where you go like look at see what all of them are going to be in that set, and then you're like, okay, I like this, and this, and I'm hoping to get those?
Not necessarily, because that's one of the cool things about how into sports, obviously, we are, is that like the 26, 27 basketball sets coming up are going to be the Peterson, DeBonsa, Boozer sets. Obviously, all the current basketball products that's going to be coming out is Cooper Flagg, Con Kneppel, VJ Edgecombe. And so, like, I'm usually pretty jazzed up about like the rookie classes and stuff like that. I think that's really fun.
Utah Jazz, interesting. Alec, for me, it's swimming. As long as I can stay afloat, I think I will always, like as a child, that is something I remember doing as a kid so much. Every summer I was begging Mom during the winter to fill up the kiddie pool so we could just be around it. One time I took the kiddie pool into the garage, took the hose in there and filled it up just so I wasn't in the cold elements. Yeah, I was just doing, no, stop it. But I just love swimming. I love being in the pool in some way. I'm still very much a kid regarding I will jump into the pool, get out, and jump into the pool, get out, and I'm still do that.
Wow.
I love jumping in and going underwater, and it's just a lot of fun. So I think it's always going to be swimming.
I like that. And I like this from the 940. I'm 51. I still love doing donuts in a snowy parking lot. As long as you're safe, not putting anybody in harm's way.
Yes.
I'm a big proponent of the donut.
Is the concern more your tires or that you will have misjudged something and end up in the light pole?
Yes.
And you're like, son of a gun, everyone's going to see this.
Yes.
Okay.
I like to think I'm a pretty calculated human, so I'm stressing about both while I'm doing something stupid like that. I'm like, okay, one of two things or both could go very, very bad here. And I'm okay with that because it's fun in the moment. From the 817 cartoons, I think I'm there with you. I could watch like the original first, I don't know, maybe 4 seasons of SpongeBob. If I see one of those episodes on, I will stop down and watch. Any of the newer stuff, absolutely not.
We watched the other day. Me and Noah watched the snow one, where the iceberg falls and it snows in Bikini Bottom, and Squidward goes insane prepping for the snowball fight. I watched that with Noah, and he just thought it was the best.
That's awesome. From the 817 Ninja Turtles, they rule. They're just eating pizza and fighting crime.
They're the world's most fearsome fighting team.
That's right.
They're heroes in a half shell, and they're green.
That's right. From the 469 Uncrustables. Amen.
Yeah.
Uncrustables are very useful. It's the calories. You need calories, so they come in handy. But sometimes when you're like, I want something sweet, here's the problem, though. I will pull the crust off the Uncrustable. Because there is a crust on the Uncrustables, whether you like it or not.
Crimped part?
There is a part that has no peanut butter or jelly in it.
Oh, yeah.
And if you can, as it's still frozen, pluck that part off and still have the golden inside.
Well, see, I was going to say I was surprised that Uncrustables wasn't the world's first $1 trillion
company.
But now Corey just tried to undercut their business, so I don't know what to do.
True.
I'm also terrified, before I get to my story here, I just got a text from Bobby Belt, and it says audio file on it. I'm terrified.
No.
That is probably bad. That probably means I said something stupid. But we're going to pivot, Kevin.
Pivot.
You pivot? You're a big fan of college basketball.
That's true.
And there are some cool promos that go on with these schools and some bigger name brands with NIL coming into play and whatnot, and just the eyes that the product is getting. You're seeing some nationally and sometimes world-renowned known brands wanting to do deals with college sports. So this time around, we're going to talk about the Japanese anime One Piece.
Oh, man. One Piece is freaking taking off. I hadn't heard about One Piece till about 8 months ago. One of the card stores we frequent, I don't know how much of his business he wants me to say. So he said, I bought a whole bunch of first edition One Piece boxes. And I was like, wow, what the hell is that? And then he told me how much it cost. And I was like, seriously, though, what the hell is that? And now seems like he's probably made a lot of money off of that.
Troy Hughes was in One Piece, right?
No.
Yes.
He's a voice actor for it.
Yeah.
Man, is that why he left? He's like, I got One Piece money, chump.
Yeah, no, and then there's the live action.
Mm-hmm.
I watched.
Oh wow, on IMDb it says how long he's been married and everything.
I watched the anime with the kids, and then they were like, "Let's watch the live action." I'm like, I don't know, but y'all have fun. So I like it. I just I haven't gotten into that part yet.
So earlier this month, the franchise announced a tour that is called One Piece College Basketball U.S. Voyage. And it was the result of a partnership that was forged with 5 schools: Gonzaga, Houston, Illinois, Rutgers, and St. John's. And the goal is to lure fans into men's basketball games with the promise of giveaways, including t-shirts, posters, and a limited edition trading card featuring a One Piece character that has sparked a bit of a frenzy. The tour officially kicked off when Rutgers hosted Indiana on January 23rd, and eBay was quickly flooded with the cards, mostly being sold between $400 and $500. If you would like to go to one of these games where you can just get the giveaway item, how about I read you some of Illinois' upcoming home games, and you can decide the price, the get-in price for that game. You have $9 coming up here in a couple days against Washington. Northwestern, $12. $40 for Wisconsin. $185 for Indiana. Or $294 for Michigan.
And so that's the one thing I don't love about all of this is the resale culture, and I get it. But there was a time when they were putting out Pokemon cards with McDonald's Happy Meals, and people would just throw the Happy Meals in the garbage.
Which is lame.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that some people are just going to go to those games, get the card, and leave. Yep. We've seen that with bobbleheads at times at the Rangers game, too, and I just, not to sound too old, but I really hate it.
Yeah, take the food to a kid that needs it.
That's right.
Sure.
Take the food to that dude that's on the corner and say, hey, here you go, man.
Exactly. Man, I learned a lot about. He was Mad Treasure, which I didn't know what that was. Troy Hughes and the One Piece things. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I'm old, okay? Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy right here on 105.3 The Fan.
in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it, and Alec, on Monday, I completely screwed that up. Just terrible.
Yeah.
That was bad.
I'm going to run the tape.
I hope I never have to do that again.
Now, let's, of course, go to the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl line initially opened up at -4. It jumped up in favor of the Seahawks. It jumped up to -5 within a couple of hours because 79% of the public and 91% of the pro action was on the Seahawks. It has now settled back in to 4.5. Something for you to consider if you are going to wager responsibly or make some plays on Underdog. Promo code Masterpiece. You're welcome. The Underdogs have covered the spread in the last 5 years in the Super Bowl. So, while I understand the concerns that come along with New England and their schedule, last 5 years, cover.
Do you think that's because we're at a point now where the teams legitimately are that much closer to being good?
It does
as
feel
good as
like
each other.
It does feel like that's the case. Like we were talking about some of the old school Super Bowl results where you could count on the Broncos to get their ass kicked every 2 years or so, and the idea of an overtime game was foolish. But now you've seen overtime games, last second plays, everything like that. Everything I'm sure the NFL has always dreamed of coming to fruition a lot more. And so that's why I always take a look at that overtime prop bet. Interesting. Now, the over-under on this one, 45.5. That would be the lowest Super Bowl over-under in 10 years.
Really?
And that was going back to Super Bowl 50 between the Broncos and the Panthers, and that over-under was only 43. So it's on track to be the lowest Super Bowl over-under in the last 10 years. Would you like to switch to LinkedIn or the Cowboys?
Let's go to LinkedIn.
All right.
This is a fun story.
So Fernando Mendoza and LinkedIn have agreed to a partnership after we discussed this. Fernando Mendoza would frequently go on LinkedIn to give his updates and everything like that. Now he is going to become one of the spokespeople for LinkedIn to help make it a more integrated company. And he said he's excited to continue working with them.
Dude, so my kid is always like, hey, I need to find a Zoom, something that's going to happen to the world that I can take advantage of it by investing in that business right before it happens.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, yeah, I see what you're saying. He's just kind of always trying to find that get rich quick idea. But now he's also like, this is a great idea. Send a post out on LinkedIn, and then they're going to be like, hey, we need you to help us. This is LinkedIn Kevin, they might take charge. They might take over as the new platform for all information at some point.
Well, keep in mind, his first post is a banger for LinkedIn. Here's what winning a national championship taught me about business-to-business sales. And then he put kidding. Kind of. And one of the things he put was take the risk. When it's 4th and 5 at the 12-yard line, go for it. Because obviously that is going to be the iconic play from that game. Look, I don't know if he's going to turn out to be an awesome pro quarterback, but it feels like Fernando Mendoza is just epically likable.
Yes.
Now.
Unless you're on the team that's getting whooped by
Well, yes, I could definitely see that. Now, for the Cowboys, Stephen Jones was talking about a whole bunch of stuff, including Christian Parker, kind of kept it close to the vest on George Pickens, but one of the things that he did say was special teams coordinator Nick Sorensen will be back for the 2026 season. Man, it feels like the special teams for the Cowboys had the most unbelievable highs and shocking lows throughout the season, but probably especially in the last 3 or 4 games.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the Rams situation.
That's true.
But
at times.
But yeah, it was average starting field position. It was, I mean, I guess did Brandon Aubrey? He did all right. He's special teams.
Yes, he was very good.
How'd Anger do? He did all right.
Very good.
It's just the blocking and stopping blocking, or tackling, if you will, Kevin. Those are the two big problems.
Big part of it.
Yeah, those are the two big problems this year. Now, Bones, when we had him, we would complain about, did you have to go for that block punt on that? Did you have to do that fake punt in that situation? And he'd be like, yes, I had to. And you're like, okay, I guess, so whatever, man. And then he had a little more power than anybody really wanted him. You're like, you're a special teams coach. Why do you have these decisions on fourth down with Mike McCarthy? This was a little bit different. I hope that he looks at that plan and he sits down with Schottenheimer this offseason and develops a better blocking system this year. Because he does have an electric player. Turpin can be an explosive player. He did get caught from behind on one play, but he does have an explosive player.
Now, we will go back into the Bill Belichick situation as its own segment later in the show. Couple more things for you. John Gruden turned down a role on Aaron Glenn's coaching staff because he's probably like, I have my self-respect. I'm not going to the Jets. In the meantime, self-respect for the Cardinals. They interviewed Ron Rivera to be their head coach for some reason.
I mean, he's been to a Super Bowl.
And he's super nice.
He's been to a couple, because he was a defensive coordinator for the Bears.
You want him as your head coach?
No. Okay. But it's Arizona. It's a good retirement community.
The Broncos fired their offensive coordinator, Joe Lombardi, who's probably like, man, we made it to the AFC Championship game. That's not so bad. Is it his fault you needed a backup quarterback in a snowstorm?
I'm really fascinated. And I'll never forget, by the way, with Rivera, like overcoming cancer. Awesome story.
It has nothing to do with him as a head coach, though.
Lombardi has been with Sean Payton for a long time. They've been together for years, going back to New Orleans. And now he fires him after this, because why? And I don't know. This is very interesting. They must have had a problem with each other that stemmed from, I don't know what. Maybe I really want to know more about why he was fired here, because that's a good relationship they've had over time.
Now, speaking of why, Mike McCarthy said he definitely wants Aaron Rodgers to return to the Steelers. To do what? Be their starting quarterback?
To stand there during the tush-push snaps. It still doesn't make sense why he just stood there. Get off the field and let somebody else block. I don't know. Just do something else other than stand there. But he did. Or even go up and help push. Just one hand, be like, eh.
Well, he says he wants Aaron Rodgers back as his quarterback, which I think is somewhat confusing. What is less confusing is supposedly Jim Schwartz wants out of Cleveland. Now, that makes sense to me because they passed him over to be their head coach multiple times and ended up on Todd Monken. And that's who they were like, no, we got to go with this guy. And Jim Schwartz seemed like he was the only guy who wanted the job. Even Mike McDaniel's like, I'll take a demotion somewhere else so I don't have to coach the Browns. And it felt like we saw that play out a couple times. And Schwartz is like, me. Oh, no, I'll be the coach. And they're like, nah, we don't want you. And so because of that, he's probably like, well, screw you guys. I don't want to be a part of your garbage organization. Sorry, dear.
Taking my ball and going home.
Exactly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, strange but true. Okay, mostly true. Facts about the Super Bowl 60 matchup. Next on The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I've got strange but true, mostly, facts about the Super Bowl 60 matchup. I also want to talk a little bit more about Alex Honnold because he revealed why he only got paid $500,000 for climbing that building. And his answer is insane. All right, let's talk about the Super Bowl. Super Bowl rematches. This is a Super Bowl rematch. I realize just about all of the personnel has changed, but still a rematch nonetheless. How many Super Bowl rematches do you think there have ever been?
Well, we've had Cowboys-Steelers multiple times.
Yep.
Do you consider like a third game a new rematch?
I do.
Okay. Oh, my God. 28.
Out of the 60?
64.
That is too many.
All right.
10. It is 10.
Oh, okay. So I've misunderstood the question I even asked you.
Feels like you should at least understand your own question.
If they've rematched 4 times, that's one rematch, right? In that instance. Is that what you're saying here?
I don't believe so.
If they've played against each other 4 times, that's 2 rematches?
I think that counts as 3
rematches. All right, so the Cowboys and Steelers, Cowboys and Bills.
Yep.
The Niners and whoever they played in the Super Bowls before.
The Bengals, they rematched with them.
Here we are with the Seahawks and Seahawks and Patriots again.
Okay, that's 4.
That's another one. What about the Cowboys and Packers in the championship games?
That is not a Super Bowl. That does not count.
All right. Who are the other ones, Mr. Smart Guy? I dare you.
Well, that's not information I'm here to tell you. All right, I'm here
10, huh?
to tell you.
All right, let's. You know what? We have to do this now. We have to do this.
Okay.
Super Bowls.
All right. So Kansas City and San Francisco.
Okay.
Didn't we get Philly and Kansas City twice? Miami and Washington.
Philly and Kansas City was twice. Yep, Miami, Washington.
Both of the Eli Super Bowls were against the Patriots.
That's right.
The Rams and the Patriots, because we got the boring one, and then the Greatest Show on Turf upset.
Okay. All right.
So, yeah. 10.
All right. Just like you said.
I think I might have left out 1 or 2. Hey, don't worry about that. All right. The winner of the first meeting is 6-3 in the ensuing meeting. But keep in mind, Philadelphia lost the first Super Bowl to Kansas City, and they just played again, and they won. So perhaps that trend is ready to swing the other direction, but that would theoretically mean advantage Patriots because of the worst play call in the history of football.
Okay, all right, I understand.
Look,
You'll
I'll
never
stand
let
by
it
that.
Go.
I won't. Tom Brady has 2 Super Bowls because of the worst half of play calling in the history of football and the worst singular play call in the history of football.
Man, a lot went into that play call, though. That was really good
I
defensive play calling.
And this is the reason I say mostly true. I think this fact is debatable. The Patriots are the most improved team in NFL history, including the playoffs, because they went from 4-13 to now 17-3. That's a difference of 13 wins, including the playoffs. The Patriots are also the first team to reach the Super Bowl after a 13-loss season. I believe they would be tied with the 99 Rams for the most wins season over season, but they got a 17th game. So they got an extra opportunity to win another game, and thus this is true, but I think it's true-ish.
Like Sam Darnold and Brady being the only ones to win 14 and be in the Super Bowl. Gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, true, but true-ish.
Go back to the old days when they only played 12 games, you know?
I mean, you were not alive for that,
man.
and neither was I.
Yeah. No, neither one of us were.
This is surprising. This will be the first Super Bowl since the 1970 NFL-AFL merger between teams that both rank top 4 in scoring offense and scoring defense.
Yeah, this is a cool note. This is a really...
So this is really best on best.
Yeah, that's one of the... Like, if it was 1 versus 1, in their respective division or conferences, like it's 1, 1, 1, 1 on each side of it, that'd be amazing. And then special teams, like 32 for both of them, and you're like, what's going on here? But, like, this is... I think, like we were discussing earlier, you're seeing more and more of you're getting the right matchup, or you're getting the right combination of matchups in the Final Four that put us in a situation to get 2 teams like this. This is good.
Now,
it could be a crappy Super Bowl because of it. Because,
you think so?
Because defensively, if the defense wins out in that conversation, people are going to go, oh, it was a 15-12 Super Bowl.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, because I do still think of the 13-3 Super Bowl as being a dud, even though there was some tremendous defense in there.
Yeah, exactly. Because we don't understand. A lot of us, our defense is too complex to understand, but we understand what touchdowns are.
And from the 3-2-1, what about all the Super Bowls before the merger? I think there was only 3. So, but I guess we don't count those.
So football
for the
began before the merger
of this.
What?
Yes.
This is crazy.
Yes. Football was around before the merger.
I'm going to have to take another ice day after this because this is shaking me.
Okay. Well, you know what? Just to help out, I did further research about your other rematch question. This is the overall 11th Super Bowl rematch, but the 10th unique rematch, because remember, the only 3-time Super Bowl you've ever gotten is Steelers and Cowboys.
Okay, all right, there you go. Thank you very much for that.
Yes, there is my information for you. All right.
That is wild.
It is, isn't it?
60 of these. That's not happened, more times.
Yeah. Do you know what else is weird? That in the first 30 Super Bowls, the Cowboys were there 8 times, and in the last 30, they were there 0 times.
Okay. So the next 30...
That's not on my factoid list.
The next 30 means they're going back 8 times.
Yeah, or it could continue to be 0. It depends on which mathematical pattern you believe is going to take hold.
I think, as Tim McGraw once said, in my next 30 years...
See, I know the answer to this because I think you're going to answer it selfishly. I tell you the Cowboys will be in 8 of the next 30 Super Bowls, but then 0 of the 30 after that. Are you taking that deal? Because you're going to be like, I'm going to be dead.
Yeah.
Yes, I knew you were going to say that.
Let me see 1 in the next 30 years. Maybe I'll make it that long. But yeah, the next 30, I'll take that. Absolutely.
All right.
And then my kids, who were just like me at this age that they're at, they get to suffer through 30 years just like I did.
Okay, well then be honest. In the next 30 years.
And Jerry would then also have his goal that you said he would never make.
Yeah, he won't. How many Super Bowls will the Cowboys be in the next 30 years? We went from 8 to 0. When we get to Super Bowl 90, how many more Super Bowls will the Cowboys have been in?
2.
How confident are you in that?
In the next 30 years?
Yes.
So confident.
Because you're like, nobody's going to remember.
Well, no, it's not that nobody's going to remember. We could place a tattoo bet on it right now.
Yeah, because you'll be, 73? And you're like, I don't care.
I'll get another tattoo.
Alec, how many Super Bowls? You know what? Let's just open it up to everybody. 877-881-1053. How many Super Bowls in the next 30 years will the Cowboys be in?
I think 2 is a good number. I think it's a little generous.
I'd say they'd win 2.
Yeah, like just making it there, I could see 2. That's the absolute highest I can go right now, just with the structure of things and what I've seen in my lifetime.
Dude,
okay.
I and Mike's right. Right now, I'm getting very excited about Schottenheimer. Schottenheimer, you know what? He might be in that situation where he never gets over the hump either. But inside that place right now, I'm excited about Christian Parker and what I think the defense is going to be. I'm excited about what these potential 2 first-round picks can be, what the future is there. But the consistency part of it, I fear when it comes to the Cowboys and being like, we're good enough, guys, as opposed to being like, it's not good enough, we have to do more.
From the 3-2-1-0, if Jerry is running things for the next 30 years, making it there, 1 from the 817, 1 each year. I freaking love that. And then from the 214, 4, and another person says 2 or 3.
Okay. Yeah, and see, nobody wants to go with a Tom Brady-esque Robert Kraft kind of run.
Because why would you?
Because of what you've seen over the last 30 years. But it just you kind of do feel like some point you've got to go, enough's enough, and we got to do this thing the right way.
Well, you know what? In about 10 minutes, I'm going to tell them how to do it and make their team good enough to be in the Super Bowl. All right. This will be the first Super Bowl matchup ever to feature 2 starting quarterbacks and 2 head coaches who are in their first or second season with their teams.
That's cool, man.
Darnold's in his first season with the Seahawks, Vrabel's in his first season with the Patriots, and then May and McDonald are both in the second season with their respective franchises.
Yeah, this is really impressive to be able to do that, and
I'm surprised by that.
That's why it does take. I mean, we talk about this: the fresh ideas, the fresh feet, the fresh bodies. Like that's part of what it does take. Now, Sam Darnold's body's not fresh, but obviously he got implemented with some fresh ideas for him to become a better quarterback for himself.
This could be the 3rd time in the past 6 years that a quarterback wins a Super Bowl in their first season after joining a team. Remember, Brady did it in 2020, and then Stafford, and as we just talked about, the opportunity for Sam Darnold to do the same.
Dang,
That's
dude.
pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely is pretty cool. And it does kind of give you that idea that you can go find one.
Yes.
We discussed that a little bit yesterday with Rich Gannon and some other guys. The right timing of whatever your team is, and then you just find just the right quarterback to be able to be good enough to not make the mistakes to put you in position because the rest of the team's built and ready to go.
Mike Vrabel. Got those mics confused. Mike Vrabel is the second person to ever reach a Super Bowl as a player and a head coach with the same franchise. If the Patriots are victorious, he will be the first person in the history of the NFL to win a Super Bowl as a head coach and a player with the same team.
Do you still know the answer to the question of which guy has won as a player, an assistant coach, and a head coach?
I do not.
Mike Ditka.
Ooh, that makes sense. They were just with different
Now, I don't know if there's a different guy
teams.
since then, but back then there was one.
The only other person who's ever done this is Gary Kubiak. He made it to the Super Bowl numerous times with the Broncos in the 80s, but unfortunately, as we have talked about multiple times today, the Denver Broncos were in the business of getting their ass kicked in the Super Bowl in the 1980s. So, opportunity right there for Mike Vrabel. Now, Mike McDonald. He is the 3rd youngest head coach to make his first Super Bowl appearance. The other 2 are still relevant names in coaching right now. Who do you think
make an appearance in the Super Bowl?
Were the 2 correct to make an appearance in the Super Bowl at a younger age?
Relevant head coaches right now?
McDonald. I would like to not answer that question for fear of giving a hint. They are relevant in the coaching discussion.
Andy Reid?
Ooh, younger.
Sean McVay.
Sean McVay is correct.
Shanahan.
Mike Tomlin.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why I had to be careful because
He's like 31.
He was
34.
just a head coach, but no longer. So had to be careful about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will look at the top NFL free agents and how the Cowboys could, if they wanted, push all the way in. Next, right here on The Fan.
105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
First drop back for Herbert tonight. He's in trouble, and Herbert is brought down. So they bring the pressure, and the man who leads the league in sacks and a lot more, Trey Hendrickson, in the middle of it all.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right. 2 years ago, we made fun of Jerry Jones for saying he's going to be all in and then doing pretty much nothing. They didn't say they were going to be all in this past year and didn't do the most things, though. The pickup of George Pickens was very, very nice, and then they went out and got Quinnen Williams. So they made a huge stride towards what they did the year before, but not good enough. We said 8 Super Bowl appearances in the first 30 years. Next 30 years, 0. We are here to crank that back up to not 0. So I have a radical plan, gentlemen, to really go all in.
All right, let's do that.
All right. So I started off of CBS's landing spots for the top 50 NFL free agents.
Okay.
And so what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and pick up number 1 for the Cowboys and number 2 for the Cowboys and then number 12 as well and number 14. And then if you still want, number 7. And I'm still going to keep Kenny Clark and Jadeveon Clowney if you want.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Let's revisit the players.
All right.
Can we go with the players on those lists?
Yes, we are going to re-sign George Pickens. Now, we established, we've done this many times over, the Cowboys can easily create $70 million in cap space. All right? And now Jerry Jones likes to tell you, well, we couldn't have gotten any of these players done if we would have kept Micah. That is not true. They could have. Now, you would have had to sacrifice future cap, which is definitely what I'm doing here. I'm going to F over our 2028 salary cap so hard, but guess what? You have players coming off the books right about then, so maybe it won't be so bad after all. So we start with we're bringing back George Pickens.
All right, which Stephen at the Senior Bowl said we certainly would like for him to be here.
Yes.
We're not going to get into any details, but we'd like to see him be here. We'll go from there.
All right. Well, I'll give you the details. You're going to give him a long-term deal that's very similar to Terry McLaurin, which means next year I can get him in here for a salary cap number of about $18 million. Now, keep in mind, we started with $70 million, okay?
Now, you say that number right there, is that something he's going to be okay with?
I think
he's not going to fight on this to be like, look, we want more.
I mean, look, and because that's where you're going to go. Well, if you franchise tag, you're going to get significantly less money this year, and you're going to get an average of about $3 to $4 million less just this year. But maybe you kick up the guaranteed money. But even if you want him to go higher, your number won't be too different.
Okay.
Off of $18 million.
All right, that sounds like a number we can work with.
And keep in mind, this is salary cap hit number. Okay, so I'm getting you George Pickens. Now we're down to $52 million. Whew, don't worry. Next up, we're going to go ahead and get you the number 2 player on the free agent chart, Trey Hendrickson. And one of the reasons I picked kind of this pattern is these are all players that were mentioned alongside with the Cowboys. Obviously, George Pickens was already on the Cowboys. CBS said Trey Hendrickson, the Cowboys would be in the mix. So I'm going to give Trey Hendrickson about a 2-year, $51 million deal. But it's only going to hit your salary cap for $15 million next year. I know you might be like, hey, I know how math works. That's $25.5 million per year. How is it only 15? Because the salary cap is a bunch of nonsense. All right, so I'm going to get it in at $15 million.
Plus using some coupons.
Exactly. I mean, look, this is just how smart salary cap business works. Next, we scroll on down the list to the next player associated with the Dallas Cowboys. It is number 12, Odafe Oweh. He is going to cost you, as well as the next person, Tariq Woolen. He's number 13, but I have an alternate for you. Both of those players are mentioned with the Cowboys. They'll both hit your cap at about $11 million per year. So we'll mark both of those, and I still have $15 million of cap space left. Now, we were talking with Bobby about this, and he would prefer Alontae Taylor from the Rams. That is number 14 on this free agent list. And I think that that can be done if you think he's going to be a better better fit with Christian Parker's scheme, or just have better position flex?
Yeah, okay. I'm going to go with Bobby on what he would like to do. I think that he has a good point in the fact that Woolen, as far as cover 3, isn't going to work in Christian Parker's idea,
right?
Like the way that another player would.
Now, I have gotten you a wide receiver, although he was already on your team, so he's just back. Plus, I've gotten you 2 edges and a cornerback.
All right. Can I ask a question?
You're welcome.
All right. I like this, dude. This is great because now I can go into. I feel like this is what the Cowboys do. Every year they go into the draft and they're like, look, we already made a bunch of signings. Now we can pick whoever we want. And you're like, yeah, but the signings you got were all $3 million guys.
Right.
If that.
Right.
Like what you did was you filled the hole and said, hopefully we can nail one of these draft picks and we'll be good. Well, that's not the way to build a contender. Building a contender is you make sure you have the best players you can possibly get at those spots, not the ones that just fit there for the right price. Sometimes you have to make a concession for a right price.
Sure.
That's really going to short your team, though.
Sure.
And if you want to be in the Super Bowl, don't short your team.
Agreed.
I like that you've done this.
Okay.
I have concerns.
Tell me your concerns.
The future.
Sure.
We'll get to that in just a minute.
Can I tell you why I don't care as much about that?
Because I want it now.
That is true. But also, you've shown with reasonable spending how you can consistently still be out of money and fail to go anywhere.
For sure. Absolutely.
So, you're right. Your concerns about 2028 are valid, but that's also when I can get out of the Dak deal. So I think it could be a wash.
And how many times, Kevin, do you make the buy it now, understanding that you're screwing the future of whatever you want to buy, but you want it now?
Yes.
Alec knows what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
The other thing I have a concern about is I'm not sure about Hendrickson.
Okay.
He's an older player, had a back injury. Now, that could be something that he was throwing out there so that he could move on.
That's what I'm counting.
But he is a little bit of an older player at the position, and I'm wondering if I can spend that money on an offensive lineman. Is that a possibility?
Ooh.
Because there are a couple offensive linemen I have an eye on. I got to make sure that it fits into the finances, but there are a couple guys out there that I think could be useful.
You know what, Corey? You're breaking my balls here today, but I'm in a wheeling, dealing mood, so I'll tell you this. You can keep Trey Hendrickson and go get an offensive lineman.
Okay, and if that's the case, I need the personality of Trey Hendrickson on that defense. I'll take it.
And see, I'm counting on get me the hell out of here, and I'm still going to think 35 sacks combined the previous 2 seasons, but we'll work in like a little bit of his talent level is going to go down just a little bit. But you said you want an offensive lineman. I, for a variety of reasons, am going to go ahead and get you a left tackle. I give you Rashid Walker from the Packers.
I appreciate that because that gives me the ability to kick Guyton over if I want to. If I wanted to, I could take Braden Smith. He's a right tackle from the Colts. They're going to work hard to try and keep him, but I would take him too. And then I'd be, hey, let's work on our left tackle position or maybe our left guard position. But
yes.
You taking a left tackle makes me feel even more comfortable.
So for the time being, we're going to go Rashid Walker. I think that's going to come in with your cap number at about $15 million next year. That would mean that you are officially out of money. You have $0 in salary cap space.
You need $14 million to be able to do training camp, Kevin.
That is not true. Right. Or else, why doesn't every single team in the NFL do that? But you do need some money for your draft picks. I will concede that. We will loop back around to that in just a second. But my point is, let's start with the offensive line that you just talked about. So now you have Rashid Walker at left tackle. Then you have Tyler Smith at your left guard position. We feel good so far?
Yeah.
Hopefully really good. And then you go BB, Booker, center, and right guard. And then I would assume this is where you would consider putting Tyler Guyton out at right tackle, because remember, in order to get some of this money, I have moved on from your previous right tackle of Terrence Steele. How do you feel about that offensive line?
Rashid Walker, 15th in pass blocker win rate this year. And that is not just for position. Actually, it looks like it is at position. So that's good. Like I'm feeling pretty confident that I have a better left tackle than I had last year, and I'll give Guyton his opportunity to go over there and win that.
Yes,
and do something over there. And I already felt good about the middle of the offensive line.
Yes.
So I'm thumbs up feeling this way right now.
Now, I've got your offensive line taken care of. I've got your stud receiver back. I have also added 2 awesome edge players and a really good cornerback. And the reason why I wanted to bring this up and present it like that is when the Cowboys say, well, the salary cap, this and that, it's not true. They don't want to leverage their future for the present. Well, if the Cowboys are going to talk about going all in with Dak Prescott like 8 million different times and winning playoff games for him, I just told you how you could do every single one of those things, but I'm not done yet.
All right.
So, if you want to flip the switch on Osa's deal and or extend Quinnen Williams, that's where I'm going to bring you some more money. So consider this.
And in this grand scheme of things, we're restructuring something with Kenny Clark, correct?
Kenny Clark is not been returned just yet. So we're going to. So I've already taken Kenny Clark's money off of the book. So if you flip Osa's deal, that's about another $9 million. And essentially, whenever I just say flip, you drop it down to a base salary and you convert the rest of it back into a signing bonus that player can get. And then you can use that by sprinkling it across all the remaining years of the deal and those stupid void years. Or if you extend Quinnen Williams, that picks up another $21 million for you right there.
Okay.
All right. You're going to need a good chunk of that for your draft class, about half. But I think I can finesse the salary cap numbers where it's a tightrope now, but where I can get you Kenny Clark and Jadeveon Clowney back.
Okay.
So
put me across this defensive line right now. I would have Hendrickson next to Quinnen, next to Osa, next to Ezraku. Let's just put Ezraku on the other side for the time being. And then I got Jadeveon Clowney in the mix, and that's part of my rotation. I'm feeling pretty comfortable there.
Well, I hope you feel even better because you also have Owe.
Oh yeah. That's my apologies.
But that's my point, right? And so I am able to do all of that right on budget. Now, you just said, and here is the reason I wanted to talk about this, is I realize that the Cowboys don't usually spend a lot of money in free agency, but I wanted to run this exercise, and I double and triple check the numbers to show you that it could work if the Cowboys really did want to go all in like this. Does every single one of these players want to play with the Cowboys? Not necessarily, and maybe they get a bigger deal that's a little bit better that would throw my budget out of whack, but I think these numbers are all fair. Now, all of a sudden, as I see that Corey has drawn out the defense, you still go into the draft with both of your first-round picks, and you don't have to worry about touching those at all for any of these other players.
Yeah, the positions then that I'm looking at is I'm really hoping Styles makes his way down to me.
Okay.
And I'm saying, all right, I got a linebacker I can work with. Now, DeMarvion Overshone, I'm probably going to, Kevin, I love him. I'm still probably going to have a player that can do some things that I want from him or in that position.
Sure.
So I'm probably going to have to be, just as a safeguard, I just got to prepare myself. I'm still looking at safety and nickel a little bit in that respect. Because if I get a corner, Alontae Taylor, if I get him, and then I feel like listening to Christian Parker talk, he has really high hopes for Siobhan Revell and what he's going to do with him and Kalen Carson. So maybe I'm feeling pretty good about that. But the position that he needs is a dude that can line up in that nickel as a safety, and that's not Alontae Taylor's specialty. So I'm really hoping I get a Caleb Downs, and then maybe I can find one of these other linebackers. But I still need to go find myself one of these these other 2 high safeties to play in this deep defense.
Okay, and then I want you to consider this.
But what you've done is you went out and said, instead of having to go find 7 players in the draft, now you only have to find a few.
Exactly. And you can pick the ones you want because they are the best. I love this. From the 817, spending money in free agency doesn't work. I mean, look at the Patriots. They spent like $300 million last year. Where are they now? Exactly. They are in the Super Bowl. And I
Cap
believe,
hill, I bet.
no, they're fine. And I believe they spent the most, and maybe Seattle was like 4th or 5th most. But somebody brought up offensive tackles cost too much in free agency. They would rather draft one. And that is totally fair, because guess what? If you decide that's the direction you're going, you want another cornerback, consider Jalen Watson if you want to go after him. You want a linebacker, instead consider Devin Lloyd. You want a safety, instead consider Kobe Bryant. That's Kobe with the C. Now, all of these options would be made available to you on the exact same salary structure. So I'm bringing this up for a couple of reasons. First of all, to just go ahead and put this out there for any stupid commercials that are like, they're the parents of the Cowboys. Shove it up your ass. I'm here to tell you this is what the Cowboys could do if they really, really wanted to push the boundaries of their salary cap. I just picked you up a left tackle, your stud wide receiver, 2 edges, and a cornerback, all within the constraints of our budget. And if you want different players, we can do that. Secondly, it is just to show, if you wanted to go all in, what this team could look like prior to the draft,
and what it really takes to look that way.
Exactly.
To really go all in the way we would like the Cowboys to do it. It is to go get players like this. It is to go add players that are high-value free agency players. Now, I understand they'll come back at you and go, yeah, you spend all that money, though, and what happens if one of them gets hurt? And you're like, that's not the point. You're trying to build a winner.
But I'm ready to...
I'd much rather one of those dudes get hurt than you be like, you know what? We got this one rookie that we picked up off he wasn't even actually drafted. He was an undrafted free agent. He's a rookie, though, and we're throwing him out there, and he might get hurt, too.
Yes, and look, my argument...
It makes you feel like you have no hope in that locker room.
And that is a very logical argument. Is better talent up top, you would hope, would lead to better competition and potentially better backups in this entire situation. So every time you hear Jerry say, well, we couldn't have done any of this without Micah, all right, fine. Micah is off the books. I disagree with that assertion, but I just laid out how all of this could get done. You're going to be in some potential cap trouble in 2028. But like I said, that coincides with when Dak Prescott, you can wiggle out of that contract. Now, it's not up for another year, but you can get out of that with a significantly lower hit. And if you really want to go for it, if you really want people to support Shoddy and Dak and your new DC and everything like that, give them some damn players.
Here is something, though. And you're right. Give them some damn players. You are assuming the offense will be relatively similar to what it was this year.
That is true, and I am giving you back Pickens to help with that.
And you're assuming, this is always a gamble, the health of Dak Prescott.
Fair.
Early on in his career, it wasn't. It just seemed like that moment when it was. But because if Joe Milton has to be the quarterback, we have some questions about what you're going to be able to do. But you have now built a defense that in the stead of your quarterback might be able to help you, might be able to put you in good position. And not have to put everything on the quarterback like you did this year and everything on that offense to carry the load for this. Because, Kevin, you're going to run into teams occasionally. They're a little bit better at certain things that keep you from scoring 40 points. It's going to happen. But if you can go out there and put a full team out on the field, you're feeling pretty good. Kevin, you make some moves like this, you have now started to intrigue what I can do in this draft, and it makes draft time even more exciting. Guys like Woolchuck and Broadus will start boiling with excitement of what they're going to be wanting.
Yeah, and I guess at the end of all of this, there's a lot of projection because we're all lifelong Cowboys fans, and I would love to see them be more aggressive in the talent acquisition business. And the reason why you talked about if Dak is healthy. You're 100% right. But I'm going off of the idea of what Jerry Jones said on our show. He said, when we re-signed Dak Prescott, it was in the idea that we'd be in the business of making the playoffs and winning playoff games. So I'm going to use his own logic. They re-signed Dak Prescott. They are in, several years ago, they are in the business of making the playoffs and winning playoff games. You need help. Will McClay can be the greatest talent scout in the world. You still need some help.
I think he's very good, but you're right. You have to use other avenues.
And here we are providing that avenue and showing the people it can be done. Whether or not the Cowboys choose to do it, that I wish I could control that. And somebody said Jerry won't do it because it's not his idea. I'll tell you what, we'll get this plan over to Jerry. We'll fax it to him. We will wipe every version of this segment that has ever existed off of the internet so he can take all of the credit. I don't care about the credit. I just want them to win.
I don't know, Kevin, about that. Because this year on our show, you made a suggestion to Jerry Jones. And he said, did you like those, did you like having George Pickens? Did you like those wins? And you were like, kind of would like other things.
Yes.
And he said, here's the kicker. He said, I will take that under advisement. I will write that down in my notes. So he did take a suggestion from you. And I think that they are kind of at this point where they have been doing it a certain way for a long time. They have been doing it a certain way that kind of is safe for them.
Yeah.
Because they know the safety comes with the fan base and the safety comes with the fact that they're going to be number one in all these other categories. They will be relevant. But the thing of, I want this, he announcing that goal of having those Super Bowls, announcing that to the world, maybe it is just like him saying all in. Maybe him saying that out loud is just like him saying, I'm all in, and it doesn't really mean anything. But if you really want something like that, you make the necessary changes and you take these necessary risks to build something that could really pay off for you.
And you're so right. And I go back to, think about how relevant you've stayed by winning nothing. People aren't going to go away in the next 2 years. But imagine if you did win. Your brand is predicated on winning, all right? I know that's how it started. America's team because they were winning. 90s Cowboys because they were winning. Imagine if you actually lived up to the ideals of your brand and won. What in the world would happen to the amount of merchandise sold and TV ratings and value of your franchise? The three things I know are really most important.
He said, well, he's in the Caribbean, so that's where you got to send the fax, Kevin. I think
we have that technology.
I think he's at the Senior Bowl. I think they're. I know Stephen Jones and Will McClay. They're there. The bus is on its way. Senior Bowl is where the action is right now, and that's actually a great place, Kevin. We could go ahead and have that hand delivered. In one of those big envelopes where he's going to be like, oh, crap, I'm getting served. And then you're going to be like, no, this is actually really good stuff. And you hand that over to him. He's like, this is better than I thought it was going to be. Hey, we need to do this idea. I love it. Listen, dude, I'm excited about this idea because somebody came up with a plan. You developed a plan that I really like a lot that gives me more talent across the board and still allows me to find more young talent for the future and core of the franchise.
Absolutely.
So by not improvement.
Yes,
look, see,
it can be.
Exactly. By not messing with those 2 first-round draft picks. That's the point of maybe all of this. We didn't do anything
you just
with those
spent
draft
free
picks.
agency.
Yes.
And now you are able to.
These numbers, you can kind of swap out for some of these players. So please consider something like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, we talked about it in Crosstalk. Let's dive back into it right now. The egregious snub that brought the sports world together. Nobody can agree on anything. In sports, seemingly in life, except that the K-pop demon hunters continue to take over every aspect of our life, and there's nothing you can do about it but enjoy it. But everybody came together last night on Bill Belichick. All right, settle down. On Bill Belichick, you guys are jerks, not making the Hall of Fame on the first ballot. The first thing I saw an email actually because I wasn't on social media at the moment, and it said Bill Belichick snubbed, and I thought it was going to be some dumb thing about people didn't want his girlfriend at some gala or something, and it was he doesn't make the Hall of Fame.
Oh man, do you think that's why? Because of his girlfriend, they're like, we don't want her showing up, and she's trying to do the speech.
Okay, well then you shouldn't be a Hall of Fame voter. All right, it's not about you. It's not about any of us. It's about the coach, and you have seen stuff pour in from everywhere about how mad people are about this. But I want to go first to Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson quote tweeted and said, he quote tweeted a Houston New England playoff highlight.
Yeah, at NFL, right?
Yes,
yeah.
Correct. And he said, I would bet that if the Hall of Fame votes were public, very few of the a-holes that did not vote for Bill Belichick would come forward. Already some that are lying about it. I do think we're going to get to a spot where there's more than 40 confirmed Hall of Fame voters who said they voted for Bill Belichick. And you're like, hold on. 4 different people said in the ESPN story that he did not reach the minimum threshold of 40 votes needed to make the Hall of Fame. And so you will find out that maybe some people are lying about this. Tom Brady has stepped out and said, I don't understand it. If he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer, there's really no coach that should ever be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Corey, are you shocked and appalled by Bill Belichick not making the Hall of Fame?
Mostly shocked and appalled that Jimmy Johnson would put a-holes on his Twitter, but
he did not censor it either.
I guess I shouldn't be. You know what I mean? Like, that's growing up, knowing the coach, knowing who he is.
Right.
He gets spicy like this. He feels very adamant about it. You know, he also looks at Bill Belichick as one of his kind of disciples. The conversation, I've used this term a lot when it comes to. He was talking with Bill Belichick on the fishing boat once, and it was after like 1 or 2 of the Super Bowls. Maybe it was the first one. And he was telling him, you have a lot of assistant coaches right now that they're going to feel like they have power. They're going to get buddy-buddy with some of the players. You have to remind people that you hold the hammer. You have to remind people that you are the one making the decision on where their jobs are. Keep them on their toes just a little bit. It can be fun. Winning is fun. But if you want to do it again, the next year's a new year. And so I always liked that conversation between the two. And it seems like Belichick took that dead seriously. His entire career while he was at the Patriots, he was laser focused on that one thing, and that was winning. I think he is a Super Bowl. I think he's a Hall of Famer no matter what.
Right.
No matter when he gets in. He should be. That should be held for the ones that do exceptional things. And he did something exceptional in the NFL in an era where you're not supposed to be able to do exceptional things like they did. And so for him to be able to do that, I understand the cheating part of it, and if that's what okay, that's fine. I've said many times, and this is where you can argue with me, I'm not going to care about the cheating part of it. I think those people should be in the Hall of Fame. You can say, oh, it's an honor. That's fine, too. I think it's more about the game than it is the honor of being in, and you had to be righteous the entire time, because none of those dudes, there's not a single one of them, I think, that was completely righteous the entire time. Maybe Roger Staubach.
That's probably true.
But
he's the exception that proves the rule.
There are lots of, in all of the Hall of Fames, dudes that shouldn't be in there for whatever reason, and you're going to find this reason to not make him a first ballot Hall of Famer. I understand it. I think it's ridiculous to hold that against him because you know that he belongs in it.
Yeah, first of all, you put a lot of things very eloquently in there, and I really enjoy it. Bill Belichick, first among Super Bowl wins, Super Bowl appearances, playoff wins, second all-time among head coaching wins. He also won 2 Super Bowls as an assistant, the defensive coordinator with the Giants, including the Herculean task of shutting down the high-powered Bills offense for that second Super Bowl that the Giants were able to win. Now, a few things about that, some luminaries among all sports. Patrick Mahomes. Insane. Don't even understand how this could be possible. LeBron James. Man, there's no way I read that right. Right? Ain't no way Bill Belichick ain't first ballot Hall of Famer. That's impossible, egregious, and quite frankly, disrespectful. J.J. Watt. I can't be reading this right. This has to be some knockoff Hall of Fame or something.
Oh, knockoff Hall of Fame.
Yeah, it can't be.
And Des Bryant was all over it, like regarding like JJ. He was like, I can't believe this, JJ. And it was just fascinating to watch Des Bryant go nuts about it too.
And Trey Wingo.
And think about that for a second too. Dudes that played in this era.
Yes.
Dudes that played in the era and competed against him. while they still admit, hey, there were some weird things that happened when we got up to New England, they're all like, but I know that coach over there, and I know what kind of coach he is. Like I go back to that Tony Gonzalez story at the Pro Bowl. A Pro Bowl doesn't matter. And you know what? Tony Gonzalez goes over there, doesn't make the right block, and as he's walking by, Bill Belichick goes, couldn't make that block there, Tony. And he was like, I'm sorry, what did you say to me? And he's like, you heard me, Gonzalez. And walked off, and then the next play, Gonzalez makes the best block of the game.
Look, and I'm going to throw one more out there, Trey Wingo. If Belichick isn't a first ballot Hall of Famer, then no one is, and no one should ever be again, but they will. This is a disastrous look for everyone involved, plain and simple. What do you think about the anonymity of this, and should people be forced to reveal who they voted for? And also, do you think Tom Brady is going to go through the same thing, because their careers are obviously attached?
Okay, so when it comes to the first question, let's have a little bit of a discussion there. I don't know how much time we have.
Make it quick.
I don't know, because if you go ahead and raise your hand and say I was the one, now it kind of opens a new precedent for everybody can be forced to raise their hand and say I'm the one. So what's the point of the anonymity? It's always been that way, so I kind of understand that. As far as Brady goes, I'm kind of right there with him with what I said about Belichick. Don't care. I understand what his entire career looks like. I'm like, that was exceptional. I don't think voters are going to hold it against him.
Interesting.
If they do against the Belichick, I think they should against Brady as well, but because he benefited from all those things too.
Sure.
So if that's the case, but otherwise, I think that he should get in first as well.
And I just have a tough time for somebody they described as so cerebral, just had no idea at all of these other shady plans going on behind the scenes. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block.
Man, I'm so heated right now about what just happened that I got to kind of take a breath. But, Kevin, what do you think about the moment you find out you're not playing in the Olympics? We do it next on The Fan.
and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Here's what's the funny thing about all this. Bill Belichick will get in.
One would think.
Yeah. So what is the real punishment? He got everything he wanted.
You don't get to be a first ballot.
Oh, well.
There's a lot of people who care about that. He even said 6 Super Bowls wasn't enough.
He's got all the. He's going to sit back, look at those rings, put on that jacket, and be like, "I'm here anyway, you suckers."
I don't know. I think
Y'all
there are
a
some
bunch of
people
chumps.
who are like,
and they'll go, you weren't in on the first ballot, and he'll go, so what?
Maybe.
So what? I don't really care that much about exactly what you just said right now. I'm too busy with this girl. Guys, Stephen Jones has spoken. As Kevin pointed out earlier, he talked about George Pickens. He said, no details right now. We want George here. He talked about Javonte Williams. We've certainly visited. I love this part, Kevin. We've certainly visited with Javonte. We're always visiting with representatives about players.
Oh, my God. It's that part that I hate. It's like whenever you're in court and they're like, is it possible? Well, it's highly unlikely. Is it possible? Well, I suppose anything is possible. That's what it feels like every time the Cowboys talk about free agency. It sounds like they're saying anything is possible.
Yeah, and I think that part of, like, you hear Jerry Jones, and he's like, I don't talk to the agent. Which he probably doesn't, okay?
I know.
In certain situations, because Steven does. And then Steven's like, no, we always do. And you're like, hey, but hold on, that guy said this. You're like, who are you supposed to listen to? You know? Who are you supposed to listen to? Shoddy.
Want that glory hole.
And here's why you listen to Shoddy. Because I think he's shooting you straight on a lot of things.
Except for the importance of that last game.
Don't worry about that, dude. Okay. Everybody knew. Everybody
Why not
knew.
just say it? Why not just say, who gives an F? We're putting Joe Milton out there to see if someone's hand pops off when he throws it to him 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Every game's special, you know. Every game means something.
Okay, well, they didn't care about that last game.
What stood out about Christian Parker, Stephen Jones said, starts with Schottenheimer. I like that. He has a vision for what type of defense he wanted to have that complements what we do offensively. And at the end of the day, it was Christian's vision, not only for the type of defense he wants to play in terms of the personality. Here we go, Kevin. In terms of the personality it's going to have and the type of culture he wants to create on that side of the ball. I love that. No, but I do love that because they had nothing. They had no culture last year. They were a non-existent. They were dudes that showed up to a building. That was what the defensive culture felt like. And then Kenneth Murray was like, "Guys, let's do it." And everybody's like, "Screw that, dude. We don't like you." Hold on. But also, the wrinkles that he could bring that really would fit the pieces that we have in place. So, hey, we don't have to make that many big free agency moves because Christian Parker can make it all different, guys. The pieces we already have in place, that's what we got to worry about.
So we're scheming up pressure again?
I'm hoping that whenever he says pieces we already have in place, he's talking about Quinnen, he's talking about the defensive interior, and he's talking about... Oh, is there anybody else on the defensive side of the ball? Yeah, it's Quinnen and Osa, right? And Ezraku, the growth of him, and
maybe Kenny Clark,
maybe Devarian Overshone, and
we need to figure that out.
But regarding Revel, that was something that Will McClay talked about yesterday. Was hey, he already has talked about and talked to Revel. He has ideas on what he can help do and help develop and help grow. He's like, when you see what he's done with other guys in the past, you're feeling pretty good. Now, Kevin, my first part here was you're pretty high on Christian Parker, and then you get down to the pieces we already have in place, and that puts a scare in me, a little bit of a scare, because does that mean you're not going to do anything? You're just going to say the coach is going to make all the difference? Well, what's the Cowboys' plan for free agency? Obviously, we've got a work to do on the defensive side of the ball.
Okay.
So between free agency, between the draft, there's a lot of resources that we can use to make our defense better.
Okay.
A lot of resources.
Because you were kind of hoping he would be like, we're going to be heavy in free agency to help supplement. So by the time we get to the draft, we feel comfortable going whatever direction we want.
Now, I do understand that these dudes they're deal chasers. They love the, hey, we got the best deal because we didn't tell anybody what we were going to do. We had a hidden plan the whole time, and we made it happen.
Aggressive?
Yeah, selectively aggressive.
Oh, okay.
When it comes to, it just seems like guys that love to they're deal junkies. They love to walk out of there going, I got the best deal. Not only did I bring the coupons, but I haggled that sucker down. And I feel like that's what they're always doing. They're like, we're not going to go out and say what you just said.
Yeah.
Because if we say that, then everybody knows our plan. Why would we tell them our plan? And I just don't know. I feel like sometimes you put everybody on alert and you just let them know we're about to take over. And that's just not necessarily been the case for them in the past. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll find out.
The way you say we'll see, though, makes it feel like you're not
too excited.
Super optimistic.
I'm not too optimistic
okay.
right now. Kevin, you want an Olympic medal.
I do.
You want one badly.
I'm just not athletically gifted enough to make it happen.
Yeah. No, well, not yet. We haven't, because one of the things we tried to push Kevin for a long time to be a figure skater, and he was very excited about this, but he wouldn't go to the skating rink and do it. So I held him back just a little bit. Have you ever thought about what it would be like to be on a team and not actually participate?
Sure. We've all had that version in the group project, right? Maybe you were that person. Maybe you squeezed out the person that you were like, I don't need you to.
When you have an ego, you kind of think you belong somewhere. When you get asked to be on the Olympic championship team, the NBA team, essentially, you're like, I belong here.
Yeah.
Well, Tyrese Halliburton, who shared the greatest post of all time of when you got an A and didn't do anything on the project.
And for some reason, people got mad at him. I was like, that's a great...
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
It was hilarious. He knew exactly what happened. But did he know that was going to happen going into it?
We're at the Olympics. We're in the back doing film before the Olympics start. And before it starts, it's like, all right, we're going to have the team meeting where we acknowledge that all 12 guys cannot play. Steve starts talking about how everybody can't play. And Bron is talking about how, in the 04 Olympics, I didn't really play that much. And you got to put your pride aside that, it's about bigger than you. And KD's over there, like, at the end of the day, with 12 All-Stars, everybody's good. We're just trying to win, right? And I'm sitting there and I'm listening. I'm like, yeah. And as we start film, I'm like, but who are they talking about? Like, who are these? And I'm looking around. I'm like, oh, he ain't talking about him. He ain't talking about him. I'm like, oh, they talking about me. I'm sitting there. I'm like, oh, no, this is what it is. I was like, oh, I was sitting there. I'm watching film. I can't even pay attention to film. I'm like, damn, it's over. It's over, man. Oh, I ain't get no PT out here. It's over.
I'm the one guy in the school project that didn't do nothing and got an A.
So I was sitting there. I'm like, oh, it's over. It's over for me.
That is
that's so sad for him.
That was LeBron James laughing at him, by the way, and making that point about his amazing post there. And yeah, it is kind of a sad moment. You do have the gold, but you realize before it even gets rolling that you're waving a towel the entire time.
I do like, it's not going to be him. And the process of elimination, you're like, oh crap, it's either me or KD.
Yeah.
Like, probably not KD.
That takes you to rounders,
Yeah.
right? Rounders is where
It's you.
If you
You're
look
the
around
one.
the table and you don't know who the sucker is, you're the sucker.
Yeah.
And it's a hilarious story in my opinion. And I know Halliburton, people hate him for whatever reason. We're still trying because he's corny, I guess. And I think that's a fun story. And if you can be light about that with yourself, you're going to be a good teammate for everybody else. Kevin, also the Dirtbag Canadians.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, here's the situation. We want Olympic medals.
Okay.
We want all of the Olympic medals. Every Olympic medal that we could possibly get is what we want. But we also want people who can contend for those Olympic medals. And in certain situations, people keep you from doing that. Skeleton athlete Katie Hulander says she should have been going to the 2026 Olympics in Italy next month. As a veteran of 5 winter games from 2006 to 2022, she should be there for her sixth, competing for her sixth Olympic Games. What denied her entry to Milan, those Olympics, was her final qualification event in the North American Cup earlier this month.
Okay.
Lake Placid.
Oh, miracle documentary coming out in a couple days.
Yeah, where that big giant alligator is or something, too.
Wasn't it a hippo?
Was it a hippo?
I don't remember.
Text in 877-881-1053. What did Oliver Platt have to deal with in that movie?
And you know who Oliver Platt is.
Yeah, he's a great actor. Great actor.
He was in the WCW movie.
He's in
Ready
the Bear.
to Rumble.
So in that event, Kevin, the North American Cup, where several Canadian competitors were withdrawn at the last minute.
Oh.
Despite Eulander winning the race, which she did, the sudden reduction in the number of athletes competing had reduced the amount of qualification points available.
What?
Leaving her just short. Eulander has accused the Canadian team and its coach of intentionally withdrawing the athletes, deliberately manipulating the field to benefit one of their own sliders' bids for a qualification. What do you think about that? Now the Canadians are out here making moves. We thought they were nice people. What are they out there doing? They're screwing over our people.
Man.
We need to take over Canada, as I've always said.
I had no idea that the Canadians had the detail down like that. That's
a crafty move.
I know. It's tough because, I'm impressed, but also infuriated.
Yes.
So I hear what you're saying. That's not cool.
I don't think,
but it is smart.
Based on that, though, I feel like it's kind of cheating. So I'm guessing that the Canadian skeleton coach won't be in the Hall of Fame. On the first ballot.
Man, that lady did get jobbed.
That's terrible, dude.
That's not cool.
Yeah, here I am competing. I'm getting ready to go to my 6th Olympics. Now, is 6 too many? Should you be allowed to go to more than 4 Olympics?
Why 4?
That's a long time, dude. Let somebody else live.
But if you're still the best, shouldn't you still get to go? And plus, what did you say this was for? Skeleton?
Yeah.
All right. So it's
the fact that she's alive still is kind of crazy, right?
Professional skeleton tour has been banging down her door to go pro already. If it was basketball or something, I'd be like, go live here.
Yeah.
But what's she supposed to do?
Dude, by the way,
I bet I can go head first down this hill faster than you.
I think in Utah they will let you go down a certain section of the skeleton thing, but it's only a 30-mile-an-hour section, not the 80-mile-an-hour section.
See, which goes back to why I like the Winter Olympics the best, because I respect the hell out of how fast those people can run, but I can go to a track and see somebody run. Never are they like, hey, Kevin, do you want to go down to the skeleton course or do you want to go to the ski jump around here? That never happens.
As we get closer to this, Alec, we will ask, but my favorite event is the ski jump. The fact that you get to fly for a few minutes and then you're dropping, dude. You're Eddie the Eagle. Love that movie. Love that movie. I love the ski jump. It is terrifying, but also it feels freeing. It feels like there's got to be a moment of peace.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
You should just check it out, dude. Yeah. It was fun. I'm not going to say it was the greatest movie of all time, but it was a good movie. I enjoyed it. But there's that moment of peace that you have in the air. And then you got to realize, oh crap, I got to pay attention because where's the ground? But it will be my favorite one whenever these Olympics roll around in Milan. All right, that's it for the C block.
Are you sure? You look like you have more to say.
I have another story, but it's old.
Oh, okay.
Neither the Patriots nor the Seahawks will be practicing near the electrical substation that could potentially be causing these injuries to the Niners. And so that's a cool thing that they're not. They were like, hey, guys, let's avoid that. But reality is, neither team the last time they were in Santa Clara was practiced near one of those. They use other locations already. But, Kevin, while we're in San Francisco, should we trek out to that place just to see what the levels of the electricity are or whatever it is?
No. Dude, am I going to have a Geiger counter with me so I can walk over and
I'm sure there's a little app. Do we have a Geiger app?
There's probably going to be a Geiger app.
Yes.
And if we get too close, they're like, nope, can't do it. Got to go back over to the other side. All right. If you figure that out, then I will go to the substation.
There is an app.
Oh, well, there you go.
Radio code.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or is he going to go over to the substation that has made people get hurt at the Super Bowl? Let us know. We'll do it next. My buddy's an idiot right here on The Fan.
personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Anderson coming off the edge. May steps into it, takes a shot downfield, and caught for the touchdown, Kayshon Boutte. Wow.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The people have spoken, and they let us know that it was, in fact, a crocodile.
Yeah, crocodile
Lake
gator
Placid.
thing. Yeah, and a lot of people wanted to give a shout out to Betty White on that one too.
Is she in that movie?
Yeah. Oliver.
Really?
Dude, think about that cast: Oliver Platt, Betty White, other actors. Like that was one of those movies.
Other actors. All right. Well, that's a great point. All right now it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or are they facing a paternity lawsuit? That is the potential problem.
Oh no.
For Paul Pierce. He is, this name might not help your thoughts about who's in the right. He's facing a paternity lawsuit from Princess Santiago, an event director in Los Angeles. She filed a lawsuit and said that Paul Pierce was the father of her child. She would like a DNA test to take place. You've never had to do a paternity test, right?
Nope.
Good job.
Adrian kind of knew it was me every time, I think. I'm presuming.
Yeah.
They all look a lot like me. So.
Oh, okay.
When we were looking at baby pictures, I was like, that looks like mine.
Mm-hmm.
So, brown hair.
Okay.
So those things kind of worked out.
Okay.
Oh, this is Life with Princess on Instagram. Yeah, I get it.
You follow that account?
No, I don't. But this is definitely it happened. This is interesting. How do you handle the paternity test? Emotionally when it comes to this conversation? Because
usually go on Maury Povich, right?
Right. That's what I've always seen. And
is that show still? Do they still make that show?
I think so.
Oh, great. Good for him.
But I'm always, I guess it's based on what you want. But what if you get what you don't want? So let's say you want a kid. Right. And you're like, I kind of want to make this work with this person, and let's have the paternity test, find out if it's real. I'm full bore with this.
Sure.
I want this kid. And then you find out it's not. That's got to be emotionally crushing. Or is it weight lifted?
No, I mean, I imagine that would depend, of course, like you said, on the scenario. But yeah, I can imagine that being absolutely gutting. Like, the thing I can never get over is the people who have been like raising kids, and then you find out after the fact that it's not your kid. Like, that has got to be just absolutely devastating.
Yeah,
man.
no, it's got to shake everything for quite some time. And then there are people out there that they just don't want kids, and like that's kind of they've realized that, they know that, and they're like, I don't, and I hope it's not. And then it is. How much does that change things? Do you go, you know what? I'm going to man up. I'm going to be the dad for this kid, and I'm going to do all the right things by him because he deserves that. It's a fascinating study.
From the 817, this is about me. My buddy's an idiot. He thought Lake Placid was about a hippo. I will agree. I will concede.
There's got to be a hippo movie out there. Let's go find out what the hippo movie.
Wouldn't you watch Hungry Hippos, the movie?
Yeah.
I think I would too.
This movie is called Hungry. It's an upcoming survival horror movie about hippos.
Oh, God.
Same
makers of Blood and Honey, I'm assuming.
Oh, yes. For that one with Steamboat Willie.
Known for One Shot and Shark Bait. Man, words have been tough today.
From the 214, my buddy's an idiot. He's a Longhorns fan back in the day. Thought Sergio Kindle was better than Von Miller. Oops. From the
I love Sergio Kindle, but yeah,
come on.
Von Miller turned out, huh?
From the 469, everybody who thinks Dallas will trade Anthony Davis or get anything relevant for him is an idiot. I do think they could trade him. It's the relevant part that,
What's the lowest point of relevant for something for him. Something that you'll go, that's relevant. Because I think when you say relevant, you're like, number ones. That's okay. That's out of
somebody who will actually be a part of this team and matter next year. I think that's the low point of relevancy.
Now, what about trade or salary contracts?
Yeah.
Is that relevant to you?
Yeah, it is if they expire after this year. That's why the idea that Jimmy Butler would be part of the move for Anthony Davis makes no sense to me.
I wanted to set the foundation, set the base for the baseline. This is decent. This is a relevant thing.
Yeah.
Anything else would be so much cooler if they were to get anything other than that.
From the 817, I think I do know the answer to this. Gavin, who was Maury Povich's wife or the wife that you know? Wasn't he married to Connie Chung? I don't know if they stayed married or whatever, but I could have sworn that was a thing. And for the 817,
holy cow!
Is that true?
Who's Phyllis Minkoff?
I don't know.
Yeah, Connie Chung, dude.
All right. From the 817, what really sucks is finding out years of paying child support for a kid that turns out not to be yours. That feels emotionally gutting, but also I honestly don't know if there's legal recourse for getting that money back.
Yeah.
If
question.
that is actually not your kid. All right. Let's go to Robert Flom. I don't know.
You think it's a fake name?
No, because why would your fake last name be Flom? He is a Clippers blogger.
Hiding from somebody trying to get you to take a paternity test.
I guess. He had to print out a tweet he made and eat it because somebody put a tweet out that said, we're going to go 15-3 after the DeMar DeRozan trade. And Robert Flom, whose Twitter handle is Rich Homie Flom.
Of course it is.
He's definitely white. He tweeted out, if they go 15-3, the Clippers, that is, in any stretch this season, I will print and eat this tweet. Well, as is so often the case in these scenarios where you have nothing to gain, that is exactly what happened. And Flom made sure to pay off. And the other day, the Clippers even quote tweeted him with the eyeball tweet and emoji. Uh-huh. And so Flom printed out and ate the tweet.
Is paper okay to eat?
Yeah, sure.
My dog eats paper all the time, I feel like.
I don't know if it's okay for dogs.
I don't know if I don't know how he's doing, Maybe he's really complaining about it. He didn't say anything lately.
What can dogs eat that we can't? So, we can eat dark chocolate, but that would take down a dog.
Yeah, they can't have grapes.
Huh. Because they'll choke on them?
No, they said it's toxic to them.
Oh, what can dogs eat that we can't? I don't know.
I don't know. My dog, evidently, before we got him, had a surgery because he ate some tree bark, and it got stuck. And guess what, Kevin? Do you think he's stopped eating tree bark? No. He eats the whole forest.
Oh.
Every chance he gets. I'm like, we can't go to the forest anymore because of you.
And then from the 214, I thought because of medical laws, you couldn't talk about hippos. That's HIPAA. And also, that is very clever. But also, that does not apply to us. That applies to physicians. All right. Well, the Minnesota Vikings, idiots, because the more Sam Darnold wins, the stupider they look for picking J.J. McCarthy and being like, this is the guy. Now Sam Darnold is heading up a really talented Seattle Seahawks team that is 4.5 points favorites to win the Super Bowl. Is Minnesota going to reappear in this segment if and when Seattle wins the Super Bowl?
I'm very adamant about this. Maybe they made the decision too early, but they made the decision that Sam Darnold was a bridge year.
Yeah,
he was never going to be a long-time guy for them. They made the decision that they were going to draft a quarterback with a high pick, and that was going to be the future and the direction that they went in because that was the guy. And they believed that their coach is the whisperer. But this, I don't think that they're going to. I think other people will call them that. And they're going to say, we made the choice long before we even thought Sam Darnold would be that good.
Right.
So I don't know, man.
I guess if you do what you love, you never work a day in your life. Did you see what Alex Honnold said about the payment he got from Netflix?
Oh, no. You talked about this earlier. I wanted to find out.
So he got paid $500,000.
Yeah, which you thought was just ridiculous to climb a wall.
Yes. No, I thought it was too low.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. You thought it was ridiculous. And I said to climb a wall. That's all he did.
And wow. And he said, well, if you put it in that context of mainstream sports, it is an embarrassingly small amount. You know, Major League Baseball players get like $170 million contracts like someone you've never even heard of that nobody cares about. So that is amazing. But also, he said the reason why he took that money from Netflix is because, quote, I didn't think the climb was that difficult. And then also added, if it weren't for Netflix, he was going to do it for free.
Yeah, I imagine that.
So to him, he's like, climb, not that tough.
Yeah.
Also, I would do it for free. So sure, I'll take your $500,000.
He just do it because of a challenge. He got it was easier for him to do it because Netflix got all the permits and all that stuff to make sure he could do it. But yeah, you've seen the documentary on this guy. He lives out of his bus. Van or whatever. He sleeps in a tiny van. He wears like the same shorts, carries around that little chalk bag with him all the time. And climbers out there, I have tons of respect. If y'all are going to do stuff like that, insane. I can't. All right, y'all are amazingly insane to do stuff like that. It's fun. It's exhilarating. I've been on that wall. It's fun. I've been up, 60, 100 feet, something like that. And that's enough for me. That was fine.
Yeah.
And also that one time when I fell and I looked down and my guy, whether it was on belaying me or whatever, he was talking to the couple next to him instead of paying attention to me falling, and I had about this much space, about 4 or 5 inches between my butt and the ground, and he was like, I am so sorry. So I've been a little nervous about it since then, but this dude he just does it for the thrill of it.
Yeah.
And not that money.
I guess so. Good for him for that.
What's the last thing you did just for the thrill of it?
Ooh, I'm going to need a minute to think about that.
Yeah,
that is a really good question.
That's a good question, Corey.
Now, somebody or an organization that should start doing things for the money is Rutgers. They should probably get out of the Big Ten. So their athletic department this last year had a net profit of negative $78 million.
Okay.
Also known as a loss.
Yeah, that's not a net profit.
I just thought it'd be more dramatic.
I like it. Yeah, I do like it.
And if you're worried this is a one-off, since joining the Big Ten in 2014-15, Rutgers has lost $517 million via their athletic department.
All right.
Kind of feels like maybe this is not the conference for you, and maybe you should go somewhere else where all the schools are super close and you don't have to worry about travel, and maybe you're not going to get your TV money. But
are you going to recruit from those other places?
Yeah,
though?
Well, you're 5-7.
You can't recruit from where you are,
and you pay your coach $6.5 million. You went 5-7.
I'm not paying for results. I'm paying for the education. All right, paying for these players to grow up to be good men, and that's really what it's all about.
Has that become the goal of colleges again?
No, not at all.
Not just to make money,
but just for Rutgers as well.
I'm okay. Presuming. Well, I think they should reconsider their strategy because they are, how do you say, terrible.
How are they going to pay that debt off?
They're not. They're going to dip into their, I don't know if they have an endowment or not. But
you don't know if they're how endowed they are?
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, has Cooper Flag been even better than you thought? Payload at 6:40, Neighborhood Watch at 7:40, and the Red Zone at 9:20. Thursday morning on The Fan.
Hi, my name is Jim, and I have low C. There, I said it. I started losing energy and becoming moody. Next, it was my marriage. With my low C, I just couldn't turn up the heat in the bedroom anymore. You see, low C is low comfort, and it's caused by worn-out heating and air conditioning systems. That's when a friend told me about the comfort maintenance program from Reliant Air Conditioning. I had an honest conversation with my service tech, and it turns out all I needed was a Freon supplement and new filters. Now, my C level is is back to normal.
In a clinical study, Reliant Air Conditioning restored C levels back to normal in under 2 hours. Discontinue your low C treatment if your home is so comfortable that in-laws demonstrate tendencies to stay on a permanent basis. Common side effects include extreme comfort, reduced energy loss, and a very satisfied wife. To get your comfort level checked, call Reliant Air Conditioning at 877-YOUR-HERO. That's 877-YOUR-HERO. Or go to ReliantAirConditioning.com. Get your comfort checked and turn the heat back up.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books in Westwood One Sports. Both play the Pacers in Indy, and this is a matchup that Pascal Siakam has dominated in each of the first 2 meetings this year. In the first meeting on November 29th, Siakam had 24 points and 9 rebounds. In the second meeting a week later, he had 36 points and 10 boards. The Bulls have been a bottom 5 defense all year long and a bottom 10 defense against the center position. Take the over on Siakam's points plus rebounds. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16.
105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the Gag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you guys?
And I'm doing phenomenal, and I know you guys got some Senior Bowl action happening, but also it is Eric Chiafalo's birthday. Let's
go! Wow. Thank you, fellas.
Do you get to do less work today because of that?
I think it's pretty standard. You know,
how much work do you think he usually does?
Yeah, the bar's low enough to where even on the birthday, it's like it still feels special.
Okay.
I don't have to really do anything.
That's nice.
But we can talk about anything you want to talk about.
Oh, what do you want to talk about?
Well, we are talking about the heaviest players in NFL history. Is that what we're doing today?
Yep, heaviest NFL players in honor of Eric and the fat shaming that he loves to do so much. But he also just has an affinity for just heavy-set dudes.
Yeah, that's right.
Unaffinity.
Unaffinity.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
Unaffinity.
I feel like I've pulled back on the fat shaming.
You have. You've done a much better job.
I feel like I've really tried to just
rowdy.
Just want to build you up. Yeah, maybe that might have been the pivot point. You know,
we need to get back on it. We're about to go out there to training camp.
But Dawson has doubled down, and every once in a while I'll piggyback on him or off of him. But otherwise, yeah, I've tried to tone it down a little bit.
No, you have. You've been very kind.
Thank you.
What kind of cake?
Which kind?
Actually, it's funny. My neighbor Bart, he just texted me and said that him and his lovely wife Karen sent me sent over some cake. So I got to see what that is.
Cheesecake.
Oh, and I just got a text from from Corey Major.
Yeah, you want to get rid of that neighbor if he's just sending over some cheesecake. They really don't care much about you.
Your neighbor Bart.
Corey Majors just texted me happy birthday with all the balloons flying everywhere, man. Hey, thank you.
That's nice.
I'm gonna respond back to that and just say thank you.
It's good to know that he really cares, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's
Once
locked
I
in.
found out, I sent a text.
Hagee texted me like in the middle of a segment, damn near.
Boom.
Pretty impressive multitasker.
Now, even though Mike says multitasking doesn't exist, which is a weird argument I've had with him again and again. So Giannis wants a trade. Leading candidate is the Houston Rockets. Although a lot of people think he's going to go to the Knicks. Would you be scared to see Giannis on the Rockets or the Spurs, who are fourth on the betting odds?
Yes, that would suck. I mean, the timeline has changed a little bit from a Maverick standpoint, so it's not like you're in the thick of trying to win a title this year or even probably next year. So from that standpoint, it's not like, oh, they're going to take titles away from us.
Right.
But you still just hate to see those teams have championship-level opportunities.
Okay, so here's the thing. It could be horrible in the immediate future, but long-term, like all the assets you would have to give up for Giannis.
You think it could be better?
And Giannis is sneakily heading in an Anthony Davis trajectory. He's 31 years old. I think only 1 out of the last 7 years has he played more than 63 games. Like he's missing about a quarter of the games. And if that continues to get worse as he hits his mid-30s, as logic would tell you, it might be a very small window for Houston to capitalize on. And it could, significantly alter San Antonio's massive championship window that I think it looks like it's going to be open for the next 12 years.
Yeah.
You bring in Giannis, maybe it's only open for the next 2 or 3. So I get the fear, but in the Pandora's box of the way it could go, there is definitely massive upside or downside for whoever trades for him.
Does the idea of trading Hurt for Hurt and taking on Jimmy Butler because his contract ends a year sooner than Anthony Davis do anything for you?
Hell yeah, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler has aged incredibly well, considering some of the injuries that he's had. His production is still top 10 wing. I think Anthony Davis is healthy now. I guess that would be the value for Golden State.
Right.
But yeah, I'd much rather have Jimmy Butler than AD.
Man, there's a part of me that still is.
So we get a player with a blown out knee. Is that what we're doing?
Correct.
Yeah, he's probably not going to play till what? Like maybe
mid-season?
next year?
And that's why I asked.
What, next season?
Yes.
Yeah.
Next season.
Is he expiring next year?
And he
What are we
doesn't expire
doing?
till next year, which is why I hate that idea.
Yeah, no. What are we doing? I mean,
you can't even trade
I just
him.
want picks, man.
I know.
But you got to match salary.
You do have to match the salary.
That's the trouble. And if Golden State came around and they're like, hey, we're willing to throw in picks to make this happen, to kind of make up for the sting of not being able to do the Atlanta deal, then I guess I would listen.
how do we get
better.
on this train, by the way?
What's up with the
Is it the
money?
Luka? Is it the Luka thing? What effed us that we're now a team that has to wait 3 years before we even get to do anything again?
Yes, it is the Luka trade.
Is it the Luka
thing.
trade effed the things up so badly that we have to do
It started
this?
with the Porzingis trade.
I could see that.
And then
I hate the way we're thinking about this right now.
But then we got to a championship series, even though despite that,
Yeah.
yes,
we were
and then the
still on
Luka
that
trade made it worse.
trajectory. Yeah.
Like not recouping the draft value in the Luka trade, I think exacerbated it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gosh.
That really
Thanks a
kills
lot,
you.
Nico.
Oh, let's trade for. Okay, we're going to give up a blown out knee guy for another player that can't. And by the way, Giannis at 61 games. Is this kind of load management? We okay with that? I mean, that would be kind of, if I was San Antonio. By the way, Sean Sweeney would love to have that guy.
No, I bet he
had
would.
him in Milwaukee.
I mean, I'd rather see him go to San Antonio than Houston. I don't know why. Maybe I don't really believe what I just said. Just dump that, Alec.
I was going to say, interesting. It seems like the potential factor for San Antonio
Yeah, they
is
actually
off the
could
charts.
win, and Houston, I think that usually doesn't go well for them. Eli Manning's not going to make the Hall of Fame again. That just broke, according to Ian O'Connor.
Man.
What's up with these leaks all of a sudden?
It feels like you never heard that,
like it
but
used
now
to be,
everybody.
we don't find out until they announce it, and now some Belichick's team leaks. He's not in. I guess Eli's team's like, well, screw this. We found out. We're going to. So maybe that's a good thing for Witten and Woody. That's one less guy that they got to worry about, but Eli's going to wait till at least a third go around.
Good.
Do you think Brady
that's awesome.
is going to feel any of this similar heat?
He shouldn't.
Why not?
I think he's got the caveat of, well, I went to Tampa Bay and won, so I got away from that. But
wouldn't Belichick say I won too as a coordinator?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the Belichick thing's also a crime. I don't understand it, and I don't get the whole like, oh, well, wait a year. You know, like once
Is
you're
that for all the cheating?
Yeah, that's the only thing.
When
that
did the
people
baseball dudes start voting for this?
Right? Amen, Brian.
And they're selective as well. They put
Amen.
David Ortiz in there. He cheated.
You know what? It's not
but
the
he's got
cheating,
that
guys.
smile on
It's
the
not.
personality.
It's the pettiness of there was personal reasons that these people didn't want to vote Bill Belichick in.
Yeah.
Either he wronged them and they tried to interview him and they thought he was just a D-bag to deal
we're on
with.
to Cincinnati.
It was all, they didn't like the guy. And they want to justify it
that's a
by the
terrible
cheating.
question.
But I don't believe it. It's all a bunch of bull.
It doesn't bother me one bit, though. I don't understand the outrage about it. I think it's hilarious. I think it's
Really?
great. I think it's a
okay.
hilarious story.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're reveling
Shakes
in
up
this.
the news cycle a little bit.
Okay.
Give me some unpredictability.
All right, I like that. What are you guys watching for at the Senior Bowl today?
Just all the Texas Tech kids kicking ass, taking names.
Yeah, why don't you guys ever talk about Jacob Rodriguez?
I don't know.
it's
My
amazing.
guy
I've never
J-Rod,
heard of him.
the fastest linebacker there at the Senior Bowl. Just maybe should be the pick at 20. Lee Hunter kicking ass.
Lee Hunter doing a good job too.
Big fan.
Yeah.
How huge is that guy?
He's a big boy. He's 320.
Yeah.
Nice.
Mark that. What else you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. We will chat with Joseph Hoy. Dallas Morning News coming up at 3.
Love it. Roll home with
Chief's
the
birthday roast at 6.
Chief.
Oh!
Pizza day too. We're having pizza for Chief today too. Yeah.
Pizza. What a win.
Man, free food?
But it's just cheese pizza, so
Oh,
no meats.
that's a slap in the face, bro.
Oh,
Did you eat two whole pizzas?
You know better than that. Dawson's ordering.
I'll see if I can find a triple patty pizza.
Yeah,
here.
there we go. Get the Whataburger pizza out today. Here we go.
Roll home with the G-Vag Nation. Celebrate Eric Chiafalo. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Hey, good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Our goal is to have you winning every sport.
help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number one of the G-Bag Nation here on a big thaw Wednesday. There was one trouble spot on my way in there, 635 coming through Garland. Had to slow down pretty good. I was surprised how much still ice was in 2 of the 4 lanes, but it was for a very brief period of time. It's pretty much smooth sailing. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. NA. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion, with you here, coming off of his Shrine Bowl glory from last night.
How about that? That was fun.
Yes, sir.
Thank you guys for letting me go, by the way.
Oh, man.
I appreciate
no
you guys.
problem.
I really
do. It was cool.
Sure.
It was an honor for the show to have you go do it.
Not often that we didn't have much TD Tuesday stuff going on there. We had a few TDs, but it was good to be a part of that. And again, I appreciate you guys being great teammates for allowing me to duck out early and give it a go. I'm gonna do a Krusty's Corner for you today of the guys that played well in it, kind of give you an idea of what we looked at. So
nice.
Hopefully that'll give us some folks a little insight what happened last night.
Lucius Alexander making his return to the Pimp Cup here, 75 and 635, fixing to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. You got Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, your nosebleed brothers. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. The best way to listen via a connected device. You know, if you're out of earshot of our 100,000-watt blowtorch, maybe you just don't have a radio at the office or in the house. Not a lot of radios in the house anymore, so I just encourage you to get with that Odyssey app. The best way to stream us, whether it's with a smartphone, a tablet, a PC, a laptop. That Odyssey app and 105throughthefan.com are going to take great care of you. It is a happy birthday to Eric Chiafalo. What are you hitting, 33? Is this your Larry Bird year?
This is actually my my O.J. Simpson year.
32.
32.
32.
Birthday, man.
Hey, thank you, guys.
Do you still feel young?
Not really.
Yeah.
No, it's
In what way?
everything's been expedited. I mean, I broke my toe in my garage 3 days ago.
Is that for just being clumsy, right?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, but yeah, there's a little bit of a wash situation brewing there. And
balance is the first thing to go.
Yeah, the balance. You got the back stuff. I think I found a good chiropractor, which is pretty exciting. So, like, these are the things that
it is amazing
that
how
hype me up now.
beat up you are for a young guy.
Yeah, it really shouldn't be the case.
Yeah.
It's the worst thing I would say about my existence. It's just my
Just
back.
being beat up?
He did an X-ray on me. Like, usually go to the chiropractor and they're just like, we can't wait to just crack you and get you out of here without
like
knowing anything about you.
Kind of a jellyfish. What do you got working there?
Give you a little one of these X-rays, and my spine was less than ideal.
Okay,
I will say that. So,
are you like a 320-pound defensive tackle spine?
He likened it more to age. Like, you're probably spinally, you're probably like in your 50s right now,
bro.
It's like, wow, that's wonderful.
What are you going to do when you're actually 50?
I don't know. I think about it all the time. Like, wow, dude, I'm going to age extremely poorly.
I hope I'm around to laugh at you when you get to 50.
Yeah, bro.
I hope I'm around to laugh.
I'll deserve it.
I'm gonna be like doing jumping jacks and then fall on the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, I should get the airbag suit, I think, sooner than you.
Well, I could feel that pain. I actually tried a chiropractor, and my back, I don't know what was messed up, but he was adjusting me, and it was actually causing my legs to feel numb. Like it was causing sciatica.
Oh.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think I want to come back here anymore.
That's a fireable offense.
Yeah. So like something was so horribly misaligned that it was making things more tense.
I'm Gavin Dawson for the chiropractic clinic.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to be hearing me read any chiropractor spots anytime soon. Maybe some acupuncture. Maybe some dry
I'm
needling.
surprised you haven't done that before. You seem like an acupuncture guy.
I have done it a couple of times.
Oh, have you?
And it was magnificent.
Apologies.
Yeah.
Does it really help? Or does it just take your mind off the pain?
Yeah, I don't know. It didn't help the situation I had. Funny story, it was actually the carpal tunnel and repetitive stress injuries from playing online poker for like 14 hours a day.
To the point where you played with your feet one time, right?
Yes. So I thought, maybe this was a blood flow issue or some sort of energy thing, and I enjoyed it. They say there's this, like, your body kind of, the energy shifts and you go into this place called Aculand where it's almost kind of like you're dreaming and you're having this like different experience, and I really enjoyed it. It was too expensive at the time, so I didn't go back anymore to see if there was going to be any long-term benefits of it, but I was definitely encouraged there. All right, Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News, coming up in 1 hour. He is on the Cowboy beat. He will join us for the latest. As Jerry Stephen and Will McClay talked yesterday. Is Jerry going to talk at the Senior Bowl, or do we got to wait to the Combine to hear him, you think?
Usually Jerry will usually talk at the Senior Bowl. They will find ways to kind of corner him going up into the stands. And maybe now with this new stadium, they're not at Ladd Peebles anymore. They're at the South Alabama Stadium there, and I wonder if they have suites where they could put all those guys up in. Maybe with the weather. It looks like a little colder today than it was yesterday, so they might have Jerry up in a suite. But, he usually hangs out in the stands with all the Cowboy scouts, and the media will catch him before he goes up. So we might get something from him today.
Yeah,
I'll check. Let me check.
I would love it.
I'll ask.
And
I'll be right back.
I want to hear him talk about Christian Parker and the changing defense, and throw some stuff out about free agency. Like, do you need blank number of starters? Do you need great players? When he's up there on stage with his son and Shoddy, he's a little bit more reserved. But you get him isolated in a corner at the Senior Bowl, he is going to be wildly speculating, and I think dropping breadcrumbs that would be a very content-rich environment.
That's the Senior Bowl that one time where I asked him, he was walking up and I was standing there and I said, hey, when you won that award for being Executive of the Year, was that just as good as winning the Super Bowl for you? And he says, pretty damn close.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was pretty pumped up that he got that award that year. I think it was 2016?
Yeah.
Was that when he was Executive of the Year? But I was talking to him. I caught him, and he was like, yeah, that one meant a lot to me, being Executive of the Year. But
I think most people
get back
would,
on that train.
I think most people would say individual accolades are meaningless if you don't win in the
in
team.
30 years,
in the team context.
Let's find out if he's interviewing.
Yeah, 14.
14?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Well, I mean, they were both awesome. 12-4 season. They got Zach Martin, which I guess he didn't want. He wanted Manziel. But you get the award.
So he won the award despite his desires.
Despite what he wanted to do as the executive.
It was really a Steven / Will McClay award, but Jerry got to take home the hardware, and Congrats to him for that. I would say that's got to be the motivation. Go win you GM of the year again. You got 2 first-round picks. You got all this cap flexibility. Go win Executive of the Year. And, unprecedented playoff success for the last 30 years could come hand in hand.
We threw it out, right? They go on that 3-game win streak. If this thing had turned around and they actually made a run, he would have been in the running for it. When you make trades for Pickens and Williams and you sign Javonte Williams, like those are the kind of things that do it. It just needs to result in dubs on the field.
We are, we got an eye on the Senior Bowl. Brian's going to tell you about the Shrine Bowl coming up at 3:40. We're definitely into the off-season personnel news cycle. I just wonder what realistic best case scenario is right now at 12-20. And yesterday we were talking about it. And it does seem like there are scenarios in play where you don't believe you can get impact players at 12-20 on defense. It might be that draft, and I don't know how they would pivot. But if you look at Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft going into free agency, you got to say this is where we're going to find our impact players for 2026. We're not fixing. We're investing in the future and finding the right players and taking BPA when we get to the draft in late April or early May. But we need to go aggressively. And if Jerry said that, I think it would light Cowboys Twitter on fire.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I mean, it is. The way that one fell definitely had me thinking, do you need to pivot and look at, is it possible the best player on your board could be
Max Crosby,
one of these wide receivers? Yeah, or are you looking to trade? I mean, I like some of those corners, right? Whether it's Brandon Cisse from South Carolina, Avion Terrell from Clemson, Colton Hood seems like he's making himself some money out there at Mobile right now at the Senior Bowl. That's who was mocked to the Cowboys there from DJ, the corner from Tennessee. But, I mean, if this top linebacker's gone, then you're looking at probably reaching. I don't know how their board's going to look, but I think it's likely one of those receivers is probably going to be the guy that's highest ranked. It would be for me. So Keldrick Falk, I don't think would excite people. Could he end up being a good player? Yeah, he could, but he's not going to give you the double-digit sacks that you're probably looking for right now that you're really in need of if you were able to get one of these David Baileys or Reuben Bain Jr.'s. Hell, I think Akeem Mesidor might be a better sack guy for you day one right away.
Absolutely.
Cassius Howell might be one of those guys from A&M over at Keldrick Falk. But if they want to be a team that's physical and stops the run, Keldrick Falk continues to keep that thing going.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. If the draft fell as Jeremiah mocked it, I think Mesidor or Howell at 12 might be your best chance of having an instant impact, just of how bad your edge play was and what those players could represent. The biggest, hottest buzz right now in the division is actually happening in Philadelphia. You guys see what Adam Schefter said?
Oh, is it Sean Mannion as the OC?
No.
Sean Mannion was calling plays for the East last night in the East-West Shrine
He's
game.
getting a second interview there, but was he teasing a big move? What's happening?
So he was on this podcast, and they were saying goodbye, and maybe we'll have you back on if something happens. And Schefter said, and maybe it'll be even more than OC news. And the host Andrew Salciunas.
Good job there, bro.
Is that how you say it?
No, I'm just saying.
Salciunas, maybe
you gave it a crack.
Smells like anus.
He said, "Will A.J. Brown be traded?" And then John Kincaid said, "More than that." Wait a minute, what are you hinting at? And Schefter said, "Maybe it'll be even more than discussion of an offensive coordinator. We'll see. We'll see what happens here in the next week." So speculation is maybe it's an A.J. Brown trade, maybe it's Sirianni.
Yeah.
Maybe Roseman is looking at the disaster that has been their OC search as 5 different guys have turned them down and say, man, maybe we need more of a fundamental shift if this is that unattractive of a job 12 months after winning the Super Bowl.
And what if they trade Jalen Hurts?
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
I mean, if you're talking about a big move and it's more than A.J. Brown, the immediate thought to me was it's the quarterback and how he's done this before. It was outright cutting Carson Wentz, but I'm sure there would be a team out there that would be interested in trading for Jalen Hurts, whether it's the Raiders or another quarterback needy team.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, my mind went to Sirianni, but I could see the Jalen Hurts.
I mean, if you were going to fire Sirianni, you would have done it, I think, already. Why would you have waited? Unless there's just somebody, maybe Sean McDermott, someone that they think will bring him in and that'll be our head coach, or there's somebody else that they have looked at. The Sirianni thing doesn't make sense to me, but I can't put anything past it. I mean, Howie is one of these wild
Very
cards.
unpredictable.
Yeah, I do think you're right about that. Like, in theory, yes, you would have already just fired your head coach for sure, unless they were just caught off guard by the idea that nobody wants to come in there as the OC because everybody feels like, well, Sirianni's kind of a lame duck anyways. If this next Eagles season goes sideways, then everybody's getting canned anyways. Yeah. So
McDermott was in Philadelphia at one time for Andy Reid.
Yeah, like McDermott, like going from Sirianni to McDermott, especially this late in the game, to have a guy like that out there and available.
Sure.
But then it kind of gets weird of like, do you want a defensive head coach when you already have Dick Fangio as the defensive coordinator? Like, is that an oil and water thing? I don't really know, unless McDermott's chill like Dan Quinn and he's like, hey, no problem, dude. Like, you've got your defense handled. Like, let me just come be the CEO and you can pick my brain as much as you want defensively. I don't know, but I think the Sirianni thing would be fascinating.
I asked Schefter. I just point blank asked him.
I love that. Okay, let's go.
All I said was there would be more to talk about next week. There's always more to talk about. They over-dramatized it.
Okay.
Is what he said.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, that's what he said. We do like to do that, though.
He might be like trying to cover his ass and say, man, there's some, he always kind of, he's a circus barker. He's P.T. Barnum up there sometimes. Oh, hey, got something. Keep an eye out. We all do that. We all did. But he said they over-dramatized it, is what he said.
Typical sports radio hosts.
Yeah.
Over-dramatizing.
These guys. I mean, we went down the rabbit hole like they're getting rid of the coach, the quarterback. They're getting a new owner.
I want them to keep Sirianni. I want them to keep Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
I don't want any big moves. Okay, Todd Monken gets the head coaching job in Cleveland.
That's surprising.
Yeah,
that was surprising.
Oh, that was shocking. They have screwed themselves. They have literally nuked their organization. All the coaches are like, "F this, I want out now."
Did he fill out the form in the right way? Did he not cheat off one of the other coaches that was taking the test? What are we doing? I mean, he must have filled out the form. I guess the test was if you fill out the form and answer the 100 questions.
Yeah.
We're going to name you the coach. He might have been the only one.
And I guess Jim Schwartz is hot. Like, when he was told, he was like visibly pissed and just immediately started telling everybody he's gone, cleaned out his desk and left, which is crazy because he's still under contract. There's, I think, 7 or 8 DC jobs that are still open, but he really is not free to go take one unless a team wants to trade for him. But things went from bad to worse in Cleveland. Do you guys have any confidence that Todd Monken can be the guy to lead them back into respectability?
Absolutely not. I mean, look, Harbaugh got fired. Part of the reason was he wanted to hold on to Todd Monken and was not willing to move on. And they're like, well, we don't want that guy, so we're going to fire you too. There's nothing that speaks to Todd Monken as like some elite offensive coordinator that he's worth risking your own job for.
It's perfect symbolism of that division where one team in the division doesn't even want him to be their OC, and the Browns are like, yeah, you could be our head coach.
It's just, it is nice whenever you feel like you're at rock bottom, you can always just take a deep breath and say, at least you're not the Browns.
Absolutely.
It's like, whew, there is still a organization that will get it wrong at every turn, and they're in Cleveland. That is the factory of sadness of the Browns.
Good point by a texter here. They'd probably just make Dick Fangio the head coach.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah. I could see that. He's got the experience. 214 says, Gavin, the Eagles won the Super Bowl last year with that duo. Guess that doesn't mean anything. That's a Roseman Super Bowl in my mind.
It does it in Philly.
You built the best roster of the century. You left no doubt, no stone left unturned. They sold 10% of their franchise to fund the signing bonuses to bring all those players in. And congrats to them. But I do think that was one of those situations where if Jerry Jones or Jeffrey Lurie had said any one of 500 coaches could have won the Super Bowl with these guys, I think that would have been an accurate statement. We got the top 10 at 220 coming up after the champ replay. Chuck, where are you taking us today?
Oh, hey, in honor of Eric, let's just talk the heaviest NFL players of all time. Heavy set dudes next in the nation.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on the Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Hey, Tolos, quick question. Have you ever tried financing a paint job? Spoiler alert, you can't.
Yeah, nobody's handing out payment plans on a bucket of beige, but you can finance Rhino Shield.
That's right. Gary Zanobi here. Our ceramic coating comes with a 25-year transferable warranty. Unlike paint, Rhino Shield won't chip, peel, or crack. It's UV ray resistant and helps insulate your home.
And with easy financing, Gary can even get your payment under $200 a month.
Protect your home for the long haul. Visit rhinoshielddfw.com.
Why just paint your house when you can shield your home?
Rhino Shield.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who had heard our ads for over 25 years. He always thought leasing was just renting. But when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. We showed him leasing isn't about what you can afford, it's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. So, are you ready to stop financing negative equity and start driving smarter? Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
If you or your business owes the IRS and fear its collections enforcement actions such as the levying of bank accounts, garnishing of paychecks, and seizing of your property, you'll want to listen to this message. IRS Collections is now back up and running. Training of new officers continues in full force, and they're hungry to make a name for themselves. Ignoring these warnings will result in catastrophes such as your inability to pay your mortgage, car payment, electric bill, even not being able to make payroll. It's time to man up and get this resolved once and for all. Randy Martin has been helping your North Texas friends and neighbors for over 25 years, and IRSprob.com is the highest-ranked firm in the country focused specifically on helping people and businesses with IRS problems. Located here in Dallas, they protect you from aggressive IRS collection enforcement actions. Get Randy and his team of attorneys, CPA, and tax professionals on your side. Give him a call right now at 214-214-3000.
Hi, I'm Randy Martin at IRSprob.com. If the IRS is after you, you need to call us right now at 214-214-3000. The first consultation is always free and confidential. Call us now at 214-214-3000 or look us up online at IRSprob.com.
Fellas, feeling tired, sluggish, or not yourself? Gavin Dawson from Men's T Clinic, they have the fix. From testosterone therapy to hair replacement, joint recovery, bedroom wellness, they do it all. Same-day appointments, fast results. Get your edge back right now. Visit Men's T Clinic today.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by PermaPure.
Disappointed in the boys this year? Us too. But we promise the dirt nerds at PermaPure Foundation Repair won't let you down. Call 844-919-7276. Get a free foundation inspection or go to dirtnerdsdfw.com. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the Champ replay, and then we got your Top 10 with Wolchuk. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And into the Pimp Cup we go. Lucius is back. Here he is.
Back. Like Cam Newton, I'm back. Jeez.
How'd it treat you?
Yeah, I was cool, man. I was cool. I was locked in for a while, stuck in those hills up there in the Cedar Hill.
Yeah.
Stuck in those hills, man. But yeah, it was cool, bro. Pops had everything on deck. You know, we never ran out of liquor.
Okay.
Yeah, how about that?
That's the important part.
Yeah. Cabin fever hit people about Monday.
Yeah.
Started walking around and everything. All right,
Did
anyway.
you do that intentionally, or did you get stuck over there?
Do what intentionally?
Go to your dad's.
Let's see. I went over there Friday night. Yes, we went to watch the games. It ended up being just too much.
Yeah.
Too much.
Yeah, you can't try to come down those hills with ice like this, dude.
No, man. Especially over there, bro. Especially over there. Like, the regular roads were cool, but the residentials, it was a wash. All right, so I haven't heard this piece of audio right here. It says, shower before you pedicure. Looks like it's a winner and champ of G back in the day so far, going for 3 today, I believe.
3 times, sir.
All right, I've never heard this, so first time.
People don't shower too much during the winter time. Am I right?
Yes.
So be honest. It's been a few days, right?
Yes.
See, girl, you don't have to lie to me. I do nail for a long time. I sit in front of people doing pedicure. I can tell the difference between feet smell and Hello Kitty smell. Your Hello Kitty smell ew. You know, ew. So let me help you out, okay?
Hello Kitty.
Yeah, go. Girl, I lost my concentration right now. Hold on. I got you. I got you, girl. Here. Let me just clean myself up real quick.
Oh, that might help.
Yeah.
That might help.
One's not enough. One not enough.
Oh, dear. No, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. You know, it's winter time. I don't blame you.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna, it happened, but it's cold. I know it's cold. And sometimes
I'm old. And I get tired.
I know.
Showers are hard.
It's sting a little bit, but I just don't like the smell because sometimes at home I eat enough fish. I don't want to eat fish at the nail salon.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's wild, ain't it?
Yeah. Whoa.
2-time looking for 3 tonight, 5:30. The champ will face some challenges.
Reminds me of Boys in the Hood when grandma walked in the house and smelled Tasha in the air. I believe her name was Tasha. Grandma could smell it in the air.
Woo! Shout out to Tasha.
Ooh. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 220. Here's Zach with Mage.
Goodness gracious. All right, we're going to get into the top 10 heaviest NFL players of all time in honor of Eric. I know he loves a good heavy set man. And we're going to honor him here. And the only way that I know how, and that's to go to heavysports.com.
I think the heaviest one I ever remember. It's called heaviestsports.com.
It's called heavy.com/sports/NFL/heaviest players all time.
The heaviest player I think I've ever scouted was a guy named Aaron Gibson from Wisconsin.
You might have just nailed number 1.
Oh, did I?
And he is the heaviest. I think so. I think so.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ruin the day.
No, that's okay. Yeah,
I
Aaron
just remember
Gibson,
him.
offensive lineman. I'll not tell you how much he weighs. We'll wait for that.
Yeah.
But it looks like he was drafted by the Lions in 99.
He was.
And he played for the Cowboys for a little bit.
He did.
And that was the heaviest he ever was with the Cowboys.
He was a big man.
In fact, the Cowboys are going to have 2 on this list. And the other one is a dear friend of ours.
By the way, Jerry not going to be talking at the Senior Bowl.
Oh, no Jerry talking.
No Jerry at the Senior Bowl.
Breaking news right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Disappointing.
Back to you.
I could use some juice right now for the news cycle.
I know we could use some. The Hall of Fame's not doing enough for us right now. No Eli, no Belichick, and then the coaching stuff that's going on.
It's too hard.
We'll see what goes on.
You only got so many guys you can put in.
Yeah, maybe. Yep. I mean, Dion was like, we need to cut these classes.
I mean, if you look at the backlog of guys, like does Eli belong in the Hall of Fame? There's a debate to be had there, but not above guys that have been waiting.
Yeah, I mean, the Belichick thing I think is a little crazy, but Eli, let him wait as long as he wants to wait. He'll get in eventually.
Let me just say, okay, so every time you say that, I got to say it's not crazy to keep somebody out who's a cheater.
It's not crazy.
Belichick?
What has happened is the cheating has become normalized.
Yeah.
And I don't know how it happened, but we've decided that cheating is okay now. Like, let's just put the Astros in. All the Astros are going in now. It's fine. The league is sweeping it under the rug and asking their media partners to not pay attention to it. So we haven't been beating the drum that Belichick is a cheater for the last 15 years.
Well, he was punished, right? He didn't get swept under the rug. He did get punished for it. But then he also won Super Bowls after the fact. Like, if that was it, if his career resume never continued and they never won after that, then I think that there is a point to be had that the success was just due to the cheating.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with continuing to punish him from a voting perspective for being caught as a cheater. Barry Bonds isn't in. Barry Bonds isn't in. It's okay for him. It's okay to keep Roger Clemens out.
Well, I mean, they're two different Hall of Fames. I would have Barry Bonds in. I think Major League Baseball, and I think that's why I think the NFL Hall of Fame has done a better job than what Major League Baseball has. I think the baseball writers are way too ridiculous when it comes to some of this stuff. I think Roger Clemens should be in. I think Barry Bonds should absolutely be in.
I think they just have standards. They don't want cheaters in their hall.
I think they're crusties, and I think that there are other baseball players that are probably in that have been accused of cheating if we really did the research on that. But those two, for whatever reason, they just don't like, and so they don't want to put him in. I think the Belichick thing is also the grudges. I don't think it's the cheating thing. I think the people that didn't vote for him don't like him personally. I think that's what the truth is. If it really was
because he was a cheater,
I don't think so. I don't think it's because I think they use that as a convenient excuse. I think they lost to him in some way, shape, or form, or he didn't give him an interview, or they didn't like the way that he treated them, and they're using their personal vendettas against putting him into the Hall of Fame. And we're going to play some audio from Jimmy Johnson later, who shares that really everybody in the NFL was doing this too.
Yeah, I wish he wouldn't have shared that.
I do too, because, hey, now all of a sudden, if we want to go that route where it's like, oh, well, we shouldn't keep Bill in, then we might need to rethink some of these other things and these other dynasties as well. And I don't want to do that. I definitely do not want to do that. But let's get to heavy set players. Top 10 heaviest NFL players of all time. We start at number 10. And this guy's still playing. These are all going to be linemen, not a surprise. Unless you wanted to go with the hefty-lefty Jared Lorenzen. Number 10, Jordan Mailata.
355?
It's fun. We can play the guessing game with this. 365.
All right.
365 for Jordan Mailata.
Wow, he's the smallest guy on this list.
Smallest guy at 365, yep. Of course, rugby player. Scouted out. They bring him into Filthy. He's been fantastic with the Eagles. Number 9.
Those Islanders are built different, dude.
Yeah.
They can carry extra weight and still be athletic somehow.
It's crazy how well he moves for his size. It really is. Number 9 is Caleb.
Go watch an LD Bell Trinity game. Tongans and stuff. Oh, it's impressive.
Yeah.
Big men that can move.
They'll kick your ass.
Had some bad Friday nights in high school.
Yeah, those guys will beat you up.
3 straight years just ruined Plano's chances of advancing. Caleb Jones, offensive lineman, comes in at number 9. Still playing right now. Went undrafted, signed with Green Bay, and now he's with the Super Bowl-bound New England Patriots on their practice squad.
Are we seeing pictures of these guys? Like, Mailata wears it well. Like, you don't look at him and you're like, oh, my God.
Caleb Jones, I think, wears it pretty well.
Okay.
Pretty well. And they're also very tall. Like, what's Mailata, like 6'8"?
6'8", yeah.
And Caleb Jones looks like he's probably well around like 6'6" to 6'8" as well. But he's 370. Number 8. Big Ted Washington, 375.
Oh, Teddy Dub.
Big Ted Washington.
Goodness.
Known as Mount Washington. Had a remarkable 17-year NFL career.
It's a popular nickname.
Mount Washington.
Is Pat Williams? Would Pat Williams, like the Williams bros, right?
Yeah, Pat was big. No, Pat is not on here.
Okay.
But Pat, I do, and Gilbert Brown was also one that I thought might have had a chance. Vince Wilfork.
I mean, Vince Wilfork. There was a guy's, I think his nickname was Tractor, right? Tractor Trailer.
Taylor, was he a Bears player?
I just remember there was a guy named Tractor.
That was a basketball guy, right?
That's who they traded Dirk for.
Yeah.
Oh, that was an NBA
Robert
player?
Tractor Trailer.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Michael Jasper comes in at number 7. Only in the league from 11 to 14, drafted in the 7th round of the NFL draft. Struggled to find his footing.
Yeah. Jasper sounds like a name of a big man. If your name's Jasper, you're probably a big man.
378, but he weighed 450 pounds once in college.
You're definitely from a rural area.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, you ever seen that kid Jasper?
Dude.
He's bigger than a, yeah.
He can outfish you, he can outshoot you.
Yeah.
He can
bigger than
bale
a
some hay.
combine out there. He looks like a combine.
Trent Brown.
That's poor. If Dallas, Texas guy just doing that, that's terrible.
Number 6.
Who?
Trent Brown.
Trent Brown.
380. Still playing right now. He won the Super Bowl with the Patriots back in 18. Pro Bowler. Which was Cincinnati most recently. Was really good at one point. I think he's fallen off a little bit.
Yeah, he's got a crazy tattoo. I can't remember what it is, but it's like one of the most like explicit tattoos you've ever seen. It's on his arm.
He does. Yeah, this arm thing is, he's got an eye. Like the eye's open. It's a whole sleeve, and it might end up being, I don't know if it's like a full-on human being that he's got. Just dripping down the arm there. Number 5 is Daniel Falele of the Ravens, also weighing in at 380 pounds. William Perry comes in at number 4.
Oh, yeah, Fridgy.
382. Super Bowl
Another big
champ.
man that could move.
Bryant McKinney, number 3.
Oh,
Old
yeah.
Minnesota Viking?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hurricane,
Viking, Raven.
Hurricane.
Man, he had his head was huge too.
What's the weight, Brian, scouting where you're like, oh, this there's no way you can play at this weight?
We're getting close.
Yeah.
I mean, Gilbert Brown back in the day was, but man, we're looking at like
386
we're
right
looking
now.
at a Proctor from Alabama.
Yeah.
He's 366 and he moves like he's 308.
It's amazing.
But you worry about that because for every one of these, there's a Mims or the Smith.
I watched Proctor get destroyed by Florida State.
Yeah, Proctor's.
I mean, he can really miss.
Yeah,
There's times where he dominates, and there's times where it's like, oh my gosh, that was really bad.
But at 366, you're expecting him not to move worth a damn.
Yeah.
And he's moving worth a damn.
Yeah, no, he's a good athlete for that size, that's for sure. I'd like to have him. I don't know, is that a late 1? Is that a 2? What kind of a grade do you guys have on Caden?
I got him in the second. That would be below the stack would be 15 for me. I mean, from 15 on down, that's where 16 would be my first grade. That's not a first round grade.
But I wonder if some of these tackles start to move up because it's not a great. Like 2 years ago, we had a really good tackle draft.
Yeah.
This one's a little slim. Big Nate Newton comes in at number 2. Here's our heavy guy, 401.
No way. Yeah. He played 400 pounds?
400 pounds.
He's got to be down to like 280 now? 260? I mean,
he had
pretty...
the gastric bypass.
He did.
Oh, he
surgery.
did.
Yeah.
Well, it's crazy because he's not even like one of these 6'6".
No,
like,
he was short.
No, he's
super
really square.
tall dudes.
Yeah. Really square.
Can you imagine? He got that sandwich at there was that Coppell.
Yes, he
Coppell
did
Deli.
when he played.
Coppell Deli,
Yeah.
and they had the sandwich, like the breakfast
my
sandwich.
goodness.
The
that he
best
would
one they
eat,
had
like,
there was
probably
called the
1,000,000.
Stubbs. The Stubbs was the best sandwich they had with all the bacon and sausage and egg. And,
Okay, so
yeah, it was great.
The Newton
Cheese
Ultimate was a burger from the Coppell Deli.
Yeah.
It was bacon, ham, turkey, Swiss cheese, and American cheese on Texas toast with mayo, lettuce, and tomato. And the special breakfast
Eric's
version
going to get one right now.
Yeah,
also exists.
That's getting it done.
The special breakfast was a breakfast option featuring 2 fried eggs, sausage, bacon, cheese, mayo, lettuce, and tomato.
Wow.
Pretty legendary.
What a spot, dude.
Amazing. The Stubbs is the sandwich. Yeah,
Tell me about the Stubbs. What was on the
Stubbs?
Stubbs?
Includes eggs, sausage, bacon, and cheese, and is served between 2 thick slices of buttered Texas toast.
Come on now.
Bro, seriously.
You used to punish that thing?
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
for like Rich Dalrymple.
Big Rich.
Big Rich would bring me one before the start of every draft.
Do you want to know how many calories and grams of fat?
That
Oh
thing?
my gosh.
It's
Calories.
over 2,000, isn't it?
Just under. It's
Yeah.
under 2,000. It's over 1,500.
Yeah.
Cooper Clinic dietitians have estimated that the Stubbs packs 1,553 calories, 110 grams of fat.
I started draft day with that.
That'll get you through draft day, though, when you're sitting there.
That doesn't give you the itis? You don't take that and then just want to fall
Wow.
asleep on the war room
man.
floor?
Rich Dalrymple, seriously, he'd bring it in every year. I don't know why he did it, but the site was
like a special Broadus delivery or for all the scouts?
special Broadus delivery.
Wow.
Yeah, he'd bring it in.
That's
Preferential
awesome.
treatment, man.
Yeah.
Number 1, though.
He probably had pics of you on his phone.
Yeah. Maybe that's why I had the
Brian and
vision.
others.
Maybe without a shirt on after eating the Snubbed.
Trying to get in your good graces.
Man, yeah, 817, the Trinity kid, like those dudes are super nice. They'll kick your ass and
the Trinity kids
and then give you a big hug.
Mighty well
I'm
mannered.
telling you what, man, those dudes, watching them play football is impressive. How they just come blowing off the ball and like knocking everybody around.
But yeah, the Island dudes are some of the most fun guys to hang out with. They're generous
they're cool
spirit.
guys.
They're funny.
And blow you up, guys.
Yeah, Larry Allen not in the top 10. Trent Williams is not in the top 10, 817. But number
Trent
one.
Williams is a big guy.
Brian's got it.
Yeah.
It's Aaron Gibson.
Aaron Gibson. Wisconsin.
410.
Yeah.
Is how much he came and weighed in at. And that was the highest ever recorded for an NFL player.
Well, I mean, Desmond Watson, right? Did we already mention him?
Yeah, I guess he never actually played a game. I think all these guys played a game.
Okay. Fair enough. Because he's still in the league, and he's still doing conditioning just to try and make the practice squad.
He's out there right now.
He's still trying to make the conditioning test.
Just getting his steps in.
Thank you, Wolchuk. 512 asked, with your theory, would you keep Tom Brady out for Deflategate? I mean, there's a case to be made for it if you have a zero-tolerance policy on cheating. If it was up to me, I'm probably putting Tom Brady, and I'm probably eventually putting Bill Belichick in. I just don't think it's a ridiculous idea that somebody would choose to not vote for these guys if you have been a confirmed cheater. 903, biggest cheating sport in the world is soccer, so what are you even talking about? You love soccer. Yeah, I think with soccer, it's similar to basketball. There's flopping. Quarterbacks are flopping now. Quarterbacks are faking like they're going to slide, or they're faking like they're going out of bounds and stealing extra yards. So I just don't think those are apt.
Does Spygate bug you more than Vitamin S?
Spygate, I don't know. It's similar.
Yeah.
Similar. Alrighty, it is the G-Bag Nation.
You want to take a stand on that one?
I mean, I want my players to take steroids. Yeah. I mean,
and for the Super Bowl, you want your team to cheat, but you just you embrace the fact that they're going to pay for it later when it comes
just
to
don't get caught.
awards.
Yeah. If you get caught, don't expect everybody to be like, put him in the Hall of Fame. But I think cheating is a part of sport. But we used to draw a line that if you got caught doing it, it was a massive mark on your resume. On how you were going to be remembered, and we still hold that line for some players, but I guess we just want to forget about the Belichick thing. I think this is also an example of how, the league has decided we don't want to smudge the reputation of some of our legends. It's not good for their bottom line, so they're asking their media partners to not talk about it, and media is thought control, essentially. So because they haven't been banging the drum, the fans aren't tuned into that reality. But there are still some players where if they messed up 15, 20 years ago, you mention their name and the first thing that comes out of most people's mouth is, oh yeah, the guy that did that. But it's not that way with Belichick. Mm-hmm. The initial reaction was shock of, wow, how is Belichick not a first ballot Hall of Famer? And it's like, oh yeah, he cheated. But it's not top of mind because the media is not constantly repeating that whenever Belichick's name comes up. He's the GOAT coach.
Yeah, he is. But I mean, I remember the Spygate and Deflategate thing being huge stories. I don't think it was hidden in any way. I think it was the media absolutely spent. We had trials on it. It was
2 weeks.
It was a huge thing.
I mean, steroids went in front of Congress. That was a year-long story. So, I get it. The Astros thing was tamped down. It was suppressed because it's a blow to the credibility of the entire sport, and it's not good for the league's bottom line. Okay, we got to run Newsbag Nation coming up next, Chief.
Yeah, good news and bad news for some local establishments next to the nation.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, has Cooper Flag been even better than you thought? Payload at 6:40, Neighborhood Watch at 7:40, and the Red Zone at 9:20. Thursday morning on The Fan. Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here by your friends over at Zerez. Leave all the 2025 dirt and celebrate the new year with our friends at Zerez. Carpet, tile, rugs, upholstery, hard surfaces, basically any surface in your home can be Zerez-ified, and it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zerez. And don't forget about your air duct. Zerez, a 4.9 rating on Google, over 16,000 reviews, and you can bring in the new year with buy 2 rooms, get 2 rooms of carpet cleaned free, and take $75 off your air duct cleaning when you mention the RJ Choppy Fan Special. 214-37-CLEAN or ZerezDallas.com.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never. AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on the RootMetrics Root Score Report 1H 2025. Results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days and in the name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, you could also get 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. And as a proud partner of the Cowboys, ask us how you can score a custom Cowboys jersey. Hurry, sale ends soon. Schedule your free estimate now at windownation.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
In winter, you can't go to the ballpark and see a go-ahead home run. Can't witness a filthy strikeout or watch a Rangers walk-off. That's because there are only 2 seasons in the year, winter and baseball. So how do you win your winter? You get ready for baseball. 2026 Texas Rangers single game tickets are now on sale. Get your tickets today at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Listen up, guys. Are you size conscious? At Body Up Medical for Men in Southlake, Dr. Mitchell performs male enhancement with HA and PMMA fillers. There's no cutting and no surgery. The procedure is done in the office with local anesthesia. Gain from 1 to 2 inches in girth. Dr. Mitchell is one of the best male enhancement physicians in the country. Men travel from all over the U.S. for this procedure. The fillers are FDA approved and are safe and effective to increase your girth. You can also get a P-shot and Botox to improve blood flow. Financing is available. Go to bodybodyformen.com. That's bodybodyformen.com. Or call or text 817-903-1275. Again, call or text 817-903-1275. Get started today and see results in less than 2 weeks. BodyBodyForMen.com. That's BodyBodyForMen.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
You can feel the buzz, can't you? Oh, it feels good, doesn't it? And it's all about the Cowboys offseason. So we're heading to San Francisco to dive into the hive of insider news. Come along for the ride, Tolos, as we take you to Radio Row. Radio Row. Radio Row. For amazing insight with a lot of treehouse shenanigans. Stella Artois presents one of our most listened to weeks filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Joseph Hoyt, Morning News coming up here at 3 o'clock. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Plenty to get to right after this.
You're rolling with the News Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, congratulations to your Heisman-winning, undefeated Natty champ. Likely to go #1 overall to the Vegas Raiders, Fernando Mendoza. We know how active he's been all season long on his LinkedIn account. And he's been so active that he has now garnered a partnership with them. So he's got basically he's got a sponsorship deal with LinkedIn because he's consistently updating it. Like moments after he won the Heisman, that was up on his LinkedIn. Being the national champion, the very next day threw up the Natty on his LinkedIn page as well. So Fernando Mendoza, the grind pays off. The LinkedIn grind pays off, and now he's going to be getting, I guess, paid. Maybe we'll see some LinkedIn commercials featuring Fernando Mendoza. He did Jimmy Fallon, I think, late night. Did some bits with him. Everybody seemed to enjoy it. So just really on top of the sports world right now. Fernando Mendoza, congratulations to him. Now, we also have a congratulations in order here as well. Would you guys agree with this? According to Gambling and Go, Texas Live in Arlington is ranked the #1 spot in the state of Texas to watch the Super Bowl. Okay?
Wow. It's a great play. They got so many TVs.
It makes
awesome.
plenty of sense. I've never been there for a huge game. It's usually just like if I'm going to a game in Arlington, that'll be like the hangout before you walk over to the stadium or to the ballpark or whatever. But #1 in the state. Congratulations to Texas Live.
Yeah. I mean, it looked badass for like the Mavs watch parties when they made their finals run. Of course, when the Rangers won the World Series, it does look really cool. But like you, I have not actually watched a big event there.
That would be fun though. Like the more I think about it, where you have just if it's your team in a big game and everybody's there, you just everybody's supporting. Like the Cowboys are playing, or the Mavs are playing, the Stars are playing, Rangers are playing, and it's a big game, big moment. Like watching the World Series there. Mm-hmm. That's probably a special place to do it, but it was voted #1. Not sure where this place ended up on that list, but I do know they are ending up in Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
Yeah.
That is, of course, Twin Peaks.
Ooh, terrific establishment. Now, that doesn't mean it's shutting down, right?
No, we've seen
they're reorganizing.
I've been fooled by this in years
Red
past,
Lobster
thinking like, my gosh, this so-and-so place is about to go totally under. I guess they are just kind of reorganizing the checking account a little bit to try and dig themselves out of. But I don't know. I didn't realize Twin Peaks was at a place where I feel like that place is usually pretty dang packed on on a game night in particular.
We did that grand opening at the Plano location, which is gorgeous. And, I mean, the talent they brought out for that was, talk about scenic views.
Yeah, and then just the ice floating around in the beer mugs.
Oh, the beer.
There's already people that are doing think pieces on this that are saying, like, allegedly maybe just like the OnlyFans nature of the world now, where everything is just so at your fingertips. It's like, why even get in the car to drive over there when you could just watch the game at your house and also pull up whatever ridiculous subscription you got?
That's what I was going to say about Texas Live. Like the waiting for the the service, the asking for another drink, the urinating next to somebody. Like, I guess I'm just old and crusty now, but I find things a lot more peaceful at the house.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that goes for most establishments, to be honest with you, Chief.
Yeah.
And the more crowded, the worse it is.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing like home field advantage. Just being in your own place, the comfort, and the menu is really just whatever you want it to be.
I think it really makes sense if you're single, you know, and you're trying to mingle. So you got to go where the people are. After you get married,
yeah, that's true. If you're on the hunt, it's a totally different mindset.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to get some jealousy here, probably from the significant other. Like, you can't go somewhere else.
Yeah, that, and it's costing a lot of money, you know, for the same goods and services that you could get at the house. And
true that.
You know, if you're going out because somebody makes food way better than you possibly can, I get it. You know, we're going to go to this spot because they do this item that there's no way I could possibly recreate this. But at bars, I guarantee I can make chicken strips just as good, probably better.
Probably guaranteed. Now, the other crazy story of the day is a man in India cutting off his foot to meet a disability quota for entrance into medical school. And, of course, it did not work, and now he's actually going to be going to jail.
Wow, so he cut his own foot off just to land up in prison? That is the biggest L of the week.
This guy couldn't pass whatever exams he needed to pass to get into this medical school. And so I guess they have some type of disability thing to where you can get granted into the school if you meet a certain disability requirement. And so, which seems a little sketch anyways. It's like, bro, this is a doctor situation that we're talking about here. This is medical school. Okay, so if a disability can get you in here, that seems a little bit crazy because we need to make sure that you're actually good enough and up to snuff in every possible way. And but that's not the case. And so he cut off his foot and made it seem like it was some accident and attack situation. And then, of course, the investigation revealed that, no, he just cut off his own foot, and now he's going to jail because of it.
Like, holy cow.
This is one of the most insane human beings to ever walk the earth, and now he will be limping the earth behind bars. I'm blown away that this is, like, I get it if it's like, hey, you get a scholarship for your disability, but you still qualify to get into the school.
Yeah.
This apparently is like, if you have a certain disability, then you could just still get into the school and then take care of the health of individuals for a career.
That's bad.
That seems ridiculous.
Yeah.
But this dude took it to the next level.
Is there maybe a mental health situation going on here? Psychosis of some kind?
100%. I don't know what the actual diagnosis would be, but yeah, something's going on upstairs.
Man, it'd be tough checking into jail, like worrying about defending yourself and everything, and now you don't have a foot.
Yeah.
Like you're easy pickings.
No question.
Point.
You got a target.
You better be one hell of a puncher on a crutch. All righty. Thank you, Chief. We got one down, 4 to go. Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News, coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
All right, let's chat Trajan Wealth, though, shall we? Hold on, got to clear the throat. Boom. Trajan Wealth, that's Trajan. And boy, Eric and I could not be happier. We are clients. We've made a great decision because we now have peace of mind for our financial future. I thought I had things in good shape. Trajan Wealth then gave my plan a second look, and it turns out there were some big opportunities that we were missing. Now, the clearer path to retirement and the way more peace of mind that I have from them, thanks because they're fiduciaries, which means they'll put your needs first. I'm trusting them with my future. You should too. Call Trajan Wealth today. Number to call 469-5 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Consultation absolutely free. I went to the Frisco location. Say what's up to my guy Steve. They're also in Arlington, Fort Worth, McKinney, and South Lake, Eric.
That's right. Shout out to Trajan Wealth. They got me taken care of at the highest level. Now I, too, have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement is actually a possibility for me. And I would encourage you to go ahead and schedule that free, no-obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs do come first. They are a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that could be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, Gag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Rob.
Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
than by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News, joining us now to talk Cowboys here on your home of the Cowboys. And good afternoon, Joseph. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well, guys. How you doing?
We're doing outstanding. Looking forward to covering this Cowboys off season, and that includes right now watching the Senior Bowl practices on television. Who are the guys out there down in Mobile that are going to be in play for the Cowboys at 12 and 20, or are of most interest for you?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because a bunch of guys did back out that I thought would be kind of some candidates there at 12. But there's still some interesting guys out there. I mean, we saw Colton Hood get mocked by Daniel Jeremiah to the Cowboys at 12. And I think one thing that keeps on my mind is that they're probably going to take someone in that secondary with 1 or even 2 of those first-round picks. Whether it's Colton Hood, I'm not sure about that. But, I think a guy like Chris Johnson from San Diego State, if you don't get a first-round corner, is interesting later on. Maybe an edge rusher like TJ Parker has been really impressing. The guy that keeps catching my eye is Lee Hunter. I don't think the Cowboys need any more D tackles, but that guy's just been fun to watch. And then Romello Height with some of that speed off the edge has been a little bit unique. So there's some guys still down in Mobile, even though some of the elite stars aren't out there.
Are you not a fan of Colton Hood at 12?
I'm not, because I think that if we're looking for what the Cowboys need, I think they're in a little bit of a tough position, but I think Christian Parker needs to find his Pat Surtain or his Quinyon Mitchell or Cooper DeJean in this first round. I think he needs someone with some kind of elite traits. I kind of look at Colton Hood, and I'm just not sure, at least at this point right now, if that's someone that could be that type of player for Christian Parker's team.
So if the Cowboys kind of in that situation, I don't know if you have Daniel Jeremiah, you remember the 11 picks to win ahead of him there, but you lost out on Reuben Bain Jr., you didn't have Caleb Downs. To your point, the top 2 corners are gone. So in that scenario for the Cowboys, what would you be looking to do? Would you be looking, of course, to trade if you could? Or would you be more open-minded to possibly moving that pick for a proven veteran player like a Max Crosby?
Yeah, I think that those are probably the 2 routes that win the way that DJ's mock went. That probably would be the worst-case scenario in terms of the first 11 picks going, to kind of have all those resources depleted. If I was the Cowboys in the situation, definitely look to trade out of that pick. And honestly, one of the things I think I would do is, knowing how many needs defensively they have, and especially some of the guys at some of those positions you could probably get on day 2. I'm thinking safety, even some of these edge rushers too. One thing I think I do is trade back and then, maybe try to justify taking a key Mesidor a little bit higher than maybe some people might, in that first round, and try to get at least an edge rusher that could be opposite of Donovan Ezeraku moving forward, especially if you don't get Jadeveon Clowney. But yeah, I think the Max Crosby thing is one of those things that doesn't have a lot of smoke, right, in terms of actually happening right now. But I feel like as the offseason goes on and maybe some things keep leaking out of Vegas, I feel like that thing's just going to pick up a little bit until we have some resolution with those 2 first-round picks for the Cowboys.
It was interesting, Will McClay at the Senior Bowl mentioning, obviously, hey, offense is another area we could look at. Do you think that they still could be looking at possibly taking a player, and are there any that you look at and say, hey, if this is available, maybe that's in play for the Cowboys with either of those picks in the first?
Yeah, I think one thing they've been adamant about is the idea that, hey, they're probably going to defense with those first 2 picks, barring a CeeDee Lamb-type player being available there. And I think a lot of people have been trying to wonder, okay, so who is that CeeDee Lamb-type player in this draft? I mean, would you take another receiver to go with CeeDee Lamb and especially have some insurance just in case George Pickens and a potential franchise tag gets messy? I don't think so, personally. I did point out that Jacoby Lane is someone that if you're looking for a George Pickens replacement in terms of spectacular catchability and that 6'3" long frame that could balance out CeeDee Lamb, that's someone that potentially you could look at from USC. But I think in terms of who that CeeDee Lamb type player could be, my mind just keeps going back to Jeremiah Love if he was there, maybe with the 20th pick. If something fell, if running backs, in terms of being devalued, just keep falling and he's just sitting there in your lap. And I know Javonte Williams is a priority, but part of me wonders if maybe that type of talent would be too good for them to pass up.
Joe, as we take a look at this coaching staff right now, and especially on the defensive side of the ball, Christian Parker building this thing out, are you getting any feel for the type of guys that he's looking to poach from around the league? Yeah,
I think anytime a coach makes it to a second round of interviews, obviously, I think they have a staff kind of laid out, or at least an inkling of who they think they could get from a staff perspective. And I think that's one of the reasons why the Cowboys, I think they expect to finalize the staff, if not this weekend, early next week. I've been told that they're close to a cornerback hire. It's maybe something that could be coming down the pike there a little bit. And so I think that you're going to start seeing some interviews kind of escalate towards hiring here shortly. They obviously looked at some defensive line and linebacker candidates. I think the fact that the guy from Pittsburgh as a 3-4 candidate, kind of an edge rush coaching candidate is something that kind of intrigues me and might tell you a little bit about what Christian Parker is trying to get there.
It's Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News, here with you on 105.3 The Fan. So different player types under Parker. We're looking for more outside linebacker types and then a nickel defensive back with a high priority on it. What else could you tell us about how their personnel vision might be evolving?
Yeah, I think the one thing, just talking to Jerry Jones and then talking to a lot of people, I think that the loss of Jordan Lewis was significant for them this season. And I think it even might have been more than they initially expected. That was the guy they wanted back. That was the guy they thought they were going to be able to get back. And then obviously Jacksonville came in and swooped with a really high offer. I think replacing Jordan Lewis and finding that Cooper DeJean type guy is something that's going to be an essential priority for the Cowboys this year. It's kind of one of the reasons why, if we talk about 12 and 20, what they might do in the draft, a guy like Avion Terrell from Clemson is someone that kind of just keeps catching my eyes as kind of a feisty nickel-type corner that could maybe be that Jordan Lewis-type replacement for Christian Parker as they kind of build that thing around. And then, I think maybe a little bit of more juice on the edge in terms of a 3-4 edge rusher, someone with a little bit more speed. The guy that I've always been really a big fan of in terms of potential trade targets too, and our friend John Owning has been trumpeting this guy for a long time, is Alex Herbig. I was talking to a Steelers reporter over at the Shrine Bowl just about them and what they think might happen, and that's a lot of edge rushers they've got and a lot of payment that they have allocated if they're going to try and sign Nick Herbig to a long-term role, and especially as someone who probably wants more snap counts than being a pitch count type guy. If they make that hire for their 3-4 outside linebackers coach, I think Pittsburgh would be one of the first people I call and see if Mike McCarthy is willing to let him go.
How do you see the George Pickens situation playing out, Joe?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be drama-free, to be honest with you. I think it's going to be pretty status quo for what the Cowboys have had recently in terms of, hey, there's going to be, I think there will be a franchise tag. I think that's the plan right now. And then I think if that happens, you're wondering if George Pickens becomes a little bit disgruntled. And I think that would be natural, just considering everything we know about the franchise tag inherently with every player, especially one trying to cash in, but also George Pickens' past. Everything in Dallas with George Pickens has been better than hoped. It's been kumbaya. Everything's been great. But I wonder what happens when the franchise tag becomes a leverage point and a sticking point in contract negotiations. I fully expect that if the franchise tag's applied, that we're, sitting there on the first day of training camp asking Jerry Jones about, potentially George Pickens missing training camp and what that could do. And I think it's a little bit different, too, from what we've seen from like a Micah Parsons type holdout situation. Obviously, he never played for the Cowboys last year, but CeeDee Lamb was affected. That's one thing he's been adamant about. By missing training camp the year before, there was a catch-up period. There was a little bit of a rush that him and Dak Prescott had kind of going into that season. And I think with George Pickens and the way that this offense needs to thrive next season, that's something that you got to factor in terms of your negotiating where you might go from a ceiling perspective.
Hey, Joe, I have the utmost respect for your eye for the evaluation is, doing your work for this college draft and stuff like that. I really like the perspectives you give. Is there anybody right now in the media that we're getting wrong, that player-wise, that you kind of like, man, I'm liking this guy a lot better than everybody else is? Or is there somebody that we're not getting right that you're agreeing with, or you're saying, we're really wrong about that guy?
I don't. One, I appreciate that, Brian. It means a lot. And two, I don't know if I'm there yet in terms of, feeling what everyone else is feeling on a certain guy. One guy I really like, just from a potential standpoint, is Anthony Hill at Texas. And maybe I'm a little biased just because I saw him at
with
Denver
you on this
Ryan
one. Yeah, keep going. You're doing the right things.
I just think in terms of speed and in terms of playmaking ability, like this is just someone I think that, maybe this year didn't go as planned, but I also think that maybe some things factored into that, right? And so I think that especially, we talked about the Cowboys maybe trading back.
Right.
I mean, in my opinion, if you trade back, get 2 day 2 picks, and you come away with a guy like Dylan Thieneman at safety and Anthony Hill at linebacker, I think that might be doing a lot better than just the one guy you might get at 20, in my opinion.
That'd be fun. That would be a lot of fun. Joe, what was your, in being there at the Shrine Bowl covering it, how this all evolved with Aaron White Cotton, and now he's over in Tennessee as the defensive coordinator. Was that still a part of the staff that the Cowboys really would have liked to keep around, or was there maybe a disconnect there with Christian Parker potentially?
It's interesting because I think one of the things I talked about when they first hired Christian Parker was this idea of continuity being so important on the defensive line. The one thing I heard from so many people, including players, was, hey, imagine what a full offseason of Kenny Clark, Osa Odighizuwa, and Quinnen Williams will do for next season. And I kind of just, this was me kind of putting 2 and 2 together. I thought they might want to keep some continuity with coaching staff there too. And so that's one of the things I trumpeted. And then you started talking to some people, and it kind of seemed, at least by the Shrine Bowl, that his departure was expected from the Cowboys, and that, things were a little bit okay in terms of him potentially moving on. One of the things he told Calvin Watkins last night was that he interviewed with Christian Parker, and they kind of decided just to go their separate ways. And ultimately, I think he found a really good fit with Tennessee. Robert Saleh and him had a lot of success in New York in terms of building that defensive line. I think it's a really good fit for him, and maybe just best of both worlds for both sides to move on.
It's Joseph Hoyt of the Dallas Morning News talking Cowboys football with him. Okay, kind of to the point about Jordan Lewis becoming too expensive for the Cowboys last year, and George Pickens. What is your read on how much they're going to be able to increase, their targeted amount of money? It seems like the top end of what they want to spend on defense might be, Kenneth Murray, $7 million. Can we push to 10 or 15 mil for some impact players this year if you do, give the contract to Pickens?
Yeah, I think that's the big question going into free agency. We've heard all in being the trademark phrase a couple of years ago. This year, obviously, that's bust the budget. And I do think in terms of what they got to do offensively in bringing back Javonte Williams and George Pickens, that's going to be a huge allocation of resources. And I'm wondering what they do defensively and what that ceiling is, to your point, Gavin. I think one guy that might test their ceiling, and this is me just putting 2 together and kind of speculating. I think the idea of bringing in a guy like Nakobe Dean who could help teach Christian Parker's system and kind of give something reliable, I think that would be exciting for them. And that's a guy that would push that ceiling. That's a guy that I don't think you're getting for $10 million a year, to be honest. I think Spotrac has his annual evaluation probably at $14 to $15 million. That's where my mind goes. But also maybe there's a cheaper option. Alex Singleton is a guy that also was with Christian Parker in Denver, and obviously different positions than Christian Parker's forte, but that's a guy you could get cheaper. Or maybe DeMario Davis is someone that's going to hit the market that you could bring in to be a veteran presence at the inside linebacker position. So my gut tells me they won't push that ceiling too much, to be honest with you. But I do think that there's at least some interesting candidates that make that storyline worth following this offseason.
What was your biggest takeaway from Stephen and Will talking yesterday?
Oh, man, I wish I was there. I got snowed in. couldn't head out to Mobile. I was really bummed about that. That was my first impression. But no, the second thing I think is, I think it's where their mind went in terms of who are these pillars on their defense. I think DeMarvion Overshown is someone they still have high hopes for being a consistent player. And obviously the injury history is something that is a factor. I do think the fact that they mentioned Deron Bland, and the fact that Christian Parker said he was really looking forward to working with Savone Revel, I think that's going to be fascinating. And Donovan Azaraki, someone they think high of. But in terms of what they're going to do defensively, and, Gavin, this kind of goes back to the bust the budget idea on defense. They have a lot of changes they need to make. They have a lot of things they need to do. You're looking at either 6, maybe even 7 new starters on that defense you got to go find that fit Christian Parker's system. So I think that's probably my interesting takeaway. I'm curious to see what Christian Parker and Savone Revel could do with a full offseason together, too.
What is your official insider scouting report out of Eugene on the Oregon Ducks tight end Kenyon Sadiq? And they have good tight ends, but do they have a game-breaking tight end? I wonder how the Cowboys would be looking at that internally. Like if we get wiped out of defensive guys and, maybe there isn't a tackle there and we don't need a wide receiver, could tight end be something that could be of interest as that first round plays out? And should that be Sadiq? Is he going to be a star?
I think recently I saw that they're doing a live action of He-Man, and I was a little surprised that Kenyon Sadiq was not the guy casting it because he is an absolute freak. It's one of those guys that if you picture the perfect tight end prospect, I think Kenyon Sadiq would be that in terms of his body. A little less production than I thought he would have this season in Eugene, but obviously a couple of factors there, including an injury, were part of that. Whether or not you can fit with the Cowboys, it's funny when you mentioned earlier, who the CeeDee Lamb type guy might be, that could kind of get them thinking offense. I was thinking Jeremiah Love, but my second one was, what if Kenyon Sadiq is there a little bit later than people expected, and you could build Jake Ferguson, Kenyon Sadiq, and Brevin Spanford as a trio to kind of move into the future with at tight end. And I think that would do a lot, not only from the passing game, but Brian Schottenheimer wants to run the ball. And if you have a two tight end set specifically with Brevin Spanford and Kenyon Sadiq that you could run play action off of, I think that would give a lot of problems to the Cowboys opposing defenses. I don't expect it to happen, but I think it'd be a lot of fun.
Well, Joey, I was about to say, if you could get me some tape of Sadiq rushing the passer, I'd really appreciate that. Maybe go back and get some of that USC film, something like that. Maybe Washington, we can get some Sadiq rushing the passer, because I think there would be an absolute riot if that were to happen. But you said it probably won't. But I don't think it's a bad fallback candidate to begin with. I really don't. It's a really good player.
Yeah, put him at edge. I mean, why not?
Yeah, why not?
I think, well, let's get them two-sided going with Kenyon Sadiq. I'm a fan.
Well, hey, Joe, what do you think of the Belichick stuff from yesterday and him not being a first ballot Hall of Famer, somebody who's a writer and is in those circles with some of the other maybe older crusties that you've gotten to know and rub elbows with over the years?
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking. And I think that, I think the shock was the first reaction, but then you start to wonder, okay, what else played into this? And, I grew up in San Mateo, California, where Barry Bonds, went to high school and, all the Balco things. And that obviously the politics play a part in Hall of Fame resumes, right? And part of me wondered if maybe, he rubs people the wrong way in certain regards, or if the North Carolina stuff has maybe played a part in it. But I think the second thought after that is, this is a Hall of Fame NFL head coach and one of the best NFL head coaches of all time. And I know he had Tom Brady at his disposal, but it was shocking to not see him make it to the Hall of Fame, frankly.
You're the man, Joe. Thanks for your time. Good luck getting out there, and we'll be looking to catch up with you soon. Talk some Cowboys football.
Sounds good, fellas. Take care.
Cheers. There he is, Joseph Hoyt, Morning News with you here on The Fan. Okay, getting word CY is going to probably join us tomorrow. Chris Young's going to join us tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
They're going to have Mackenzie Gore on during crosstalk, I think, at about 1:40, 1:45 with KNC transitioning into us. And then, it looks like 2:42. So that'll be nice. 2:42 tomorrow with Chris Young. And I want to tip my hat to Sean and RJ this morning for properly framing PFF's John Owning as G-Bags.
Yeah.
That's G-Bags, John Owning.
Very nice of them.
So we shouldn't have
I think John feels that way, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I think he feels like he belongs to us.
We butter his bread a little bit.
Yep. We are all in consensus with that. Okay, so we'll have to get Johnny on before too long as well as we continue our march into this crucial Cowboys offseason. There's a lot of stuff to do, and we got the C-Note here, Cowboys News of the Evening, coming up next, The Fan.
TOLO means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
I asked a D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone budget conscious looking to save 30 to 40% on a monthly payment. His answer was all of them and more. With 50,000 active customers, D&M has the program for you. Leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Hey, Mom. It's me. Oh, my gosh. You'll never believe what I just opened for Valentine's Day.
repair won't let you down. Call 844-919-7276. Get a free foundation inspection or go to dirtnerdsdfw.com.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Thanks to Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News, for joining us. If you are listening via the Odyssey app, you can go back with instant rewind functionality, jump to the top of the hour, and get about 20 minutes of gold there from the Cowboys beat writer for the Dallas Morning News. It's time here for the C-Note. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in Dallas. Krusty's Corner's coming up here in about 15 minutes or so. He was on the call last night at the Shrine Bowl. Pretty cool. We're going to start with CeeDee Lamb making it. It's the Pro Bowler, 5th straight year, so congratulations are in order for CeeDee Lamb, even though he had the injury and a little bit of the drop. Still one of my top, I think 6-7 receivers in the NFL at worst. And, when he's on his game, I think he's as good as anybody. But this does make 8 Pro Bowlers for the Cowboys. Are they now the most represented team here?
Yep, most represented for next Tuesday out there in San Francisco at the Pro Bowl games. I mean, just a star-studded lineup.
How do we reconcile all this? How can they be that bad and have 8 Pro Bowlers?
Well, they don't really have 8 Pro Bowlers. That's how they reconcile it. It's semantics. What needs to happen with this game moving forward is they need to just list the Pro Bowl team, and that's it. It's done. We don't need to have a game. We don't need to do this crap with the flag football stuff that nobody cares about. You made the Pro Bowl team, and that's it.
But none of these guys are like Shedeur Sanders Pro Bowlers. You know,
exactly.
They're like legit among the top players at their positions. I just think it's their team building is so flawed that it's top heavy.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely, and even during the years where they've been awesome, like for the 14 team, the 16 team, 18 when they went on that run, and then the 2021, 2022, 2023 under Mike, they have been top heavy. That's the issue with their roster. And then when you lose a Sean Lee or you lose a Tyron Smith or somebody misses significant time that's a key cog, you're not able to withstand and overcome that injury. They did a better job with defensive depth, I thought, during the 3 years with Dan Quinn, and maybe that has something to do with his eye for talent, and that actually worked in some drafts with Will McClay, but also him being able to marry, okay, this is what I've got, let me try and put my players in the best position to succeed. I thought they did a good job of overcoming during that stretch. But overall, they have been absolutely a top-heavy football team, and that goes back to some of the team structure.
Yeah, and I thought last year, like the Micah Parsons trade was kind of an acknowledgement of that. Like, we can't continue down this path of giving individual players more than 10% of the cap and expect us to be able to not have these massive weaknesses. Like, last year, it didn't matter how good your offense could have possibly become. Like, if you had a dominant offensive line, you still would have lost about half the games because it would have just come down to who has the ball last. But RJ Ochoa was funny, man. He said something like on Twitter, I guarantee one of the Jones boys is going to use this as a reason to believe the team is close at some point this offseason. And I guarantee it, next time Jerry Jones gets a chance to talk, the 8 Pro Bowlers as a reason to believe this team is going to be competitive in 2026 is on the tip of his tongue. I mean, he's already been running that line out there. So I hope this team understands how far away it is. And to me, it's got to start with, if you're going to keep George Pickens, and I'll stop trying to trade him or get rid of him or whatever. So I'll frame it like this: if you're going to keep George Pickens, you got to backload the deal. Backload that deal, push it into the future so his cap number year one is in the low single digits of millions of dollars, and he's got this big old signing bonus. So George is super happy, and he's got all the guaranteed money, but you are structuring it in a way that you're going to have all the salary cap space that you need to go out and fix this defense. I really don't want to get into free agency, and we're not even to the draft yet, and I'm thinking they're already dead in the water.
They've got to do something in free agency, or else it's just going to be a continuation of what we know about how this story goes. And maybe next year you've got a new defensive coordinator and you hit with your draft picks, the defense is better, and you can end up being in the playoffs. But it's not going to result in hoisting the Lombardi or even playing in the conference championship game. And ultimately, that's what the goal is. So, yeah, it's not going to be any different. Every year we do this exercise around this time, where we look at who are the Super Bowl teams, or who even are the teams in the Final Four, and how have they constructed the roster, and what do they always have in common. They've got some awesome free agents that have contributed. They did a great job drafting, and they also made some type of trade to impact their team. They used every single avenue of team building. The Cowboys, kudos to them. They traded for Pickens. That worked out. We'll see what happens with him in the offseason. They got a good free agent signing in Javonte Williams. They need to do that again, and the likelihood of them being able to get a guy for $3 million or less that has that type of impact is slim to none. For them, it's been once every, 5 or 6 years. So that type of thinking, just because it happens once, that's the fear as a Cowboy fan. Do they believe they can continue to go down that well again? The likelihood is no. They've got to actually swipe the card and go and be more aggressive to add some premier talent at the free agent period. Plus, when it comes to the draft, and then also maybe to look at being, the trade market. Can they do anything with that?
Yeah, and that is cool from the last 12 months or so. Like maybe they're embracing the trade, and after free agency and the draft, it could look like, oh my goodness, they didn't do enough, and then they pop a couple of more trades using 2027 draft capital and make 2026 the year. But I'd be inspired by what we just saw with Seattle and New England getting here. Like you can go, but you gotta be serious about team building and not leaving these glaring weaknesses on your team. Not 956 says, I don't see any path to the Super Bowl that includes paying Pickens. I don't trust him to perform after getting paid, and you're going to rely too heavily on the lottery that is the draft. Yeah, I don't know if George Pickens' motivation is going to change at all. Like, he is wired so differently that I think people see him as like aloof or not caring, but I don't. I just think the way that he approaches the game and competitiveness is so different that you'll see reps and you'll want to hold that against him, but he's going to continue to be massively productive. So I don't think it's Pickens. I think it's a salary cap thing that would prevent them from building a winner around him. How many Cowboys are all pro, says the 956? That's the only measuring stick that matters anymore. Just 3. You got Pickens second team, and then what is it, Aubrey and Turpin, and special teamers is obviously a significantly different story from having like an all-pro linebacker or left tackle or something. 870. Haven't seen that area code. You can't build a team around a $60 million quarterback who is a choker. Yeah, and, I think the San Francisco games, 12 points and 19 points, it's sitting in your head. The Green Bay first half was a disaster. I would say you got to be able to run the ball and play defense, and you can win with Dak Prescott. Like Denver almost won with Jarrett Stidham. A couple of different decisions or a couple of different bounces of the ball, and they would be, here with Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham. So, I get that Dak's not the perfect quarterback, but nobody is, and I think he's a lot better than some of the players that have ended up in the game or ended up winning it. Another OC interview for Cowboys tight end coach Lunda Wells. Looks like he might be moving on. He's met with the Jets. It's his 3rd interview of the OC variety this cycle. He has also met with the Steelers and Commanders. Mike McCarthy's busy. Looks like he's going to hire Patrick Graham as his defensive coordinator. He's been the DC the past 3 seasons with the Raiders, and he's served that role with the Dolphins and the Giants over the last decade or so. We got a Bucky Brooks mock draft. This one is it's really good for the Cowboys. Now, he has both the tackles going in the top 6 picks, both the Utah tackles.
Yeah, I thought I have not seen Caleb Lomu, the left tackle, going this high, but the fact that he's a left tackle, and he is the best left tackle in my opinion, does he get overdrafted? Maybe Bucky's onto something with this.
I hope it falls the way that Bucky is projecting it here, and it's early in the process, but he does have Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon, going at 11. It leaves Sonny Styles on the board at 12. McCoy, Bain, and Delane are all on the board there at 12. That would be a best-case scenario.
That's fantastic.
Can you give me how he did this to get those guys there? Can you give me the first? I'm sorry, I'm asking a lot of questions here.
Well, you get the wide receivers. He's taking wide receivers and running back in there.
So he's knocking off how many? He's got 2 wide receivers going?
He's got 3 offensive tackles, and he's got 2 wide receivers, plus a running back in Jeremiah Love and a tight end.
Jeez.
Yeah, that'd be something.
Wow.
And who knows? Like, we can't assume anything at this point, but I just think looking at those players that were still on the board, as the process goes on, their elite traits are going to be identified. I can't imagine that many teams passing on those guys.
No, and in this scenario, I'd probably be taking Reuben Bain Jr.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, give me the names again of the guys that are available that you just said.
Okay, Sonny Styles was his pick, but McCoy, Bain, and Delane are all sitting there on the board. Which one of those 4 would you take?
Jesus. I mean, to me, because I have Styles as like player 16, 17. The other guys I have in the top 15 on my board, and if I had to power rank them, man, I'd probably have Bain, McCoy, Delane, I think is how I would have them ranked if you asked me to stack them right now.
I think I'd agree with you, although I have flirted with just swapping Delane and McCoy.
Just because of the injury thing?
It's just because I've got tape from this year to luck, and I like Delane a lot. I think they are really close.
Oh, no, there's no if you take McCoy or Delane, you are going to get likely an all-pro type player.
And I think Delane can play both man and zone. I don't know McCoy when it comes to zone. He's a great man corner. You didn't see him asked to do a lot of zone. So it just depends on what Christian Parker wants.
If we get to 10 or 11 and one of those guys is on the board, do you want to use 20 to move up? If you're thinking they're going to be gone by the time we get to 12, or are you going to roll the dice that they get there? I think that we talk a lot about trading down, but I think trading up to get an all-pro level player.
If you told me I had all 3 guys sitting there,
Yeah, all three are there, then I'm waiting.
I'm just going to wait.
But if just one is there, like if the Utah tackle doesn't go and the wide receivers don't go, and it's falling worst case scenario.
It sounds like we still might be okay with all the tackles and stuff going and the wide receivers going. It sounds like we're still okay though if we lose. Say we lose Delane.
And Jeremiah's all the two corners and the three edges are gone. And that's
in Daniel Jeremiah.
And Styles.
Yeah.
And Styles and Downs.
So but I'm just saying though, in the Bucky Brooks one.
Yeah, you'd be looking good.
Can you tell me who's after? I'm sorry, asking a lot of questions again. Can you tell me who he has after the Dallas pick? Who he's got on the board still?
Does one of you guys have that?
McCoy, then Bain.
McCoy goes, Bain goes, Ioane, the guard, Lemon, wide receiver.
Yeah.
Mansour Delane goes all the way to 18 with Minnesota.
Yeah.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We got all the draft coverage as Brian Broaddus will be leading the charge for you once again. And Krusty's Corner's coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, I'm going to recap what happened at the East-West game last night from what I saw. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat with you about my friends at Window Nation, though, because they have a heck of a deal going on right now. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free. There's no limit on that. You can put all new windows in your home. And plus, pay nothing for 2 years, nothing down, no payments, no interest. Window Nation is the place to go because they have the most energy-efficient windows in the world. And you probably noticed the cold snaps in that breeze through your home, or, it was having...
Roger that, Sally.
San Francisco to dive into the hive of insider news. Come along for the ride, Tolos, as we take you to Radio Row. Radio Row. Radio Row. For amazing insight with a lot of treehouse shenanigans. Stella Artois presents one of our most listened to weeks filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Wolchuk's football fix coming up here at 4. It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you playing that for me. Thank you to Greystone for being a part of this as well. Have a new Love of the Star up. Eric and I taped one this morning.
Well done, boys.
So, yeah, just I think Peyton is already...
It's up.
It's up.
It
running.
is up.
It's up and running. So after our show today, if you would, please give that a listen. Like, subscribe, do all those things. Eric, we went through what? Players, coaches? We went through a lot of things today.
Yeah.
We
hit it all, man.
about the, some of the questions we have about the staff and what might transpire from that. So, give that a listen if you will. We do appreciate that. Right now, guys, we do have the Senior Bowl practices going on, which, not going to lie, I have a little FOMO about that. Oh. I spent a little bit of my life going to this place and watching practices and stuff. Matter of fact, I always had the great pleasure of sitting right next to Ozzie Newsome in the press box.
Gosh, that's amazing.
And you talk about an education when it came to evaluating players and what to look for. Ozzie, I never said much to him. I'd always let him talk, which is a surprise thing for me as much as I talk. But he would always sit there with his field glasses and then he would binoculars and he would write notes down and stuff. And I just kind of learned how to like watch how he quietly evaluated players. And I could always tell by where his binoculars were focused, where he was looking at on the field. And but Ozzie was super kind to me. I appreciate that. I miss those days. And I used to save him a chair up there. I'd get there. I made it a point to get there early so I could grab an extra chair for him.
I could see you working.
It got to the point where other people knew that chair was for Ozzie. And don't sit down in it. I told Zimmer one time, I go, kick rocks, bro. Move on. It's Ozzie's chair. Zimmer's like, and he was head coach with the Vikings at the time. He's like, hey, you got that? Where's that chair? I go, it's Ozzie's chair. And he goes, oh, okay. Well, how long is it? Is he going to be back? I'm like, he'll be here, coach. Just push on. You can find another chair here somewhere in the press box. But me and I learned a lot just watching practices from the great Ozzie Newsome, the general manager of the Baltimore Ravens.
What can you tell in person that you can't tell by watching tape?
You know what I get out of this? The body types.
Huh.
And you get a little bit clearer picture. Like on tape, you can see how they're moving on the field. When you watch these practices, you can see them interacting with the coaches and interacting with their teammates. And also, too, I'll tell you something you could get live, and this is what I always make a joke about this. When we do 3 live mics, is like, I could avoid watching stretching, but you can actually see guys some flexibility and things like that. If you see guys that are really working at it, or you can see guys like, man, that's these offensive linemen or defensive linemen, if you could see them really the stretching and how they're moving and drills and stuff like that. Like right now, there are guys out there on the field and there's scouts sitting in the stands watching these guys go through how they're moving around, how flexible they are, Are they working at it? Are they having interactions with their other teammates? So there's a lot you could get out of a practice just, being up in the stands. I do miss that aspect of it. But last night, did I answer your question, by the way? Did it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the tape is the actual play, how they play. The practice, you get the other little hints of, is this guy kind of a hard worker? Is he just BSing his way through stretching? Is he always kind of, what's his flexibility look like? His pregame routine. We always kind of make fun of Dak's pregame routine, but you can kind of get something out of Dak's pregame routine. He's worried about his flexibility.
Yeah.
He's worried about getting everything working. Where before we've seen him as a quarterback, kind of a tight-hipped quarterback, you see him really working on opening that up and working his shoulder to get it open. That's why I think he's so good at making those throws running to his left, because of the way he brings his hip and his shoulder to open himself up to make that throw. So you could kind of see he's a little bit conscious of that. Like, I've got to, and we see those memes where it looks ridiculous what he's doing, but there's some method to his madness of trying to make sure that his lower body and his upper body, when he has to go and throw to his left, that he can get everything open up and he's not tight doing that.
You got to get that muscle memory down.
Yeah, you got to get it going. So yeah, those are the kinds of things you get from the pre-practice stuff. All right, I want to point out a couple of guys. Listen, this roster was actually, I thought it was pretty good when it started. And then all of a sudden you got through the practices and you got through the interviews and it got to game day, and a lot of guys stepped out of the opportunity to play. They practiced, looked good in practice. We talked about a few of those guys the other day. But the guys that stayed and played, I thought there were some guys that really, really helped themselves when it came to, I think that, to me, when I look at the quarterback play, and something that maybe Dallas not really focusing on all that much, but I think that Mark Gronowski from Iowa helped himself in the way that he was able to throw the football. This guy's extremely tough in the way he plays. And I really appreciate that about him, his willingness to put his head down, to go get a first down. Maybe not the best athlete, but man, he is a tough guy. Threw the ball really, really well in the game last night. He was able to find C.J. Williams from Stanford, Caden Weigent from Iowa made some plays in this game. Eric Rivers made some plays in this game. They did a really nice job of kind of featuring some of the things, the pocket passing, some of the stuff on the move. He was able to get outside. He's for a guy you kind of think, it's slow-footed on. He's really not. The guy's got some athletic ability to go along with his toughness. I really appreciate the running backs in this particular game. C.J. Donaldson from Ohio State, T.J. Harden from SMU was involved, and there was a guy named Dom Richardson from Tulsa that I really, really thought helped himself when the West had to finish the game and go for the game-winning points. They kept handing the ball down after down after down to Dom Richardson from Tulsa, and he wore the East defense out with the way he played. So if you're looking for a guy, I know last year in this game, we saw how the running backs played a role in some of these guys got drafted and went on. Our guy from the Commanders that was from New Mexico that went to school.
Bill Krosky-Merritt.
Krosky-Merritt was
he was a Shrine Bowl star last year.
He was, and so he went on, got drafted. I think this Dom Richardson could be very, very similar to that. You talk about a guy that is physical, is tough, carries the ball well, runs through tackles. Super impressed the way that he was playing in this football game. I will say this, though. I was really kind of impressed on defense with a guy named Jaden Duggar.
Yes, dude.
And Jaden Duggar, to me, when you look at him, he goes to school at Louisiana. By the way, he started his career at Penn in Philadelphia. So he went from Ivy to Louisiana.
Smart dude.
That had to be a real transition.
Give the measurables.
6'5", 250
Come on
this
now.
Inside linebacker from Louisiana. He led the team in tackles last night for the East. I mean, he is a downhill thumper of a linebacker. Really was impressed with how he was able to get off blocks. There were times where it looked like to me they had him cut off. He was able to fight through some things, play with his hands. I think Jaden Duggar really did a really nice job of helping himself, and a couple other guys. Mason Rieger, an edge rusher from Wisconsin. He fits right in the mold of these Wisconsin guys, okay? And you're going to say, oh, Broadus, what's that? Well, white guy that can rush. That's what this guy is.
T.J. Watt, Nick Herbig.
Yeah, exactly.
Zach Bond was one of those guys.
This is one of these guys, long, and then his ability to get around the edge, I thought was pretty impressive. They had a hard time blocking him. That was Mason Rieger from Wisconsin. And then on the other side, Wesley Williams from Duke, I think did a really, really nice job. Now, all these guys, there might be some guys here. I don't think we have any day 2 guys, but some day 3 guys. The guys I mentioned, I think you all need to kind of keep an eye on right here. And this is where Dallas has got some picks. They don't have any day 2 picks, but they do have some day 3 picks. And they're going to get some extra compensatory picks as well. So the guys I kind of mentioned, keep an eye on them for potential spots. I think every one of those guys I mentioned helped themselves in that game last night. And it was an honor and a privilege to get to call it. It was the 101st edition of it. So thanks to everybody, Brian Estridge and the crew, for letting me do that.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. We got 2 down, 3 to go. Rangers fan CY is going to join us tomorrow at 2:40. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we have 26 ways the Rangers can improve for 2026. That'll be a fun conversation. But, Wolchuk, what are we doing next?
All right, let's get our fix in. Jimmy on Bill Belichick not making the Hall of Fame. The Jets get the Heisman from this Super Bowl winning coach. And is Drake May a jobber? That's next in the nation.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
If 8-time Super Bowl winning head coach Bill Belichick isn't a first ballot Hall of Famer, just close the doors now. Belichick was at the helm of the Patriots dynasty, won Coach of the Year 3 times, has the most playoff wins, conference championships, and most Super Bowl wins by a head coach. If you didn't vote for him just because you didn't like him, then maybe your vote should be taken away. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Total Wine is your home field advantage for game day. The only place to go for the lowest prices on your go-to lineup of spirits, beers, seltzers, and wines. Tackle game day and every day only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99. Plus, receive 2 times O Rewards points. Limit supply. Choose Syntec exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
All righty, let's chat Prize Picks, shall we? We got a big game max discount already as we're looking ahead to Patriots and Seahawks. Prize Picks is a special max discount for the big game live in the app right now. Drake May needs just 1 passing yard for the max discount to win. Just add another player to your lineup, and if your picks hit, you can cash in. So you want to go Drake May with that 1 passing yard. How about you go ahead and hit Stephon Diggs more or less on his receiving yards? Go with the other side if you want. More or less on the Sam Darnold passing yards, more or less on the Kenneth Walker rushing yards. Of course, they got every other sport you can think of: basketball, hockey, MMA, boxing. They'll have baseball right around the corner. They got college sports as well. You want to go more or less on the Cooper Flag options. You want to go more or less on your favorite Dallas star. Maybe it's Mikko Rantanen, shots on goal. Heck, last night, Thomas Harley with the game winner. He helped me cash in big on Prize Picks. So, Tolo's for you. You know I got the hookup. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the promo code TOLO, TOLO, to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TOLO to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Colos, we're gearing up for another trip to Radio Row for the big game. Thanks to our presenting sponsor, Stella Artois. The beer with a taste worth more. For moments worth more.
Always enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Stella Artois Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Message intended for 21 plus.
If you've been waiting for mortgage rates to drop, they've already dropped. Call TexasHoney.com and get your refinance done right now. Mortgage rates are down about 1% from their highs recently. How much can 1% save you? On a $240,000 loan, a 1% savings on your rate may save you $200 a month in interest. A $360,000 loan, 1% drop in rate is $300 in interest each month. Call us for the savings today. It's TexasHoney.com. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Hey, Texas. This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. We have over 600 vehicles in stock like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Elantra. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain, limited warranty, and owner assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
That feeling you get on the water? This is where it starts. The Dallas Boat Show is back with 2 full weekends. With more than 200 exhibitors, it's the place to compare boats, talk with dealers, and see what's new, all in one place. Whether you're buying your first boat or upgrading to the next one, this is the place to do it. The Dallas Boat Show at Dallas Market Hall. 2 weekends starting at January 30th. Your next boat starts here. Get tickets and event details at DallasBoatExpo.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Thanks, Dax. Maybe leave the singing to the pros.
Hey, I can't help it. I love these windows.
Well, it's easy to sing about savings. Get 10 double-pane single-hung windows for just $59.50.
And 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit.
Exactly.
So call Best Buy Windows and Siding today at 469 Windows. That's Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Close enough, buddy.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We got Rangers talk coming up here in about 15, 20 minutes or so, and CY is going to join us tomorrow at 2:40. So here's Wolchuk with your football fix.
All right, let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun? Yes. Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side! I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man. Oh, if you missed it, yeah, you got a new head coach in Cleveland. They've hired Todd Monken, former Ravens offensive coordinator. Oh, it's the shocker around the Cleveland world and the NFL world right now. Jim Schwartz is freaking pissed. He is like, get me out of here. You guys don't want to hire me to be the head coach. You want to hire Todd Monken? I don't want to be here anymore. Tom Pelissero giving the list of now the entire staff basically wanting out of Cleveland. They now might have to replace all 3 coordinators. The Rams put in a request to interview Bubba Ventrone, their special teams coordinator, who's regarded as one of the best in all of football. Schwartz wants
out. Where are the
out.
Cowboys on this one then?
Yeah, well, Cowboys are keeping Nick Sorensen. And
I know, they said that, but now if I know the staff is going to be gutted, let's go. What are we doing? Why are we waiting?
Sorensen's a shoddy guy. That's all the praise that we want to give Shoddy for the offensive staff, and he deserves that. Sorensen was his pick for special teams.
I get reminded every day, don't hire your friends.
Yeah, well, we can only hope 1 year.
Somebody reminded me that twice today, by the way.
Yeah, McCarthy is hiring all of his buddies. I know Gavin's been monitoring that situation. It doesn't look good. But my fear is Jim Schwartz might end up in San Francisco. Kyle Shanahan's talked about how much of a pain in the rear it's been to play against him, and his defenses have given him fits. To go for Bob Saleh. Now you're just going to pivot to go get Jim Schwartz, because that's been one of the areas where they've struggled to replace Saleh. Like it was Steve Wilkes. That didn't go well. Sorensen, yep. Your hope is like, okay, was Saleh the guy that was able to mask a lot of the injury issues, and without him, like, could they go back to struggling? Well, if they get Jim Schwartz, I think they'd be right back up there being one of the best units in the league.
How high of a draft pick would you give for Schwartzy if you got to trade for him? Because if I'm Cleveland, I'm like, you want to back out on this contract and make us look like jerks for making our decision?
I'd absolutely send him a 3rd.
Yeah, I think I would.
I think a 3's fair.
Dang, hell of a coach.
You know, it's funny that I used the Bob Saleh the other day on a thing.
Oh, yeah.
On a podcast. I went, that Bob Saleh.
Caught him off guard.
And the guy was like, who? I go, Bob Saleh. And he goes, Robert Saleh? I go, yeah. Bob Saleh.
I love it.
It's just so bizarre. Like, you probably could have hired Shieldhouse to be your head coach, or Jim Schwartz if you wanted. And I'm sure Jim Schwartz would have said, like, okay, if you really want Todd Monken, here's the OC, then fine. But now the fact that you just said, we've got to have Todd Monken as our head coach, you're losing out on Shieldhouse, who's going to stay in L.A. now, and you've ticked off Schwartz, who now is going to want out.
Yeah.
So just a dumpster fire deal.
I mean, you'd rather just have kept Stefanski.
Yep, in
and
hindsight.
you'd still have Jim Schwartz, and everything would be all right. I wonder has Harbaugh filled his DC spot with the Giants?
He has not filled either coordinator spot, because he was hoping to get Monken probably as his OC
so
too.
He misses out on Monken there.
Yeah.
I wonder if he could convince Schwartz to go to the Giants. I mean, I would hate to see Schwartz in San Francisco or with the Giants.
I would hate it too. Now, Jim Leonard, who's also been rumored maybe is the Giants guy, he did have his interview today with the Chargers within the division.
Yeah.
To be their defensive
I think they've hired Denard Wilson there in New York.
Yeah, it was.
That's right. That happened yesterday.
Yeah, I was looking that up. I'm like, does this Monken hire have like Pat Shurmur vibes on it?
Absolutely. This guy could
like
be
a
one
Pat
and done.
Shurmur.
I think the morning show is saying like Jim Zorn.
Oh my gosh, that's what we haven't heard forever.
Sean would know about that. I think Sean was in Commander Land when that was going on.
But if you're Schwartz, you had so many teams wanting to talk to you over the last 3 weeks, and they were like, nope. And then you're thinking, I'm going to be the head coach. He's probably telling his friends, I'm going to be the head coach. Yeah. And then you bring in a failure from inside the division. Yeah, I think it's a combination of feeling unappreciated / humiliated.
Just terrible.
Yeah, I can't imagine a team in your division didn't want him to be their OC, but you want him to be your head coach.
Just how bad Jimmy Haslam and this entire operation is there in Cleveland. It's just disgusting. We mentioned CeeDee Lamb getting the Pro Bowl nod. You also now have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. T. Higgins was added to the Pro Bowl. So the last time Cincy had 2 wide receivers make the Pro Bowl together, 2007, Chad Johnson and the G-Bag Nation's own TJ Houshmandzadeh.
Let's go.
We love you, TJ. You're the man. All right, here's Jimmy Johnson. He called in to local radio in Miami, was also on the Pat McAfee show earlier. He's ticked. So is a lot of the rest of the NFL right now when it comes to Bill Belichick not being a first ballot Hall of Famer. Here was Jimmy being livid.
Joe, I'm livid right now, to be honest with you. Word came out last night that Bill Belichick was not first ballot the Hall of Fame, which is absolutely ridiculous. The guy won 8 Super Bowls. You know, he's one of the winning. We can argue back and forth who's the greatest coach of all time, but he's one of the greatest coaches of all time. Unbelievable, and it's a secret ballot thing, and you know I promise you, if the voters, if it was public, the ones that voted against him or didn't vote for him would not come public. They'd be too embarrassed to show their face. It's ridiculous that they didn't put him first ballot Hall of Famer.
I'd love for those voters to go public and create like a public debate out of this. I don't know if they will. The Polian angle is hilarious because he immediately told SI, oh, yeah, I voted for him. And then like Wickersham or somebody interviewed him and he was like, well, I forget now.
Yeah, I remember. It's hilarious what's gone on with Polian. It really, really is. Now,
one way or another, either you're a liar or you're getting too old to remember. You should probably no longer be on the committee. So.
Well, he still says Lamar Jackson should be a wide receiver. Good old Bill. But he did have a great run with the Bills and with the Colts, but I think Father Time has certainly caught up to one Bill Polian.
He was pretty much a hated guy when I was working in the league.
Was he?
Yeah. Really? Yeah, there were a lot of general manager guys that were not too happy with Bill Polian.
He wrote a cool book, or at least he had a co-author write a cool book for him.
I remember this. You remember when he was working at ESPN doing draft stuff?
Yeah, I enjoyed listening to him until the end.
Okay, Archer went on. They had that thing where they brought on the beat writers.
Oh, yeah, they do the draft.
Archer nailed the Cowboys draft like the 2 years in a row. And Bill Polian was like, well, I don't see any way they're going to take this guy.
Wow.
Boom.
Screw
Archer
you,
hit
Bill.
him. Did it 2 years in a row.
Windmill.
Yeah.
Going after our guy.
Archer got to the point where he was like, I'm just doing it now just to make Bill Polian mad.
Well, there is the cheating angle of this, and I know that you've brought this up, Gavin. Well, Jimmy had a response that I think was surprising to a lot of us in regards to the cheating side of the Bill Belichick stuff.
Let me just stop you there, Joe.
Okay.
First of all, the Deflategate, was proven invalid. That was BS. The Spygate thing, let me tell you what. A lot of the teams in the league did this. In fact, we actually got it from Howard Mudd, who was a coach for Kansas City at the time.
Yeah.
And he told us exactly how to do it, to film the opponent's, signal caller on and on. We tried it. It was just such a mess. We weren't very good at it. Howard Mudd was great. Howard was the offensive line coach, and he would actually signal to his offensive guard. You could see him in the huddle looking to the sideline. He would signal whether or not it was a blitz or whether or not it was zone, et cetera, and they were really good at it. And Howard Mudd later on went and coached for Bill Polian and Tony Dungy at Indianapolis. But we tried it, and it was such a mess. We weren't very good at it, so we stopped doing it. But I know, talking to the coaches around the league at that time, there were a lot of teams that did this, trying to steal signals, And so for them to blow this up and to make that an excuse for not putting him in the Hall of Fame is absolutely ridiculous.
There is a groundswell of support for Jimmy's take here, and Seth Wickersham, in an article today on ESPN, has done some more digging on this. And at the time the Spygate deal came out, Goodell's like trying to figure out, okay, I need to educate myself. What advantage and what is the advantage the Patriots are actually gaining here? So he's calling coaches around the league. At the time, Mike Shanahan's still coaching. He calls Mike. He's like, what's going on here? Mike Shanahan says, quote, I wish I had thought to videotape signals. I'm disappointed in myself. First of all, people are always trying to steal signs. Peyton Manning is the best. If you don't change your signals, you're dead. You can't say that Bill is a bad guy. Bill is just better at it than most are. He took it a step further, arguing that taping signals was worth the risk because there was no precedent for punishment. If nobody knew what the penalty was for crossing the line, why not cross the line? It's really been going on for that long, Rogers said. Shanahan said, yeah, I can promise you. So there's some of the feedback from if you want to talk about the cheating stuff, I get it, but that's some of the coaches and their thoughts that have won Super Bowls.
Now the cheating didn't even exist. I've seen it all. People are so outraged about.
Well, it's just everybody was doing it.
Well, they're just trying to tell you that he wasn't the only one.
We're not surprised by it.
He just got caught.
And he only got caught because it was one of his former coaches go within the division, Eric Mangini, and ratted him out.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten caught. We wouldn't know about it. But hey, he's not.
I used to go to games.
Guy.
I used to go to games to try and steal signals. That's when they'd send me on the road to.
I mean, wasn't the difference they were recording practices?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's the sideline. I think it was games. I think they were actually had a camera in the press box during games that were looking at the signals. That's what they got caught doing. So we tried to do it off memory and writing stuff down and kind of trying to match what we saw. Like we'd write down a play number, the time on the clock, and we would try and match the signal to the play, the film that we had. So we would say, okay, wait, we're seeing a consistency with like their zebra call. A lot of guys like back in the day with Holmgren, those group, zebra was hand coming across the chest. That's what you knew, the formations and stuff like that. So, yeah, we were trying to steal them, but I think the Patriots figured out that better to steal them but to record them, and they got popped for that.
Yeah, they did. Sure. They certainly did.
So they were recording from an explicitly banned angle.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
I guess the Cowboys were cheating too.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be copping to that as a.
I guess they were bad at it at least, so they'd probably benefit by it.
The Patriots' advantage was they had Ernie Adams, who was like a human computer guy who could process all of that instantly and then give Bill or Josh actionable intel. Immediately,
so perfected, like Connor Stalions perfected.
Yeah, like that Ernie Adams guy was an actual Rain Man level kind of savant at being able to patch together multiple pieces of information in really unhuman ways.
That's wild.
Yeah.
The last thing I do want to get into is just what Cam Newton had to say about Drake May. Just a quick, do you guys agree with this assessment, or could this possibly be a worst take of the week nominee? Keep in mind, Drake May, possibly the MVP of the league this year, but has not been great in the postseason, but has done enough to get his team to the Super Bowl. Here was Cam Newton's thoughts.
It's given Trent Dilfer. It's given Jim McMahon, Brad Johnson, Rex Grossman. All of those names combined benefited off a great defense alone. They're not here because of Drake May. That's just facts. Does that make Drake May a bad player? No. Did Drake May do enough to win a football game? Yes. But I would also say Drake May did enough to lose a game that he won too. But this is what you have to understand about old Drake May. If he keep this up with this trajectory, winning this early in his career, whether I like it, whether I love it, whether I hate it some more, hate it even more than that, despise it, or just don't want to give credit where credit's due, Drake May will go down as an all-time great, even superseding the individual that played there that got a statue right outside Gillette Field. Why? Because Drake May is in his second year. He already going to the Super Bowl. Drake May, congratulations. You're doing your big one.
Yeah. Wow. Trent Dilfer, Jim
McMahon. A lot in there.
Brad Johnson.
Yeah, that's pretty dang disrespectful. I mean, he went up against three of the best defenses in the entire league on this postseason run, and also in the regular season was night and day better than every one of those quarterbacks that he listed right there. Yeah. And he mentioned the year two factor, still having to come up big in a couple of moments in every one of those games in year two. Cam is... He's wrong.
I think he had over 65 yards rushing in at least two of those games. He might have done it again.
If anyone should respect that, it's Cam.
Yeah, and the AFC, like, with his legs was their offense. Like, he still was the guy that made the plays. And I don't think we're talking about this Patriots defense in an all-time great conversation like every other defense that he mentioned there.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a weird take from Cam.
The whole thing is pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of what Cam Newton's doing in the media. I think it's kind of an entertainment take play more than it's educational or breaking stuff down real.
There was a great clip I saw. He was on First Take the other day talking about college football and how Notre Dame hasn't been relevant in so long. Somebody's like, well, they were in the national championship
Him
last
and Stephen
year.
A. both really, they put their foot in their mouth.
So here's what it comes down to. After Spygate broke, multiple teams, the Jets, Steelers, Rams, Panthers, suspected New England had been taping their practices. The NFL never concluded that, but they thought of it. And then former Rams staff and players claimed the Patriots seemed unusually prepared in Super Bowl 36. Those claims were never proven. But I think there's enough people that worked for the teams or covered those teams that feel like they were robbed of a championship by what happened. Legacies were determined. Careers ended without a Super Bowl, and for those folks, maybe there is, nothing to it, but they believe, that they were robbed. All righty. There it is, a football fix with Zach Wolchuk. Thank you, sir. We got baseball stuff and 26 ways the Rangers can improve for 2026 coming up next year in the nation. I want to chat D&M Leasing with you because if you want or need a new vehicle, maybe you were cruising around town and you're like, man, I could really use something with the latest and greatest, traction controls. Wouldn't that be great? They distribute power to the different tires, so if you're sliding, you can get that thing under control. Obviously, the ABS brakes have been around for a while. That's one of the older technological improvements, but D&M Leasing has access to all makes and all models. You want four-wheel drive, you want all-wheel drive, maybe you want creature comforts, maybe you would like heated seats. Seated heats, that'd be cool too. But a heated steering wheel is possible. They got everything for you at D&M Leasing. What make and model do you want? They have access to it. And they'll set you up with this easy lease, which is the most consumer-friendly lease on the market. All you have to do is call D&M, any local area code, and 35 lease. Go to dmautaleasing.com. Quick conversation with one of the D&M agents who you're going to love just like I do, and they're going to get you set up. They'll deliver the vehicle next couple of days. They'll drive off with the old one. You sign the documents in an app, and just like that, brand new vehicle acquired. You're going to love the easy lease just like I do. And I've done over 10 over the years. Won't be too long before we do another one in the Dawson household. Love getting in and out of new vehicles more frequently and not having to worry about getting upside down there with that negative equity on old school purchases. It can be rough, never-ending cycle. Any local area code 35 lease, go to dmautaleasing.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Have you heard about the newest resort community in the Dallas Metroplex? Bynum Springs Club, with home sites that average nearly 2 acres, with fitness centers, pools, sports courts, and more. BynumSprings.com. That's BynumSprings.com.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never. AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on the Root Metrics Root Score Report 1H 2025. Results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days and in the name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson with a Consumer Team Alert. Has your HVAC company told you need to replace your home's furnace? Well, pump on the brakes. Before you do anything, call the On-Time Experts to get a free second opinion. Their technicians will be thorough and transparent, so you can be confident you're making the right decision. Their technicians aren't allowed to sell new equipment, so you'll get all the facts you need to get your furnace back up and your home warm again. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. That's theontimeexperts.com.
If you or your business owes the IRS and fear its collections enforcement actions, such as the levying of bank accounts, garnishing of paychecks, and seizing of your property, you'll want to listen to this message. IRS Collections is now back up and running. Training of new officers continues in full force, and they're hungry to make a name for themselves. Ignoring these warnings will result in catastrophes, such as your inability to pay your mortgage, car payment, electric bill, even not being able to make payroll. It's time to man up and get this resolved once and for all. Randy Martin has been helping your North Texas friends and neighbors for over 25 years, and IRSprob.com is the highest-ranked firm in the country focused specifically on helping people and businesses with IRS problems. Located here in Dallas, they protect you from aggressive IRS collection enforcement actions. Get Randy and his team of attorneys, CPA, and tax professionals on your side. Give him a call right now now at 214-214-3000.
Hi, I'm Randy Martin at IRSprob.com. If the IRS is after you, you need to call us right now at 214-214-3000. The first consultation is always free and confidential. Call us now at 214-214-3000 or look us up online at IRSprob.com.
Chick-fil-A's new Frosted Sodas and Floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new Frosted Sodas and Floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Something big just rolled into 7-Eleven. Meet our 4 new Johnsonville sausages. Hot and ready on the roller grill. Smoky cheddar, loaded with Wisconsin creamy cheddar smoked with real hardwood chips. Jalapeno cheddar. Bold and melty cheddar with a spicy jalapeno kick. Smoked Polish, seasoned with black pepper and garlic, slow smoked for serious flavor. And ultimate Italian, bursting with basil, oregano, rosemary, and thyme. Right now at 7-Eleven, get any 2 roller grill items for just $3.50. That's any 2 roller grill items for $3.50 at 7-Eleven. Valid through 3/3/26. Participating stores only. While supplies last. Visit store for full terms.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com.
Looking for security you can actually count on? DFW Security is local, top rated, and always there when you need them. Get security with smart cameras and control it all with one easy app. Call DFW Security today.
DFWsecurity.com.
Shoot ya, welcome back, Nation. Time for a little baseball stuff. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. What gives you optimism? The Rangers can be better in 2026, finally have their first winning season post-World Series. That'd be a step in the right direction. Gentlemen, I did want to prepare you for California next week. We're going to be in San Francisco for Radio Row in the Super Bowl. And over the last 24 hours on social, I've seen a video of like a ring cam of a mountain lion patrolling the sidewalks of San Francisco. And today, a news lady was doing a stand-up and a damn coyote ran across the street behind her. So I don't know what sort of sort of activity is pushing the wildlife out of their areas and into, the actual grid of downtown San Francisco itself. But, just have your head on a swivel when we get out there next week.
Thank you for that heads up, man. I do wonder, are they smelling all the homelessness? Are they smelling things that would attract them to get out there for...
I wonder if it's Super Bowl preparation related in any way. And I know last time what they did with a lot of the homeless is they took them out of the city and made a camp like in a giant park for them on the edge of town.
Okay.
So maybe the homeless have been pushed into their environment and they're feeling invaded, so they're having to go on an adventure trying to find some peace, and they're just getting a little bit wayward there. That would be my only theory.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one
on the why, but no scientific evidence of that, at least for now. But I'm sure there will be more coverage of it next week, and we'll pass those details along to you. We go to the Dallas Morning News and salute to Evan Grant. This is chicken soup for your baseball soul. Like, how can this happen? Number one, Jacob deGrom stays healthy. That's got to be step one. Get this guy some run support. Number two, Eovaldi gets more starts than a year ago. Check it out. The Rangers are a .618 win percentage when he pitches over the last 3 years. .492 when anybody else does. So Grant writes that alone should be worth 3 more wins. I hope you can bank on that. Eovaldi, a beast, a stud, a World Series hero, a clutch team leader. Yep. But as he gets up there in age, the durability has become a little bit of a concern. Hopefully those were just speed bumps on his way to a glorious final chapter in his career here with the Texas Rangers. You go to Mackenzie Gore, left-handed fly ball pitcher, gets a lift from Globe Life Field in Arlington, which favors lefties in general and lefty fly ball guys even more. In addition, he should have better defense behind him overall. The Rangers ranked 8th in Fangraphs overall defensive metrics in 2025, and Gore's previous team, the Nationals, was 29th. So Gore's going to be on, I believe, tomorrow at 1:40, and then CY is going to join us at 2:40. Number 4, as I realize there's no way in HE double hockey sticks we're going to get through all 26 of these, but perhaps I can save the rest of it for later. Maybe the rest of it for tomorrow is, we're a couple of weeks here from Pitchers and Catchers Report. But number 4, Jock Peterson. Is there optimism there? There's no way he's as bad as he was last year.
Yeah, there's no way he's as bad as he was. I don't have a ton of optimism, but I'm hopeful. I think that it's possible that Jock just is who he is at this point in his career, but I don't think you can go any worse than what you were.
I just think he was too cavalier about getting old and getting that beer belly on him. Yeah. And I think last year at this time he was like, I'm just going to be a DH. I can crack coldies and eat ice cream, and this is going to be amazing. I'll be like all of the other great DHs who were in their mid-30s, put on an extra 20 pounds, and it impacted him.
Good vibes guy.
That's the first thing I'm looking for when we get into the clubhouse.
How's he looking?
What was that offseason like?
You should be shredded at this point, Happens to everybody. You get into your 30s and your metabolism catches up with you.
Yeah.
Do you answer the call or do you continue the decline?
Do you know where the weight room is this year?
I think he probably does this year.
Because last year was like, man, I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't even know where the weight room is.
And it made for arguably our best interview.
It was great.
From a baseball standpoint, we might want him to be a little more locked in.
So Grant says just get 90% of the production they thought. In the 4 seasons prior to him coming aboard, it was 258 with an 836 OPS and a 350 on base. At 90% of that, you'd get 232, 315, and 752. The OPS would be slightly above league average. The Rangers don't need him to be a star, just slightly above average in a platoon role there. Maybe the biggest misstep we've seen so far from our guy CY, or I don't know if it's a misstep, just something that didn't work out. Number 5, Corey Seager. Plays at least 135 games, something he's only done once as a Texas Ranger. Last year, they were a 539 team in the 102 games that he played. They would have won 84, 85 games. They were 433 when he didn't. What is that? Is that 16 games worse?
Yeah.
Over 100-game sample size without Corey Seager. Give them 30 more games of Siegs, and it's worth at least 2 more wins. Yeah, I'd say so. Josh Young shows more discipline as number 6, went ahead in the count. His 720 OPS went ahead, was the second worst in the majors among 162 players with at least 150 such plate appearances. Went ahead. He's got to do more damage. While ahead, he was in the top 15th percentile of swings and the bottom 5 percentile of slugging percentage. What happened to our guy, JJ?
Ooh, yeah, I think that right now it might just have been a career year that you saw in 23, and I think that's the fear of the front office.
A breakout career year as a rookie.
And then the league's figured him out, and he has not been able to adjust.
Number 7, Jake Berger does what the Rangers acquired him to do, pummel fastballs. He slugged .541 against fastballs in 2024, .615 in 2023. Last year it dropped to .465. Wow. He's not going to walk much. He's aggressive. The Rangers accept that, but aggressive hitters must punish pitches. The good news is he slugged .692 against them after August 1st, so perhaps we're heading in the right direction with one of our favorite Rangers. An absolute joy to chat with there, Jake Berger. Looking forward to getting him up in the press box there during our spring training coverage coming up in early March. All right, so got through 6 of them. That means I got 20 to go. We'll see if we can get that done. Coming up at 6 o'clock, it is Eric's birthday. I think it's time to order pizza.
Yes.
And it's going to be time for a birthday roast of the Chief coming up at 6 o'clock. But what are we doing next, Wolchuk?
All right, let's hit a little bit of a mixed bag. Let's go behind the scenes of the Cowboys scouting department. And who said no thank you to the Jets? It's a big name next in the nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. Who was the player that you told everybody was going to be awesome, and they were terrible? Plus, we might have not one, but 2 special guest interviews. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. The big game is coming up next Sunday, and we can take a look at the MVP market. And the player that I would target, if you like Seattle in the game, is not Seattle's quarterback, but Seattle's star wide receiver. I think if Seattle's going to win the game, it stands to reason that he's going to have to play really well. So that would be my look at about 5-1. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Fort Worth, Chiafala back here, and I want to bring you some good news in the 817 because the all-new Alliance Hyundai, it is here, ladies and gentlemen, conveniently located at I-35 and Golden Triangle. You can't miss it when you're driving down 35. It's a beautiful building, and I was in the car business for a couple of years. Let me tell you, man, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time TOLO. Him and his team are delivering a dealership experience that is truly second to none. Trust me, you will feel the difference, a one-of-one car buying experience at Alliance Hyundai. And they got fantastic deals for you everywhere you look. You could score 0% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Hyundai Tucson or 0% APR for 72 months on the 2025 Hyundai Ioniq 5. And keep in mind, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance. And make sure you check out the absolutely stunning 2026 Hyundai Palisade selection as well. You'll get the best possible deal on that. It's a great family vehicle. They have a state-of-the-art facility. It features Hyundai certified techs using advanced diagnostics for top-notch care, oil changes, repairs, you name it, with same-day service and no appointment needed. Relax in their comfy waiting area, free Wi-Fi, drinks, snacks, the whole nine. Visit AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
Did you know you can get free electricity every night and help the planet? Call Green Mountain Energy at 1-866-GREEN-TX to get free nights of 100% wind energy for your home. That's 1-866-GREEN-TX. Green Mountain Energy, PUCT 10009.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com BioT.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
In winter, you can't go to the ballpark and see a go-ahead home run. Can't witness a filthy strikeout or watch a Rangers walk-off. That's because there are only 2 seasons in the year, winter and baseball. So how do you win your winter? You get ready for baseball. 2026 Texas Rangers single-game tickets are now on sale. Get your tickets today at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Whether it's lunch, happy hour, dinner, or brunch, the Hampton Social has exactly what your taste buds are asking for. Fresh seafood, coastal-inspired favorites, and cocktails that taste like vacation. Round up your crew and experience Dallas's newest dining destination, the Hampton Social. Now open at 1520 Main Street in Dallas between the Jewel and Magnolia Hotels. Visit thehamptonsocial.com. That's thehamptonsocial.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Hey, it's Corey Majors, Tolos. You've heard a lot of talk about the one big, beautiful bill. What does it mean for you and your retirement? Probably a lot. My friend David Dustin, founder of the MoneyWorks Group, will help you navigate the details to create your own big, beautiful retirement. A plan built around your goals and your freedom with guarantees for life. Visit MoneyWorksGroup.com for your free copy of David's book, or call 972-736-7373 and start your big, beautiful retirement today. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow today.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the K&C Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by PermaPure.
Disappointed in the boys this year? Us too. But we promise the dirt nerds at PermaPure Foundation Repair won't let you down. Call 844-919-7276. Get a free foundation inspection or go to dirtnerdsdfw.com.
You can feel the buzz, can't you? Oh, it feels good, doesn't it? And it's all about the Cowboys offseason. So we're heading to San Francisco to dive into the hive of insider news. Come along for the ride, Tolos, as we take you to Radio Row. Radio Row. Radio Row. For amazing insight with a lot of treehouse shenanigans. Stella Artois presents one of our most listened to weeks filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, if you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get a classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all parts to sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got football's finest coming up with your birthday celebrator, Eric Chiafalo. Turned 32 today, so congrats to the Chief. We got pizza on the way. We got a birthday roast coming up at 6. Here's Wolchuk with a mixed bag.
This is pretty cool, as we've got DallasCowboys.com. Shout out to Derek Eagleton and the awesome team over there. We love you. But they put out a little clip today of Will McClay and some of the other scouts that are just kind of discussing, all right, what are we looking for here over at the Senior Bowl practices in Mobile, especially now with the new addition of Christian Parker. And here's how it sounds.
We hired the new defensive coordinator, Christian Parker, coming from the Eagles. He's a stud. Excited to have him working, putting the staff together. Where we are, we got those 2 first-round picks. You got, depending on what we do with that, the competes and the instincts are going to be key. Just in talking to Christian, getting to know him a little bit. That'll be really important to him.
Kevon Crawford,
Alan Herron,
Caleb Black,
Jeffrey Imba.
He's versatile. He's just a little leggy, lacks some top end speed.
An athletic guy with some developmental traits and has starter ability. But he plays effort, he's tough, he's strong, he's physical. I like the player.
Really just struggles with instincts and staying sticky at the top of routes at the end of the day. Because it starts with the tightness and he holds a ton.
I'm really excited to see this guy this week.
The Senior Bowl 2026.
Yeah, so you were able to hear Brett Maxey in there, Sam Garza, the Mid-South area scout, Eric Ellingsworth was in there. You had Chris Vaughn, of course, part of that team that was showcased there. Mitch LaPointe, director of college scouting, along with Will McClay and Alex Loomis, who's the director of pro scouting. But the compete and the instincts, the 2 big takeaways there from Will McClay in his early talks with Christian Parker. And certainly my guy Jacob Rodriguez was showcasing some of the instincts today and the compete. I love what we heard about Darrell Jackson Jr., the Florida State defensive tackle.
He was an East-West guy, and he was so difficult to block. In the one-on-one drills, the two-on-two drills. I know that Zach, you and I, and Aisha on the stack talked about the defensive tackles. He was a guy that we brought up, and this is a big guy, Dawson, that has got that ability. You can play him straight ahead. He could be disruptive that way. He actually gets a little bit wide. He could get to the B gap, C gap. He could get outside. But, man, when he has to deal with double teams and stuff, he's not just standing there. He's actually getting rid of guys and getting up the field. They really did. They had a hard time. I was sad because he wasn't playing in the East-West game, and then all of a sudden, boom, I see number 14 out there for – in the Senior Bowl, and he's going through the drills and stuff
awesome.
like that.
I don't think you see that a lot. A guy going from the Shrine Bowl to the Senior Bowl. Yeah. I think that's fantastic.
That's great.
It really shows you the compete level. With
so
that
he left practice. He left the Shrine to go to the Senior.
He finished out the week, and they were getting ready for the game, and he took off, and he's practicing at the Senior Bowl. So good for him.
Absolutely awesome. So John Gruden was requested to be part of Aaron Glenn's staff there in New York. And this is according to The Athletic. Our guy Zach Rosenblatt, who we've had on the show before, actually talked with him at the Super Bowl, and the Cowboys hired Aaron Whitecotton as the new defensive coordinator. But they parted ways with their OC to the Jets, Tanner Angstrand. And Glenn reached out to John Gruden about, hey, maybe there's a role for you on the staff, and Gruden declined the invitation. I think John's only looking to be a head coach. He's not looking to just kind of jump back into the league as a consultant or an offensive coordinator. So the Jets weren't able to get their guy, but they have added the former Miami Dolphins assistant, Brian Duker, as their new defensive coordinator. So an in-division move there, just going from Miami to the Jets with Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn, though, expected to call plays defensively this year. He's going to take that back over. Had a lot of success in Detroit doing that, and he'll end up doing that this year with the Jets. Their defense really, really struggled. Let's go to the Pat McAfee show. Here was Tony Romo. And, any name that ends in a vowel, you do usually associate with an Italian. And I guess Pat McAfee has been making this mistake for a long time, and he found out live on air.
Hey, grazie, Tony. Grazie. Grazie.
Oh, yeah.
You're not Italian, Tony?
Oh, great story for you. I am a rookie in the National Football League, and you'll find out here in 20 seconds, hopefully not 1 minute. But Bill Parcells is our head coach. And Tony, the late Tony Sperano, who was a great coach, was an offensive line coach, and he's Italian, so is Parcells. And they're saying to Parcells, like, Tony, you got to get your paisan. He's awful. He's terrible, all these things. And I'm sitting there like, I don't think he knows I'm not Italian.
Tony Romo is not Italian? Hold on. I am flustered here. So you are not. I've been calling you a paisan every time I talk about you. I'm 100% so sorry.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, man.
Yep,
That's
I guess.
Who are the athletes or like famous people that we misidentified like that?
Yeah, I mean,
I never like a super associated Romo with being Italian, but I guess if you asked me, like I would have thought Romo was an Italian last name.
Yeah, I mean, we found out pretty quick, like Antonio Ramiro Romo.
Hey,
I think
Spanish,
is his full
right?
name. And yeah, he is. So he comes not from the Italian heritage, but you do usually associate those that have the vowel ending last name, especially Romo. Like, I mean, I always thought of Tony Romo's the delicious ribs.
The ribs. When I think of Tony Roma's, I think of the it was that dessert that they had where it was like they made it seem like it was dirt. It was like for kids.
Oh, dirt cups.
The dirt cups. Yes. And they have like the crunched up Oreos, right? And then they have the
pudding
worms.
with the gummy worms.
Yes,
Maya has actually made those for the girls.
Really?
Yeah, and oh man,
That's fun.
I wonder why I'm putting on the LBs, boys.
Are you crushing dirt cups?
You kidding me, dude? You
At
cannot
35 years old, you're crushing dirt cups?
It's one of the best desserts ever. Chocolate pudding and crushed up Oreos. Are you bleeping kidding me?
And then you get the gummy worms in there, bro.
Yes.
Are you? That's good stuff.
It's
dude.
terrible. It's absolutely terrible. But yeah, he found out the hard way. Tony Romo, not Italian.
So you're taking those in one bite, the chocolate cupcake with gummy worms in there?
Oh, I mean, I'd love to do it with the cup, but no, it's more of like you get the chocolate pudding.
Okay.
Yeah, you're making like a cup. Like you put the pudding in the cup, then you're crushing up Oreos, and then you just like put the Oreo dust over, you mix it in with the pudding, and then you're adding the gummy worm to it. So not a cupcake, but like a cup with chocolate pudding, Oreo, and gummies. It's delicious.
Looks like dirt and soil with earthworms coming out of it.
That's why it's a dirt cup.
I like it. I like the
so
concept.
good.
I like to keep my fruit separate from my chocolate.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I like the sour gummies are kind of my preference, but Maya and the girls not quite into the sour gummies, so we'll just rock with the regular ones. Shout out to the Patriots and Broncos. Historic 57.8 million viewers for that amazing AFC Championship game. So CBS got themselves a big-time number. Very good for them. It caps off a record-setting season as the AFC Championship, this year's most-watched playoff game out of any network. CBS had the top two most-watched games. What do you think was number one? Cowboys, Chiefs, Thanksgiving. So congratulations to the Cowboys again.
They won again, man.
They did it, dude. They did it. And also, most attendance in the league this year. Number one, the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes, sir.
There we go. Who do you guys think was number two?
And they're the biggest revenue squad as well. So that's huge. Number two for attendance?
Number two.
Probably the Chiefs.
Home attendance.
Bears.
Chiefs at 3.
Bears, yeah.
Bears. Where are the Chicago Bears on this
Who's
list?
got a big stadium?
The Bears were last. And that might be...
Wow. Yeah, big stadium.
What is that stadium capacity, maybe? Denver at number 2.
Oh, Denver.
And then the two New York teams, Jets and Giants, going at 4 and 5. Is that simply like AT&T, just the size of it? Like you can fit...
It helps.
The capacity.
100,000, man.
And it's a bucket list game for a lot of people. Hey, it's super cold. Let's go to Dallas
Food's
where it's
good,
probably
too.
in the 60s or 70s.
I wish they could do a metric on like opposing fans.
Yeah, because
it's like who led the league with the most?
That would probably be AT&T
Cowboys.
Stadium.
That'd be the Cowboys.
Yeah,
they like it.
AT&T.
They love it, man.
And then
or
finally,
maybe whoever plays the Chargers, right? Was that the Chargers?
That's true.
Rams?
SoFi Stadium.
Yeah, that's true.
And Vegas.
Vegas. A little bit.
Yeah,
But that's a smaller stadium, right? Isn't the capacity of that one?
It's the smallest in the league.
Is 100%.
it really?
100%. Wow.
Last Stars nugget for you. Stars are being linked to two Calgary Flames players, Blake Coleman, who's a Plano native, won a cup with Tampa Bay, but Nazem Kadri, who was the former captain of the Colorado Avalanche, won the cup with Mikko Rantanen in Colorado, is reportedly an interesting name to watch. He has reportedly possibly become the Stars' top target, so Nazem Kadri is certainly a guy along with Blake Coleman. Just look at that Calgary roster. That might be who Jim Nill is eyeing to make a trade deadline deal with post the Olympic break.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. A little mixed bag for you here, and it's time now for a birthday edition of Football's Finest with the Chief.
Yeah, we got some Super Bowl nuggets, and we asked the question, does anything savage eat soup? Next in the nation.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
for you. G-Bag today at 5:30. LA Live making its triumphant return coming up at 5:40 here. It's time now for some football's finest. And here's Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Plenty to get to right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Big birthday shout out to Dante Culpepper as well. Believe that's the only sportsman that I know off the top of my head that also has a birthday today. I also think Rick Ross, Ricky Rose, is a January 28th birthday man. So, big time happy birthday to those fellas. And a handful of people texting in today saying that it's also their birthday or somebody close to them. So, wonderful day. Looking forward to the pizza party. J. Cole's birthday. All right.
One time for the LA host.
Yep.
You did it right?
Yeah, you nailed it.
All right. Appreciate that.
Elijah Wood. Frodo Baggins.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Me and the Lord of the Rings guy.
How about Will Poulter, who was in...
Even in the chainsaw.
We're the Millers.
No.
He ended up getting the spider bite on his penis.
I think it was on his nuts.
Was it the nuts?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
they
think he said
swelled up.
he said penis.
Well, either way, happy birthday to that guy as well, man. All right.
Yeah,
So
some good ones here.
That is a good one. Okay, so...
Joey Fat one.
Joey Fat one?
Fatone.
In sync. All right. Yeah, we're cooking now. Okay, so I wanted to read you guys this here, and we know that Mac Hollins, who is going to be playing in the Super Bowl,
A man came out with the Warriors.
It's a hell of a pause.
Nick Carter?
Mac Hollins came out. Remember, have you ever seen the movie
I saw something about this. I've never seen it, but he did like beer on his fingers or something like that.
He was the two
like
bottles. Yeah, it's the bottles. It's a movie called I think it's called
The Warriors.
The Warriors.
Yeah, I saw something about it, but I didn't know the movie.
It's a scene. It's actually a scene. Warriors come out to play. And
I heard it was I heard it was a backfire though, because that crew ends up losing in the end or something. Yeah, well, so it's like a kind of maybe a bad omen.
I think he was reenacting the scene of them like the Warriors come out and play.
He's a man that lives of the earth. He's barefoot all the time.
He had a nice jacket on.
No
Warriors
TV.
Jacket.
No utensils. Everything is bare hands.
Let me tell you what he does really, really well. You follow him on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
He does hacks. He's like a pretty good mechanic. Like hacks. They're like, hey, if you're having this problem, do this. Or if you're having a problem at home and you're trying to get something open, he's kind of a hack guy. Every day he gives you something different.
Life hacker.
Life hacker is what he is.
Seems like he's hacked a way to deal with the weather. Like everybody else was kind of miserable through that snowstorm, and he was like dancing and having a great time.
Yeah.
He was highly comfortable. I think he might condition his body to be ready like a monk in the mountains or something.
Do you feel like he's like a jump in the cold water guy and just enjoy it?
Yeah. Well, he cold plunges in the big snow.
Yeah.
Like he'll
You gotta
find
be careful about
super
that.
powdered snow, and he'll just go like neck deep in that
Let
thing.
me tell you what.
And just sit like it's a cold plunge.
They've had some problems. They've had some problems with that in Russia. Like people jump in and then they go under, and then the current takes them under the ice, and they don't come back.
I saw a video of that. It's terrifying.
A snow current?
Yeah, like there's they cut a hole in the ice and people jump down in it. It's like a ritual where you go under 3 times, come back, up and down.
Oh, where it's on water.
Yeah, they're in an ice. They're in ice in the water, and they go down, and the current just takes them, and they can't get them back. They can't get them back. Yeah.
Yikes.
That's bad.
Yeah.
That's real bad.
Not the way to go.
Well, I guess he had teammates that were drinking bowls of soup during the cold game, and a reporter asked Mac Hollins about it. He said, they shouldn't be eating soup. You've never seen a lion eat soup. You've never seen a gorilla eat soup. You've never seen anything savage eat soup. That's his quote.
Well, I mean, they don't have opposable thumbs.
That's what I was thinking.
They don't have access to a bowl.
Yeah, they can't do
Isn't there a story about porridge? And was it a bear or something?
Goldilocks and
Goldilocks
three bears.
and three bears.
The three bears. And what did they do?
They were eating porridge.
They were
of varying temperatures,
tearing that porridge up.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's really just the fact that they don't have it. Like they just don't have the capabilities. But you're going to tell me I got like a beautiful bowl, maybe a bread bowl, brought us of soup.
You're going to get you some of that. We go to San Francisco.
Is the bear just gonna pass that up?
Is he straight carnivore, like raw steak in it?
Yeah, he is kind of that guy. Nice. He is kind of that guy. And everything is just bare hands, bare feet, the whole deal. So he is a true savage, that guy. Now he's playing in a Super Bowl. From a Super Bowl standpoint, the current spread at Seahawks by 4.5.
4.5.
Tied for the largest Super Bowl spread in the last 15 years. The line has closed at 4.5 on 4 separate occasions during this stretch, with the dog covering each time. So every time you've seen a spread over the last 15 years that's this big, the underdog has ended up covering. The largest reported futures bet now belongs to Mattress Mac. $2 million wager at Caesars on the AFC winning the Super Bowl at plus 200 odds. That was before Sunday's championship games. So I guess he's rocking with the Patriots here, and he's put quite a fat stack on it, as he tends to do. Now, people are making fun of the Patriots here for their schedule, and it's pretty amazing when you look at in hindsight. Now, we knew the schedule was easy, and when you look at the regular season, this is how their schedule goes. Starting in week 1 to week 18. Fired coach, fired coach, fired coach, NFC South. Fired coach, NFC South. Fired coach, fired coach, fired coach, NFC South. Jets, Bengals, fired coach, fired coach, fired coach, Jets, fired coach.
Wow.
Almost.
Who did that content? That's pretty darn good.
Almost that's Brandon Anderson.
Gosh dang, Brandon, that's very creative right there.
Tweet on Brando on Twitter, and he went pretty viral. Just like this guy went viral, and I think it's one of the. It's similar to the like we got to go full domes, or we got to go no home field advantage in the conference games, like those stupid takes. This guy, who I have no idea who he is, but he went viral for this take here. NFL really needs to do something to solve the crowd noise problem. Aside from hearing loss issues, nobody wants to watch a game where the players can't communicate strategy to one another.
What? That's part of the home crowd advantage.
Someone pushed back, and he says it's like going to a play and screaming so loud that the actors can't perform, or heckling a comic so much he doesn't have time to do his material. Like, those aren't competitions, dude. Those are performing arts. They're not competitions. The comic is not competing with somebody. Okay? The play that is taking place is not competing with another one. This is football. This is sports. Go F yourself.
Yeah, like false analogies are, I feel like, at an all-time high.
All time.
People are like, oh, I'm dropping knowledge on you. What about this? And it's like, well, have you thought about that for any more than 2 seconds?
Yeah. The bad analogies are rampant these days. Now, you also have, can we make fun of the Eagles for a quick second?
We could do it for more than a quick second. Is that a serious question? Let's do it.
This felt like, I mean, you have like some Jason Garrett PTSD a little bit here, something like that. This is from Brendan Deeg on Twitter. The amount of hitch routes.
Oh, I think I saw this.
The Eagles were just a hitch route merchant.
Is this like entirety of the playoffs?
Yes.
Okay.
And they played one game, right?
Yep.
Yeah. They lost.
Their season was that way too.
Their season was that play.
They run. If you look at it's slants or hitches.
So it's the Jason Garrett special.
Their 24% hitch rate in the regular season was the highest in NFL history.
Yeah.
1 out of every 4 routes that the Eagles run is a hitch. And I don't know what that says, if that's just a lack of creativity with your play caller, or if that is a lack of trust in your quarterback. I don't really know what that is, but they ran 48 hitch routes in that one playoff game.
Yeah.
Just to give you an example here, the Seahawks have played 2 playoff games, and they've run a total of 13 hitch routes. The Eagles ran 48 in their one playoff game, which, of course, they lost.
Yeah, I mean, look, Bob Sala was kind of making fun of them leading up to it, and he was saying, like, I don't want to go too in detail about the scheme, but that has a lot to do with why their offense has been terrible and the quarterback play.
Yeah, and now we'll see who wants to be the OC there, but that is definitely a fireable offense for running that type of offense. But TOLO, he got his house egged, starting to feel more and more worthy, more and more warranted for that to have had happened. Now, Mike Ditka,
he's not doing well, is he?
Oh, I don't know. Is he not?
No, I think he's struggling a little bit. He had to sell a house. Yeah, he had a house.
Okay, is he having financial struggles?
Well, no,
because I was wondering about that because he's selling something.
He sold a house down I think he's in Jupiter or Naples down there. He sold his home. And
he had a big heart attack.
His wife said that it's the dementia and stuff like that. It's kind of taking its toll on him.
Well, he played like a savage in a savage era.
Oh, so no, he played the era where there was like the single bar face mask and concussed every play, and they're going after your head that way.
You.
Yeah, he was a tough guy, and he's one of the all-time great tight ends in the 60s.
Wow.
But great in the Cowboys in the 70s. Him and Billy Joe Dupree, those guys, man. But then he became. I love him as a coach. I think it was crazy what he did. I would have hated to work in New Orleans when he made the Ricky Williams trade, though. I would have lost my damn mind.
Goodness.
You could find me at Pat O'Brien's just sitting at the bar by myself, just drinking. Just not even wanting to talk to anybody.
Nobody chewed gum quite like Ditka.
I mean, Pete Carroll
nobody wore the sweater vest better than
okay, thank you, the sweater vest.
The sweater vest, iconic, 85 Bears.
Iconic. That's the most iconic vest in sports history is Ditka's sweater vest, and now there's one up for auction, folks.
Oh, is it really? Because, like I say, Ditka with the Navy slacks, sweater vest with the white shirt and tie was just awesome look.
Yeah,
on the sidelines.
Great head of hair, great stash.
So we're auctioning up his sweater vest.
Yeah,
is it from the '85 Bears championship season?
Okay, so
he did wear one,
or maybe even from the Super Bowl.
He wore the Super Bowl. He wore one.
It's probably the Super Bowl one.
Yeah,
I'd love to have his starter jacket that he wore with this sweater vest in those late season games. He had like the the starter jacket that was the silk one. That thing was nice.
Yeah. This is the sweater vest, double XL.
Yeah,
in size.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. And this is the 40th anniversary. Wow. So
somebody's got to pick this one up.
This is the 85. This is the one that he wore.
What were you trying to give me for $12,000 yesterday?
The Signetti headset.
Oh yeah,
Natty headset.
No, this is. I mean, the Signetti headset could age also very.
There's
very
not a more famous.
This is epic.
This is a pretty famous item of clothing if you're a Chicago Bears fan, right?
Yeah, and it's autographed by Ditka.
Yeah.
Double XL. And it comes with paperwork that certifies its legitimacy.
I've got a Jim McMahon headband that was probably somebody in Chicago.
Really?
Yeah, I do. The very last one he wore.
Wow, the last one he ever wore. Is
the Super Bowl '96. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. So this is from the 85 season and the 86 Super Bowl. And right now, let's see, the current winning bid is at $82,000.
There you go. There you go.
So it'll probably go up even more. Now, there's also a 22% buyer's premium added to the final bid.
Okay.
So you're going to end up paying, like, if the $82,000 wins, then you're going to pay just over $100,000 for the sweater vest. But yeah, okay. So that's worthy.
That's fantastic.
You think it smells like cigar smoke and some type of like Pabst Blue Ribbon?
Oh,
I hope it hasn't been washed.
So this sweater vest was the Super Bowl sweater vest.
Yeah, bro.
Okay, I am totally.
It's iconic.
I'm totally in on this.
Oh, Ditka.
I'm in.
Okay, now we'll close it down here. We make fun of the Pro Bowl and everything like that, but there's one guy,
tug of war,
that did his best to keep the Pro Bowl legit. His name, of course, is Adrian Peterson.
Adrian.
Sean Merriman says, I have a Pro Bowl helmet that I walk by almost every day. It's signed by some of the best players in the history of the NFL, legends, Hall of Famers, real GOATs. The Pro Bowl used to be a badge of honor and respected. Things have changed. Brent Wagner comments and says, I was just telling Ed Werder an hour or so ago, I can remember when Adrian Peterson about 10 years ago ran through the defensive line of the AFC trying to get everybody to tackle in the game again and take some pride in it. He was trying to get this thing back. Merriman responds, true story. Adrian Peterson didn't have one drink by the pool all week like everybody else did. You know, it's a vacation. You're out there in Hawaii. You're sipping Mai Tais with the fellas, hanging by the pool, not really worried about the game that's going to be on the horizon here. And Merriman says, me and Ray Lewis told him, don't try to come out here and be Superman this week. But he did just that. Yeah. Peterson ran hard as hell and got the ball 20-something times. Robert Mathis, former Colts edge rusher. He has a bunch of laughing, crying emojis, and he says, this is true. We all told AP, don't be on that bull S, but he forced us to buckle up the chin straps. So Adrian Peterson, one of the more iconic plays I remember is, of course, Sean Taylor running through that Bills punter when they tried the fake punt. But Adrian Peterson was doing everything in his power to keep the Pro Bowl a legit game. Everybody else was actively playing defense against it.
You know what? You're going to laugh at me for doing this. So I worked at DallasCowboys.com. I watched the tape of the Pro Bowl to break down some plays, and I broke down it was Tyron Smith versus J.J. Watt. And J.J. Watt was trying to Watt was trying to play. And the first play, you see Tyron Smith kind of like,
what the hell?
J.J. puts a move on him and all that. And from like the next 9 plays that was going on, Tyron Smith wore J.J. Watt's ass out.
Really?
And people were like, I was tweeting about, man, you ought to see this Pro Bowl. Like, people go, what are you doing, Broadus? What? But it was like the very first, I just wanted to see how he was good because I know that J.J. Watt was always going to play hard. And the first play, Tyron Smith's like, you're not playing. And then he just, the punch, the upfield punch.
Bear paw.
I mean, gosh, he was, and you could see J.J. Watt at the end is kind of like going, okay, I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have pissed this guy off.
Yeah, let's just treat this more like a vacation after all.
Yep.
I love it.
Well, thank you, Chief. Football's finest is in the books. We got the G-Bag of the day in LA Live after we take a look at the breaking headlines of the day coming up next here on The Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you before we get there, though, because life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. And if it's happened to you over the last couple of days, not too late. Call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online at krl-fm.com, and they'll make sure you don't settle for less. And unfortunately, it is easy to do. Yeah, if you go it alone, you can end up not making the full recovery that is owed to you. And these settlements can be 6 or 7 figures. But the guilty party, their insurance company, their fancy lawyers, they're going to get on the horn and try to get you to take less. Frankels won't stand for it. They'll jump on the phone and say, hey, you're talking to my guy all wrong. We'll see you in court. And then they start singing a completely different tune. So, if I've called them twice over the years, and you're going to love, I can tell you from personal experience, you are going to love watching the Frankels work on your behalf. So, yeah, whether it's happened over the last couple of days or, there's plenty of winter to go, or sometimes bad wrecks can happen even when the weather is perfect. People just not paying attention enough. So if it happens to you, big 18-wheeler, commercial vehicle, something like that, call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online at frankelfirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Shop snack favorites at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off select snacks like Kettle, Late July, and more with Prime through February 3rd. Perfect for movie nights and game day watch parties. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
You'd love new windows, but you don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, January's a great time thanks to Window Nation. Right now, they're more affordable during the buy 4, get 4 windows free sale. Plus, you can get them with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. And as a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, ask how you can score a custom Cowboys jersey. If you feel heat from your windows, have trouble opening them, or paying a lot for utilities, it's time for new windows. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Visit windownation.com now.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating? Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Lowe's knows how to turn big plans into real results. Whether it's new appliances or a home refresh, get started with 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more with a MyLowe's Rewards credit card, January 15th through the 30th. So you can invest in your upgrade now and pay over time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payment required. See store or Lowe's.com for details.
Are you stuck waiting on hold for hours just to reach the IRS, or worse, still waiting for a response to a letter you sent the IRS last year? The IRS may be slow, but your tax problems can get worse daily. I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath, the Texas tax attorney. We help Texans take back control fast. Frozen accounts, garnished wages, unfiled returns, we've seen it all and we know what works. Call my office now for a free confidential consultation at 972-484-0TAX or visit myiRSteam.com. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I know you have that 3% mortgage rate. You don't want to lose it, but you want to refinance your debt. Well, keep that 3% rate and get a second lien home equity loan with TexasLending.com. It's a sole and separate loan on your house. You can get cash out. Maybe it's $50,000. Maybe it's $100,000. Maybe it's $200,000. Refinance your debts. Put some cash in your bank and keep that 3% rate while closing in a couple weeks in your home equity loan with TexasLending.com. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Hey, Texas. This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. We have over 600 vehicles in stock like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Elantra. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain, limited warranty, and owner assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
With Green Mountain Energy, making a positive impact for the planet is as easy as flipping your light switch. Call 1-866-GREEN-TX to power your home with renewable electricity. That's 1-866-GREEN-TX. Green Mountain Energy, PUCT 10009.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to hit the Expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. G-Bag today is coming up here in 6 minutes. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. You got a couple of news items out here. Number one, CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, two Pro Bowl receivers. This is the first time in team history that multiple wide receivers have been selected to the Pro Bowl together. That was surprising. I thought for sure like Cole Beasley and Dez, or Amari Cooper and Cole Beasley, or Amari Cooper and Michael Gallup. Like there had to be some sort of combination, but for the first time in the long and storied 65-year history of the Dallas Cowboys, this is the first time two Pro Bowl wide receivers have been there. We got 8 total Cowboys that are going to be playing football there, or playing flag football. Is there even a game? Is there going to be some flag
game Tuesday night? Yeah,
little flag football on TV. That's next Tuesday night.
Yeah,
and the build up to the Super Bowl. So yeah, I guess you just hope everybody puts on a good show. but I don't know. I guess I'll just wait for the highlights. The Pro Bowl's a total skip for you guys.
Total.
Yeah.
I guess it's a cool talk show. That's one of the cool things. Like, there's interviews going on with the players. Like,
the Manning's still involved in it, where one of them's coach. They're both coaching teams.
I'm sure they always try to wedge a Manning in there.
It's getting old.
I mean, I think I think I still like watching the quarterback target practice.
Yeah, I enjoy that.
I think that's probably of like the random little drills that they do. That one's still probably worth your time. But otherwise, nah.
So it's going to be Steve Young and Jerry Rice. They're going to be the head coaches for the AFC and the NFC squads.
There you go.
Oh, because we're in San Francisco.
There you go. Yep.
You couldn't get Montana. So you go.
Yeah, I guess Montana probably had a fee.
Probably wanted more money than they were willing to pay.
They couldn't get Alex Smith or
Colin Kaepernick.
Guess not.
Couldn't get Kaepernick.
Goes to Bill Walsh, maybe.
Montana put you to sleep. That's got to be the most boring GOAT candidate of all time.
Montana.
Yeah, like doing interviews with him, he's like, it's crazy.
Might have taken a few hits along the way.
Maybe that was it.
Yeah.
You know, he definitely played in that era.
We're kind of slowing down, kind of Joe Namath-like.
Maybe, but I think it was that way like early on in his retirement. I think he was he's from Pittsburgh, right?
Right.
I think it's
that
just,
area, yeah.
I think it's just like a low energy Midwest / East Coast type of dude. 2-time MVP Giannis is reportedly making preparations for a new home ahead of the February 5th trade deadline. Several teams have made aggressive offers to the Bucks, who are starting to listen. And the story is that Giannis is sort of accepting the fact that he's gonna find the new destination. Multiple teams have received a sense that the Bucks are more open than ever to moving him between now and the deadline. Milwaukee has indicated to interested teams that the organization is not in a rush to complete a move and is willing to navigate the future in the offseason if it's believed that the price point of a blue-chip young talent and or surplus or draft picks isn't met. By waiting until the summer, the Bucks could also see which teams are able to offer more appealing draft picks in June. Wow, look at this. A team with an actual understanding of how you deal a superstar.
Well,
and not worried about what could happen if word got out that you were shopping that guy. Just unbelievable. That's how that whole situation went down last year. Mavs are the top story in an NBA trade deadline primer from ESPN. The quote from McMahon: Patrick Dumont is not going to sign off on a deal just to do a deal. Ownership doesn't feel any pressure to do an Anthony Davis trade. The Mavs have 3 other players who are currently appealing to playoff teams: Najee Marshall, Klay Thompson, and Daniel Gafford. I don't know what they're looking to get. I think Gafford's worth a one. I think Najee Marshall's worth a late one. I'd be willing to deal Klay Thompson for anything. And if you need 3-point shooting, I think Klay Thompson could still be a 15-20 minute a night guy for a contender. Each is under contract through at least next season, while Gafford signed a 3-year, $54 million extension that begins in 2026, 2027. Caleb Martin and PJ Washington have unlikely bonuses in their contracts. The bonuses still apply toward the apron, even though each bonus will not be reached. But I think Caleb Martin is another player you'd love to deal, and PJ Washington is a guy that I want to see them hang on to. And then, a stunner in the Champions League.
Oh, the champions!
Real Madrid dumped into the qualifying playoffs by their former coach, Jose Mourinho.
No. Revenge game?
Well, kind of. I guess for Jose, he's exacted quite a bit of revenge on his rivals over the years.
Is he somewhere in Italy? Where is he?
He is at Portugal's Benfica.
Okay, there we go.
And they advanced on a last-gasp goal by its goalkeeper, and will be joined there by Paris Saint-Germain. Madrid started play third in the 36-team standings, and despite 2 goals by Mbappe, lost 4-2 and fell to 9th, 1 place below. But Benfica advanced to the knockout phase on goal difference as their goalkeeper scored in the 8th minute of stoppage time with a dramatic header when Madrid were down to 9 players. Red cards were shown just minutes earlier to Asensio and Rodrigo. and Madrid falls out of the top 8 places when Sporting CP got a stoppage time goal in a 3-2 win at Athletic Club Madrid. So a pretty dramatic day. I know a lot of fans out there are pulling for Real Madrid. And
2 red cards in a match, though?
Yeah, two red cards in stoppage time, and then a corner kick where the goalkeeper heads it in.
Okay, this is who's wearing the buzzards and don't take my jersey off bit. Now, what are we doing?
All righty, then without further delay, it's time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Big Godzilla finally getting down here in North Dallas. Run!
Sliding downhill.
Slip, slide, trying to provide. Hey, this is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. Lucius Alexander. That's why my name is L.A. It's just my initials. Hit me up on social media if there's anything you think I should be playing, all right? All right. At Lucky Lucius P, by the way, is my social media. Hope everybody's doing fine out there. Hope that black ice over the underpasses and overpasses has gone and melted itself away.
I was just wondering, Lucius, when we're going to get the documentary on Netflix for the iced-in weekend?
Yeah. Stuck in the hills of Cedar, I was.
Stuck in the hills. That would be a great title for the documentary.
Stuck in the hills. All right, our winner and champ. I believe this is going for day 3 right here. Yeah. Shower before your pedicure. Now, I was not here for this. I heard it for the first time earlier today. My man's got a little weird situation right here when it comes to scents and a lady trying to get her a pedicure done.
People don't shower too much during the winter time. Am I right?
Yes.
So be honest. It's been a few days, right?
Yes.
See? Girl, you don't have to lie to me. I do nail for a long time. I sit in front of people doing pedicure. I can tell the difference between feet smell and Hello Kitty smell. Your Hello Kitty smell ew. You know, ew. So let me help you out, okay? Hello Kitty smell.
Hello Kitty.
Yeah, go. Girl, I lost my concentration right now. Hold on.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I got you, girl. Here. Let me just clean myself up real quick.
Oh, that might help.
Yeah. One's not enough. One not enough.
Oh, dear.
One not enough. I got to put 3 masks on.
It's okay. You know, it's winter time. I don't blame you.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna, it happened, but it's cold. I know it's cold. And sometimes
I'm old. And I get tired.
I know.
Showers are hard.
It's sting a little bit, but I just don't like the smell because sometimes at home I eat enough fish. I don't want to eat fish at the nail salon.
Hey.
Yeah.
I don't either, to be real.
Hey, before you go anywhere, you always got to take a nice little shower. You go to the doctor's appointment, clean that behind up a little bit. Yeah. I don't even go to the barbershop funky.
Yeah.
But that's more than just, I missed a shower.
That's bacteria.
You need a prescription.
Yeah, man, you need to talk to somebody about that. Yeah, Hello Kitty.
He's nice about it.
How are we playing it? That's not nice.
That's not nice.
I was asking the same thing. You think that's nice?
Well, he recorded it and posted it on the interwebs.
I think that's kind of his deal, though.
No, it is. He streams and does, but still, I mean, like, there's probably other people that would just not say a word about it.
The yeast he could do is just not post it on the internet.
The yeast? Yeah. Oof. Let's go to the NFL on Fox. Terry Bradshaw. Did you guys play this at all?
No, but I think I know where you're going, and this is incredible.
Yeah.
Is this when Michael Strahan had to take care of him?
Yeah, he was just talking about the wrong game, man. It was halftime of the NFC game. My man was just.
Congrats, we'll see you in the Super Bowl.
Appreciate it. Thank you. You know what? Sam Darnold, they turned him loose in the first half. Clint Kubiak, offensive coordinator for Seattle. I think he said, I can trust him with the football today. 209 yards passing and a touchdown in the first half. Sam Darnold is playing great football for Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, he is. We thought we were talking about the first game, but it's okay.
It's okay. He was talking about the AFC game. They want to talk about the AFC game, but he had to get his Sam Darnold facts in there.
They had literally just gone from a clip of Christian Gonzalez of the Patriots being interviewed, and they were talking about the previous game, and they come right back from that cut, and he goes right into Sammy D.
Sam Darnold, what a first half.
I'm surprised every time that he's talking that he gets the names right. I assume he's kind of reading off a teleprompter.
Oh, no, I don't think he has any teleprompter ability.
He probably can't see it.
It's very, very difficult. Teleprompter.
But he's keeping a lot of names straight.
Yeah,
like
it was not good for you.
Yeah.
He's obviously suffering from some CTE or something. No disrespect to Terry Bradshaw. I think he's around, but this should be the last season. He's just he's out to lunch.
It gets to a point you just got to stop. You just got to stop.
But when he starts talking and going, it's like you can feel the old Bradshaw vibes on Fox.
Yeah, just have him on every once in a while as like a guest picker, or maybe just do a pre-recorded segment with him.
You're 77 years old.
Yeah,
and you played in a day and age where you were getting crushed.
Yeah, I like him on there. I like it when they make mistakes and they got to carry him. I love it, bro. It's Terry Bradshaw, smiling. It's Terry Bradshaw. I expect nothing less. Like Charles Barkley. Speaking of Charles Barkley, he's got some words for Cowherd. Cowherd was speculating that ESPN buried the inside the NBA crew. Buried him because we never see him a lot. Buried him because these guys are going at the NBA league office, which Charles Barkley came and get some correction for that.
Can I look at this camera right here? Yes. Okay, there's some fools at home or on the internet. They're at home now. Saying that we were talking bad about the players, so they made us work less. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. This is already scheduled.
Nice catch, by the way.
Because you know what? I really
know.
Do you realize how stuck you are?
Say it, Chuck. Say it.
Yeah, I guess they were on like twice over a 6-week period. So people were speculating, like, why is Inside the NBA being ushered out the door? But I think once football is over, we're going to get a lot more of it.
Good. This is the best show, television show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's the best show on television.
We missed it.
What are we doing? I want to see more of that. How about this one? UFC 324. Now, what's this guy's name? Josh Hocknick? Hockkick?
I think it's Hockett.
Hockkick?
Yeah.
He beat Denzel Freeman. And after he beat up Denzel Freeman, he got to talk to Joe Rogan, and here's what he did with his time.
I can strangle lightning and mangle thunder. The one who can end world hunger. The bee's knees, the big cheese. And me losing in a fist fight. N-word, please. I got the plums, the size of drums in a division full of Tweedledees and Tweedledums on Paramount Plus, where I will make the viewer bust with one thrust. And I got one name on my mind. He's a deadbeat father, not to one kid, but to 9. Waldo Cortez Acosta. You absolutely suck, and that's the bottom line. And P.S. Brittany Griner is a man. I think we've heard it all, ladies.
No, there's not at all. Poor Brittany got sideswiped right there. Poor Brittany.
Yeah, he was cutting himself like a WWE style promo in the post fight and everything.
Hulk Hogan, we're looking for you.
Yeah, didn't nearly go full Hogan there.
He's trying to sell himself.
Yeah. Hey, you hear about that rich homie Flom guy?
No.
Said he was going to eat a tweet.
Oh, the Clippers?
The Clippers guy? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he said he was going to eat a tweet. And he told Kawhi Leonard about that. I'm only playing Kawhi Leonard's response, bro, because he doesn't even mean to be this funny sometimes. Yeah, basically.
Before the Lakers game on the 20th, tweeted, if you guys won 15 out of 18 games at any point this season, he would eat the tweet.
Eat the tweet?
Yeah, it was a tweet, so they have to print it out and eat it. And the wall was chanting, eat the tweet.
Oh, wow. No, I didn't know nothing about that.
Do you have any advice for him as he goes and does that?
You better try to see if he can eat something else. I don't know how healthy that is for you. Yeah.
You better see if you can eat something else.
I don't think that's
healthy.
Apple time.
The macros just don't line up.
All right, thank you for your time, Kawhi. Yeah, all right, thank you. All right, bro, that's it for now.
All righty.
So.
Is it our 2-time champ looking for 3, the nail salon manager? Is it Terry Bradshaw giving you some NFC commentary? Is it Barkley on Colin Cowherd? Josh Hotchich with some sort of spoken word performance art? Or is it Eat the Tweets? I'm gonna go with Barkley on Cowherd here. Chief, how about you?
Give me Bradshaw.
Where are you voting, Lucius?
Yeah, man, UFC guy. Hawkish.
Still tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I'm going to stick with the champ here.
Still tied at 1, Brian.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the UFC guy.
By a score 2-1 to 1-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's the MMA guy, and it's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
All right, let me get it right here. Here we go. LA Live on what is this? A Butt Naked Wednesday. Finally back in the game. Right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get high.
I think this heat is very welcome at this time of the year.
No, but it's been nice not to have those thunder showers in the afternoon.
That's true.
For a change. But they're coming back, you say?
Yeah, they'll be back by Friday.
The heat is making me as wet as the thunder showers. I think that applies to all of us.
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
You know,
Old school layout journalist going there.
Wait a minute. Just in case you didn't hear, this is some old classic audio.
I think this heat is very welcome at this time of the year.
No, but it's been nice not to have those thunder showers in the afternoon.
That's true.
For a change. But they're coming back, you say?
Yeah, they'll be back by Friday.
The heat is making me as wet as the thunder showers. I think that applies to all of us.
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
Where would you even go?
Do you have what year that was?
No, it's somewhere in the 70s.
Was it 70s?
Yeah, somewhere in the 70s, man. Hey, this is LA Live for Wednesday, January 28th, 2026. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks.
We're busting out of some serious funk, y'all.
Oh, we are busting out of some funk. We are busting out of some funk because the ice has got to be over with at this point. Shout out to Miss Erica Badu. I, too, was born underwater. $3, 6 dimes. Peace to the gods and earths out there. Man, we made it through Winter Storm 2026, y'all. We made it. We made it. It got kind of wild out there, especially after the Mavs game. That was some good TV watching if you caught that live. Oh, he's going to go up there. Buddy, don't hit your brakes. Oh, there he goes. He's stuck. Another one.
They started going backwards.
It was so good to watch. Oh, it was so good to watch. Shout out to y'all stuck out there, man. You made our Saturday nights after the Mavs games, that's for sure. It was good TV watching. Any of you guys try to walk on the ice and bust your behind?
Didn't fall this time. Only fall on just dry cement.
Good for you, bro.
Eric's got something for you.
You fell?
Yeah. I was wearing my little house slipper deals, and I took the trash out, and then I came walking back through the garage, and that thing slick. I stayed up, but I kicked out and kicked the little, cement step.
Yeah.
My big toe. You don't even want to see it, bro.
Oh!
Can we get an updated picture?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, man. I'll take the sock off right now.
Oh,
Send
yeah.
you some of that ew.
Yeah, I was following my dad around. He had no idea, but I was finding all the slick spots, and he didn't know I was walking behind him for a reason. I was here to protect that man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's got a little hitch in his giddy up, and I was like, I don't need Pops breaking his hips out here. Special, I'm out here. DJ Big Bink. DJ Big Bink from 97.9, legend in this area. I see him this Saturday morning. This man walked outside to give us an ice report in front of his crib. Shout out to Big Bink. He busted cheeks out there, too. Yeah, busted his behind on the ice. He had slides on with no socks.
Oh, no.
Just straight naked feet and slides trying to give us a report.
It's frozen rain right now coming down in the DF-Dub. So let's see.
You hear that sleet in the background?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was coming down Saturday morning, bro.
It's frozen rain right now coming down in the DF-Dub. So let's see. It's a little icy on the ground too. Y'all see? Ooh. It's Reunion Radio exclusive.
Yeah, you sure are, buddy. Now you are.
All right, so now go over here. I see a little ice patch over here. Here we go. Oh!
Yeah. Yeah, I've been there, man.
It's all the moans.
Yep.
Yeah. You probably can't sleep on his side.
Oh my God.
He got his butt back in the house. He was scooting. Oh my God. It's all those sounds he made, man. Shout out to Big Bink. I bet you didn't think you would hear that on the radio, especially on the sports station, but I had to get you, brother. I had to get you. And one thing else I seen on the timeline during this weekend of lockdown by ICE. I seen a lot of people putting the families on their back. I got to do for me and mine. I'm going to take care of me and mine. I seen a lot of big pots coming out of them kitchens. And they was making some food during the storms. Yeah. I seen that. You guys are holding it down. And I tell you what, every Wednesday I like to ask the Tolos a question because you guys know way more about us because we're on these microphones than we know about you. And after I seen what I seen on the timeline, I got a question for you. Hold up.
They call it Stormy Monday.
Oh, yes, it was. It definitely was.
But Tuesday's just as bad.
I thought we'd be able to get out on Tuesday. I was stuck like Chuck, fam. Hey!
They call it Stormy Monday. But Tuesday's just as bad.
Well, I cleared out a football field's worth of ice and snow from my dad's parking lot.
Wow.
I'm talking about a football field worth of I can feel it on my back right now.
Wednesday's worse.
It's lightening up out there.
Loud and Thursday's also sad.
All right, question for the Tolos. What got you through the winter storm of 2026? What food got you through the winter storm of 2026? I asked this to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook, and I got answers like a big old pot of spaghettis.
Yeah, we hit the spaghettis hard.
I seen that too. Now, do you mind if it's already mixed in? Because them big pots, they kind of like already mixed in.
I prefer it.
You prefer it? All right.
When it sits together, it usually is pretty good.
Yeah. Get it congealed a little bit.
You can soak, and them seasonings get in there that next day for them leftovers. Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
This Tolo says a whole lot of Miller Lite got me through.
There you go.
Dad, I'm hungry. Go in there and get you a beer, son. Go get you a beer.
Just fill the belly up.
Just some wheat and barley.
Yeah. This Tolo said he got a big old pot of gumbo. I did see that on the timeline. People had their gumbos out.
Yep.
Showing out, man. Got to have you something that's warm that's going to stick to your ribs during the cold times. Pot of homemade chili. Seen a lot of chili. Homemade chili and a pot of stew.
Ooh,
yes. Yeah, that's what we did a pot roast.
There you go.
Good call. Big old slab of meat, giant potatoes.
How long did it last?
For a couple days. Couple of days. Into Sunday.
After Sunday, did you hit the pivot or did you hit the Ubers and hope that somebody was delivering in your area?
There was no delivering.
Metamucil fiber thins.
Yeah.
Should have. Abby was making cookies, and so I ate way too many of those. I think I ate horribly. Yeah, brown butter chocolate chip cookies. I think they are the best cookies in the world. But yeah, we did tacos. We did chicken. It was kind of a normal after the pot roast had gone. I don't think we prepared for anything beyond Sunday.
As Tolo said, they had taco soup. Taco soup. That's good. Is that the same as chicken tortilla soup? Or?
Pretty much without. Yeah. Yep. Same ingredients.
That's Tolo right here. Said they were smoking trees and eating peaches. I don't know what that totally means. I think I do.
Groceries?
Peaches.
Bedroom activities?
Like groceries.
I think we
Multiple
were
peaches?
I think we were the
Popular
trees
guy.
part and
peaches.
Peaches.
What was going on there? This Tolo says Sonic chili cheese dogs that he bought for $1.49 a piece. He bought 10 of them. So this man was really
Okay. All right. Just going to go ahead and
He
ration.
gotta be living solo, baby.
Stack them up in the fridge.
Damn. Oh my gosh. Steak and Pepsi. Shout out to Steak and Pepsi right there. Could do that. My sister and her boyfriend, they cooked outside. They cooked some ribs.
That's
on
what
Saturday.
I did the same thing on Saturday, bro.
They was outside cooking ribs. Salmon croquettes. I love some salmon croquettes.
Salmon croquettes are good.
Absolutely. Giant pot of loaded baked potato soup.
Okay.
A big old pot of butter beans and rice. A lot of beans.
That'll expand you a little bit.
Yeah.
I broke my microwave making popcorn, Lucius.
Oh, yours was popcorn under the way.
It was smoking and a little fire
I
came
was
up.
popcorning it up.
Now it's making this weird sound in the microwave. So I think I might be getting radiation poisoning, but I feel fine. I tell the kids, get away from this.
Sample size. I feel fine. How about this one? 16 bean soup. I don't know what that is, but he said the house needed to be fumigated afterwards.
16 beans?
16 bean soup.
Holy hell.
It comes in a package now where actually it is 16 beans. 16 different types of beans.
Word.
And they put it like in a tube, and you can just
nice.
pour
Are
it
they
in.
Goya beans? I'm shouting out the Goyas.
They got it all. They got
It's like the opposite of Texas chili.
Yeah, it's literally every bean you can imagine all to get mixed together. So, yeah.
That's what Dad made, a big old pot of beans. It had some meat in there. That's what we had the first night with some cornbread on the side. Stick to your ribs. Stick to your ribs. Chili, lasagna, and tacos. This Tolo made it. Venison stew. Venison stew is in the game. All that hunting you was doing. Good for you, brother. There you go. Pop rolls, chicken and dumplings.
That's always good.
Chicken and dumplings is a good call.
That's fantastic.
At all times.
We got these Pillsbury cornbread rolls. You know, usually we go with the biscuits or the crescents, but there was something different. They were cornbread, but like twisted. They were amazing.
Really?
This is a preferred way to do cornbread from now on for me.
Wow.
Good old coffee and trees, Lucius. Something about them trees.
Yeah, a lot of trees. A lot of trees going on.
Yeah.
Boy, you get hungry about 10:30 in the morning to wake up like that.
Trees and a gallon of Bluebell.
What are we doing? Man, my dad, bro. So I did all of that because we would have been stuck till today. I had to start digging in little trenches so we can get on out of there. Why the first place we stopped? It's Total Wine and More.
There you go.
Why was that?
You don't want to run out.
You don't want to run out.
Breakfast.
Just in case we get stuck anywhere along the way, we got to make sure we.
Those tall Modelos.
Back-breaking work just to get over there.
Yep.
Let's see what else we got right here. Never knew you could cook chickpeas in so many different ways. Fried bologna sandwiches this Tolo had. See, I like that, but here's one thing I think about. You got to make you something that you can eat cold just in case the lights went out, and they did.
Yeah.
They did for us for a little while, maybe like 4 hours. It wasn't too much.
No.
This Tolo said he had dino nuggets during the winter storm of 2026.
Whatever's in the freezer.
Yeah. Good luck for you, bro. Good luck for you. Chili, of course, homemade. No effing beans.
No effing beans.
We had beans in ours, I guess. He called it chili beans, but it's really like more beans and meat.
Oh, that's where it's an issue.
It was so great.
Was it?
Yeah, it was fantastic. I wish there was some more left, man. We ate through it. It took 2 days.
Ooh.